This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Wasteland survival trial game. In the vast grassland, a young woman lay on the grass, looking like she was in a deep sleep. A cold mechanical sound rang in my ears. Suddenly she opened her eyes suddenly, and her eyebrows showed a strong sense of vigilance. Looking around at the unfamiliar environment around her. The cold mechanical sound rang in my ears again. Hello survivors, welcome to the Wasteland trial field. Wen Ning frowned, raised his head, and looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find the source of the mechanical sound. The Wasteland trial field is a chaotic planet, where disaster seasons and mild seasons will alternate. You could also call it the Wasteland continent. Lucky people of Blue Star, congratulations on being selected to participate in this trial mission, hereinafter referred to as the survival game. You will compete with the survivors of Blue Star, survive round after round of disasters. In your hand is a novice gift prepared by the system. Open it and wear it, then summon it with your mind, and you will find something you are interested in. Please note that this is a trial game, but it is not just a game. Take the game seriously, and I wish you good luck. Note 1. When the game world dies, the survivors will be completely wiped out of their survival traces. Note 2. Players can choose to be a lone wolf or a group, whatever you want. Note 3. The system provides a primitive shelter *1. Please upgrade as soon as possible to cope with the next disaster. Note 4. The novice protection period is only 1 week, please cherish your time. The calm and cold voice of the system in the ear gradually disappeared, and the cold tone made everyone feel like falling into hell. Wen Ning frowned. Wasteland trial field? Survive here? How did she get here? Why don't she have any memory of it? Wen Ning's last memory was that she had just completed her last mission and boarded the returning helicopter. She said to her boss, who had exploited her for many years, "I'm going to show my cards. I'm done with this." Then she threw the encrypted phone into the sea without mercy. Although the life on the edge of a knife was dangerous, it also quickly accumulated a lot of wealth for Wen Ning, enough for her to support a football team's gigolo for the rest of her life. Lie flat and be a carefree rich woman. But the beautiful dream has not yet come true. After a burst of explosions, she inexplicably appeared in this deserted place. So is she dead? Even if there are still remains, they should be buried in the belly of fish, right? The environment here looks exactly the same as Blue Star, but it looks more desolate. Was she tricked by some reality show? Thinking of this, Wen Ning looked around, trying to find the camera in the corner of the grass and woods. But after a long time, Wen Ning did not find any flaws, but her stomach started to growl. Wen Ning gave up the search and looked down at herself. This is a large grassland. There has been no one around except herself for so long. There is only a sparse forest next to it, so any camera should not be hidden. Since it is a game, she should survive according to the rules of the game. If there is a flaw, she will definitely be able to find it. But what is even more weird is that the black tight action suit on her body has turned into a coarse linen shirt, just like the novice outfit in the game. What other gifts are there for beginners? Wen Ning remembered the mechanical sound prompt just now. He raised his palm, and then found that he was holding a high-tech watch in his hand. He looked at it, and didn't find anything unusual, but the dial was black, and there was no information. He put it on according to the game prompts, and the watch disappeared from his wrist in an instant, and then when Wen Ning concentrated, it reappeared. It can be invisible, which is very good. It doesn't interfere with work, and is very game. Ding! Survivor survival system binding is successful. Survivor Wen Ning's identity is successfully created, and the information has been entered. Congratulations on becoming the 119,527th player of the Wasteland Continent survival game. In other words, more than 110,000 players have been created before. The entire Blue Star has a population of more than 70 billion. This system can run such a large and realistic game. Wen Ning was stunned and dared not move. Then a picture inexplicably emerged in his mind. It lingered in his mind. The picture style is extremely simple, with only a few buttons, including chat channel, manufacturing station, backpack, trading market, and to be continued. This to be continued is very clever. Wen Ning tried to click it, but there was no response. Looking at other buttons, they really looked like the control buttons of some survival mobile games that Wen Ning had played before. Wen Ning thought of her limited gaming experience and frowned, hoping that the functions were not as fancy as those on her real phone. It would be best not to involve Krypton Gold, as she only had pension money and no spare money, so she couldn't Krypton Gold at all. In addition to these buttons, There was a sun icon in the upper right corner of the screen, and a very small number appeared below the icon. 0. Number of days to survive. When Ning focused on the sun icon, a prompt appeared. The first day of the novice period of the Wasteland calendar, mild season, sunny, 9:30. Novice tips. The sun rises at 8 o'clock and gets dark at 2000 hours every day. Novice benefits. The disaster of the novice period will come in 7 days, and the subsequent disaster forecast will be notified 3 days in advance. Novice disaster. Extreme cold, hint, snowflakes, brave the world. Novice tips. When the disaster comes, a solid shelter will greatly increase your survival rate. Novice tips. After the disaster, the days of the mild season and the disaster season are random, and the system will no longer give a clear prompt. Extreme cold. Followed by a prompt, it is likely to snow. There are prompts only in the novice period, and the disasters after that, do you have to guess them yourself? Ning exited the panel and thought about countermeasures. Ning did not forget what the system said. It said that this was a survival trial game, and that people would be eliminated. It was unknown how many people would survive in the end. The system did not reveal how many survivors there were in total. It only said that they would have to go through rounds of trials. This snowstorm should be the first round of disaster trials. Perhaps a large number of people would be frozen to death and eliminated. Then, they had to do a good job of cold prevention. Ning took a quick look around, and saw swaying weeds, scattered stones, and trees here and there. It was obvious that they were malnourished. Apart from that, there was no visible water or food. Wait. That thatched house twisting its seductive figure in the wind, couldn't it be the initial shelter? Ning's mouth twitched. She had originally thought that the system was quite conscientious, and that giving the initial shelter would save the players from the trouble of not knowing how to build a house. But, is this thatched house definitely not the one in Du Fu's poem, calling it a thatched house? Is an exaggeration. In front of him was a dilapidated pointed roof house, with the thatched roof in danger. There were only 2 or 3 straw ropes left, desperately holding onto a few thin beams, and then Ning watched the entire roof being blown up to the sky by the wind. Oh my god, the real version of the 3 layers of thatch on my roof was blown up? All this happened in an instant, and after Ning reacted, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the shaky pillars. This house doesn't even have a foundation, and if these sticks fly away, it will be completely penniless. It's okay to have no walls or ceilings, but the frame can't be gone. Creaky, creaky. At least there is a skeleton left. Boom! Ning was dumbfounded. The skeleton he was holding creaked, and the thatched house in front of him collapsed. The broken thatch followed the wind and flew into the sky, leaving nothing behind. The skeletons on the ground also broke into sticks. You may not believe it, but just now, I was still a house owner. Ning frowned and looked at the wooden door in his hand. Is this the legendary collapse of the sky? It seems that this thatched house is so depressed that it wants to go to heaven. The wooden door and skeleton can be kept. They can still be used as firewood. Ning, who was trying to make the best of a difficult situation, gathered the wood into a pile. As soon as he reached out, the wooden board in his hand disappeared. At the same time, in the backpack in his mind, a wooden door lay quietly in the first grid, and there were 9 empty grids left. Congratulations on getting a wooden door. Do you want to disassemble it? Yes. Disassemble the wooden door, and get 3 wooden planks. Wooden planks? Ning thought he would get wood, but it turned out to be wood planks. He opened the manufacturing panel. The screen changed. The manufacturing interface popped up, with a full page of content. Wood planks, 3/1 wood. Wooden walls, 3/6 wood planks. Wooden doors, 3/4 wood planks. Wooden wood floor, 3/4 wood planks. Wooden ceiling, 3/4 wood planks. The front shows the quantity Ning has, and the back shows the quantity he needs. Decomposing a wooden door will result in a loss of 1 wood. There are also wooden boxes, wooden tables and chairs and other furniture below. The wooden products alone take up 3 full pages. Ning looked at the wooden walls and wooden floors and fell into deep thought. It seems that there is always a way out. If the thatched house is destroyed, I can still build a wooden house. It just seems that there are no tools that are suitable for me. Ning looked at the linen clothes on her body, which looked like the novice clothes in the game. Then she walked towards the small forest that suddenly appeared on the grassland. After stretching her muscles, she kicked a sapling that was taller than her and thicker than her wrist. Snap! Well, fortunately, my physical fitness has not changed. Ning rubbed her numb calf to relieve the pain and picked up the broken wood from the ground. Wood +1, the sapling that was kicked by Ning disappeared from the upper part, leaving a floating piece of wood on the ground, which was collected by Wen Ning. The lower part did not change, and quietly took root in the ground. Maybe an axe or a shovel is needed to get the lower part, Wen Ning guessed. Wen Ning is the only female bodyguard in an international top security group on Blue Star, and her combat power is extremely high. Because she is an orphan, she has been silent since childhood and never crosses the line. No negative reviews in 8 years in the industry. But now these advantages cannot play any role immediately in the wilderness. At most, she would encounter wild beasts or something. How could she struggle a little longer? There is no food or water here. The end of the forest is shrouded in mist, and the boundary is not clear. Wen Ning flipped through the manufacturing list to see if she could make any tools. There was nothing in the wooden products, so she turned a page. Found it. Stone axe. Wood 1/1, stone 0 to 1. Wen Ning looked around and saw stones of different sizes scattered on the ground. Try to pick up one and put it into the backpack silently. Stone +1. Select the manufacturing bar of the stone axe with your mind. Do you want to make a stone axe? Wen Ning chose yes, and a countdown was attached to the manufacturing bar. After 2 seconds, the wood and stone in the backpack disappeared, and a stone axe appeared in the backpack grid. It's done. It's really a game. Making it is really convenient. Wen Ning raised the corner of his mouth, but he didn't have time to take out the stone axe. Ding! Detected that the host successfully created an item, the super synthesis system began to bind. Chapter 2. As soon as the crisp prompt sound fell, Wen Ning seemed to have something extra in his mind. Another system? Wen Ning usually reads novels, and such an obvious cheat code name made her guess a little. Wen Ning frowned, and with a thought, another interface opened in his mind. There were only 2 placement bars on the translucent panel. Wen Ning looked at it for a while, and understood the function of this system. It seems that you can synthesize by putting your own things in. Wen Ning remembered his 3 wooden boards, so he took them out and put 2 of them in with his mind. Ding! Ordinary wooden boards *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize immediately? Confirm synthesis. Wen Ning silently said in his heart, with a little expectation, because the wooden boards prompted by the synthesis system are ordinary wooden boards. Synthesizing. Please wait. The synthesis time is not as long as Wen Ning imagined, about the same as making a stone axe, only 2 seconds. The reading time can be ignored. Ding! Synthesis is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hardwood board *1. Hardwood board. It sounds better than ordinary wood boards. Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the remaining ordinary wood boards and hardwood boards in his backpack for comparison. Under the gentle light, the color of the hardwood board is only slightly darker than that of the ordinary wood board, and the texture is thicker. And Wen Ning, who was holding 2 pieces of wood, clearly felt that the weight of the hardwood board was heavier than that of the ordinary wood board, and the material was harder. After knocking twice, the hardwood board made a dull and heavy sound. Good stuff. Using such wood boards to build a shelter should be able to withstand the snowstorm. Thinking of this, Wen Ning was worried because the shelter had just flew away. Depression was swept away. However, Wen Ning thought about it again. Can the hardwood board be synthesized again? As soon as the idea came up, a new mechanical sound appeared in his mind. Host, please note that the super synthesis system cannot be synthesized again at present. Please continue to explore the specific functions. Not possible now. Maybe it will be possible in the future? That's not bad. At least now, she can get hardwood boards in batches, and her shelter has hope. Wen Ning was full of energy. Take out the stone axe that has just been successfully made and hold it in your hand. Wen Ning focused his eyes on the stone axe, and a prompt box suddenly appeared. Hint, this is an ordinary stone axe. With it, you can collect wood more efficiently. Stone axe, ordinary durability. 10 out of 10, if 2 stone axes are synthesized. What effect can it have? Wen Ning muttered to himself, waving the stone axe and chopping down the tree he had just kicked off. Wood +2, this time, 2 units of wood were obtained from the same length of tree with tools. Wen Ning took a look and found that the durability of the stone axe had decreased a little. This axe can chop down up to 10 small trees as thick as a wrist. Picking up a stone, Wen Ning made another stone axe. Then he put the stone axes in his hand into the synthesis column. Ding! Ordinary stone axes *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize immediately? Synthesis in progress, please wait. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an excellent stone axe. In Wen Ning's hand, a stone axe much longer than his forearm appeared. It looked similar to an ordinary stone axe, but the heavy weight in his hand made Wen Ning very satisfied. Broken things can also be synthesized. Wen Ning came to this conclusion, and then looked at the stone axe in her hand. Stone axe, excellent durability, 30/30ths. Hint, this is an excellent stone axe. With it, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Efficiency increased by 50%, output increased by 50%. I hope you will become an excellent lumberjack. Wen Ning's mouth curled up. This skill is simply amazing. Not only is the durability much higher, but the efficiency is also doubled. Rounding off, she can get twice as much wood in the same amount of time. Next, Wen Ning didn't want to continue researching. Time was running out. It had been nearly an hour since she arrived in this wasteland world. She had to hurry up to build a new shelter, and find a way to find food and water. Her intuition told her that it would be dangerous without a shelter at night. As far as she could see, there were only weeds and stones, and bare trees. Really, they didn't even give her a chance to gnaw on leaves. Now that she had good tools, Wen Ning was a little bolder. She was not prepared to sit there and wait for death, but tried to walk out of the fog. If she encountered a wild beast, she could make a stone axe at any time and smash it to death. Wen Ning randomly chose a direction: east, west, south, north, and center. Holding the stone axe in her hand, she slowly explored. Of course, she didn't forget to collect wood on the way. If you want to be rich, you must chop trees first. This is a truth that Wen Ning, a game novice, understands. Walking all the way to the west, she observed the size of the forest while chopping trees on the road, and prompt sounded from time to time in her mind. Add 2 wood. Add 2 wood. Add 1 stone. Wen Ning picked up 20 units of stone after half a day, and had already chopped 98 units of wood. The excellent stone axe is indeed very excellent. An ordinary stone axe needs 2 strikes to obtain a piece of wood, while an excellent stone axe can obtain a piece of wood with 1 strike. Wen Ning looked at the backpack that had not yet overflowed and nodded with satisfaction. I originally thought that the system backpack with only 10 grids was a bit small, but now it seems that it only limits the types of items. After chopping down another tree, the forest in front of him also came to an end. Wen Ning looked back and saw that the fog had disappeared where he had passed. The whole picture of this forest has almost been revealed. Although the grove is called a grove, it is quite large in area, but there are very few trees in it. And it is bare, with only a few leaves on the tops of the trees. On the ground, there are only weeds and gravel, and the land is dry, as if it has been dry for a long time. And the edge of the forest is not the river or valley that Wen Ning thought. It is a barren grassland with a few sparse grasses, and the rest is all loess. Gurgle. After walking for about 3 hours, Wen Ning's stomach began to growl and her lips were cracked. Wen Ning was used to being hungry when she was a child, so this little bit of hunger was bearable. Bending down, she stretched out her hands to dig up the soil, and then Wen Ning laughed. Although she didn't find a stream, she found something in the soil. The soil here is much wetter than that in the woods, which means that the water content under the soil is higher. As long as she thinks of a way, she can solve the water problem. Wen Ning looked around and felt that this place was more suitable for building a shelter. It was close to the woods and bordered the grassland. If there were hares on the grassland, Wen Ning could catch them and eat them. Looking up at the sun that was gradually rising above her head, Wen Ning, who was wearing a single layer of clothes, finally felt a little bit of heat. The wind was much weaker, and Wen Ning wiped the sweat from her cheeks. Direct sunlight will cause the loss of water and salt to become faster. The soil she had just dug began to dry within a few minutes, and steam rose from the soil surface. Wen Ning knew that she had to find a way to collect water resources quickly, not only because she was thirsty, but also because if she made a water extraction device in the afternoon, the temperature would not be high enough, and the water in the soil would not be able to evaporate. But if she wanted to get water, her current supplies were only wood and stone. She had walked in the grove for so long, but she didn't even see a plastic bottle. Maybe I can go to the chat channel to see what other people are doing. Chat channel and trading market. Wen Ning originally wanted to see if other people had any supplies, and when she saw the trading market, she clicked on it directly. As soon as she opened it, a whole page of sales information popped up. Each one was marked with a player's avatar. On the first page, a blurry male avatar appeared 13 times in a row. At the top of the entire trading market, Wen Ning clicked on this person's avatar and found that he could view his information. This person's name is Zhang Outyan 1789. The number behind it should be his serial number. His keywords are stone axe and purified water. Wen Ning clicked on this transaction information. Stone axe, ordinary, for purified water 100 milliliters. A stone axe is essential for murder and robbery. Don't miss it if you pass by. Stone axe, ordinary, for purified water 100 milliliters. A stone axe is essential for murder and robbery. Don't miss it if you pass by. Stone axe, ordinary, for purified water 100 milliliters. A stone axe is essential for murder and robbery. Don't miss it if you pass by. Wen Ning frowned. It's all my fault for being curious. I had to click on the same transaction information 5 times. What am I expecting? The stone axe can be made by yourself. Why put it out there? Jiang Taigong fishes, and the big enemy takes the bait? He can obviously rob you, but he still gives you a stone axe, ordinary, emphasize the word ordinary. He really, I'm crying, blacklist, block. Wen Ning has mastered these 2 functions without a teacher. He continued to scroll down with a blank face, and there were several pages of transaction information that were all the same, such as wood for water, and stones for food. Basically, all transaction information is inseparable from food and water. Wen Ning scrolled for a long time before he saw a filter icon in the upper right corner. Quickly block transactions with more than 3 repetitions, and block the items for sale that are wood and stone. There are only more than 10 transaction information on the interface now, which looks much cleaner. Click on the image of a woman named Haoyan 3498, 20 milliliters in pure water, drinkable, for iron or *1. Water for supplies. Only 1 in the whole network, no waiting. There are many comments under this transaction information. What is iron ore? Swallow. Sell me the water. I will give you 10 units of wood. Swallow. How can I live without water? Wen Ning looked at it, and found that this female player had posted 10 transaction messages in a row, and all the items she needed were iron ore. She is the only player on the market who has drinkable water. Wen Ning has no iron ore, so it's useless to look at it, so he filtered her out first. Looking down, he saw a player avatar named Lin Hani 2-3-4, whose keyword is lizard meat, and his avatar looks white and fat. 200g desert lizard meat for 200 milliliters pure water. 1-to-1 exchange, come with a conscientious bid. I have tasted the meat. It's not bad. If you want more, you can chat privately. Big guy with food. Wen Ning rode over silently. A player avatar named Zhang de 2222, who looked a bit ferocious. 1 huazi for any 200 milliliters of drinking water or 200g of food. Don't let Li Bo 0098 fall into my hands. You dare to cheat me with urine. If you have the ability, don't show up in the world. Talent. Chapter 3. After complaining a few words in his mind, Wen Ning had a general understanding of everyone's situation. Most of the players were short of water, but they were not out of water or food. Some even exchanged scarce water resources for things. A small number of people could also obtain rare materials, such as iron ore, plastic, hemp rope, glass, and the like. Wen Ning didn't know where to get such resources. Perhaps it had something to do with their geographical location. The wasteland was barren, and the number of survivors was huge, so they would always collect rare resources. Coupled with a day of searching for relatives, maybe many players have already formed a group to develop. Wen Ning was alone, and the security company paid special attention to confidentiality. Wen Ning only had a code name in it. Basically, security guards of the same level had rarely met each other, let alone across levels. Therefore, Wen Ning was destined to not be able to form a group with others. From the transaction information, we can roughly infer the location of the survivors, such as Lin Han, who seemed to be in the desert. And some players can already deal with wild beasts. She has already found 3 trading messages for selling meat. Wen Ning is not envious of people with great skills and courage. It is easy to get injured when fighting wild beasts while wearing a linen shirt. And getting injured means a high probability of death. Wen Ning searched for a long time in the trading market and finally saw a person selling plastic sheets. The area where she is located is a grassland with moist soil. Some methods can be used to filter out groundwater. But plastic sheets, plastic bottles, or even plastic bags are all needed. Wen Ning is a little tempted by this piece of plastic sheet. The survivor is called Linley 8989, a 10 square meter plastic sheet in exchange for 300 milliliters of pure water or 300g of meat. There is only this message behind the avatar, no remarks, and no one is interested. However, Wen Ning was very tempted. After she made the device in 10 square meters, she still had some left, and she could even make a few more devices. But she didn't have what she needed at all. The only valuable thing she had was the excellent stone axe she synthesized. But in the transaction information just repeated, Wen Ning didn't see any stone axes above the ordinary stone axe level for sale. It seems that this synthesis system is really only for her. In this case, Wen Ning should be cautious. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Once the transaction of this excellent stone axe is exposed, she is likely to become the target of public criticism. She doesn't even have a shelter now, and her defense is zero. Wen Ning first collected the transaction information, then exited the trading market and clicked on the World channel. Observe first, then act. This is Wen Ning's professional habit. In the mission, she is often the one who strikes back. After entering, the screen was instantly filled with various messages. Hundreds of new messages are refreshed about every 3 seconds. World channel, Zhongfeng 2478, A23 district, looking for Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei, number 12, Zhangjiaton, Chao County, Group 5. Please chat with me immediately if you see the message. World channel, Limu 3978, G01 district, looking for Wang Xiaoxiao. I have built a safe shelter, with no shortage of food and water. Xiaoxiao, kick your husband? He is a waste. World channel, Wang Guangbin 1267, T45 district. The upstairs person is not a bootlicker, right? World channel, Yangwei 2347, Q23 district. I have hundreds of billions of assets. Who can give me a bottle of water? When I get out, you will be my only brother. World channel, Meng Lang 1685, E67 district. Aries Guild assemble. I am the president, Aries Lang. Bring your vest to report. Conversations flashed by, most of which were messages about missing people. Wen Ning also noticed that someone posted their coordinates on the World channel, asking their relatives to look for them after seeing them. This practice is obviously not advisable. Looking down, the speech box is like a mobile phone chat box, except that there is a line of translucent small words in the chat box. Novice period. World channel can speak once a day. Wen Ning saw that there was also a regional channel in the lower right corner, and he focused on it. The regional channel was obviously more lively than the World channel, and messages were constantly being refreshed at this time. Because the regional channel does not limit the number of messages. Regional channel, Suyu 1643, please, big brother, give me some water. I'm in the desert. Regional channel, Wang Miao 8653, I'm in the swamp. This little broken house is half submerged. Regional channel, swamps are great. Isn't there water in swamps? Regional channel, Wang Miao 8653, bullshit. The system prompts that you can't drink this water. If you drink it, you will bear the consequences. Regional channel, try it. Regional channel, Haochi 6738, you will die if you try it. Regional channel, Lin Dan 0098, I have to drink 8 glasses of water a day. One less glass or one less mouthful will not do. Regional channel, Master, did you forget to bring a babysitter when you were surviving? Regional channel, Suyu 1643, help. There is a wolf here. Ah! It rushed over. The information stopped abruptly. Wen Ning just saw this message, and the next second the avatar of Suyu turned gray. At the same time, the number in the upper left corner changed. It was 9987 when Wen Ning first came in, and now it has become 9986. After a while, it jumped again and became 9985. Regional channel, goodbye, upstairs. Regional channel, goodbye, upstairs. Regional channel, may there be no pain in heaven. Wen Ning was alert at once. Judging from everyone's reaction, this kind of thing is not surprising. She came in late. Perhaps everyone is past the time when novices are at a loss. Just like the World channel, non-anonymous ones will display detailed personal information, and anonymous ones will have nothing. The regional channel was silent for only 3 seconds before it became active again. Wen Ning lurked for a while, and finally saw useful information. Regional channel, there is actually a stone axe with attributes in the trading market. Regional channel, attributes? This game still has a burst rate? Regional channel, I saw it, and it was just bought by a big guy with a blueprint. Regional channel, blueprint? This game still has blueprints? Regional channel, don't make a fuss upstairs. Is it difficult to have attributes? I'm not saying that his stone axe is not good, look at mine. Then, the regional channel showed an image of an ordinary stone axe, with an entry below. Stone axe, ordinary durability 10/20, reparable. Note, although this is an ordinary stone axe, it has been blessed by the god of luck, so that chopping trees with it will increase the yield by 10%. Note, it can be repaired, and the durability of this stone axe can be restored by consuming certain materials. Regional channel, oh my! It smells good. Regional channel, double entries, it has to be you. Regional channel, boss. How did you get this? Regional channel, you mean this axe? I am a carpenter. When I was making an axe, The system suddenly prompted me to have a flash of inspiration, and then this axe was made. Regional channel, what are you doing? Shao 6, buckle up. Regional channel, you don't need to try, this one is purely accidental. I cut more than a dozen trees, and made nearly 50 axe, and I never got it again. Regional channel, lucky guy. Regional channel, lucky guy. This guy didn't hide anything and directly announced that the tool has a chance to create attributes. At the beginning of the game, everyone was relatively peaceful, rational, and their physical endurance had not reached the limit. Many people really survived with the mentality of playing games. Wen Ning's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. In this case, she seemed to have a business opportunity to make a fortune. After all, their stone axes can only occasionally explode attributes, but her system can directly mass-produce. Got it. Wen Ning immediately found the transaction information she had just collected and focused on entering the private chat interface. Prompt. Survivors are detected to be using the chat function. Do you want to use the anonymous function? Anonymous? Of course, I want to be anonymous. Wen Ning immediately clicked yes. Survivor status is anonymous. Private chat channel. Hello, can you exchange your plastic sheet for other materials? When Wen Ning sent the message, he noticed that his avatar was originally a blurred real-life avatar, and the area he was in was S666. Now that he chose to be anonymous, no information was displayed in the channel, and his avatar turned into a green broccoli. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows. He was indeed completely anonymous. The other party responded promptly, but perhaps because Wen Ning was anonymous, the other party was not very enthusiastic about the transaction. Private chat channel. Linley 8989. What supplies? Linley raised his eyebrows. He got this piece of plastic cloth from a box, and it has been on the market for a long time, but basically no one is interested. Maybe it's because the asking price is too high, but Linley got food and water from the box, so selling this thing is a matter of chance. Now someone came to private chat. He looked cool on the surface, but he was actually excited inside. Wen Ning didn't waste any words and directly sent out the stone axe in his hand that had used up 10 points of durability. Private chat channel. Stone axe. Excellent. Expand. She can synthesize a large number of this stuff in a few minutes, but other players are different. Compared to this, plastic sheeting is more cost-effective and can be used to collect water resources. At this stage, water and food occupy the vast majority of the trading market, and there are far more people seeking to buy than selling. But when everyone can only chop trees, how can there be no market for a handy tool? And Wen Ning still has some confidence in her small grassland. Even if she can't collect water, this piece of plastic sheeting can be used to keep out the cold and mosquitoes, which is not a loss anyway. And she can also use the tool to exchange water. This time the opponent responded faster, almost instantly. Private chat channel. Linley 8989. The stone axe you made? Do you have more? An ordinary stone axe in the world can cause an uproar, not to mention that the excellent stone axe that Wen Ning took out can achieve twice the result with half the effort. When Linley was anxious, Wen Ning knew that the deal would not be lost. At this time, he replied slowly. Private chat channel. No more. Look at the durability. 10 points have been used up. I chopped 130 units of wood in 3 hours, otherwise I would not have traded it. 3 hours and 130 units of wood, and there are still 7 hours before dark. The durability of this axe is only half left. Lin Li's eyes were filled with strong desire. Wen Ning's words were flawless, and his tone was quite helpless. Without waiting for Lin Li's reply, Wen Ning gave him another dose of strong medicine. Private chat channel. If you don't change, I find someone else. I saw another piece of plastic cloth on the trading channel. The other party initiated a transaction. Wen Ning curled his lips and put the excellent stone axe on it. A second later, there was an extra piece of plastic cloth in the backpack. Chapter 4. After getting the plastic sheet, Wen Ning immediately closed the private chat channel. This also stopped Linley from trying to get information from her. Time was running out, so Wen Ning had to start making the underground distiller immediately. Putting the plastic sheet beside her, Wen Ning looked for a handy tool on the manufacturing table. Finally, he made a stone blade and tried to cut the plastic sheet, but it was difficult to cut the plastic sheet because it was not sharp enough. Wen Ning thought about it, and made another one. He put the 2 stone blades into the synthesis system and synthesized a hard granite stone blade. Stone blade, excellent durability, 30/30ths. Stone blade, excellent. This is a God-given blade, as sharp as an ordinary iron blade, and is an indispensable helper for self-defense. Looking at the obviously sharper stone blade, Wen Ning weighed it twice with satisfaction. With a few swish sounds, Wen Ning cut the 10 square meters of plastic sheet, first cutting out 4 square meters, and then dividing it into 4 pieces of equal size. Thinking that the underground distiller would need other materials, Wen Ning thought about it. Using high-quality tools for trading is too eye-catching, and the value is too high and not everyone can afford it. Do you want to synthesize ordinary wood boards *2, synthesize. Synthesizing, please wait. You got a hardwood board *1. You got a hardwood board *1. 9 hardwood boards were synthesized in a row. Including the one tested at the beginning, Wen Ning opened the trading market and chose to sell. 10 hardwood boards were hung up. Under her broccoli avatar, a folded trading message appeared, hardwood boards *10, 10 copies, for a wide-mouthed container of about 2 liters, preferably glass or plastic, with a straw of no less than 50 centimeters in length. Hardwood boards are more than twice as strong as ordinary boards, and can be used to reinforce houses. This message quickly rose to the top after a few seconds of immersion. Message: Boss, you actually have hardwood boards. They look similar to ordinary boards. Are they really as amazing as you say? Message: The system will authenticate the name. The product name cannot be fake. Besides, who said there are no hardwood boards? I got one when I was making boards. After reinforcing the shelter, the solidity value increased by 2 points. Message: 10 hardwood boards. I can still trade them. Boss, please support me. Message: The above person is shameless. Boss, you must have wasted scraps, ordinary boards, when making boards. Give them to me. Message: Boss. Wen Ning has not yet exited the trading market, so she has seen everyone's messages. Since she does not have a shelter for the time being after the shelter collapsed, she does not know what the solidity value mentioned by the survivors is. It seems that I am the only unlucky person. Ding, the transaction is successful. You lost 1 hardwood board and gained 1 glass vase. The first transaction success sounded 5 minutes after Wen Ning posted the transaction information. The subsequent transactions were sold out within a minute one after another. The transaction was so fast that no one in the chat channel could react before it was over. Wen Ning was very satisfied. 10 hardwood boards were exchanged for 2 small plastic buckets, a plastic basin, a glass vase, 6 long straws, and a glass cup. The glass cup was not big, but this was the last hardwood board left, so Wen Ning simply exchanged it. Very good, the capacity of these containers is considerable. Although he didn't know where the other survivors got these things, Wen Ning didn't care so much. She was really thirsty. The sun was already overhead. Wen Ning sped up, first choosing a place slightly inside the grassland where the soil was moist and soft, and there were no trees blocking the light. The soil was soft, so Wen Ning just found a wooden stick. The manufacturing table did not have the recipe for the stone shovel, and the iron one was directly locked, so it could not be opened. After half an hour of hard work, 4 pits were dug in a row, with a diameter of about 80 centimeters and a depth of 50 centimeters. The softness of the soil showed that there was abundant underground water. Wen Ning's confidence increased greatly. In the center, several deeper pits with smaller diameters were dug, and the 4 containers in his hand were placed in them. The reason why these small containers were traded instead of directly synthesizing wooden barrels was because the wooden barrels given by the system were 20 liters, and Wen Ning's underground water extraction device was small, and it would be difficult to evaporate water if the space was large. And her plastic sheet was not enough. Seal the edges tightly with soil, then take out the plastic straw, tie a loose knot, and put the bottom into the bottom of the container. Then cover the pit with plastic sheeting, cover the edge of the plastic sheeting with soil, and fix the plastic sheeting. The knot of the straw is exposed at the edge, and the surrounding area is sealed with soil to prevent insects from crawling in. Finally, select small stones, and place them above the mouth of the container, so that the middle of the plastic sheeting sags and forms an arc for water to flow. In this way, a simple underground distiller is ready. Wen Ning made 4 in the same way. After finishing, he looked up at the sun above his head. The survival watch showed that it was already 1:30 in the afternoon, and a lot of water in the soil had evaporated. After several hours of hard work, Wen Ning was already thirsty. He pursed his lips and patted the surrounding soil tightly. I just hope that in the evening, the water collected here can replenish the water she lost during the day. For the rest of the time, Wen Ning dared not rest. Although she was very tired, she still had to finish building the shelter before the sun went down. She did not forget the system reminder of the snowstorm a week later. If the disaster came gradually, it is very likely that the temperature difference between morning and evening would be particularly large. So, Wen Ning synthesized another excellent stone axe and started the construction mode. Do you want to synthesize ordinary wood planks *2? You got hardwood planks *1. You got hardwood planks *1. 2 hours later, Wen-Ning synthesized and chopped trees at the same time, and finally synthesized 2 backpacks with 198 hardwood planks. Thanks to the excellent stone axe, it is twice as effective with half the effort. If it were an ordinary stone axe, it would take an entire afternoon to do this. There are still 50 pieces of wood and 34 ordinary wood planks left in the backpack. Strike while the iron is hot. Wen-Ning opens the manufacturing table. I found pillars, beams, walls, door frames, doors, ceilings, and wooden floors made of hardwood boards. Let's get the wooden floor done first. If we don't make partitions, it will be troublesome if there are insects. Many mosquitoes in the mountains are poisonous. Wen-Ning made a hardwood floor and laid it out. Soon, a dark brown square-foot foundation appeared on the ground. 1 hardwood floor requires 4 hardwood boards. Wen-Ning counted his hardwood boards and chose to build a 12 square meter shelter. The foundation and ceiling used 96 hardwood boards. The walls and doors used a total of 90 boards. Wen-Ning looked at the appearance. It looked like a matchbox. There was a chimney exit near the door, which was quite convenient. So a simple roof was made, with only a ceiling and no slope. Then Wen-Ning pushed the door open and walked in. The house was empty and a little dark. Wen-Ning left the door open, letting in some light, and then began to look around the entire shelter. The hardwood boards were tightly connected, and the smooth feel seemed to be painted with a layer of wood lacquer. There was also a fresh scent of wood at the tip of the nose. It was just that the light was too dim, and there was no glass, so Wen-Ning didn't dare to leave a window. Looking at this floor, it was definitely not realistic to light a fire. Just as Wen-Ning was thinking, the system prompt sounded. It was detected that the player was in a completely ownerless building. Do you want to rebind the shelter? Rebind? Of course, the thatched house that flew away will definitely not come back. Wen-Ning immediately chose to bind, and after a short wait, binding successful, shelter information is as follows. Shelter, a human building with a considerable safety factor, simple workmanship, even a novice can get started. Completeness, 96, chimney gap. Strongness, 60. Aesthetics, 20. Facilities, 0. Newbie tips. Shelters are safe houses in the wasteland, which can resist natural disasters and attacks by wild beasts. Therefore, protect your shelter and find ways to build a stronger shelter. Remember, don't leave your shelter easily when night falls. What's at night? Wen-Ning, who had a strong sense of crisis, immediately grasped the last sentence. She couldn't leave her shelter at night, and she didn't know this information until she entered the shelter. Wen-Ning was extremely thankful that she had chosen to build a shelter, otherwise, she didn't know what dangers were waiting for her when night fell. There were many people on the World Channel who had their shelters collapsed or destroyed at the beginning like her, so they might not receive this message. But Wen-Ning would not interfere. Everyone has their own destiny. Wen-Ning walked out of the house, holding the stone blade in his hand. A sturdy wooden hut appeared at the junction of the grove and the sparse grassland, which looked very safe. Touching his rumbling stomach, the sun was already setting, and Wen-Ning decided to see how much water the distiller had collected. A person can live for a week without food, but only 3 days without water. Wen-Ning came to the distiller and carefully lifted a corner. There was clear water at the bottom of the bucket, which seemed to be about a finger deep. Found drinkable clean water. Do you want to collect it? Can it be collected directly? Wen-Ning immediately chose to collect it, and then the system prompt sounded. In the absence of storage tools, it is recommended to use a wooden barrel. The containers that Wen-Ning traded for were all placed in the pit, and there were indeed no containers now. Wen-Ning quickly synthesized a wooden barrel. She had just heard the system prompt. This water can be drunk directly. Just as Wen-Ning was collecting water, a sound of breaking air came from behind her. Whoosh! Chapter 5. Wen-Ning felt a strong sense of danger behind her, but she did not completely relax her vigilance despite her extreme exhaustion. She rolled forward on the spot, leaving room to avoid the location of the distiller. The stone blade in her hand stabbed back. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh was heard, and the next moment, a whimpering sound was heard. Woo-woo! Hoo-hoo! Wen-Ning rolled over and turned to face the thing that jumped out from behind her. The setting sun was shining, and a gray wolf was lying on the ground, staring at Wen-Ning with its eyes. At the shoulder peak on the side of her body, a blood hole was gushing with blood. It seemed that Wen-Ning's knife just stabbed its front leg. Wolf! Overlord of the grassland, Wen-Ning thought to himself that it was not good. The green eyes of the wolf in front of him were staring at the water intake device behind Wen-Ning. Wen-Ning understood that the wolf was attracted by the drinking water. He just didn't know if the wolf pack was nearby. Although there was only one wolf in front of her now, she did not dare to let her guard down. Many of the jobs she took were for employers who liked to explore uninhabited areas, and they saw many kinds of wild animals. The master once said that it is better to provoke a tiger than a pack of wolves. Regardless of whether the wolves were nearby or not, she had only one choice now. That was to deal with the wolf as soon as possible and then escape. It was possible that she would not even be able to keep the shelter. She did not think that her shelter could withstand the attack of the wolves. Would she be so unlucky that she would die again on the first day of her survival? Thinking of this, Wen Ning held the stone blade in her hand tighter, and she could not hesitate. The gray wolf opposite her was irritably digging the ground with its front paws, roaring and rushing up. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, ready to strike. The distance between the man and the wolf was only 20 meters, and 3 seconds was enough for the wolf to get close. Wen Ning saw the right moment and jumped up suddenly. The stone blade in his hand was swung out at a strange angle, and stabbed into the other shoulder of the wolf with incredible precision. He used his body skills to avoid the wolf's bloody mouth. Plop, plop! The man and the wolf fell to the ground one after another, but Wen Ning did not immediately close the gap. A stone axe appeared out of thin air in her right hand behind her back. She chopped at the gray wolf that had just landed at an extremely fast speed. The gray wolf could not dodge in time, and was hit in the head by the stone axe. Ah! A miserable long howl sounded, and Wen Ning remained calm. He pulled out the stone blade in his left hand, without any pause or hesitation, and turned a corner and stabbed it into the side of the wolf's neck. Ah woo! The wolf's howl turned into a painful whimper. Blood splashed. Wen Ning looked like a silent killer. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her murderous face. She stirred the stone blade in her hand with an expressionless face, and the gray wolf under her hand gradually stopped struggling. When the gray wolf was completely dead, Wen Ning collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Although she was not afraid, she had not drunk a drop of water for a whole day, and her body had reached its limit. Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and she found that her hands and feet were trembling slightly. Fortunately, this wolf was injured a long time ago, otherwise, I would have to take a few hits to take it down. Wen Ning keenly saw that the gray wolf had old injuries when it attacked, and it was likely a wolf that had fallen behind. However, she did not let down her guard until she completely killed it, and no other wolves appeared around. Go forward to clean up the mess. Congratulations on getting animal hide *1. Congratulations on getting wolf meat *10 kg. Congratulations on getting wooden treasure chest *1. Wen Ning put all the light balls into her backpack, and even the wooden treasure chest did not attract her attention. The kill drops appear in the form of light balls, which is different from cutting down trees. So Wen Ning waved her hand, and the backpack was filled with 3 boxes. The crisis was resolved, and she now had only one thought. I'm so thirsty, so thirsty. Quickly walked to the distiller, took the wooden barrel and started collecting water. Congratulations on getting 280 milliliters of clean drinking water. Congratulations on getting 300 milliliters of clean drinking water. After an afternoon of evaporation, Wen Ning obtained a total of 1,300 milliliters of clean drinking water. Not bad, equivalent to 2 bottles of mineral water. And as long as the device is not destroyed, it can continue to produce. Wen Ning smiled, looked at the drinking water in the wooden barrel, and took out a straw and started drinking. The underground water at the entrance had no peculiar smell, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass, refreshing. After drinking half of it, Wen Ning sighed with satisfaction. It is said that water is the source of life. Walking back slowly, the bloodstains left by the gray wolf on the ground behind him were cleaned up by the system, and Wen Ning was not worried about the wolf pack coming back. A wolf that fell behind just happened to bring her a dinner. Wen Ning gave up the idea of exchanging water for food. After returning to the shelter, Wen Ning took off his fatigue and sat on the hardwood floor without any image, holding the wooden barrel in front of him, until the water in the wooden barrel disappeared by a little half. Remembering that he still had trophies to look at, Wen Ning looked at the backpack attentively. Next to a large piece of bright red wolf meat was the weight, 10 kilograms, and a complete wolf skin. I don't know how the system did it, but Wen Ning found that all the holes he had pierced in the animal skin were gone. This was great. The wolf skin kept me warm, and the wolf meat filled my stomach. Wen Ning didn't take out these 2 things. Anyway, the backpack was clean and had no expiration date. Then Wen Ning saw the treasure chest in the next compartment. There's actually another treasure chest. He took out the wooden treasure chest, and a large box instantly appeared on the floor. Wen Ning focused his mind and opened the wooden treasure chest. Congratulations on getting bread *1 for 100 G. Congratulations on getting bottled mineral water *1. Congratulations on getting wooden planks *3, huh? I got water and food. Wen Ning was a little surprised, not disappointed at all. Although he already had clean drinking water and wolf meat, the wolf meat was raw after all, and it was difficult to cook without a fire source. Besides, who would complain about having too much food? After taking out the things from the box did not disappear, but a decomposition prompt appeared. Do you want to decompose the wooden box? With a previous experience that the wooden door required 4 planks to build, but only 3 pieces could be decomposed, Wen Ning quickly cancelled the decomposition. This box can also be used to store things in the corner. She has no shortage of wood now, and does not need to rely on decomposing the wood of the box. Wen Ning put away the supplies, then made a wooden cup, filled it with water, took out the bread, and sat on the ground to enjoy the first meal of the day. She was exhausted to the extreme, so she had no intention of grilling meat anymore. The bread tasted sweet, and with the sweet groundwater, this meal was a luxury. It was getting dark when Ning flipped through the manufacturing table and spent 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of weeds to synthesize a torch. Ordinary torch. An ordinary torch, which can burn for 4 hours after being lit. 4 hours. 12 hours at night. It is better to light it all night. Wen Ning made another torch and synthesized the 2 torches. Ordinary torch. A torch that has been specially processed, which can continue to burn for 8 hours after being lit, and dispel a small part of the cold. Not bad, now I just need a fire. Wen Ning muttered to himself, and opened the trading market. At this time, there were many more supplies on the market, and the price level gradually returned to normal. The prices of water and food were still very high. It seemed that there were not many people who dared to go out on the first day. The regional channel was filled with the voices of many freeloaders and online beggars. Wen Ning flipped through the information and finally spent 100 G of fresh wolf meat to exchange for a brand new lighter. Congratulations on getting a windproof lighter *1. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the other party wanted to add another deal, but Wen Ning sent a private message and ignored it. The survival watch showed that it was already 2015. It got dark very quickly just now, which was completely different from the sunrise and sunset on the blue planet. Wen Ning didn't plan to make a fire. Although it was a little cool at night, it was not cold at all. Wen Ning lit the torch, closed the door, and propped up a few more sticks out of concern. Isolated from the dark environment outside the house, a cluster of flames suddenly rose in the small and empty house. The whole house became brighter, and warmth was continuously released from the torch. A full sense of security. The smoke drifted out from the reserved 10 centimeters chimney position, without any choking smell. Such a small hole, there was no need to worry about any creatures crawling in. After swallowing the last bite of bread and water, Wen Ning leaned against the wall with satisfaction. On the first day in the wasteland, he had a solid shelter. There was a temporary source of drinking water, enough food for at least 3 days, and a warm torch and plenty of wood. After a day of running around, Wen Ning's sense of crisis finally subsided a lot. He made a bed with hardwood, covered it with the remaining plastic tarpaulin, and then spread the hay he picked up in the afternoon on it. It was a little simple, but Wen Ning felt warm lying on it wrapped in linen clothes. He opened the World Channel leisurely. Chapter 6. As night fell, the survivors who had worked hard all day were basically eating dinner. Of course, there were also some who were starving and shivering in the shelter with empty stomachs. With the system prompt in front, there were basically no survivors who went out to seek death. There were many people begging with their mouths open in the regional channel. In Wen Ning's shelter, the firelight flickered. The coarse linen clothes on his body were of good quality. They were not torn by a day's work, and they were not damaged even in the battle with the gray wolf. Wearing them had a simple function of keeping warm, and the whole person was very comfortable. The straw mat behind him was moderately soft and hard. Although it was not as soft as Wen Ning's bed in the Davy wilderness, Wen Ning did not dislike it. She had lived a hard life since she was a child. Before she was picked up by her master in the orphanage, she was the target of isolation and bullying by all the children. The master gave her a home and taught her the skills to make a living. Finally, when she finished her studies and became a master, the master fell asleep peacefully. Then she worked hard on her own and joined the security team, living an exciting life on the edge of a knife. The sound of the wind whistled in the gap of the chimney. It dragged Wen Ning out of his memories in an instant. How long has it been since I last thought of my master? Wen Ning was silent for a while, shook his head fiercely, and the confused look in his eyes was gradually replaced by determination. Master said, "If the mountain is not for me, I will go to the mountain. No matter where you are, you must integrate into the environment and adapt to the environment, so that you can survive for a long time. Let's go to the channel to see if there is any intelligence information. Regional channel. Is this really a shelter? I swear, if the wind gets stronger, it might be blown away. Oh my god, I was just talking, but it really was blown away. Regional channel. Is everything upstairs okay? The survival system says not to leave the shelter at night, so what is out there? Regional channel. Forget it, are you still alive? Regional channel. Help! So many eyes. And Will-o'-the-Wisp. Green. Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, his avatar went dark. Regional channel. It seems to be over, goodbye brother. Regional channel. Today is only the first day. I saw 10,000 people in the region this morning, but now there are only 9,833. So many people are gone in one day. Regional channel. Everyone, store more food. Pickle the extra meat, so that you will have food to survive the winter when the snowstorm comes. Regional, but don't you have a backpack? Regional channel. You seem like the brain-stunted expert on the blue planet, whose typical remarks are, if you can't afford a house, buy 2 more. Regional channel. Guess why the food in the trading market is so expensive? Regional channel. Forget about food. Is there any water? My father is XX. Give me water. I will give you 20 million. Regional channel. Hey, young master, you are a beggar on the internet. Does your father know? Regional channel. Isn't water easy to get? I stepped on a mouse to death today, and a wooden treasure chest was directly exploded, which contained 3 1-liter bottles of Wow Hee mineral water. Regional channel. Treasure chest? The explosion rate is too low. I am just passing by. Regional channel. I was in the desert. I killed more than 10 lizards, but not a single treasure chest dropped. Regional channel. This shelter is really useless. It's so cold. I must upgrade it to wooden tomorrow. I suggest everyone upgrade their shelters to wooden in the first 3 days. I guess the snowstorm will gradually become colder. Regional channel. Are you pretending to be a great prophet? Regional channel. Oh my! Why can't my thatched house be upgraded to wooden? Am I not working hard enough? Wen Ning looked at the regional channel in silence for a while, then switched to the world channel. I only watched it for a minute, and then quit. Due to speech restrictions in the world channel, most people are looking for relatives. On the contrary, there is more information in the regional channel. Wen Ning finished browsing and summarized some information. The regional number is a letter plus a number. At present, everyone seems to be a lone wolf, on the same planet but not on the same map. However, there is no news from the few people who posted their coordinates in the world channel. I don't know if they are still alive. There are 10,000 survivors in each area, and everyone is scattered in different environments and terrains. There are Gobi, desert, wasteland, forest, swamp, ocean, etc. The common characteristics are lack of water and food. For some reason, the system prompts that the water source originally brought by the terrain cannot be directly drunk. After filtering, a small part can meet the drinking standard. Some survivors ignored the system prompts and drank the water directly, which led to diarrhea and death. So the survivors dared not drink it anymore, and those who posted the water on the trading platform were criticized. There is a chance of treasure chests dropping when killing monsters, and it is also possible to pick up treasure chests in the wild, but the probability is extremely low. The survivors kept brushing messages. Although Wen Ning's brain was good, it was still a bit too much to store such a large amount of information. Wen Ning was thinking about it, and suddenly opened the regional channel again, selected a grayed out avatar in it, added it to the private chat channel, and then began to send messages. The other party has died in the Wasteland world and cannot reply to messages. The system reminded him kindly, and Wen Ning curled his lips, just because he couldn't reply, otherwise, how could she take notes? First day of survival, world rules, shelter rules, trading rules. Current supplies, 48 wood, 27 ordinary wood boards, 13 hardwood boards, 3 tools, stone axe, stone blade, windproof lighter, 1 wooden box, 1 wolf skin, 10 kilograms wolf meat, 100 G for trading, a shelter, including internal facilities. Tomorrow's work, 1. Continue to collect materials, stones. 2. Food and water. 3. Try to process wolf skins. 4. Build a fire pit in a house. Wen Ning wrote down all this, and then pinned the dead player to the top, and then logged out of the system. He turned his head to look at the flickering fire, and then looked at the fresh wolf meat in the backpack, and closed his eyes with peace of mind. He planned to add some furniture to his home tomorrow. It was empty, and without the smell of fireworks. Wen Ning slept peacefully, but other people in the Wasteland world might not be so. Linley in Area A09 was the one who traded plastic cloth with Wen Ning. After getting Wen Ning's excellent stone axe, Bald Chan was possessed, and he chopped trees frantically for an afternoon, upgrading his shelter from a thatched hut to a log cabin. With the food and water he got in the morning by luck, he spent the first day safely. Except for some people who were capable and lucky, many other shelters were crumbling. A few wooden boards added did not increase the solidity value at all, but instead made the beams crumbling. The shelter was even more empty, and the wood chopped after a hard day was not enough to trade 100 milliliters of water, let alone make furniture. In addition, the survivors came to this place on the first day, and panic occupied most of their emotions. They were hungry and sleepy, and their minds and bodies were suffering from a double blow. The players ignored the rumbling sounds in their stomachs, and curled up on the floor, in the corner, with dry throats. After surviving this difficult night, many people did not expect that this first night would be the best night they spent in the Wasteland continent. Today, some people died, some were injured, and some were lucky enough to get survival supplies. Just like the game says, this world is full of dangers and opportunities. Do what you can, otherwise, you will really die. However, although the survival system has prompted that you cannot leave your shelter at night, there are still many people who are seeking death. With the mentality of starving the timid to death and eating too much to death, they stepped out of the shelter door, hoping to be the first to eat crabs. However, the terrifying existence at night made them freeze in place as soon as they went out, and then their avatars on the World Channel quietly turned gray. Thousands of survivors lost their lives silently that night, and no one knew what they were facing. Because no one can live to tell these stories. Chapter 7. The moon sets and the sun rises. The second day of the novice period of the Wasteland calendar, mild season, sunny, 8 o'clock, Wen Ning woke up at the first light of day and rolled over to sit up from the wooden bed. Creaky. It was just one night. Was she so restless in her sleep that the wooden bed protested? Ignoring these details, Wen Ning rubbed her numb shoulders and sore arms and thighs, and opened the wooden door. Today was another sunny day, which meant that her water extraction device could still produce water. Let's go check the device first. After reviewing last night, many survivors actually found ways to filter water. Although not many, they would not let themselves die of thirst. Wen Ning immediately went to her distiller and took out the wooden barrel she made. Congratulations on obtaining 1.6 liters of clean drinking water, carefully opened a corner, and the glass vase inside was full of water. One night. This was collected by just one distiller. Wen Ning grinned. This grassland is really a treasure land. He quickly collected the remaining distiller's water. Congratulations on obtaining 1.8 liters of clean drinking water. Congratulations on obtaining 1.8 liters of clean drinking water. In the end, Wen Ning collected a total of 6.5 liters of drinking water, equivalent to 13 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. According to the fact that an adult needs 2 liters of water a day, Wen Ning collected 3 days of drinking water in one go. What's more, this device collects water 24 hours a day, and the surface is like a natural filtration device. In addition, the vegetation here is lush, so it can be drunk directly. Wen Ning put the wooden barrel filled with half a bucket of drinking water into her backpack and returned to the shelter humming a little tune. This early morning harvest made her decide to have barbecue this morning. Every morning when I wake up, I have water, and I feel good. Wen Ning returned to the door. There were 30 stones left yesterday, and Wen Ning took out 5. The advantage of the system is that no matter what kind of raw materials you collect, they will become uniform in shape and size in the system backpack. Then the specifications are the same when you take them out. Wen Ning picked up the stones that looked exactly the same and neatly stacked them in a circle near the shelter, leaving soil in the middle. Then he used weeds and wood to ignite the fire in the middle, and a simple fire was ready. Wen Ning added a piece of wood. The burning time of the fire increases by 1 hour. Well, that's enough. He took out another piece of wood and split it into small pieces in a few seconds. Wen Ning used a stone blade to quickly sharpen the wood strips and make them round. Soon, several barbecue skewers were prepared. Then the wolf meat was divided into 3 pieces of 100 g each and put on the skewers. It was put next to the fire and roasted. 5 minutes later, the aroma of meat began to spread, and the surface of the wolf meat began to sizzle with oil, which looked mouth-watering. Wen Ning had eaten a lot of animal meat on Blue Star, but he had never tried wolf meat. I wonder if there are viruses in the wolf meat on this planet. Wen Ning turned the meat over skillfully, and then sighed regretfully. It would be nice if there was some salt, cumin and barbecue seasoning. It would be better if there was a glass of water. TSK, I drooled just thinking about it. Wen Ning quickly looked away and opened the trading interface. Someone should be able to sell the seasoning, right? Old Wolf auction information. Soft bread asterisk 10. Auction countdown. 48 minutes and 56 seconds auction? Wen Ning looked carefully and found that this was the first time that someone had offered drinking water for trading in the market. And it was not a one-time deal but an auction. Someone has already made a bid. Asterisk 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 bid iron block asterisk 1, waiting for trading. Asterisk 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 bid iron block asterisk 1, glass asterisk 1, waiting for trading. Asterisk 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 message. Let me put it this way, although I have nothing now, my family has a mine on Blue Star, understand? Asterisk 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 message. I am digging, wait for me. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows, and browsed through some other trading information, and came to a conclusion. Water and food are still in short supply in the market, but after one night, some people have been deliberately collecting precious resources. Although the purchasing power of food and water is high, since everyone is moving towards a higher direction, won't tools be even more scarce? After all, tools represent efficiency. We all have two hands, and efficiency determines productivity. I have a plug-in in my hand, and I don't need big sand coins with a plug-in. Wen Ning browsed around and got a general understanding of the prices in the market, and exited the transaction interface. It happened that his wolf meat was already roasted, so he took a piece, and took a bite without caring about the heat. So hot, so delicious. Chewing slowly, Wen Ning almost chewed the meat, until it was rotten before he was willing to swallow it. In 24 hours, he only ate a piece of bread, and that was after a tiring day. Now this mouthful of hot barbecue comforted Wen Ning's heart, and it was as if he had been revived to full health on the spot. The fresh wolf meat was extremely tender, and the backpack's preservation function kept it as fresh as when it fell from the wolf. Another sip of the clean drinking water that had just been drawn. This taste was simply amazing. Wen Ning devoured the meat quickly, and soon a piece of meat went down his stomach. It was so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue, and his hand reached out to the next piece honestly. While enjoying a delicious breakfast, Wen Ning synthesized the axe. Ordinary stone axes asterisk 2 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining a stone axe. Excellent. Asterisk 1. The synthesis system's announcement sounded 11 times in total. The last time. Congratulations on obtaining a stone blade. Excellent. Asterisk 1. Ding! The host's luck exploded. This synthesis will gain an additional attribute. Wen Ning paused, as he bit the meat at the edge of his mouth. Luck exploded? Quickly picked up the stone blade and concentrated on checking it. Stone blade. Excellent. Weapon sharpness value is doubled. Stone blade. Excellent. This is a stone blade made by God. With it, you can easily penetrate the skull of ordinary creatures. Hiss. So scary. Wen Ning held the stone blade in his hand, which felt like jade, and was indeed much better than other ones. In the case that iron weapons cannot be unlocked, this should be the current weapon ceiling. Wen Ning sucked his fingers twice, swallowed the last piece of meat, and began to edit the auction information excitedly. Auction information of anonymous survivors. Stone axe. Excellent. Asterisk 1. Details can be expanded. Auction countdown. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Wen Ning put up an excellent synthesized stone axe, which did not attract everyone's attention at first, because at that time most people only cared about food and water. But now it is different. Players have experienced the horror of the night, and now have an unprecedented desire to upgrade wooden shelters. Wen Ning took out the same tools to sell. Because of the surge in demand, the purchasing power is also rising. Who doesn't want to have a stone axe that can do twice the result with half the effort, and has a critical hit? That's right. When Wen Ning checked the stone blade and axe that had just been synthesized, she found a critical hit axe. It seems that her synthesis system still has many magical places. The game system seemed to be unaware of the synthesized items, and explained this change as a special craft when describing the items. This made Wen Ning feel relieved, but it is best to avoid the items synthesized by the system appearing in the trading market. Although there is an anonymous function, it cannot guarantee that she can hide forever. No one can find her now. When the system changes the rules, she can't escape. Wen Ning has always been worried about the to be continued on the game panel. Master taught her that when you are not strong enough, you must learn to hide yourself, and not become an alien in the environment. So Wen Ning did not set a long time. She believed that with so many people brushing the trading market, there would definitely be good things to exchange. Sure enough, Wen Ning's trading information was posted for 10 seconds, and the bids were made below. Asterisk 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 bid iron or asterisk 5, waiting for trading. Asterisk 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 bid iron or asterisk 1, glass asterisk 1, waiting for trading. Asterisk 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 message. Oh my god, I'm enlightened. What's the difference between this and the golden legend? Asterisk 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 message. Critical axe. Critical rate 30%. And twice the result with half the effort. Asterisk 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 message. Double the output. Sellers, look at me. Asterisk 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 message. Why don't you make your name public? Boss, I have a lot of good things here, private chat. Don't force me to beg you. There are many messages and bids, and some people come to join in the fun. Is the time set too long? Wen Ning's idea was to run away with the money as quickly as possible. But she didn't expect that among this huge amount of information, her auction information would be directly listed at the top because of the surge in views. Wen Ning looked at the 5 pieces of iron ore with the highest bids, and didn't have any ideas. Iron ore is considered to be the most precious metal material that everyone has seen so far. But Wen Ning had heard in the regional channel that all iron products require drawings to unlock. In addition, iron ore is only the raw material, and a furnace is required to smelt it. And semi-finished iron ingots are not that survivors don't have them, but they can only be obtained by unpacking, which makes them more precious. World Channel. Zhang Feng in G56 District, the player who auctioned the stone axe in the trading system. I have an excellent level spear. Let's trade in private. World Channel. Are you in an online relationship, little brother? I only need an axe. You can do whatever you want when we meet. Private chat. World Channel. The guy above is 100% chest hair and picks his feet. World Channel. Agree +1. Wen Ning had no interest in browsing these channels, but her private chat channel was about to explode. Although anonymous, others could still chat with her privately through her avatar. However, Wen Ning discovered a phenomenon, that is, the dialogue box of the player Lin Li who traded with her yesterday disappeared. Moreover, her avatar also turned into a potato. This is completely anonymous. Very good. Wen Ning roughly glanced at the private messages, all of which were bargaining, begging, and threatening. There were not many people who made serious bids. There was an auction, so Wen Ning was too lazy to waste words with these people. Just block them with one click, and then set the blocking conditions and mute. The interface was clean all of a sudden, empty and spotless. It's quiet now. This auction was just the beginning. Wen Ning sat on the stone, and continued to edit the auction information. Chapter 8. Auction information from anonymous players. Stone axe, excellent, expand. Auction countdown, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Auction information from anonymous players. Stone axe, excellent, expand. Auction countdown, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Auction information from anonymous players. Stone blade, excellent, expand. Auction countdown, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. After sending out 5 stone axes and 5 stone blades in a row, Wen Ning stopped. The stone blade that gave him a great luck did not sell, as this kind of equipment is hard to come by. The remaining 5 stone axes are all excellent, carrying the attribute of getting twice the result with half the effort. The first one has an additional attribute of critical strike, and the attention is obviously higher than the others. After yesterday, the wood, stone and thatch collected by ordinary people basically fit in one backpack. Including the ones used, it is estimated that there is not much stock left. And because Wen Ning had the stone axe that got twice the result with half the effort, she almost cut down all the trees in the grove. When I woke up this morning, I saw that the grove had returned to its original state as it had not been cut down yesterday. Wen Ning had a lot of things to do, and he did not intend to waste time on collecting materials. The best way was to trade the tools synthesized by the synthesis system. The system was completely anonymous, and Wen Ning's avatar was random for every auction message. Wen Ning was just trying to make a quick buck. Anyway, a stone axe only required 2 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of stone, and a stone blade only required stone, not wood. She was not the only one with the attribute, and it would not attract more attention in a short time. While waiting for others to bid, Wen Ning picked up some stones, and dug some soil, and moved them into the shelter. She piled up soil under the chimney reserved in the shelter, smoothed it, and poured 100 milliliters of water on the surface. Wet soil is easy to be plasticized. Wen Ning mixed the mud and smoothed it to lay a layer of insulation. It was about 6 centimeters high from her wooden floor. Then, she stacked stones neatly on it, and finally used 9 stones to surround a fire that was larger than the fire outside the door. It's done! Light a fire to let the soil dry quickly and form. Wen Ning brought the remaining fire outside the door in, and the house instantly became warm. The sun had not risen completely yet, and Wen Ning felt that the morning was cooler than the night. In the regional channel last night, someone talked about the problem of cold, So many people would consider upgrading their houses today. After all, food is hard to find, but wood, stones, and wheats can be found everywhere. Wen Ning added 2 more pieces of wood, and the fire pile indicated that there were 2.5 hours of burning time left. The smoke went out of the chimney hole, and there was no smoke in the house. Wen Ning warmed her wet hands. Although she had some water now, she didn't want to waste it on washing her hands before dinner time. The mud on her hands dried and fell off with a pat. Anyway, she would continue working later, so she didn't mind getting dirty. If the auction went well, she could upgrade her shelter to stone today, and she wouldn't have to worry about the snowstorm. Calculating that the time was almost up, Wen Ning opened the trading market, where people were discussing her tools enthusiastically. More messages emerged under the auction information of the stone blade, offer, iron or *10, waiting for transaction. Offer, toilet paper *5, waiting for transaction. Message, another big guy. Excellent weapons. Message, the child is crying because of greed. There are wild rabbits on my grassland. I caught them all day yesterday, but didn't catch a single hare. Message, big guy, please sponsor me the weapons. I will kill the wolf dog next door, and treat you to meat. Message, don't believe it. It's definitely a meat bun to a dog. Wen Ning couldn't help laughing at these messages, and clicked on the next one. Offer, 1 thin blanket, waiting for the transaction. Comment, to be honest, the weapon of the anonymous boss looks really good. Look at the durability, look at the attributes, hiss hiss, hiss. Comment, stop talking to the people above, if you have time, hurry up and plan the wood, I will buy the stone blade of the boss even if I have to plan my hand off today. Damn, I have been annoyed with the wild boar next to me for a long time. Today, either I kill it or it kills me. Comment, you are awesome, buddy. I support you. I just want to ask, will you sell the pork when the time comes? Comment, add 1, nothing else, just want to ask the price, so that I can prepare in advance. Comment, add 10086, put award. Wen Ning watched for a while, and found that the short auction time made these survivors take out their best things. Unlike the auction next door, which lasted for an hour, everyone was calculating the value of their bids, and then they added 1 piece of wood at a time. No matter what, they were unwilling to bid too high a price. Wen Ning had a lot of offers, and they were all very diverse. The system ranked them from top to bottom based on their value. Wen Ning simply ignored the comments and focused on everyone's offers. Although Wen Ning mainly collected basic materials, the players were too enthusiastic. So the offers were much higher than Wen Ning expected. Iron ore? I take it. Toilet paper? I take that, too. Mattress? Thin blanket? I have to have it. Congratulations on getting 30 wood, 20 stone, 10 iron ore. Congratulations on getting 50 wood, 30 stone, 5 toilet paper. The trading sound of ding-ding-ding sounded, and Wen Ning's backpack was almost full in an instant. After the backpack was full, he could not continue trading. Wen Ning could only take out a lot of things, and throw them on the ground. The wood and stone were thrown outside. The iron ore was placed in the corner of the shelter. The mattress and blanket were placed on the bed. The remaining items were also classified and placed on the ground. Finally, Wen Ning got the following materials. Wood *400, hardwood *50, stone *300, iron block *20, linen *4, mattress *1, thin blanket *1, quilt *1, silk quilt *1, iron pot *1, small bread *2, plastic sheet *2, cabbage seed *1, corn seed *1, potato seed *1. Most importantly, Wen Ning also got a blueprint. Long gun blueprint. One time, Wen Ning unfolded the blueprint. After learning, you can make a long gun. After learning, the blueprint will be automatically destroyed and can no longer be sold. Do you want to learn the long gun blueprint? Wen Ning chose to learn. Instantly, the manufacturing table interface in his mind opened automatically. Then a long gun icon among the iron products lit up. Wen Ning concentrated on checking. Long spear, ordinary with 3/453, iron ingot 1-0. So you want iron ingot? No wonder you traded it. Wen Ning felt a little regretful, because she didn't have any iron ingot even after trading so many things. This means that this blueprint cannot be converted into cash for the time being. But it doesn't matter. 10 tools can be exchanged for so many supplies. For her, this wave of blood profit is a sure win. There is no other food in these supplies except the bread, and there is no water at all. Wen Ning knew that the first thing was that water resources are still scarce now. The water found by the players is not enough for themselves to drink, so how can they use it to buy things? But she is not worried. Sighing slightly, Wen Ning began to pack up the supplies. Plastic sheet and linen cloth were placed under the box. A mattress was placed on the bed, and the remaining plastic sheet was placed underneath to prevent water and insects. Then a thin quilt was placed on it. It was not particularly cold now, so a thin quilt was suitable. Replace the straw mat, cut it into small pieces with a stone blade, and then wrap it with a layer of thatch, and then wrap it with a layer of linen cloth. A simple pillow was ready. Wen Ning wrapped the remaining silk quilt, and other things with a whole piece of plastic cloth, and then tried to put them into the backpack. Wen Ning smiled at the small package that appeared in the backpack. The bug was successfully blocked. Look, the supplies that can only be collected for a whole day were done in half an hour. With these supplies, Wen Ning couldn't bear to see the whole house empty. Open the manufacturing interface. A wooden table is needed. And chairs. 2 chairs are needed, one for me to sit on, and the other is empty, so I can be willful and play. 2 wooden boxes are also needed, because she doesn't know where to find monsters now, and even if she kills them, she still needs luck. Forget it, I don't need 1 or 2. 3 boxes are neatly placed in the corner, and the bed is covered with a light yellow thin blanket and a clean mattress. The chair is covered with a freshly cut straw mat. Wen Ning also made a simple stand and placed it on the fire. The stone tripod is resistant to high temperatures after being synthesized, and it can just hold the iron pot that Wen Ning got in the trade. Well, add a wooden spatula and chopsticks, and it's done. Chapter 9. After doing all this, Wen Ning remembered that the first axe with critical hit had not yet ended the auction. He quickly clicked on it to have a look. Monster Encyclopedia, low level, *1, waiting for trading. Wooden armor set, ordinary, *1, waiting for trading. Small planting field *1, waiting for trading. Iron ingot *20, glass *20, waiting for trading. Message, my wooden armor smells so good. Message, you don't know until you see it, you be shocked. Are everyone so rich? Message, is this the disparity in the world? Some people are still worrying about food and water, while others already have good things beyond my imagination. Wen Ning took a quick look. This auction has a message function. Players who bid, or players who watch the fun, and even yourself can leave messages, similar to the post bar, and some players are still chatting here. In addition to the previous few types of supplies, there are also some ordinary tools with slightly better levels scattered around. Wen Ning did not see any newer supplies or equipment. With the successful auction in the previous 5 minutes, Wen Ning had high expectations for this double-entry stone axe. However, it seemed that everyone's bids were more about quality than quantity. After weighing the pros and cons, Wen Ning chose the first Monster Encyclopedia transaction. Let's see what's so special about this item that ranks first in the system's evaluation. Congratulations on obtaining the Monster Encyclopedia, low level. Do you want to use it? Use it. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, the encyclopedia in his backpack disappeared, and at the front of the game panel, the column that displayed, to be continued, moved back 1 space as a whole, and a manual logo appeared. That's the function? Wen Ning clicked it curiously. The gray manual unfolded in his mind, and all the strange beasts had only a simple outline and a name. The introduction of it was also gray below. Wen Ning curiously flipped through 2 pages. Blue fire lizard. Red fire lizard. Mutated green-headed turtle. Sand pig. After a row of gray icons on the 3rd page, Wen Ning finally saw a colorful creature. Looking closely, it was the wolf he killed yesterday evening. Grassland gray wolf. Wen Ning clicked on its details page. Name, Grassland gray wolf. Type, ordinary creature. Danger factor, 300 out of 15. Drop, gray wolf meat, fangs, hide, others. Weakness, fire. Tip, gray wolves often travel in groups, and the old, weak, sick and disabled will be expelled from the team and left to fend for themselves. If you meet a wolf pack, it's best to run away. If you meet a lone wolf, then fight. That day, the wolf was indeed the one who fell behind. No wonder it didn't drop any fangs. It must have been old. Wen Ning looked at the danger index. The danger index of the wolf pack was as high as 300, while that of a single wolf was only 15. Luckily, fortunately, this monster encyclopedia is indeed worth it. It not only records the monsters of ordinary levels in detail, but also explains their weaknesses. As long as Wen Ning encounters one, the corresponding monster icon will light up. But this is just a primary manual, which can only identify ordinary creatures and low-level mutant monsters. But the weakness alone is enough to rank among the top. not to mention other information such as drops. However, Wen Ning fell into deep thought as he looked at the mutant monster. If the wolf she met that day, and the wolf dog and wild boar they discussed on the World Channel, were all ordinary creatures, then what kind of existence would the mutant monster be? Wen Ning looked at the first page of the manual, showing the red lizard and the blue lizard standing. The vague outline gave Wen Ning a lot of room for imagination, and the unreality of the game came to his mind again. Facing these monsters, how confident can Wen Ning be? Wen Ning is not sure, but what Wen Ning can be sure of is that he should arm himself as soon as possible. But he still has to arm himself before going out. Looking at the things he has now, the tools have been upgraded, and the price will not be too high if he upgrades them again. The water resources are barely enough for him to drink. Then, the only thing that can occupy a sufficient market share is his wolf meat. Auctions are too time-consuming, so Wen Ning searches directly on the trading market. Iron ingots. It is said that iron ingots only explode in boxes. No matter how small the probability is, as long as the base number is large, the number will not be particularly small. Wen Ning sifted through it, and found 5 trading messages. 5 iron ingots, not sure if they came from the same person. 3 of them wanted food, 2 wanted water. Wen Ning waited, and decided to buy the 5 iron ingots. You lost 1200 G of wolf meat, and gained 3 iron ingots. You lost 600 milliliters of clean drinking water, and gained 2 iron ingots. With 5 iron ingots, you can make 2 synthesized spears, 1 for yourself and 1 for trading. The night was more suitable. Wen Ning felt it was necessary to give the survivor some time to collect resources. So Wen Ning only made 2 spears first, and then chose to synthesize. Synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations on getting the spear, excellent. Long spear, excellent durability 50-50. Long spear, excellent from the ingenious craftsman, powerful and unstoppable. The iron spear head is unstoppable. Excellent. Wen Ning gave a thumbs up. The spear in her hand was a little taller than her height. Wen Ning's professional characteristics made her not pick any weapons. Walking out of the door, facing the misty grassland, Wen Ning directly played a set of fancy spears. Charge, stab, pick, turn, good spear. He took out his stone blade from behind his waist. Now he has the power to fight back in close combat and long-range combat. The only weakness is the coarse linen clothes on his body. Can wooden armor be made? Wen Ning opened the manufacturing table, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything related to wooden armor. No wonder that wooden armor was ranked second in value. It should also require a blueprint. Forget it, it's getting late, let's go out. The survival watch showed that it was already 9 o'clock. After emptying his backpack, leaving only his stone axe and wolf meat, Wen Ning went out holding his spear and stone blade. One of the goals yesterday was to process wolf skins, and to find a source of food. Processing wolf skins is for warmth. Now that Wen Ning has warm supplies, he won't deal with the wolf skins for now. Put it in a separate box. As for food, Wen Ning thought about trying to grow crops, so he focused on collecting some seeds, but the planting cycle is too long, not to mention that he is not sure whether the land here can grow anything. Therefore, Wen Ning could not consider farming in the short term. The only way left was to go out hunting. Since he was in the grassland, it was not too much to have a few wild rabbits, right? The piece of wolf meat in his backpack was probably enough to eat until the snowstorm came. If he did not store more food during the warm days, he would probably starve when the snowstorm came. Wen Ning planned to explore this grassland. He had almost walked through the woods yesterday, and there were indeed no creatures. Wen Ning went out and headed west. He used the coordinates given by the system to identify the direction, and drew marks on the ground with his feet. Double guarantee that he would not get lost. The grassland was indeed much more humid than the woods. Wen Ning drank 500 milliliters of water before going out. In order not to occupy the backpack, he deliberately did not bring water. Walking on the grassland, there was no sight of cattle, and sheep blowing the grass low in the wind, and the maps that had not been explored were covered in a thin layer of mist. Walking in it, Wen Ning felt a burst of coolness. Fortunately, the sun came out in about 10 minutes, and the fog in the field of vision dissipated instantly. Wen Ning was able to see the whole picture of the grassland. Blue sky, white clouds, and gentle breeze. Wen Ning, who was well-fed and well-drinking, felt that this place was very suitable for vacation. But it was not suitable for survival, because after walking for so long, let alone wild rabbits. She didn't even see a mouse hole. After walking for about 2 hours, Wen Ning saw a small hill. She had seen many such small hills. I thought it would be the same as the previous ones. There would still be endless grasslands after turning over, but after taking 2 steps, Wen Ning found something wrong. There are animals. heavy footsteps and panting. Wen Ning has been practicing martial arts with his master since he was a child, and he is very familiar with the breath. This must be the movement that only large animals can make. Wen Ning carefully lay on the grassland, moving slowly along the grass, and waited until he reached the highest point before carefully sticking his head out. He quickly glanced at it, and then retracted his head. A prairie mutant cow has been found, and the monster encyclopedia has been updated. Cow, herbivorous animal. Wen Ning almost couldn't hold back her laughter. If she could capture this cow, she wouldn't have to worry about food for at least half a year. After listening carefully and confirming that the cow hadn't discovered her, Wen Ning felt relieved and quickly opened the monster encyclopedia. Name, prairie mutant cow. Type, ordinary creature. Danger factor, 40. Drops, beef, steak, horns, tendons, hides, others. Weaknesses, fire, slow speed. Hint, prairie mutant cow has high defense and is actively aggressive, but its behavior is clumsy, so it is recommended to capture it with a trap. Active attack? Just in time. Chapter 10. I just don't know how smart it is. According to the monster encyclopedia, the mutant cow in front of him weighs 600 kilograms, which is smaller than the average adult cow on Blue Star. But the tendons all over his body reminded Wen Ning that the strength of this mutant cow should be much higher than that of Blue Star cows. He quickly made a plan in his mind. Because he emptied his backpack before going out, Wen Ning only had 2 weapons, a stone axe, and a piece of wolf meat, and some scattered stones, and what he had just picked up on the road. Wen Ning took out the wolf meat from his backpack, cut off 3 200G portions with the stone blade, and casually posted one on the trading platform. Trade. 200G mutant gray wolf meat *1 for more than 50 ordinary torches. Auction time. 3 minutes. Then Wen Ning searched for wooden armor in the trading market. Why didn't I think of it before going out? Someone gave her wooden armor, which means he has the wooden armor blueprint. If there is a blueprint, it means it must be sold in the market. Wen Ning sifted it, and sure enough, 7 sales information popped up. Wooden armor is easy to make, and this player's selling price is not expensive. Only 180G of food and water are needed. Wen Ning watched the transaction information disappear one by one, and quickly took 2 pieces of 200G wolf meat to exchange for 2 pieces of wooden armor. Fortunately, I got it. After getting the armor, Wen Ning immediately opened the crafting table and looked for the right tools. Stone shovel. 3 out of 8 wood, 2/6 stone. Do you want to make a stone shovel? Yes. Congratulations on getting 2 ordinary stone shovels. Synthesize it again. Congratulations on getting an excellent stone shovel *1. Very good. This stone shovel can also achieve twice the result with half the effort. After doing all this, Wen Ning reopened the trading platform. In 3 minutes, the news of 200G wolf meat in exchange for torches had spread throughout the entire trading market. Everyone was talking about it with relish. Which idiot was exchanging food for wood? Wen Ning was silently ashamed. If he hadn't left enough space in his backpack, it wouldn't have happened. Wen Ning looked at these people and complained, but the number of torches kept increasing. He waited until the last second and the transaction was successful. Congratulations on getting ordinary torches *66. In 3 minutes, it was amazing to put together a torch. I'm afraid it consumed a lot of wood. Wen Ning didn't care about others. After the torch was solved, Wen Ning took out 2 identical wooden armors. Choose synthesis. Synthesizing, please wait. It's okay, you can synthesize something you didn't make yourself. Congratulations on getting the rattan wood armor, excellent. Rattan wood armor, durability 50/50. Hint, this is a complete set of armor, including head armor, chest armor, wrist armor, and knee armor. The special craftsmanship enables it to withstand stronger impacts, and most importantly, it is fireproof. Is this considered to be out of the novice outfit? Looking at the coarse linen clothes on his body, Wen Ning put on the armor according to the instructions, and a magical scene happened. The armor, which was originally a bit wide, became very close-fitting in the blink of an eye, as if the size was completely tailor-made. The wooden material became soft rattan wood, which fit the surface of Wen Ning's body tightly, and the degree of ups and downs of this armor could also change with Wen Ning's breathing. It doesn't feel heavy at all when worn, and it fits very well. The player is detected wearing rattan armor. Please note that armor weapons with a durability value below 50% cannot be sold again. Sell? Wen Ning definitely doesn't want to sell this armor. With her spear that can lift a tripod, Wen Ning's confidence is back. Then, Wen Ning took out a windproof lighter from the only pocket of her linen clothes. Then he started grunting, digging the ground. Wen Ning used the top of the hill as the starting point and dug mini earth pits with a diameter of 80 centimeters and a depth of more than 1 meter. The interval is half a meter. This side is a gentle slope. Wen Ning's plan is to anger the mutant cow first, and then use the difference in vision to make it step into the trap when he climbs over the hill. With the bonus of the stone shovel, Wen Ning dug more than 30 earth pit traps in just 10 minutes. Looking at the top of the hill, the mutant cow was still nibbling grass leisurely. It seems that the IQ is not high. Wen Ning lit all the torches and put them in his backpack for use. The game-like torches have a feature that they will automatically extinguish when they are put back into the backpack after being lit, and will automatically resume burning when they are taken out again. Very convenient. Wen Ning used 40 torches to surround the trap in a U shape on the periphery of the earth pit trap. Hopefully, he could limit the movement of the mutant cow. For safety, he exchanged 100 g of wolf meat for 50 meters of hemp rope in the market. He turned his 1.5 meter long stone shovel upside down and hammered it into the ground like a giant ground nail. One end was connected to the hemp rope, and the other end was free to move. When the time comes, Wen Ning only needs to pick up the flexible end, and a simple trip trap will work. When Wen Ning finally made all the preparations, the mutant cows at the bottom of the mountain were still enjoying the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, without any awareness of being a meal. Wen Ning looked over and weighed the spear in his hand. It was heavy and could be used as a javelin. But Wen Ning was not confident in his accuracy. However, the monster encyclopedia indicated that it had the characteristic of active attack. There was no need to worry about it running away. Do it as soon as you say, throw it as soon as you say, I still have the stone blade to use. Wen Ning saw the right opportunity, stood up from the top of the mountain, leaned back, and threw the spear at the side of his neck with all his strength. Huh? The sound of the spear whistling out was heard in his ears. With Wen Ning's blessing, the spear burst out with a strong speed and rushed towards the mutant cow that was stunned. Wen Ning stared at the flight path until he saw the coldly glowing gun tip pierce into one of the mutant cow's eyes. Hit! Moo! A sharp and shrill sound rang out, and the sound waves resounded through the sky. Beautiful. Wen Ning couldn't help but clap his hands. Hitting the mutant cow's eye was equivalent to weakening its combat power by half, but before Wen Ning could laugh, the mutant cow at the bottom of the hill rushed towards Wen Ning with its body as big as a hill. In an instant, Wen Ning felt the grass under his feet tremble, and staggered 2 steps to stabilize his body. His pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly squatted down and retreated behind the trap. Damn! You call this clumsy action? You call this slow speed? Before she could complain, the mutant cow had already climbed to the top of the mountain. Wen Ning had already arrived behind the trap, and in front of the torch. At the moment when the mutant cow's shadow appeared above her head, she moved. As fast as lightning, he quickly moved to the side, flew out diagonally, and then grabbed the spear stuck in the mutant bull's eye and pulled it down violently. The spear pierced the mutant bull's eye, and the huge pain forced the mutant bull to move with Wen Ning's movements. But the anger made it endure the pain and fight back. The mutant bull's strength was at least a ton, and it easily threw Wen Ning off the spear. Wen Ning quickly moved to the mutant bull's blind spot, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the bull's horn to avoid the attack. But the huge impact still made Wen Ning fly backwards. With a neat backflip, Wen Ning landed safely and avoided the trap. But the mutant bull was not so lucky. The violent impact and the visual obstruction. It stepped into the trap set by Wen Ning accurately. Each trap was 1 meter deep. The mutant bull stepped into the air with 1 foot, and the whole body leaned forward in an instant, and was about to fall to the ground. Chapter 11. Just as the cow fell forward, the spear shaft happened to pierce into another trap. The huge impact force instantly made the spear head pierce deeper. Moo! The mutant cow's injured eyes were bleeding, and red blood kept gushing out from the wound, and soon formed a pool of dark red under the mutant cow's feet, soaking a large area of soil. The front foot and the spear pierced in the eye were stuck in the deep pit. The weight of the front half of the body prompted the spear head to pierce deeper. The hind legs desperately supported the weight of the body to pull out the front legs. Beautiful. Even the trip trap was not used. The mutant cow struggled frantically, almost falling into a state of madness. But the spearhead and its brain were only separated by a layer of skull, and now it was pressing against its skull and grinding desperately. This pain made the mutant cow even more crazy. The 4 legs kicked and stomped around, and the surrounding soil was instantly turned up, and the soil around the trap was trampled deeply. It's hopeless if we let it break free. Wen Ning seized the time and threw more than a dozen torches around the mutant bull's body. The mutant bull was surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. The effect of the monster manual was revealed at this moment. Fire, as the fatal weakness of the mutant bull was very obvious. The mad mutant bull became more anxious under the scorching flames around it, dodging left and right, fearing that the flames would burn itself. The uninjured eyes gradually blurred their vision under the scorching flames. Under the control of the three parties, the mutant bull could only survive with difficulty, and had no time to care about Wen Ning's attack. While Wen Ning was looking for a good time to throw the torch, he used the stone blade to poke bloody holes in the weak joints of the mutant cow. After about 3 minutes, Wen Ning smelled a burnt smell. Looking carefully, the edge of the mutant cow's huge belly was almost cooked. The mutant cow seemed to have noticed this and raised its head with its last strength. It actually wanted to pull the spear out of the deep pit. Wen Ning was quick-witted and reached out to pull up the stone shovel connected by the hemp rope. He hit the mutant cow's head violently. Using all his strength, he knocked down the little tendency of the mutant cow just rushing up. Wen Ning began to hit the mutant cow's injured head desperately. The advantage of the system torch is that as long as the countdown is not over and the oxygen is not cut off, it will maintain a stable firepower and will not go out. Of course, it does not count if it is extinguished manually or thrown into the water. Dozens of torches were thrown at the mutant cow, and the mutant cow began to struggle violently again. Wen Ning threw all the torches in, mostly concentrated around the mutant cow's belly and hind legs, and the bottom of its belly. Then he held up the stone shovel and attacked desperately. Wen Ning didn't stop until the stone shovel was smashed by Wen Ning, leaving only a wooden stick. The dying mutant cow was roasted by the flames, and the aroma of barbecue came in the air. Wen Ning secreted saliva and thought of the roasted wolf meat in the morning. No way, now he had to get some seasonings back, especially salt. It would be a pity not to use so much meat to marinate bacon. Seeing that the arc of the mutant cow's struggle was getting smaller and smaller, it was better to breathe in than to breathe out. Wen Ning was worried that his spear would be damaged by the fire, so he took it back. Then the next second, he pushed the handle of the stone shovel he had just broken into the pit. The mutant bull, which was almost roasted, had no ability to resist. Wen Ning could not resist after the taking back his spear, and was stuck between the two pits, gasping for breath. Wen Ning put away some of the torches, and revealed the mutant bull in the flames. The mutant cow's hide had almost been roasted into a piece of charcoal, black. The wounds were sizzling with oil, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Wen Ning sighed at the mutant bull's tenacious vitality, and walked forward while putting away the extra torches. He walked up to it, took out his stone blade, and stabbed it into the side of the mutant bull's neck. It's better to be kind. Moo. The mutant bull screamed hoarsely for the last time and died unwillingly. Congratulations on successfully killing the grassland mutant bull. The system sounded a prompt. The moment the mutant cow died, the dark corpse on the ground gradually disappeared. The several balls of light that appeared were automatically collected into Wen Ning's backpack. Only the big pit that Wen Ning had dug was left on the ground. Congratulations on getting mutant beef chunks, 10 kilograms, *50, steak *10. Congratulations on getting ox horns *2, animal hides *10. Congratulations on getting beef tendons *1. Congratulations on getting stone box *1, another box. Wen Ning couldn't help but cheer. He couldn't hide his smile when he heard about the things he had harvested. He didn't expect there would be a stone box. How come the box with such a low drop rate on the World Channel has a 100% drop rate when it comes to him? Wen Ning wanted to take out the stone box and open it immediately, but the backpack space was already full. There was no room for more, so he had to go home quickly. Fortunately, there was a system backpack. Otherwise, Wen Ning might not be able to take away even the 500 kilograms of beef. On the way back, Wen Ning did not relax his vigilance, but the rattan armor gave him a lot of security. The spear had lost 10 points of durability due to being burned in the previous battle, which made Wen Ning feel a little distressed. Wen Ning held the spear in one hand and the stone axe in the other, with the stone blade behind her waist, so that even if someone approached her, she could quickly counterattack. Returning along the original route, Wen Ning carefully erased the mark she made when she set out. It took 2 hours to go there, and only 1.5 hours to come back. Wen Ning saw her shelter when the sun gradually rose above her head. It seems that the coordinates are accurate, and there is no need to mark the next time she goes out. A small shelter stood quietly at the border of the woods and grasslands, with the remains of the fire that was made in the morning at the door. Not far away was her own water supply device. Wen Ning licked her dry lips and returned to the shelter in 2 steps. After a battle and a long journey, her stomach had already growled. Her mouth was also dry and cracked. Back to the shelter, she opened the door, and the sun shone at the door, illuminating the room. Wen Ning took a big gulp of her water barrel, and pushed the straw aside. Gudong. Ha! Comfortable. It was like drinking a bottle of iced Fat House happy water in the hot summer, when Ning felt cool all over. When the master was around, the thing that he most disapproved of was when Ning eating junk food, fearing that it would affect her health. When Ning often laughed at him for being old-fashioned, so the master would walk briskly with a cane and chase after her. Thinking of the old man, she felt a little sad, but when Ning shook her head to get rid of these emotions. Sitting at the small table, she was not afraid of someone breaking in. Someone had already discovered the world channel. You wouldn't meet other people during the novice period. It seemed that everyone was in a different dimension, playing standalone games. There were 2 players in the same area, and they happened to be on the same type of map. The 2 exchanged coordinates, but they couldn't find each other on each other's coordinates. And the people who exposed the coordinates on the world channel also spoke the next day, and didn't die. This is why Wen Ning was so brave to leave all the supplies in the shelter. This time the harvest was quite rich, with 500 kilograms of beef alone. According to Wen Ning's ability to eat 300 g per meal in the morning because she was too hungry, it was enough for her to eat for more than a year, and she couldn't just eat meat. But if conditions permit, Wen Ning would like to eat rice. He got 10 steaks in total, each weighing 10 jin. He also got 10 animal skins. Wen Ning was curious that the animal skins this time seemed different from the wolf skins he got before. They couldn't be put into the same compartment of the backpack together. It seems that this animal skin might be used for manufacturing, so he kept it for now. Wen Ning also threw the horns and tendons into the wooden box. After being processed by the game system, these materials no longer had any odor and were clean. Finally, there was this stone treasure chest. Wen Ning learned through the chat channel that treasure chests were divided into wooden boxes, stone boxes, iron boxes, etc. Wen Ning didn't know if there were more levels behind them, because the highest one at present was the iron box. Senior Blue Star game players have summarized a set of treasure chest levels. They are wood, iron, silver, gold, diamond, rare, epic, legendary. These are still to be verified. Now Wen Ning is more concerned about this stone treasure chest in his hand. Open the stone treasure chest. Chapter 12. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, the stone box was opened. Then a ding-dong sound was heard. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for being the first survivor to obtain a stone treasure chest, and the treasure chest reward has been doubled. Congratulations on obtaining 500 ml 2 bottled mineral water. Congratulations on obtaining 1 kg 3 black bread. Congratulations on obtaining a workbench blueprint 1. Congratulations on obtaining an unknown pet egg 1 blueprint. Also, she was the first person to get the stone box. The treasure chest reward was doubled. Slurp, Wen Ning sucked back the saliva from her mouth. This doubled treasure chest still had food and water, and the amount was indeed much more than the wooden box. But Wen Ning knew that the precious one should be the last 2. She saw that the blueprint, like the spear, was placed neatly in the stone box. After cleaning up the backpack space, she reluctantly put down the things opened from the stone treasure chest. The reward has doubled. I'm afraid the reward here is about to reach the next level. Wen Ning couldn't wait to pick up the blueprint. Workbench blueprint, functional building, 1 time, tradable before learning. Workbench blueprint. After learning, you can unlock the production of the workbench. The workbench needs to be able to make complex tools. Details are self-explored. System reminder, the workbench has no level, you can learn to make it after obtaining the blueprint. Players can only obtain the workbench by obtaining the blueprint, and the finished product cannot be traded. System reminder, 1 blueprint can only make 1 workbench, and the workbench becomes a fixed facility in the shelter after it is made. Workbench blueprint detected. Do you want to learn? There are quite a lot of restrictions on this workbench, but doing so will only make the value of the workbench rise to the top. After roughly understanding it, Wen Ning chose to learn. Congratulations on learning the workbench blueprint. The number of workbench productions increased by 1, currently 1. The blueprint in his hand turned into a glimmer, and drilled into Wen Ning's mind. Wen Ning opened the manufacturing panel. The materials needed for the workbench were seen in a prominent position at the top. Workbench. Wood 100/453, stone 100/223, plastic 10/0, iron ingot 10/3, electronic components 5/0, electronic components? Wen Ning looked at the materials she didn't have. She had 3 iron ingots left after trading. But she had never heard of this electronic component. Could it be that the operation of the workbench requires power? That's a bit far-fetched, and it is definitely not possible in a short time. Wen Ning picked up another thing. Unknown pet egg. This is a magical pet egg. Players can hatch unknown pets by dripping blood on the eggshell and bind and tame them. System tips. Pets are divided into combat pets, life pets, and other types of pets. System tips. Pet gender, personality, combat power, and appetite are all unknown. System tips. Pet eggs can be traded before hatching. Trade? Wen Ning held the ostrich-sized egg in her hand and pondered for a while. Since this is an egg, can it be eaten? System tips. The probability of obtaining a pet egg is extremely low, and players are advised to treat it with caution. He was anxious. The probability is extremely low. Wen Ning used to play a game with a lottery function. The system prompts that the probability is extremely low. It can't be the golden legend in her game. Right? Wen Ning was so overwhelmed at that time that she spent all her money to break the guaranteed reward but still couldn't get the reward. The official explanation was that the guaranteed reward only increased the probability of getting it, but it didn't mean that she would definitely get it. Wen Ning was very angry at that time because she was not only being cheated, but also being ridiculed. And now, the golden legend finally came to her after all the twists and turns. Wen Ning was immediately happy and didn't plan to eat the egg, not for anything else, but because she had never gotten a golden legend in such a long time of playing the game. I keep it for collection. Wen Ning, who was rich and powerful, happily decided that the pet egg would not deteriorate even if it was left outside, and it was a game prop. Wen Ning didn't plan to hatch the egg. The system just said that it would hatch an unknown pet. If it turned out to be a thief, Wen Ning's family assets might be emptied. You stay here, I will take you to eat and drink when I achieve financial freedom. I will feel bad if you come out and suffer with me now. Egg, I suspect you are CPUing me. Putting his own food reserves, pet eggs into the stone box. Wen Ning also stuffed some weeds into it to cushion the bottom, and placed the box in the corner. This stone box is twice as big as the wooden box, and can also hold the quilts and other things that Wen Ning wrapped in plastic cloth. After sorting out the supplies, Wen Ning clapped her hands and turned to leave the house. It was almost noon, and she was going to collect the water in the water collection device. Congratulations on obtaining 800 milliliters of clean drinking water. A total of 3L of clean drinking water. Not bad, not bad. I can collect some more in the afternoon. Wen Ning's wooden barrel is fuller, plus 3 bottles of mineral water. Wen Ning now has 11L of drinking water at her disposal. The barrel is already half full, enough for Wen Ning to drink for 2 or 3 days. The distiller provides water stably, so there is no need to worry about drinking water for the time being. The next step is to work hard to reinforce your shelter, and it is best to upgrade the shelter to stone before the first disaster comes. Wen Ning has been walking through forests or grasslands in the past 2 days, and the sparse stones in them are simply not enough. If you want to get a lot of stone, you have to recruit a few miners. Take the route of trading to make money. Thinking of the fresh 1,000 kilograms of beef in his backpack, Wen Ning came up with a plan. If food is the currency of this world, then Wen Ning, who has 1,000 kilograms of beef, should be considered a big shot, right? What should I do to make the most of the money in my hand? Of course, spend it before the currency depreciates. After yesterday, there were already a lot of meat foods on the trading market. But most of them are rat meat, snake meat, lizard meat, and so on. Rabbit meat and mutton are rare. Wen Ning also saw someone selling grasshoppers, with a message saying they were crunchy. After a day of observation, meat is the most common source of food. Of course, you can also get food and water by opening boxes, according to the feedback from the World Channel. The drop rate of wooden boxes is very low, ridiculously low. Even if there is a wooden box, the probability of getting food and water at the same time is also extremely low. So I'm afraid most people can only chew tree bark. Wen Ning's meat, whether it is beef or wolf meat, has an absolute advantage in the market. Judging from the 2 boxes that Wen Ning opened, which both had basic food and water, she was one of the lucky ones. But yesterday, only a few people in the regional channel dropped wooden boxes, but today the number has increased. And Wen Ning also dropped the first stone box. This shows that the system did not kill all the survivors. As the process progresses, resources will gradually become more abundant. That means the purchasing power of water and food will become lower and lower. Especially water, as long as players near water resources master the skills of filtering water, they can obtain drinkable water recognized by the system. On the contrary, food requires both luck and some strength. After a little thought, Wen Ning opened the trading market. The resources she can use are as follows. 11L of clean drinking water, more than 8 kilograms of wolf meat, 500 kilograms of beef, and 3 kilograms of black bread. In addition, there are various tools synthesized by her synthesis system. Some of the synthesized stone axes have been sold before. For Wen Ning, too many tools appearing at once may attract others' attention. And her synthesis system is too amazing. Not only are the synthesized things much better than those on the market, but the properties are like carved out of the same mold. Not to mention that all the survivors are very smart. What if the game detects her as a wall-climbing player and kicks her out or destroys her? However, even without the synthesis system, the materials in Wen Ning's hands are enough to buy out all the materials on the trading channel. Wen Ning does not plan to sell tools for the time being. When the source of iron ingots is stable, she can use the spear to make more money. Then the workbench is built, and the things that can be made on the workbench can be sold if they can be synthesized. As long as the goods are not single, it is difficult for others to find her under the anonymous function of the system. Because the anonymous state cannot be followed. Whether you can get it depends on fate. Wen Ning is not tired of wolf meat yet, so he starts with beef. Still maintain the principle of anonymity. Auction information of anonymous survivors. 100G * 100 portions of beef for stone * 100, single portion price. Auction information of anonymous survivors. 100G * 100 portions of beef for iron or * 20, single portion price. In this way, when Ning spent 2 pieces of beef to purchase stones and iron blocks, the backpack defaults to 10 kilograms per piece after the transaction information is posted. The system will automatically deduct the items in the backpack and automatically divide them into different sizes according to the requirements, so Wen Ning doesn't have to worry about it. Wen Ning used 100G of beef to exchange for 20 units of iron blocks. Although there is some suspicion of being a profiteer, someone on the World Channel revealed that he was in the mining area. There are stones and ores everywhere. What's more, Wen Ning did not set a single person purchase limit. As long as the survivors in the mining area, they would be eager to see a kind-hearted person like Wen Ning. This made them very motivated to pick up stones. And one person could get 100G of beef by picking up 100 units of stones, which was very cost-effective. In the case of stones everywhere, survivors could pick up enough to fill a backpack grid in a few minutes. As soon as Wen Ning's purchase information was sent out, the background received the news that the transaction was successful. Message: stones for beef. Ah, I hate that I was born in the woods. Message: oh my god, who is this? He is offering 10 kilograms of beef. Message: there is another person next door who is offering 10 kilograms of beef for iron ore. I think he is from the same boss. Message: laxative, I have already charged. There is a mine next to the shelter. I just bought 600G of beef. Thanks to the boss who scattered money. Message: damn! I only have 90 units of stones. I quickly went out to pick up 10 units and got the last one. Are you devils? Are you all so rich? Message: the person above, I am the one who is competing with you for the last one. Damn, I didn't get it. Message: why must it be 100 units? Can't I have 50? Woohoo! The information about the sale of stones was sold out in just 5 minutes. Wen Ning hurriedly kept the sound of the successful transaction on his watch. Fortunately, the number of items successfully traded was too large, so the system thoughtfully saved it in the form of an email message. If Wen Ning doesn't extract it, it will remain there forever. The upper limit of emails is 999. Wen Ning turned his head to look at the iron ore. In 5 minutes, only 30 people chose to exchange, and many of them were survivors from the stone. Just as Wen Ning was extracting the stone, a message exploded on the World Channel, triggering public opinion. World Channel: this anonymous beef seller, stand up. So much meat should be distributed to everyone. What's the purpose of setting such a high exchange condition? What good will it do you if all humans starve to death? I tell you, the extinction of mankind is because of selfish scum like you. You are responsible. Chapter 13. Because Wen Ning was opening the survival system in his mind, the coordination message was displayed at the bottom of the interface. Wen Ning clicked on it, and saw that it was a saintly bitch who was speaking. After he spoke, several players sent the same message. It was obvious that this was a group of survivors who were leading the pace. However, the World Channel can only send one message per day, and most people insist on using the World Channel to find their relatives, so Wen Ning did not see any special opinions. Curious, Wen Ning turned to open the regional channel. Regional channel: anonymous boss, are you in our area? I don't have any rocks or iron ore. Can you give me some beef? I'm starving. Regional channel: the above remarks shock my whole family. You can't get anything for nothing. Regional channel: I didn't say I won't pay you. I actually have several houses in first-tier cities, and I will definitely not treat you badly when we get out. Regional channel: to be honest, A house in reality is not as good as a piece of bread in the wasteland. Regional channel. Let's go. What's the point of talking nonsense? It's better to collect more supplies. Maybe the boss will post a transaction information again. Regional channel. So rich, meat? I don't believe it. Regional channel. Use your brain that only thinks about getting something for free to think about it. Where does beef come from? Can you get meat out of a box? Have you seen it? Do I need to explain the weight of a cow? Regional channel. Damn, blind student, you found the point. Regional channel. Cutting trees, cutting trees. Regional channel. Mining, mining. Regional channel. Picking up waste, picking up waste. Wen Ning didn't expect that she only put 2 pieces of beef on the shelf, but it actually set off a wave of collecting craze among survivors. Turn off the survival system. Now she is facing a mountain of rocks. Because she received too many transaction messages, Wen Ning went outside directly. The upper limit of a single grid in the backpack is 99, and even if all the grids are cleared, it is not enough to hold these rocks. Wen Ning simply extracted them directly on the grass. 10,000 units of rocks and 600 units of iron ore were piled together like a small mountain. Goo. After the big rocks and iron ore were released, Wen Ning felt the protest from her stomach. With a rough plan in mind, Wen Ning decided to eat first and collect some supplies she needed. After eating, she will start working in the afternoon. I won't go to the small woods next to me, because there is not enough wood. Let's make beef soup in an iron pot for lunch. Although it is a bit extravagant, we are rich, right? No matter how hard it is, we can't let our stomachs suffer. This is Wen Ning's creed as a foodie. Having just eaten wolf meat in the morning, Wen Ning decided to use beef for lunch. Take out a piece of beef, and cut off about 200 g. Then synthesize a brand new stone blade to act as a kitchen knife, and cut the beef into small pieces. Add 300 milliliters of drinking water, and cover the pot. Simple and rough cooking method. Under the fierce fire, the pot soon came with a gurgling sound, and the aroma of beef floated out from the turned edge of the pot. Wen Ning leaned in and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "It smells so good." The TV is true. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Of course, there is still hunger. Who would have thought that when others were still struggling on the edge of starvation, Wen Ning had already eaten the first hot meal in the wasteland world? The extravagant Wen Ning bought a bag of salt from the market, opened the lid of the pot, and sprinkled some in. Then he used a spatula to stir evenly to dissolve the salt. Just add some other seasonings. Wen Ning likes to cook after work. Looking at the beef soup in front of him, he decided to change some seasonings next time. Feeling that it was almost done, Wen Ning quickly scooped the beef out of the glass and took out the black bread he got from the box. Cut off a piece with a dagger and threw it into the remaining soup. The black bread quickly absorbed the soup and softened itself quickly. Stirring quickly with a spatula, it soon became a pot of paste. Black bread can supplement carbon water and contains a small amount of sodium. Although it doesn't look very good, Wen Ning took a bite, and it tasted very good. In order to save water, Wen Ning ate directly from the iron pot. Using a spatula, she scooped up a mouthful of hot black bread paste and put it into her mouth. It was mixed with the aroma of the mutant beef, and the salty and fragrant taste was just right. Delicious. Wen Ning didn't care about the heat, and put it into her mouth one mouthful after another. If it wasn't really too hot, she could have eaten it all in one breath. Without bowls and chopsticks, the beef in the glass was almost overflowing. Wen Ning used a stone blade to eat it. Black bread paste and beef chunks, steaming hot, show off. 10 minutes later, the last piece of beef went down her stomach, and Wen Ning burped with satisfaction. The iron pot was clean, and Wen Ning scraped the remaining parts on the pot wall and the edge into her mouth with a spatula. If you didn't know, you would think that Wen Ning had licked the pot clean. Just right, 90% full. Wen Ning put the pot back in place and covered it to prevent dust from falling. She wiped the pot and spatula with 100 milliliters of water using toilet paper. There was no other way. Although she had 11 liters of water, if it rained tomorrow, her water extraction device would not be usable. And according to the system's nature, rainwater was probably not drinkable. The conditions were tough, so she went to the toilet in the woods. After packing up the iron pot, Wen Ning stood up, put the pot into a wooden box in the corner, covered it with plastic cloth, and then took a small stool and went out. She looked at the position of the sun, and the survival watch showed that it was 1:40 p.m. She found a corner where she could hide in the shade by the shelter. Although she avoided the direct sunlight, Wen Ning was wearing rattan armor with linen clothes inside, and sweat was dripping from her forehead. After thinking about it, Wen Ning insisted on wearing the rattan armor, and did not take it off because of the heat. Wen Ning's afternoon job was to synthesize all the stones into granite, then use these materials to upgrade and expand her shelter. 500 granite stones are enough for Wen Ning to make many walls, and so on. A player can only bind one shelter, but can expand on the basis of the original shelter. And there is no limit on the floor space for expansion. Wen Ning plans to add 3 rooms. One is a kitchen, one is a manufacturing room, which is equivalent to a workshop, and the other is a warehouse. And if there are surplus materials, Wen Ning plans to build a yard to increase the safety factor. At that time, you can also farm in the yard, and if you encounter wild beasts, you can also have an extra barrier. Wen Ning does not want to demolish the existing cabin, so he will use it as a bedroom and wrap it with a layer of stone walls to increase the warmth property. Thinking of this, Wen Ning began to act. Thanks to the rapid manufacturing of the synthesis system and the manufacturing system, the synthesis and manufacturing reading time did not exceed 3 seconds. If Wen Ning was asked to build a stone house manually, it would probably take 3 months to complete. Let's synthesize the stones first. Wen Ning sat in front of the pile of stones, and the 2 stones in front of him disappeared when he stretched out his hand. Detected ordinary stones *2. Do you want to synthesize? Yes. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on getting a hard stone *1. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on getting a hard stone *1. Ding. Detected that the host's synthesis times reached 300. The super synthesis system began to upgrade. Upgrade? This system can still be upgraded. Wen Ning, holding a hard stone in his hand, was stunned, but soon accepted this fact. Because the synthesis system said before that it is not possible to synthesize twice at present. So after this upgrade, you can synthesize twice? Wen Ning was a little excited. If that's true, her life will be improved to a higher level. Upgrade direction is random. Upgrade direction is still random? Wen Ning stopped and waited quietly. 10 seconds later. Ding, random success. This upgrade will increase the number of single synthesis. Wen Ning frowned slightly. Why is it different from what she thought? Upgrading, please wait. After waiting patiently for about 30 seconds, Wen Ning's mind sounded again. Ding, upgrade completed. Done! Wen Ning quickly opened the synthesis system. The synthesis interface did not change, but the grid became 4 grids. 4 grids? Then I can put 4 stones in at a time? Wen Ning tried it, and sure enough, 4 stones appeared on the synthesis system interface. Wen Ning suddenly realized that although it was not a secondary synthesis function, the efficiency doubled after the upgrade. Although she didn't know what other upgrade directions were, Wen Ning was not disappointed. Since it was her own plugin, she would definitely know the upgrade direction in the future. The important thing now was that the efficiency was improved, and she was motivated to work. Synthesis. The system just prompted that she had synthesized 300 times and obtained an upgrade. There are so many materials here. Try another 300 times. Maybe it can be upgraded again? Thinking of this, Wen Ning was immediately full of energy and stretched out his hand to continuously throw stones into the synthesis column, 4 pieces each time. Then, congratulations on getting hard stones *2. Congratulations on getting hard stones *2. Double the efficiency is awesome. Brush. Chapter 14. Wen Ning seemed to have experienced the fun of the synthesis game. 4 ordinary stones were thrown into the synthesis column continuously, and the sound of synthesis was endless. Then he waved his hand, and hard stones appeared on the other side, gradually piling up. Wen Ning enjoyed it, and was full of joy. Ding! Congratulations on getting hard stones *2. Ding! The host synthesis times reached 700 times, and the super synthesis system began to upgraded again. Wen Ning counted, and the total number of hard stones obtained after the upgrade was 1,600. According to the number of prompts, that is to say, the synthesis system synthesizes 4 units of stone at a time, and the number of times it gets 2 hard stones is counted as 1. If we add 2 more synthesis slots, wouldn't the actual number of times needed for the next upgrade be 3 times the number of 2 synthesis slots? What a jinx. Don't randomly go in this direction again. Wen Ning focused on the synthesis system upgrade. Upgrade direction is being randomly selected. Ding, random success. The number of synthesis remains unchanged after this upgrade, and the host will have a chance to obtain synthesis critical hits each time he synthesizes, improving the properties of the obtained items. Upgrade successful. Nice. Wen Ning was shocked, and opened the synthesis system interface without hesitation. After the synthesis system was upgraded this time, the synthesis slot did not change, but there was a plus sign in the upper left corner. Wen Ning clicked in, and there were 3 long boxes inside. The first box said the ability just upgraded. Synthesis critical hit. Wen Ning understood it instantly. This means that the synthesis system can have 3 special attributes, and one has been randomly selected so far. The grid added by the synthesis system is not considered an attribute. In the words of the game, it is the cheapest reward in the prize pool. Of course, this cheap reward is also something that others can't ask for. After figuring this out, Wen Ning curled his lips. He was really. There are still thousands of stones left. Even if the synthesis system cannot be upgraded to the next level, at least a few special ones can be produced, right? Wen Ning's eyes were shining, as if he had seen the special attributes waving at him, and the piles of stones on the ground, in Wen Ning's eyes, have become potential stocks. Synthesis. Keep synthesizing. Wen Ning began to bend down and pick up stones. All the stones were placed on the synthesis table the moment they touched her hand. After the synthesis was completed, they were temporarily stored in Wen Ning's backpack. When the grid was full, Wen Ning threw all the hard stones aside. In this way, a slightly darker stone was piled up behind Wen Ning. There was no difference to the naked eye. After synthesizing for nearly 100 times and throwing out 2 piles of hard stones, Wen Ning finally heard a different sound. Ding! Congratulations on getting hard stones *2. Ding! Triggering synthesis critical strike. Hard stones gain warmth keeping attribute. Warmth, whatever you think, you get. Wen Ning was excited just by hearing the name. The snowstorm in 6 days was basically engraved in the depths of Wen Ning's mind. No matter how much resources are traded, just to have a solid and warm shelter when the snowstorm comes. As a result, the golden finger gave her a surprise first. I couldn't wait to take out the stone that had just been synthesized. Wen Ning concentrated. Hard warm stone. This is a magical stone. When you use it to build a shelter, it will improve the warmth property of the shelter. Specifically, for every piece added, the temperature of the relevant room will increase by 1 degree C until the temperature of the room becomes a suitable temperature for the human body. Tip: in hot weather, the warmth property of the stone disappears automatically and does not affect survival. Tip: when synthesizing the same material, after one property appears, other properties cannot be obtained. This property. Wen Ning covered her mouth. Although the improvement of 1 degree by 1 piece is insignificant, if she can synthesize 100 pieces, she will not be afraid even if the snowstorm is minus 100 degrees C. Of course, this is an exaggeration. The survival system said that this is only a disaster for novices. At present, 90% of the survivors have not completely replaced their shelters with wooden ones. If the snowstorm in 5 days can reach minus 100 degrees, most people can't survive it. But Wen Ning didn't dare to take it lightly. This so-called survival system abducted them, the survivors, from the blue star to this wasteland world. It gave a lot of hints, but didn't directly make humans extinct. But it didn't say what happened on the blue star, and why they became survivors. As for the origin of the system, it was even more unfathomable. Talking about such topics on the regional channel would be banned. Shaking his head, Wen Ning put aside these messy thoughts. He took a look at the thermal stone in his hand, and put it alone in a compartment of his backpack. Then he continued to synthesize. When the synthesis system was upgraded, it was prompted that the critical hit of synthesis was a critical hit of the attribute, because the stone had already obtained the heat preservation attribute. Next, when Wen Ning synthesized, the stone critical hit was also the heat preservation attribute. No other attributes appeared. Single attribute means that there is only one attribute of the same type. Fortunately, the cooling attribute was not critically hit, otherwise Wen Ning could only give himself a song of coolness. The next time was a bit boring. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a hard stone *2. Ding! Triggering synthesis critical hit. Until Wen Ning finished synthesizing all the stones. A total of 128 stones with heat preservation attributes were harvested. Exceeded expectations, not bad. The sun is setting. I didn't expect that it would only take a few seconds to synthesize once, but the pause between the 2 upgrades, plus the time it takes to put the synthesized stones back in place. The survival watch showed that it was already past 6 p.m. When Wen Ning stood up by hammering her lower back, the setting sun just fell on her cheek. It would be nice if there were no disaster days. This kind of pastoral life in the mild season is very fulfilling. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset, day after day. Sighing aside, she hadn't collected today's drinking water yet. Wen Ning came to the underground distiller and concentrated her mind. Congratulations on getting 780 milliliters of clean drinking water. Same as in the morning, 3.5 L. In this way, Wen Ning's distiller can provide nearly 15 L of clean drinking water in a day and a night. Occasionally, she could open a box to get bottled water. Of course, Wen Ning stored all the bottled water. After all, bottled water has a long shelf life, and her distiller has uncertainty. If there is no underground water one day, or the distiller is damaged, there will be a lot less water that day. Wen Ning made a new bucket, and carried the afternoon's harvest back to the shelter. Dinner is still black bread porridge and boiled beef soup. After dinner, Wen Ning threw the iron ore that was shorted in the trading market out the door. There were 2,000 units in total. As long as she could find a way to get the blueprint of the furnace, she could mass-produce iron ingots. As the sky gradually darkened, torches were lit in the shelter. Wen Ning inserted the bolt, and sat by the fire to enjoy the rare quiet time of the day. While drinking delicious porridge, he opened the regional channel. As soon as he entered the regional channel, Wen Ning sensitively noticed the number of people in the regional channel. 9,379. It was almost 500 fewer than the 9,833 that Wen Ning saw on the first night. This was only the second day, and the survival situation seemed to be getting more and more severe. We must continue to stockpile food and water. Wen Ning looked at the 2 buckets of water in the corner, and a sense of security surged in his heart, but this was far from enough. Chapter 15. In the regional channel, food and water are eternal topics. Today is only the second day, and no survivors have died of starvation or thirst. Maybe tomorrow, it might be different. Regional channel, alas, another day without water. Please ask all the big guys, where do you get your water from? Regional channel, the above, your luck is too bad. Although I didn't find water in the wild, my luck is pretty good. I got 2 bottles of Peasant Woman 3 punches from a wooden box yesterday, and a wooden box today. Regional channel, at present, it seems that there must be food or water in the box. It is enough to save a day. Regional channel, the problem is that I haven't seen a box in 2 days. Regional channel, it is true, it is not as good as the big guys in the trading market, and there are still extras to trade. I can't get a sip of water from others, after working hard to cut wood for a day. Regional channel Jean-Lu 5832, what's the sarcasm above? Tag everyone manually. As long as you are not in the desert area, you can dig out groundwater. It's just a matter of depth. Try to choose a place with moist soil, and dig at least 5 meters down. System prompt. Jean-Lu 5832 shared the production methods of plant bag distiller, evaporation distiller, and underground distiller in this area. Click on the corresponding to view details. This news instantly set off the entire regional channel. Regional channel. Applause to Zhongshan. I just want to say that Zhongshan is awesome. Regional channel. This is what a big brother should do. Zhongshan, I will go to find a water source tomorrow. If it really works, you will be everyone's lifesaver. Regional channel. You are my only brother. You are my god. Regional channel. That's right. Although the water in the environment cannot be drunk directly, it can meet the system's drinking standards after simple filtration. People in the regional channel said that this news was very useful to them. This survivor named Zhang Lu was also sought after by everyone. He said a few more words about the installation skills of the device, and how to identify whether there is groundwater, until a player in the regional channel asked him to share some water, and return it to him tomorrow. This Zhang Lu disappeared instantly. Wen Ning watched the excitement of the regional channel quietly. This Zhang Lu shared methods in the regional channel for unknown reasons. But now, he is being morally kidnapped by a group of people. Wen Ning was more curious about what methods he shared. He clicked on it, and saw that it was indeed useful, including the water extraction device he was using. It seems that this Zhang Lu is probably a master of wilderness survival. In this way, more people can drink water, and there shouldn't be so many people dying of thirst on the 3rd day. Wen Ning took a look at the trading market by the way. On the first day, water resources were still an extremely scarce resource. But now there are hundreds of trading information for selling water in the market, but the resources required for exchange are very precious. And the quality of water resources is not very good. The system prompts to drink with caution. Wen Ning didn't lack water, so she just opened it and looked at it before closing it. She returned to the regional channel, looked at the topics in the channel for a while, wrote down the information she thought was useful, and then closed the channel. The fire in the fire burned out. Wen Ning raised a torch to replace the lighting and walked to the bed. The light yellow sheets looked very soft. Wen Ning took a look at the rattan armor on her body and took it off. The coarse linen clothes inside were already soaked with sweat. Unable to part with her new sheets and thin quilt, Wen Ning opened the trading market again and exchanged a stone axe for a set of pajamas and a pack of wet wipes. She wiped her face carefully, then her hands, and finally, reluctant to throw them away, she wiped her feet. She changed into cotton pajamas, which should have been opened from the box. It was a men's style, and unlike the equipment, it could not automatically adjust the size. However, Wen-Ning was very satisfied with the top and pants. The armor was at hand, so even if there was something at night, she could put it on at once. If it was a nightgown, it would be inconvenient. Lying in the soft quilt, putting the stone blade under the pillow, Wen-Ning squinted comfortably. Today, she repeated the heavy work and fought the mutant bull, which consumed too much physical energy. Wen-Ning fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Wen-Ning stretched lazily and got out of the quilt. Started a day's work. She planned to build her own shelter and yard in 3 days at most. The first thing she did when she got up was to go to the distiller to collect drinking water. Congratulations on obtaining 6.9 liters of clean drinking water. Very good, the water extraction device has a stable output. Today is also a sunny day, and we can collect some in the afternoon. After breakfast, Wen-Ning roasted wolf meat and started working all day. With the original shelter as the center, Wen-Ning first cleared the obvious obstacles on the surface of the nearby grassland. Holding the stone blade in his right hand and the stone axe in his left hand, Wen-Ning quickly cleared a large area. It was estimated to be about 120 square meters. After cleaning up, Wen-Ning found a wooden stick and divided the area of each room on the ground. It was divided into the following rooms. First, the gate is located on the right side of the entire shelter. There is an 8 square meter entrance here, occupying a corner of the shelter, where some commonly used tools can be placed, etc., which can be regarded as 2 functional spaces. On the right side of the entrance is a 12 square meter dining room, where Wen-Ning plans to put a larger dining table. Beyond the front of the dining table is a 10 square meter kitchen, and on the left side of the kitchen are the toilet and bathroom. Although Wen-Ning now solves sanitation problems in the small woods outside the house, he can't always be in the open air. When the world's resources are abundant, the toilet can be built complete. This is the design of the entire right side of the shelter. The toilet and bathroom occupy an area of 6 square meters. Then on the left is a 12 square meter bedroom. Wen-Ning demolished a wall and expanded the bedroom to 20 square meters. Opposite the bedroom is a corridor, and down is a 14 square meter warehouse. To the right of the warehouse is a 20 square meter living room. Wen-Ning does not need a living room, but can use it as his own workroom. Open, opposite is the utility room and warehouse, which is convenient. After arranging the area, Wen-Ning began to build walls according to the area. First, the bedroom is reinforced, and then it spreads out around the bedroom. Wen-Ning opened the manufacturing interface and found the stone wall. The backpack has stones with heat preservation properties. Do you want to use them? Use 20 first. Congratulations on getting 4 stone walls. For stone walls, 5 heat preservation stones added to each. Wen-Ning placed the stone wall outside the original wooden wall. System prompts, do you need to upgrade the wooden wall to a stonewood composite wall? Stonewood composite wall. After construction, the load-bearing capacity will automatically be converted to a stone wall. The wooden wall will be attached to the inside of the stone wall to play a protective, beautiful and warm role. Yes. Please choose to upgrade the wall. Note that after the selection range is over, the system will automatically fill in the missing stone wall. Please ensure that there are enough materials in the backpack. Wen-Ning emptied his backpack and filled it with hard stones and heat preservation stones. Selection completed. Please select the number of thermal stones to add. Add 68. In this way, 88 thermal stones are added to the entire bedroom, which can increase the temperature of the bedroom to 88 degrees Celsius. There are 40 more stones that Wen-Ning plans to add to the walls of the workroom. Added successfully, the system will automatically arrange them evenly. The stonewood composite wall is being built. Please wait. After waiting for about a minute, the wooden wall in front of Wen-Ning changed. It can be seen with the naked eye that the color of the wooden wall has become much lighter, and the whole wall does not seem to stand in place, but is attached. The reserve chimney position is still there, but since this will be used as a special bedroom, Wen-Ning canceled the chimney position. Then a window was installed on the wall next to the fire, and the wooden structure may not be very strong. Wen-Ning replaced all the beams and pillars with stone. Since there is no way to make iron guardrails at present, stone is used temporarily. The hard granite material is also very strong and reliable in bearing capacity. In addition, Wen-Ning also replaced the window railings with stone railings, and then installed glass windows. Windows are for lighting, otherwise such a large house would be dim. Glass can also be synthesized into higher levels, at least to withstand the cold wind and blizzards of disasters. That's right, although the disaster warning did not describe the extent of the snowstorm. But Wen-Ning prepared everything according to the extent of the blizzard. Chapter 16. After the planting is completed, the remaining work is relatively simple, and there is no need to integrate the original wooden walls. Just create enough stone walls, ceilings and floors. You don't even need to lay the foundation. The system will automatically form it, and it will also prompt where to add load-bearing columns. It's really like a game, the fun of building a house. Soon, Wenning placed all the walls of the shelter in the corresponding positions. Fortunately, the system does not limit the floor area and floor height of the shelter, which gives Wenning a lot of room to play. However, Wenning's sandbox construction style is completely different from other people's PlayerUnknown's battleground style. There are still a considerable number of survivors in the world who live in primitive thatched houses. Only 1 or 2 walls were replaced. Most of these people live in extremely rugged areas. In addition to the small forest refreshed by the system, other resources are really hard to describe. Even in places where there are enough tree resources, the wood obtained from cutting trees on the first day is not enough to replace the entire shelter with wood. Because everyone's shelter is surrounded by a small forest, this leads to a particularly low purchasing power for wood. Moreover, the survivors who did not find food and water on the first day did not have enough physical strength to cut down trees and pick up stones on the second day. Among these survivors, some stayed in the shelter and waited for death, while some chose to leave the shelter and try their luck in a farther place. In a corner of the world, Lindley nodded with satisfaction at his all-wooden shelter. Then he looked at the stone axe in his hand that had lost its durability and was broken and fell off, and sighed with regret. This axe is really useful, but it can't be repaired. I don't know if that big guy still has it. I ask him later. Lindley concentrated on his shelter, curled his lips, and looked at the information of the shelter. Shelter, King Kong Fort, you can name it yourself. Hint, a full wooden shelter, which slightly improves your safety in the Wasteland world, but the workmanship is very simple, and even an idiot can do it. Lindley, I suspect you are scolding me. However, looking at the matchbox without even a roof, Lindley had to admit that the system was right. But it's not that he didn't build a roof, it's that there are no trees around for him to cut. Fortunately, some trees will be refreshed tomorrow. Completeness, 98. Strongness, 28. Aesthetics, 5. Facilities, 0. Ha ha ha, I also have a wooden shelter. Lindley laughed with his hands on his hips. On the other hand, Wenning, who was about to build a stone shelter, was still busy. Lindley wanted to change the stone axe, but couldn't find any news about Wenning, so he was a little confused. As for when Wenning can meet him again, it depends on luck. It was not until nightfall that Wenning barely finished installing all the stone floors. Although the synthetic floor is easy, it can only be installed one by one, which is quite time-consuming. The system will automatically adjust the width and length of the inappropriate places. However, no matter how wide or narrow, a whole piece of stone floor will be consumed, even if it is only 1 centimeter wide. This made Wenning feel that he was losing money. The stingy Wenning almost chopped it himself, but the material of granite made Wenning retreat. The heartbroken Wenning ate an extra piece of meat at night. Oh, I'm almost sick of eating meat like this every day. System, are you talking like a human being? Wenning complained, remembering that she still had some seeds in her box, and wondered if she could try to grow crops tomorrow. However, she seemed to have seen planting fields on the trading market. It's not that you can't grow crops in the Wasteland. If you want to grow crops, you have to buy planting fields, right? The Wasteland planet was created by the system simulation test, and does not have the conditions for growing crops. The system answered Wenning's doubts, and Wenning nodded. Because he had a guess, he didn't feel very sorry. Wenning had to try his luck in the trading market, but he saw an acquaintance. The avatar of a young man was Lindley, who was selling plastic sheets. Clicking on the avatar, he saw the transaction information. Small planting field for excellent stone axe. With twice the result with half the effort attribute, this transaction seemed to be tailor-made for Wenning. But before Wenning clicked in, he saw the message below. Message, are you crazy? Who still farms now? Who can still farm? Message, it's crazy. The land in the Wasteland world can't be used for farming. It's too bad to exchange it for a stone axe. Message, upstairs, do you know that there are stone axes that can get twice the result with half the effort? 1 is better than 10. I was lucky enough to grab one last time, and now it's been 3 days, and the durability has only dropped by half. It seems that the survivors have polarized the value of this planting field. In order to prevent someone from trading stone axes, Wenning quickly rubbed a stone axe and submitted it, and the small planting field was credited in seconds. Wenning took it out, and a square planting field of 1 square meter appeared in front of him instantly. small planting field, can be used to grow low-level crops. Special materials can improve soil quality. Tip: you reap what you sow. You can't expect a watermelon to produce ginseng fruit? Low-level crops? What special materials? When Ning found the cabbage seeds he had bought earlier and threw them in one by one. After throwing in 10 seeds, the system prompted that the planting field had reached the maximum planting amount. Just 10 seeds? Then this packet of seeds can be planted several times. When Ning carefully collected the remaining seeds, then he looked at the planting field. Small planting field. Crop germination period: 9 hours, 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Tip: ensure sufficient sunlight and water replenishment, which will shorten the time for crops to mature and increase crop yields. Try watering it. When Ning took 100 milliliters of drinking water and added it, sure enough, the panel of the planting field was instantly shortened by 2 hours. This water is like a catalyst. When Ning poured another 100 milliliters, but this time the panel did not change. Is this the upper limit? When Ning stopped after wasting 100 milliliters of water. What a pity, he should have stopped watering it earlier. After temporarily placing the planting field in the space where the warehouse is located, when Ning lay down on the bed. Summarize today's work. On the third day of survival in the wasteland, most of the work on the stone shelter was completed. Facing the upcoming first disaster, when Ning felt more confident. The number of people in the regional channel dropped a lot, and the number was close to 9,000. It is true that you can only survive for 3 days without drinking water. The remaining people now are all capable of finding water resources, and at least they have replenished water resources in the past 3 days. When Ning predicts that the number of deaths will drop a lot tomorrow. Survival of the fittest, those who have completely lost the courage and ability to survive have basically been eliminated today. In addition, resources are becoming more abundant day by day. The person named John Lu from last night was accepting everyone's flattery in the channel, and the numerous flattery made him a little flattered. He even said that if anyone couldn't bear the first disaster, they could ask him for help. It seemed that he was not the same person as the person who ran away when asked for water. When Ning looked at a group of anonymous players who dared not reveal their faces and names and praised him. Slowly shaking his head, John Lu had obviously lost himself in fame and wealth. These survivors have a set of CPUs. He had better pray that this game will always be single player, otherwise his location will be discovered soon. The ending is predictable. There was nothing to see, so when Ning closed the regional channel, he turned to the trading channel to see if there was any chance to spend before going to bed. As soon as he opened it, he saw an auction information appear at the top. Lindley 8,989's auction information. Trial information, private chat with price. Auction time, 10 minutes and 34 seconds. Looking at the name, when Ning of course remembered that this was also the person who sold her the plastic sheet. Trial information? Chapter 17. When Ning was somewhat interested in the special information he told her, so she clicked into his private chat channel. Very good, her avatar changed to a 4-leaf clover image again. Private chat channel. You quote the information. Although when Ning had never learned negotiation, he still knew one thing. The person who spoke first and exposed his cards often lost in the negotiation. Keep a sense of mystery. Lindley wanted to exchange only 3 things. Water, food, and tools. Last time she sold him a stone axe, and he just bought another one at the auction. So this person should be a hard worker who pursues efficient tools. Lindley 8989. Information about the trial mission can only be sold once, so are you sure you can afford it? Lindley remained aloof in front of the anonymous player. But when Ning didn't care about his attitude. After thinking about it, he sent a stone axe over. Lindley 8989. Boss. You are the stone axe boss. Damn anonymous. When I was about to find you, I found that the anonymous records disappeared. Lindley 8989. Boss, my information is definitely worth it. Hee. Can you give me more? Lindley's change of attitude was within Wen Ning's expectations. Wen Ning did not make an offer, but passed the message back. Private chat channel. How many do you want? Lindley 8989. Hee. Boss, I want stone axes with the attribute of getting twice the result with half the effort. 10. Wen Ning shook his head. He asked for 10 at the first word. Was he sure that his drop rate was high, or was he testing? Although 10 excellent stone axes were just a matter of minutes for Wen Ning, he did not agree. Private chat channel. You should know how low the drop rate of tools with attributes is when you buy stone axes in the market. I don't have any of them. Lindley twitched his lips. He didn't expect Wen Ning to be so straightforward and directly said that he didn't have any. But Wen Ning curled his lips. The first rule of Wen's performance: sincerity is always a killer move. Regardless of whether Lin Li had the intention to test her. Wen Ning's answer revealed an attitude, that is, I don't have as many things as you want. If you don't want to trade, forget it. Anyway, I'm not interested in your information. Wen Ning deeply knows that in the Wasteland world, materials have a price, but information is priceless. And what is more precious than information is secrets. A minute later, Wen Ning received Lin Li's reply. Lin Li 8989, how many can you take out? Private chat channel, 4. Can we still have a pleasant chat? You must have learned this bargaining from the ant at the vegetable market. Lin Li dared to guarantee that Wen Ning definitely had more than 4 knives, but from beginning to end, Wen Ning did not show any interest in his information. This made Lin Li a little embarrassed. The information he packaged so mysteriously could not arouse the interest of the boss. Lin Li 8989, boss, are you not interested in my information at all? Trial mission. In the past few days, except for the trial mission mentioned by the system at the beginning, basically no one has found relevant clues. In addition, it is not just Wen Ning. Everyone has no memory of the disaster year 4023 of Blue Star. The survivors all treat this game as a survival game. However, no one has found any information about the trial mission. Private chat channel. Then tell me, what information? Lin Li has now completely confirmed that the boss is really not interested. He simply does not keep it a secret. He is still very confident in his information. Lin Li 8989, boss, I will not bargain, for stone axes are sold, but can you give me a friend status, and consider me if you have something in the future? If you make an anonymous offer as a friend, you can still find Wen Ning even if the message disappears. Wen Ning thought about it, and felt that it was feasible. Although Lin Li had the intention of testing, he was not particularly annoying. And he said he would consider it. After considering it, she could still not look for him. Ha! If Lin Li knew Wen Ning's thoughts, he might go alone for 6. The other party initiated a transaction, the transaction item. Excellent stone axes *4. Lin Li and others were in a state of panic, and when they were reflecting on whether they were a bit presumptuous, Wen Ning directly threw a transaction up. Lin Li quickly put the parchment roll in his backpack on it. This is a means of trading intelligence in the Wasteland world. Intelligence recognized by the system will appear in the form of a magic parchment roll. It will be automatically destroyed after reading. Transaction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a private intelligence. The system detects that the accuracy of this intelligence is 100%, and the completeness is 10%. Wen Ning looked at the extra yellowed parchment roll in his backpack, and took it out with his mind. He didn't even read the message sent by Lin Li. Do you want to use the information? It cannot be sold again after use. Yes. As the parchment scroll unfolded, a faint light flashed. A long paragraph of text appeared in front of Wen Ning. A thick fog area refreshed near my shelter today. After entering, I picked up some supplies, including the small planting field, but the fog was so thick that it looked extremely dangerous. I didn't dare to go deep into it. I explored the periphery for a while, and then 2 hours later, I was kicked out. By the way, the fog area prompts that this is an old world relic. Old world relic? All the information entered Wen Ning's mind, and the parchment scroll in his hand automatically burned. It disappeared without a trace, like a magic firework, without even a trace of dust left. This is the information, which can only be traded one way, and Lin Li can no longer trade it to others, so it can only rot in his stomach. So Wen Ning thought it was appropriate to exchange 4 axes for this. Wen Ning patted his hands, that didn't feel any burning, and reviewed the information given by Lin Li. The old world ruins are refreshed next to the shelter, and precious materials such as small planting fields can be searched outside. But the interior seems very dangerous and foggy. And it seems that everyone has only one chance to explore. The accuracy of the information prompted by the system is 100%, which means that Lin Li did not lie. But the completeness is only 10%, which means that Lin Li explored too few areas, and did not see the whole picture of the old world ruins. Wen Ning sent the summary information to the death notebook. Old world ruins? Where is the old world? Blue Star? Is Blue Star still there? Wen Ning also recorded all the questions. When she exited, she saw the friend request from Lin Li. Click to accept. She was still anonymous. She would not disappear from Lin Li's friend list, but the chat history would disappear and her avatar would still be unstable. So if Lin Li had several anonymous friends, it would be difficult to find her, because Wen Ning could choose to block them. Wen Ning thought about it, and decided to leave it alone. Lin Li didn't know what good things he had. If she also encountered the ruins of the old world, she might be able to learn from Lin Li. Everyone was currently single player. As long as she didn't reveal what good things she had, who could find her? After exiting the system, Wen-Ning used a wet towel to wash her face, hands and feet. Finally, she changed into her pajamas, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and fell asleep. I don't know if it was her illusion. The closer she got to the first disaster, the colder it felt at night. The next morning, Wen-Ning got drinking water, as usual, and solved breakfast. It had been sunny for 4 days, and he had already saved a wooden barrel of drinking water. If it was sunny again, the water extraction device could bring her another barrel of drinking water. When the snowstorm lasted for 3 days, she would not have to worry about not having water to drink even if she could not go out. Thinking of this, Wen-Ning felt relaxed. It was the 4th day of the novice period of the Wasteland calendar. It was advisable to work hard and avoid being lazy. Only a few people died in the regional channel last night, most likely frozen to death. As the disaster approached, the weather gradually became colder, not to mention that some survivors were in a cold place and almost froze to death on the first day. Wen-Ning sped up to complete the shelter. Most of the shelter framework had been completed yesterday, and today Wen-Ning planned to complete it all at once. Complete the main structure of the shelter, and try to build the wall of the yard as well. After confirming the construction plan again, Wen-Ning rolled up his sleeves, picked up the hard stones, and began to place them. On the World Channel, the first 3 days of the running-in period have passed, and on the 4th day, the only survivors left are those who have the ability to survive. Everyone encouraged each other, and rolled up their sleeves to work hard. On the surface, it looked peaceful, and the supply of food and water allowed the survivors to regain some grace. Basically, 80% of the people have successfully built wooden shelters, and some places have been upgraded to stone. Lindley has 5 stone axes, and he is very handy in chopping wood without any scruples. The only drawback is that he has already chopped down all the woods he can see nearby. The stone axe, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort, allows him to chop down the refreshed grove in just 2 hours a day, harvesting nearly 300 pieces of wood. Lindley, wearing leather armor, brought water and decided to explore the area north of the shelter. Hoped to find other forests. The snowstorm is coming soon, so he has to store more wood. As Wen-Ning said, he got a lot of things in the ruins of the old world, but the most valuable ones are the small plantations he sold and the leather armor on his body. Added together, they are not as expensive as Wen-Ning's stone axes. The trip to the ruins made him more vigilant about the wasteland. Danger will come sooner or later. In addition to building a strong shelter, it is more important to arm yourself. And there are many people in the world who have taken this step like him. Everyone understands the prompts at the beginning of the survival system. The survivors have only one goal: to survive. Chapter 18. It's done! In the evening, Wen-Ning clapped his hands and looked at the shelter in front of him. It covers an area of 120 square meters, and the courtyard wall is built 10 meters away from the 4 walls. There are 2 gates in the front and back. The wall is 2 meters high, and ordinary people can't easily jump up. Wen-Ning glanced at the location of the small planting field and calculated that at this height, it can receive 8 hours of sunlight a day. It is enough for its photosynthesis. The cabbage seeds planted last night have grown shallow sprouts after more than 20 hours. Small planting field. Crop growth period: 48 hours, 36 minutes, and 34 seconds. In other words, it will be mature at 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow? It seems that the crops in the wasteland world do not have a particularly long growth cycle like those on the blue planet. And it is still automatic. Wen-Ning withdrew his attention and looked back at his newly completed shelter. Shelter, unnamed. Hint: this is a building with a particularly high safety factor. The designer's construction talent is amazing. With it, you will definitely be able to survive the disaster safely. Completeness, 100. Strongness, 200. Aesthetics, 80. Facilities, 3. Wen-Ning clearly noticed that the last time he built a wooden house, the system gave it the name of shelter. But this time, it was changed to shelter, and the mention of successfully surviving the disaster in the prompt also caught Wen-Ning's attention. It can only be called a shelter if the strength value reaches a certain level, right? After all, the all-wooden upgrade to all-stone, the strength value directly increased by 140. A shelter is a shelter, which means the system recognizes Wen-Ning's efforts. However, the manufacturing interface can only unlock some simple tools and furniture. And they are all made of wood and stone, and iron is out of the question. Perhaps they all need drawings. Wen-Ning picked and chose, always feeling that these things were not worthy of her luxurious shelter. This is a 4-bedroom house. Many people who have worked hard for decades on Blue Star cannot afford a 1-bedroom apartment, It is now the 4th day in the Wasteland, and the preparation period is more than halfway through, and the first disaster will soon come. Furniture is not necessary. She has a bed and 2 stools to sit on, which is enough for the time being. The wood is kept for making fire. Wen Ning was chewing meat while calculating the supplies to be stored. It's still early, and we can collect the wood in the forest before dark. Tomorrow, we must cut down the small forest in front of our house, and then go to the grassland to have a look. First, get the free wool, and then consider purchasing on the trading platform. After dinner, Wen Ning took 2 stone axes and chopped down a tree at a time. Wen Ning felt that she was the coolest kid in this wilderness. The woods near the player's shelter can normally produce 120 to 160 units of wood. The most common stone axe can be used for 8 hours. But the physical strength of the survivors varies greatly, so the amount of wood that can be collected every day is far from the maximum output. Wen Ning does not need much wood, just chop down the woods every day. With the attribute bonus of critical hit price, Wen Ning can get up to 400 units of wood every day, and at least 350. The shelter has its own warmth-keeping property, and the main reason for collecting wood is that you can get it for free. The biggest problem at present is water source. After the snowstorm comes, her underground distiller will definitely not be able to continue to collect water. During the snowstorm, she can collect snow water, or collect ice to melt water. So now we have to consider the problem of collecting and storing tools. The manufacturing panel has only wooden barrels and wooden basins, and the capacity is pitifully low. Wen Ning decided to go to the trading market to have a look. While strolling around the market, Wen Ning found that more and more people were selling food and water resources. The purchasing power of water and food has dropped by about 10%. However, Wen Ning did not plan to sell her food. First, she had no shortage of supplies. Second, during the snowstorm, the price of food would definitely rise back, and even rise higher and higher. However, Wen Ning would still buy some products with suitable prices when she saw them. After a round of strolling, Wen Ning lost 2 kilograms of beef. I got a thick quilt *1, a 120-liter large-capacity plastic barrel *1, a Northeast Army coat *1, warm wool socks *5, plush rain boots *2, and some seeds of rice, potatoes, tomatoes, and carrots. Basically, they are all materials related to warmth. Then I put up 2 excellent stone axes and bought 500 units of wood. There are only 2 main sources of wood. One is cutting down trees, and the other is opening treasure chests. The survivors who survived to the 4th day only considered how to survive from the 1st day. Now that we have escaped the first survival crisis, we have to start thinking about the first disaster, the snowstorm. Whether it is to reinforce the shelter or as a burning material, wood is indispensable. The amount of wood that survivors can collect every day is limited. After reinforcing the shelter with these materials, the remaining materials are heating materials. If you want to get more wood, you can only buy it in the market. So in the past 2 days, the price of wood in the market has gradually risen. Wen Ning's stone axe could have been sold at a higher price a few days ago, but it was not necessarily that someone could afford the price at that time. The price is not particularly expensive now, especially with the attributes. Basically, Wen Ning was sold out in just 30 seconds. 500 units of wood, and the wood that Wen Ning collected in the past few days were piled up in the bathroom. There is food at home, so there is no need to panic. Sitting by the fire, Wen Ning calculated the food and water in his hands. There are more than 480 kilograms of beef left. Steak and wolf meat are basically not consumed. Half of the black bread is left, and there are 1.5 buckets of water, nearly 35 liters. There are also some unopened mineral water, small bread, etc. The food will definitely last for a long time, and her cabbage will be ripe the day after tomorrow, so there will be vegetables to eat. After eating bread and meat for 4 days, Wen Ning felt that she was almost constipated. It was time to supplement some dietary fiber. When the snowstorm is over, the plan to plant rice should be put on the schedule as soon as possible. With planting fields to shorten the rice maturation period, Wen Ning is not worried about the harvest. At present, in addition to collecting supplies, there is still the workbench obtained earlier that has not been solved. What is needed here is electronic components and equipment to convert iron ore into iron ingots. There is no direction for these for the time being. Wen Ning can think of one way is the trading market, and the other is to open the treasure chest. It seems that it is necessary to go out and explore tomorrow. Early the next morning, Wen Ning packed up and went out. First, he spent 2 hours clearing the nearby grove. Obtained 380 units of wood. Put it back in the shelter. Wen Ning emptied his backpack, put on linen clothes and rattan armor, took 2 weapons, put the spear in the backpack, and inserted the stone blade behind his waist. Bring a bottle of mineral water, 20 units of wood, and 10 units of stone and go out. Wen Ning did not choose to bring tools. He decided to make tools by hand when he encountered problems. Anyway, it would not cost a few pieces of wood and stone. If the backpack is not enough when it is used up, it will be thrown away directly. It is so arrogant. Stepping into the grassland again, Wen Ning raised her vigilance. She took too much advantage in the previous 2 battles, and won without any damage. But people can't always be so lucky. Only by being careful can you make a boat for 1,000 years. So Wen Ning kept a close eye on the surroundings along the way. After the system was corrected, Wen Ning gave up the idea of marking. After going about 1 kilometer deep into the grassland, Wen Ning climbed over a small hill. The scene in front of her caught her off guard. This is. An area covered by thick fog appeared on the bare grassland. The dividing line was very different from the surrounding green and yellow grass, and it was unusually clear. It appeared so abruptly. It was out of place and unusual at first glance. Chapter 19. The 5th day of the Wasteland calendar. Wen Ning looked at the thick fog in front of him in disbelief and exclaimed, "The ruins of the old world." What he thought was coming true. Wen Ning just got the information last night, and he encountered it today. Wen Ning had already put on protective gear before going out, and was fully prepared. Now that he encountered this ruins, how could he not go in and explore? With a burning gaze, Wen Ning couldn't help but tighten the spear in his hand, and slowly walk to the edge of the thick fog. Exploring the ruins, although Linley did not prompt whether there were monsters or mutant animals inside. But Wen Ning still approached carefully. When he was about 5 meters away from the thick fog, Wen Ning stopped. The inside of the thick fog was foggy and gray, and it was impossible to see through it, like a gathering of dark clouds. Uneasy restlessness surged from his chest, and Wen Ning keenly felt that it was very dangerous inside. But at the same time, an inexplicable desire came from the inside of the fog, making people unconsciously want to go in. It was as if something was calling him from the dark. Wen Ning immediately took a deep breath, lowered his eyes, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He forced himself to recite the heart purification mantra taught by his master twice, and when he opened his eyes again, the desire in his eyes dissipated, and he regained his clarity. At this time, I don't know if it was Wen Ning's illusion, the thick fog in the ruin seemed to dissipate a little, and Wen Ning looked up. A gate slowly appeared in front of him, and the words on it were looming. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Wen Ning's mind. Player discovered the time-limited trial ruins greed. Tip: the time-limited trial ruins will last for 2 hours, and players who have not escaped by then will be trapped in it permanently. Death during the trial will be considered game death. Wen Ning immediately opened the friend channel. Private chat channel. What kind of ruins were the trial ruins you encountered last time? Linley 8989. Damn. Boss, you encountered a ruin so soon? But what ruins? Linley 8989. My system prompted me that I encountered a ruin. Linley 8989. Boss, go in boldly. There are a lot of things outside the ruins. There is no danger. But I don't know about the inside. I think it's gloomy inside. Although there is no danger, I am timid. So, Wen Ning quickly browsed it, and decisively closed the channel. It seems that what Linley encountered may really be an ordinary ruin. Good luck? Or bad luck? In any case, this opportunity to explore is rare. Thinking so, Wen Ning stepped in firmly with a spear in his hand. Walking in for dozens of meters, there was still a fog around, and the visibility was less than 5 meters. Survivors detected entering the ruins. Chat channel closed, trading channel closed, map switched, ruins exit marked. The backpack limit inside the ruins is open to infinity. Countdown is synchronized with the ruins countdown. The system prompt sounded, and the surrounding fog seemed to have received a signal, and suddenly receded like a tide. The surrounding environment began to become clear, and Wen Ning's eyes lit up. The green all around came into view, and the birdsong and flowers seemed to be transmitted to her 5 senses. At this moment, Wen Ning seemed to be in a primeval forest. Each of the towering trees was at least 100 years old, and it took 4 or 5 people to hug them together. The clear sunlight shone through the dense leaves and sprinkled on the path, without the gloomy feeling of the heavy fog just now. The huge scene in front of him, and the real feeling. The breeze blew through his shoulder-length hair, the fragrance of flowers penetrated his nose, and even the feeling of the warm sunlight pouring on his arms was so clear. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the system's ability was terrifying, being able to hide such a large scene in such a small piece of fog. Entering the fog was like entering a new world. How did this game select so many survivors and bring them here when the blue planet was destroyed? And how did it do it, distributing everyone in different places, even more like a set of servers tailored for everyone? Wen Ning looked at the scene in front of him. If you are in a situation and cannot break the situation, then overthinking about motivation is meaningless. This is also the master's teaching. Wen Ning took another step and took a look at the system map. The exit was nearly 500 meters away from him. The countdown in the upper right corner of the map showed that there was 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds left for this limited time exploration of the ruins. Just now, it was prompted that the backpack limit has become unlimited, which means that within the specified time, she can take away as many supplies as she grabs. This is simply free shopping. It is strongly recommended to visit more ruins like this. However, she has little time left, and Wen Ning has no idea about the emergencies here. Wen Ning decided to explore with the exit as the center, with a radius of no more than 500 meters. So let's go to the right first. After just 2 steps, Wen Ning found something. Half of the box was hidden behind a big tree, with a silver-white edging, and it was worth a lot at first glance. Wen Ning was slightly surprised. No wonder Lindley said there were good things outside the ruins, and now there was a treasure chest. It looked quite high level. At least it was higher level than the stone treasure chest she had gotten. It was silver-white and looked like metal. Could it be an iron box? Thinking of this, Wen Ning instantly became excited. Wen Ning took 2 steps at a time, and took a few quick steps like the tree, then suddenly stopped. The joy on her face also disappeared, replaced by solemnity. She had not forgotten that before she came in, the system had prompted that the theme of this ruins was greed. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Wen Ning murmured, this silver-white treasure chest appeared so carelessly, with a dispensable disguise, she didn't believe it was not a ghost, but it was obviously impossible for her to give up the high-level box in front of her. Wen Ning put her hands behind her back, ready to draw a dagger to fight at any time, and then concentrated on observing everything around the silver box. Even a blade of weeds being blown by the wind did not escape her eyes. It took Wen Ning nearly 5 minutes to get close to the 10-meter distance. 3 steps away, Wen Ning tried to use the system's collection function to test. Step back, ready to escape at any time. This is how it is played in TV dramas. There are usually mechanisms, or guardians next to natural treasures. As long as someone touches the treasure, the change will be triggered in an instant. Silver treasure chest detected. Do you want to pick it up? It's actually silver. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning spread his body and moved 10 meters away in a few steps. Silver treasure chest. Woman, are you serious about taking so many steps back? Congratulations on getting a silver treasure chest *1. Tip. The treasure chest obtained in the ruins cannot be taken out of the ruins. Please open it as soon as possible. After several takeoffs and landings, Wen Ning returned to a safe area and confirmed that there was no dangerous mechanism before he let down his guard and checked the treasure chest he had obtained. Inside the backpack, a treasure chest with a silver border was lying in a grid, and it looked extremely delicate. The patterns carved on the box body looked very valuable. When she heard that she couldn't take it out, what else could Wen Ning do? She could only choose to open it. At worst, she could disassemble the box after opening it. At least she could get some silver nuggets, right? Congratulations on obtaining the primary plant illustration, limited edition. Tip. This illustration is only for use in this ruins, and cannot be taken out of the ruins. Items obtained through the plant illustration can be taken out. Chapter 20. My wool. Wen Ning wailed, because she watched the silver treasure chest she had just opened turn into a puff of smoke and disappear. The abacus beads fell to the ground, and Wen Ning heard the sound of her heart breaking. God damn the system, it really doesn't let you get any wool. Wen Ning's expression at this moment was as tragic as if she hadn't grabbed an empty bottle. With a bitter face, she opened the silver treasure chest to see what it had. Wen Ning felt that even if the treasure chest had a huge treasure, she would not be happy. The next second. Plant illustration. OS, I cried, I was pretending. Oh my god, with the monster manual, Wen Ning knew the amazingness of the plant manual without reading the introduction. It doesn't matter if it's limited, there are so many plants and wild fruits in this ruins. With this plant illustration, a lot of dangers can be avoided. Wen Ning found the plant illustration icon with a countdown on the system panel. Click it. Then she looked up at the dense forest in front of her. In an instant, the lush green forest seemed to have been added with special effects. The alternating red and green colors made it look creepy. Wen Ning was stunned by the unreal green in front of her. She just said that the natural treasures were just an exaggeration. But she didn't expect that there were really treasures everywhere in this forest. The sound of jingling blocked the sound of the plant illustration. blocked. The ears finally fell silent, but Wen Ning's heart could not calm down. It was like an adventurer who accidentally entered a treasure palace, facing the treasures everywhere, and didn't know where to start. Wen Ning hesitated for nearly a minute before suddenly waking up. Countdown, what are you doing? Pick it up quickly. Wen Ning walked closer to the plant closest to him. It was about 1 meter high and had clusters of purple flowers, which looked very charming. Wen Ning looked at the plant illustration in his mind, and the illustration automatically jumped to the relevant information. Mallow, perennial upright herb, 50 to 90 centimeters tall. Use, medicinal, edible. Effects, clearing away heat and dampness, regulating qi and relieving constipation, mainly treating constipation. Mallow detected. Do you want to collect it? Constipation? Collect it, collect it. Wen Ning confirmed the collection, and then stretched out her hand, and the mallow in front of her disappeared. There were flowers, and inedible thick rhizomes left on the land. There was one more mallow in the backpack. 5 minutes later, Wen Ning looked at the mallow *30 in the backpack and stopped. At the same time, she also understood the rules in the ruins. The efficiency of collecting things in the ruins is much slower than outside, and the tools cannot work. Wen Ning looked at the remaining large area of mallow with regret, and walked into the depths of the forest. Time is limited, she can't lose the big picture for the small. It was like entering a wild Chinese herbal garden, and Wen Ning almost got lost in the dazzling variety of herbs. What to do? There are so many herbs, she really wants to take them all back. Wen Ning rationally selected the ones that would be most useful to her. Lily of the Valley. The whole plant is poisonous. If I use this to kill the mutant beast, will the meat be poisonous? Forget it. Pass, Adlanima. The whole plant is poisonous. Pass. Wen Ning chose not to collect all the poisonous plants. The plant illustrations are only useful for the ruins. Who knows if the information of the herb she identified will be lost after she goes out. Although her memory is good, it is not to the extent of photographic memory. If she accidentally eats herself to death, I am sure that when she sees the master, he will also be pulled by the ears and taught a lesson. Master, you are inheritor of ancient martial arts. How can you know nothing about pharmacology? At least learn something and teach me. Why do I need to rely on this plant illustration that will disappear at any time? Wasting time. Wen Ning walked and muttered, approaching a tree 2 people tall. The red fruits hung heavily on the branches. Too dense. Wen Ning curled the corners of his lips, and couldn't wait to pick one. Wild apple. Perennial tree, 2 to 15 meters high. Use, edible. Efficacy, none. Wild apple detected. Do you want to collect? Collect. Wen Ning bit down hard with a click, and the sweet aroma went straight into his nose. The sweetness exploded in his mouth. The flesh was crisp and juicy, and the whole thing was delicious. Woo, so delicious. While eating, Wen Ning didn't listen to his hands, and picked them frantically into his backpack. The main goal is to not delay 2 things at the same time. Wen Ning had eaten meat for 4 days, and he hadn't tasted anything else since the salty taste in his mouth. At this time, looking at this apple was really unbearable. Survivors, please note that fruit trees cannot be taken away. Wen Ning was stunned. Her thoughts were exposed. The system's voice sounded a bit gnashing. But she pretended that nothing had happened and kept picking with both hands. The apples were extremely dense, one next to the other. Basically, as long as Wen Ning's hand was 5 centimeters away, the backpack would automatically collect them. There was no need to jump up at all. There were at least 50 or 60 apples in the area in front of her. After Wen Ning kept picking for 10 minutes, there were already wild mature apples *200 in her backpack. Okay, that's enough. Licking the corner of his mouth, Wen Ning decisively gave up the apple tree. You can't give up a whole forest for a tree. Turning around to continue exploring. In the ruins map, Wen Ning was still in the outer range. The map seemed to be synchronized with the plant atlas, with a field of green and red dots. Wen Ning had already figured it out. The green dot meant that the plant was completely non-toxic and even had special effects. The red dot means that the plant is poisonous, harmful to the human body, and even dangerous. Just now, when Wen Ning passed by a plant, the plant suddenly sprayed out dark green liquid. Wen Ning stretched out his hand nimbly, and dodged its attack range in a flash. But the other plants where the liquid was sprayed withered quickly within 3 seconds, and even rotted directly to the roots. This made Wen Ning more aware of the crisis, at least reminding her that there are still many unknown dangers in its ruins. But for some reason, it is not as terrifying and gloomy as Lin Li mentioned. However, Wen Ning subconsciously controlled himself to be cautious, and kept wandering within 300 meters of the exit of the ruins. He glanced at the countdown, and there was still more than an hour and 30 minutes left. TSK, I just wasted too much time picking apples. Wen Ning looked at the ruins map. The closer to the inside, the fewer red dot areas there are, and the green light is brighter. At first glance, there are good things. There are already 3 kinds of herbs, and 2 kinds of wild fruits in the backpack. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, and decided to walk further in. The resources outside were indeed rich, but the value was ordinary, the quantity was large, and the quality was average. So Wen Ning chose a path that seemed to have less red light, and moved forward into the ruins, while carefully calculating his distance from the exit. The path became narrower and narrower, and Wen Ning collected herbs along the way, while being careful to be alert to the red plants. Until the end of the path, the view suddenly opened up. Chapter 21. Walking along the stream, I forgot how far I had gone. Suddenly I came across a peach blossom forest, which stretched for hundreds of steps along the banks. There were no other trees in the forest, and the grass was fresh and the petals were colorful. Wen Ning was shocked by the scene before her eyes, wondering if she had really strayed into the peach blossom spring in the book by mistake. In front of her was a garden, with a square medicinal field in the middle, where 5 or 6 kinds of medicinal herbs were planted. They were growing well, and it was obvious that they were worth a lot of money. On the other side, there was actually a vegetable field. The dense vegetables seemed to have no area planned when they were planted, and everyone was vying for land, without wasting any land. They were all full. At a glance, Wen Ning saw no less than 10 common vegetables, including the potatoes and carrots she wanted to plant. The 2 plots of land were about half the size of a basketball court. The periphery was not idle either, with all kinds of fruit trees surrounding the medicinal fields and vegetable fields. Each tree was full of fruits. It seemed as if the seasons did not exist at all here, and all the plants were in the best period for harvest. Oh my God! What kind of fairyland is this? This is just the periphery of the forest ruins. Wen Ning rushed into the vegetable field with a hungry stomach like a homeless man who had been hungry for more than 10 years. She pulled out the tomatoes one by one and put them into her backpack with the roots. She pulled out the cabbages by the handful. One broccoli was as big as her head. Cabbage, white radish, carrot, tomato, pepper, eggplant, pumpkin, corn, cucumber, lemon, potato, taro. She took away all the vegetables she saw. Then she turned around and rushed to the medicinal field. Although there were no red spots in this area, Wen Ning still identified them before choosing to collect them. The main reason was that medicinal materials were not like vegetables. If she didn't recognize them when she went out, she wouldn't dare to use them. Tian Zikao, an annual upright herb, mainly used to treat bruises, swelling and pain, fractures, external application or internal administration. Sanbako, a perennial upright herb, mainly used to detoxify and reduce inflammation, decoction. Somglanthus, a biennial herb, mainly used to treat high fever, decoction. Eclipti, an annual herb, mainly used to stop bleeding from external injuries, decoction. Perilla, an annual upright herb, mainly used to treat colds, edible. Sure enough, the effect was incomparable to the herbs outside. Wen Ning harvested these herbs expressionlessly, and then firmly remembered their appearance and effects in her mind. Very good, basically all common diseases are covered, and the treatment method is not complicated, which is very suitable for Wen Ning, a newbie. Wen Ning, immersed in it, did not notice the forest behind him. The sun shone through the gaps onto the path, and the speed of movement became strangely faster. It took about 10 minutes to sweep the 5 kinds of herbs with amazing effects in the medicinal field, and Wen Ning turned her attention to the surrounding trees and fruit trees. I looked at the time just before I came in, and there was about an hour left on the countdown. It took 10 minutes to collect vegetables, and 10 minutes to collect medicinal materials. It took another 10 minutes to collect fruits, and then we had to go back no matter what. Wen Ning was not rare for the treasures in the forest. With these supplies, her life would undergo a qualitative change. Looking around, the fruity fragrance was strong. Sweet and refreshing fragrance was everywhere. There was also a huge watermelon on the ground. Wen Ning picked up 10 first. Then he moved to the trees. Apricots the size of fists, collect them. Peaches that are pink and red, collect them. In fact, Wen Ning prefers crisp peaches, but it doesn't matter now. Just take whatever you can get. Red lychees, collect them. Mangoes that are bigger than a full bag, collect them. Guava, collect. Pomegranates, collect them without thinking. There's still enough time. There's still half an hour without even checking. Catch one more and stop. Catch one more. Wen Ning's eyes gradually revealed stubbornness, a little crazy, and his hands never stopped moving. He kept telling himself that there was enough time. He even resisted the idea of checking the time. Just like a gambler in a casino, he would stop after winning a hand. Just stop. Stop. What's wrong with me? Wen Ning stopped suddenly, still holding a piece of fruit in his hand. Greed. Oops. Wen Ning came back to her senses, and quickly opened the map. The fruit in her hand was thrown far away, like a hot potato. Countdown to the closing of the ruins. 8 minutes and 28 seconds, dong. It was like a huge Buddhist bell ringing in Wen Ning's ears, shaking her whole head. Acting faster than thinking, Wen Ning turned around and rushed out of this strange place. The time flow rate here is twice that of the outside. She thought it would only take 30 minutes, but in fact, time would flow for an hour. Almost got caught. The moment Wen Ning turned around and rushed out, a huge sense of loss surged in her heart. All the fruits and herbs she had just picked were filled again. There were even a lot of new ones. The herbs attracted Wen Ning to identify them, and the fruit forest also had her favorite crisp peaches. There are still so many things left to take, I can't give up. The ruins may only appear this time, and there will be no chance in the future. I am only 400 meters away from the exit. If I try my best, I can get there in less than a minute. There are so many supplies here, even if I stay here forever, so what, I can live better. No! Wen Ning's mind kept pouring out words to convince himself. Without stopping, Wen Ning silently chanted the meditation mantra while rushing towards the exit. The short 400-meter distance seemed to be stretched very long. And the ruins seemed to have known that they could no longer use Wen Ning's greed, and the surrounding plants suddenly moved. The original road disappeared, replaced by plants that blocked the road and would actively attack people. Can't afford to use force? The ruins gave up affecting Wen Ning's mind, and Wen Ning also regained his sanity with the meditation mantra. He jumped up and down to avoid the large-scale attack of the plants. In front of her, the original road did not disappear, but was blocked by some plants. The spear was swung, harvesting most of the plants that attacked from a distance. Avoiding venom, flying needles, and thorns, Wen Ning used the terrain and unique body movements to move forward safely. And for the sake of safety, Wen Ning kept the map open. Although there were many plants blocking the road along the way, Wen Ning finally saw the exit sign 3 minutes before the countdown ended. Delighted, Wen Ning quickened his pace again. The tip of the spear touched the ground. Wen Ning jumped up and flew sideways over the last obstacle. The toes landed perfectly, and Wen Ning stabilized his body and retracted the spear. Are you sure to exit the ruins? Confirm. The plant vines rushing behind him paused, and then reluctantly shrank back. Wen Ning's eyes lit up with a white light, and in the last moment, she saw that all the plants in the ruins withered in an instant. The fog that had originally dissipated returned and surrounded the ruins heavily. Chapter 22. The barren grassland reappeared in front of him, and Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. I have never felt so close here. The thick fog area behind him disappeared, and the ruins seemed to have never appeared. Congratulations on successfully exploring the ruins. The supplies you obtained in the ruins have been stored in the temporary backpack. Please clean up as soon as possible. The temporary backpack will disappear in a week. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Wen Ning felt that the system's tone was a little regretful. But when he clicked on the temporary backpack, a full basket of supplies popped up, and Wen Ning immediately smiled from ear to ear. Look at this juicy big fruit, look at these tempting vegetables, and then look at these medicinal herbs. Extract the apples to the backpack. 200 apples occupy 2 slots of the backpack. Wen Ning took out the extra 2, and walked back while chewing. Wen Ning was surprised to find that although the plant illustrations disappeared, the information of the plants that Wen Ning brought out did not disappear. As long as you concentrate, you can still display the information. Great, but it was too dangerous. If it weren't for the calming mantra at the critical moment, she might have lost herself in it. In the past, her master asked her to practice the calming mantra. Although Wen Ning obeyed, she never thought deeply about the mystery of it. She just felt that this mantra could calm her mind in the boring life of martial arts training. After 8 years of practice, Wen Ning has never had many friends, and she doesn't need them. The spiritual wealth given by her master is rich enough. But whenever she falls into anxiety, depression and negative emotions, the calming mantra can always calm her down. Over time, whenever she finds that her emotions fluctuate too much, she will unconsciously recite this mantra silently. Today, in this ruins with the theme of greed, Wen Ning experienced the feeling of the infinite expansion of gambler's greed. The overwhelming pleasure almost made her sink into it. Sure enough, this trial ruin should not be underestimated. Fortunately, she practiced hard, and the heart purification mantra saved her life again. Wen Ning walked back while reviewing what she encountered in the ruins today. clicked on her death note. The appearance of the silver treasure chest is not accidental. In other words, if there was no plant illustration book, most survivors would only be able to recognize a small part of the fruits inside, and would not be easily attracted to the inner circle. When Ning recalled the distance she walked into, which was actually not considered the inner circle at all, the outer periphery alone has such a terrifying attraction. When Ning dared not imagine that if he had been a little greedier and walked deeper. It's terrifying to think about it. There is also the distribution of supplies in the ruins. Ordinary supplies are deliberately placed at the outermost periphery, so that if the survivors do not go deep, they can only search for some wild vegetables and fruits. There is not even a shadow of vegetables. And some of these supplies are covered with green coats, but they will have side effects on the human body. Then, there are red plants, which are deliberately arranged at several important contact points. When the player avoids the attack, they will be directed to the supply point. One link after another, leaving no room for maneuver. And the most sinister thing is that when you are immersed in the joy of purchasing goods, it quietly leads you to a place where the flow of time is different. If when Ning had not woken up in time, she would have been trapped in the ruins when she came to her senses after thinking that the 30 minutes were up. But the attack power of these plants is not high. This is also the reason why Wen Ning was able to escape successfully. Although on the way back, many plants tried to block Wen Ning's retreat, the impact caused by dragging and interference was very limited. This is also in line with the theme of this ruins, which is mainly to use greed to control people's minds. You have new messages, please check. The system prompt interrupted Wen Ning's thoughts at the right time, and Wen Ning happened to have returned to the shelter. Closing the gate of the yard, Wen Ning walked to his water device, and opened the private chat channel. By the way, Linley 8989, boss, are you back? Private chat channel, yes. Linley 8989, great, I sent you a message this morning, but it couldn't be sent out, so I guessed that you had entered the ruins. Morning? Wen Ning remembered that he entered the ruins at 10 a.m., and it is now 4 p.m. The speed of time in the ruins is different from that in the outside world. Linley 8989, boss, how long have you explored in the ruins? Private chat channel, 2 hours. Linley 8989, sure enough. Boss, I stayed in the ruins for 2 hours last time, and I came out at 4 p.m. Linley 8989, this shows that the time mechanism of the trial ruins is different. Boss, could this be a game copy? Wen Ning collected water resources, and watered the small planting field. He did not reply to Lin Li's words immediately, but went into the house, lit a bonfire, and picked up a peach to eat. Then he slowly replied to Lin Li's message. Private chat channel, indeed, there are places in the ruins where the speed of time is different. Wen Ning told Lin Li this information, just as a reward for his concern for him. It was not intelligence, just a friendly reminder, but it did not say whether this was a copy or not. The survival system did not have such a statement. Wen Ning would not recognize any message that was not verified by the system. If Lin Li was smart enough, he should be able to understand what Wen Ning meant and be more careful. Sure enough, the other parties seemed to understand what Wen Ning meant and replied after a full minute. Linley 8989, thank you, big guy, I understand. Wen Ning closed the private chat channel. Lin Li did not ask her how much supplies she had harvested from beginning to end, which made her feel 2 points better about Lin Li. But it was only 2 points. At this stage, the game is in lone wolf mode for novice protection, but it is inevitable that they will form a group later. Wen Ning used to act in groups more often, so of course she knows the benefits of teamwork. So she did not reject Lin Li's approach, but whether he was qualified to be a companion remained to be seen. After all, across the screen, the understanding of a person from text alone is really limited. After eating the peach, Wen Ning stared at the peach pit in his hand. In theory, the seeds of fully mature fruits should also be mature. Peach seeds. Look carefully, this is a mature seed. Plant it, and you may harvest a fruit tree. It is a seed indeed. Wen Ning put the seeds into the warehouse, away from the fire. Feeling the temperature of the warehouse, Wen Ning felt that this location was not suitable for storing his fruits and vegetables. But the temporary warehouse only lasts for a week. Wen Ning must find a place to store them. Although the temperature will drop when the disaster comes, the disaster lasts for 3 days. For the storage of vegetables, it is far from enough. Looking at the entire shelter, Wen Ning stared at the floor with a burning gaze. In the remote mountain villages, farmers will choose a building called a cellar cold storage when storing sweet potatoes. Chapter 23. The location of the cellar is very demanding. Wen Ning walked around and found that only the warehouse under the shelter was slightly suitable. Wen Ning's shelter is close to the woods on the left and the grassland on the right. The grassland is humid, while the woods on the left are dry. The geographical location of the cellar requires dryness, low groundwater level, good soil water retention, and tight structure that is not easy to collapse. Wen Ning plans to make a cellar that can be moved freely, and go down in a spiral staircase to ensure that the shelter on the top will not collapse due to the existence of the cellar. And if needed in the future, it can be expanded to become a cellar group. There is even a plan that can be put on the agenda. Wen Ning pondered. It is now the 5th night of the Wasteland calendar. There are only 3 days left before the first disaster. She still needs to spend time collecting supplies, but she must also make good use of the supplies in her hands. If she can't take out these supplies for storage after 7 days, they will be wasted in the end. It would be better to exchange them for some durable supplies. In an instant, Wen Ning made a decision. In the next 3 days, Wen Ning built a cellar while exchanging supplies. Strive to maximize benefits. Wen Ning did it right away. He chose a location near the corner of the wall, and the range of the cellar he preset, and removed a piece of floor. Then he took out the stone shovel he made when killing the mutant cow, and started digging. After digging for about half an hour, Wen Ning felt severe pain all over his body. What happened? Just because he chopped trees for 2 hours in the morning and explored a ruin, his body couldn't bear it? When did he become so delicate? Could it be a relic? Has Linley ever encountered this situation? Wen Ning was just wondering when the private message channel rang. Now she only has one friend, and she can guess who it is with her toes. Linley 8989. Boss, check the world channel. World channel? World channel. Does it mean that someone entered the old world relics on the 3rd day? World channel. E264 District Su 7809. Buying old world relics information at a high price. Going through system authentication. Private chat with price. Come with sincerity. World channel. W355 District Letion 8623. I have a batch of relic materials for sale, and those who are interested can private chat. Wen Ning's eyes were stern, and it seemed that the relic was no longer a secret. Patting the dust off his hands, Wen Ning rubbed his wrists, went to the campfire and sat down, looking carefully at the various information on the World Channel. After browsing for a while, most of the World Channel was about buying relic information. I couldn't see anything special. Wen Ning decisively switched to the Regional Channel. Regional Channel. Oh my god, I'm almost suffocating. I entered this so-called ruins on the first day, picked up a few bottles of water and came out, and then the World Channel didn't allow me to talk about it, and the Regional Channel didn't allow me to talk about it. It was blocked as soon as I talked about it. The supplies can't be exchanged. Regional Channel. The above is a bit stupid. You can authenticate it as intelligence and sell it, although you can only sell it once. Regional Channel. So early? I just entered today, and I explored the periphery. I did pick up a lot of things. When I was about to go in, a wild wolf suddenly appeared, and I ran out quickly. Regional Channel. I entered a castle, magnificent and golden, with gold all over the ground. I will post it when I return to Blue Star, haha. Regional Channel. Everyone seems to enter a different place. Let me tell you a horror story. Just now, nearly 1,000 people were lost in the Regional Channel. Wen Ning noticed this message and quickly looked at the upper left corner. 7,698. Really 1000. Regional Channel. At what time did everyone enter the ruins, and at what time did everyone come out? Regional Channel. I entered at 8 a.m. and came out at 4 p.m. Regional Channel. 12 p.m. came out at 4 p.m. It seems that no matter how long the players stay in the ruins, they will come out at 4 p.m. And now it seems that it is basically certain that all players have entered the ruins once within 3 days. I just don't know if the 1,000 people who disappeared all at once today, or the total number of people who disappeared in 3 days. These players are likely dead. Wen Ning did not forget the crazy withering plants the moment she came out. They seemed unwilling. Unwilling for what? Unwilling that she was not turned into nutrients for the forest ruins. In this case, the players should have a large amount of supplies in their hands now. Almost everyone is now discussing the details of the ruins. Wen Ning watched distractedly, and clicked on the trading channel again. Sure enough, the trading channel had a lot more food and water, as well as tools and weapons. There were also some strange supplies. Wen Ning searched for iron ingots. 3 items popped up immediately. A tomato avatar, iron ingots *2 for private chat. Note, don't read, the other 2 are also from me. Wen Ning was silent for a moment, and clicked on the person's homepage. Private chat channel. Hello, how much do you want for iron ingots? Private chat channel. How much? The other party replied quickly, without a quote, but asked Wen Ning how much he wanted. Wen Ning pondered for a moment and decided to be direct. Private chat channel. I want all the 6 yuan on the shelf, and I can take more. Private chat channel. 6 yuan, I want 10 L of water, enough food for a week, and medicine. Wen Ning, how presumptuous of you. Private chat channel, goodbye. Private chat channel, hey. Wait, we can bargain, how much can you offer? Wen Ning did not reply immediately, but looked at the other party's message and thought for a moment. It took a long time before he replied with 4 words. Private chat channel, you are injured. Wen Ning ignored it after sending this sentence. Although this player asked for a lot of food and water, medicine was left at the end. The other party's idea must have made Wen Ning focus on food and water. But medicine. You said medicine in the Wasteland. Can it be ignored? So Wen Ning made a bold guess. Even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. The ruins had been exposed, and the living players had all gained a lot. There must be a lot of supplies. At this time, it was a psychological game, and the longer it lasted, the more testing and tormenting it would be. If Wen Ning's guess is correct, the other party will soon compromise. The other party did not refute immediately, and Wen Ning curled the corners of his lips. She guessed right. Wen Ning's guess was indeed correct. At this time, in a shelter transformed from a cave, Chung Dingquan leaned against the corner of the shelter with difficulty. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a terrible burn appeared on his leg, covered with terrible blisters. Next to him was an overturned smelting table, and at his feet was an incompletely formed iron ingot. Next to him, a huge furnace stood. He had just unpacked the furnace blueprint from the ruins today, and Chung Dingquan, who was in the mining area, was ecstatic. These days he mined day and night to exchange for food and water. Because in the 10 kilometers around his shelter, there were only a few wood and straw except for ore. In the early stage, because the purchasing power of stones and ores was good, Chung Dingquan could also exchange for some food and water. Chung Dingquan was smart. He directly dismantled the shelter and lived in a half-entered mine. After installing a door, the survival system actually recognized him as a new shelter. He was also lucky. He earned water and food by relying on his strength and labor a few days ago, and did not let himself starve to death. After returning to the shelter from the ruins, Chung Dingquan found that the ore he dug was just enough to make a furnace. Chung Dingquan did it without thinking. Then he successfully smelted the iron ingot. Chung Dingquan knew that this thing must be obtained by more than one person, and he wanted to strive for the fastest time and the greatest benefit. As a result, he was not careful, and the red-hot iron ingot fell directly on his thigh. After the scream, the desire to survive overcame the pain. Chung Dingquan endured the severe pain and posted the transaction. There were many people asking, but once the medicine was mentioned, everyone said he was wishful thinking. At this time, Chung Dingquan stared at the message sent by Wen Ning in a daze. The other party was sure that he was injured, but did not bargain, nor did he say contemptuously that he was wishful thinking. It can only mean that the other party can really take out so many supplies. Moreover, the other party has medicine. Chapter 24. The fact that he was injured was exposed. Chung Dingquan was almost desperate, and he was stunned and didn't know how to react. There was nothing in the Wasteland apocalypse. But what is the most important? Water, food? Other than that, it's medical treatment. Chung Dingquan pulled the corner of his mouth. In his current state, he might need more than one medicine. Burns, hemostasis, wound healing, and anti-inflammatory, and he might have a high fever at night. In peacetime, such a large area of burns would require skin grafting. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Chung Dingquan almost sentenced himself to death in his heart. Ridiculous, ridiculous. I thought that with this furnace, I could get a lot of supplies faster than others. I didn't expect that I would meet the King of Hell faster. But he hasn't found his wife and children yet. How can he be so willing? Chung Dingquan's expression was as if he was ready to die, and he sent the message again. Private chat channel. Yes, I am seriously injured now. This is the blueprint of the furnace for making iron ingots. I brought it out from the ruins. It is a one-time blueprint. Private chat channel. If you can save my life, if I can survive by chance, in return, I will contract your mine in the future. I will process it for you for free. Private chat channel. To be honest, there are only mines within a radius of 10 miles here. Now I have lost my mobility, so I need so much food. Wen Ning waited for a long time before she got Chung Dingquan's reply. It was almost the same as she guessed. The other party was seriously injured. Wen Ning captured the key words. The blueprint came from the ruins one time. That is the same as her workbench. Wen Ning did not dare to guarantee that she could get such a thing that depends on luck. Moreover, during the period of waiting for a reply, there were no blueprints for the furnace for sale in the trading market. There were no iron ingots even. Wen Ning guessed that the blueprints for the furnace were quite rare, and what was needed to build a furnace was also rare. This also explained why the World Channel was buying several minerals that Wen Ning had never seen before at high prices. Also, he said that he would contract his own mine in the future. Wen Ning was inevitably tempted. Just try to see if the medicine he brought out from the ruins was effective. Thinking of this, Wen Ning initiated a transaction. The other party initiated a transaction, and the transaction item was Eclipta prostrata. Chung Dingkuan 7777. Thank you. How do you use this medicine? Chung Dingkuan looked at the transaction initiated by the other party, and was overjoyed. He quickly removed all his iron ingots from the shelf, and put them on Wen Ning's trading table. Wen Ning's eyes flickered slightly. The drug information was only visible to him: private chat channel, internal and external application, hemostatic. I haven't tried it. Chung Dingkuan didn't care. It was normal that he had never used it. How could he bear to use such precious medicinal materials if he was not injured? Wen Ning looked at the iron ingots and was a little surprised. All 6 pieces were given to her. The other party lifted the anonymity and sent a friend request. He didn't ask Wen Ning for extra supplies. Chung Dingkuan 7777. It really works. My bleeding stopped immediately. Your medicine is so effective. Thank you. Chung Dingkuan's tone was excited. It was really magical. He chewed these 2 small herbs and spit them out, then put them on the burned area and swallowed the juice. After a minute, the pain was obviously reduced. Chung Dingkuan's pale face eased a lot, and he found that his bleeding had stopped. Overjoyed, Chung Dingkuan excitedly sent a message to Wen Ning. The feeling of surviving a disaster overwhelmed him. It's good enough to be alive, even if it's just a few days. The other party didn't reply. Wen Ning thought about it, and clicked on another trading link. But this time, the link didn't require the other party's supplies. The other party initiated a transaction, trading items: 5 kilograms beef, 1 L clean drinking water, 1 licorice root. Note: iron ingot reward, decocted licorice root, anti-inflammatory. Chung Dingkuan was a little stunned, and then a grown man couldn't help but wet his eyes. He didn't expect that the other party was really trading with him on an equal footing. Even when his desperate situation was seen through, the other party still valued his value. Of course, he was not the only one who got the furnace, and he couldn't be the only one in the mining area. And the medicinal materials in the other party's hands were very likely the only ones in this wasteland. Chung Dingkuan wiped away his tears, and put all the ores in his backpack on the trading link. Then he solemnly clicked to confirm. Chung Dingkuan 7777, I am grateful for your kindness. Please accept the ore. These are all I have to offer. I will remember what I said. Also, if you get the furnace blueprint, I can provide you with materials. For free. Wen Ning still did not reply. She just exchanged what she wanted for the price she thought it was worth. As for Chung Dingkuan's eager words to express his sincerity, Wen Ning just took a look. The human heart is the most difficult thing to guess. Let's see after a while. She just valued the other party's potential. When there was no iron ingot on the market, he could get the furnace blueprint, and he could make it, and then smelt the iron ingot. I'm already ahead of many people. I just had bad luck. As for the ore sent by Chung Dingkuan, Wen Ning didn't feel any burden when he received them. After all, they were 2 sets of medicinal materials, and it seemed that the medicinal materials were amazing. With Chung Dingkuan's friend, Wen Ning threw the iron ingots and minerals into the box in the corner of the warehouse. Chung Dingkuan was a good person. He really gave me the ore. There were 34 units of iron ore alone, and there were several types that Wen Ning had never seen before. There were still 7 iron ingots missing from the workbench. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, no one else was selling. Wen Ning turned to the trading channel to search for electronic components. Because of the ruins of the old world, there were many resources on the market that he hadn't seen in the past few days. There were quite a lot of electronic components. Dozens of records popped up at once. Some asked for ridiculously high prices, while others asked for very low prices. Resources suddenly increased, and without drawings, there was no value comparison at all. There are very few people who have drawings now, so no one can correct this vision. Wen Ning looked all the way, and found that most people did not know the purpose of electronic components. So this kind of unpredictable price appeared. Wen Ning seized the opportunity, and selected the transaction information from a large number of transaction information. He spent 2 apples in exchange for 5 electronic components. Now, the workbench is only 1 unit of iron ingot short, and he didn't find any after searching for a long time. Maybe everyone is busy dealing with the upcoming snowstorm, or there may be no drawings. Wen Ning felt a little regretful, but not impatient. Chung Ningquan has rested well, and can burn a unit for her at any time. At present, she has enough supplies, and even if she does not rely on the workbench, she can get more efficient tools than others. At this stage, she seems to be a little stuck, and the synthesis system has not been used for many days. But it is not her fault that she can't buy iron ingots. If this way is not feasible, just take another way. For example, she has so many supplies, there are hundreds of cucumbers alone. How can she keep them? Wen Ning changed her clothes and lay in bed. The heat-insulating stones kept the entire bedroom at a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Wen Ning could also change it with his mind, raising or lowering the temperature. The upper limit was to increase the temperature by 88 degrees Celsius, and the lower limit was that all the heat-insulating stones would not work. The news about the ruins was still being discussed and traded on the World Channel. The supplies on the trading channel gradually increased. In this exploration of the ruins, almost everyone got some supplies more or less. But at the same time, a large number of survivors died in the ruins. Wen Ning watched attentively, writing down important information from time to time. Until sleepiness came. Wen Ning fell asleep mumbling. The themes of the ruins currently appear: greed, suffering, happiness, sadness, anger. Chapter 25. Wasteland Calendar Novice Period Day 6, Mild Season, Sunny, 8 o'clock. On the third day before the disaster, Wen Ning went out early in the morning. The rising sun was hanging in the sky, but the sunlight was not very warm, and it did not feel warm on his body. Wen Ning even felt a little chilly. It is better to wear long sleeves tomorrow. When he got up this morning, Wen Ning bought a batch of clothes while eating, including cotton, wool, and fur, and felt that were said to be from Siberia. After all, even if it is a blizzard, you have to go out to work. Wen Ning rubbed the cold hair on his arms, walked to the grove, and spent 2 hours chopping down all the nearby wood. He then returned to the shelter. There was no point in going out for the last 2 days, so Wen Ning simply devoted himself to his cellar project. He synthesized 2 hoes and 2 stone shovels in one go. I dug in the warehouse for 2.5 days, until noon the day before the disaster. Every day, I went out to collect wood and dug tunnels in the cellar. During my free time for meals and rest, I would browse the chat channel and the trading market. The chat channel has been quiet for the past 2 days. The ruins seem to have brought basic survival supplies to most players, and the online beggars gradually disappeared. And those players who doubted the system and thought that this trial was just a dream also woke up completely. As the first trial disaster approached, almost everyone realized the seriousness. The activity of the trading channel reached an unprecedented level, and many strange supplies gradually emerged, most of which were brought out from the ruins. Players chatted and believed that the ruins were the backdoor opened by the system, saying that the system was also afraid that all the survivors would die. From this, it can be inferred that the difficulty of the first trial will not be too great. However, the number of survivors who buy wood and stones in the trading market is rising every day. The price of heating materials has risen sharply. Even wood, which is refreshed regularly next to everyone's shelter, is the same. Some survivors said that there is nothing to be afraid of in the extreme cold. As long as their campfire is not extinguished, they will not be frozen to death. Moreover, the system has already prompted that it is related to snow. There is an old saying among the people that it is not cold when it snows, but it is cold when the snow melts. So the intensity of the disaster should not be great. So everyone chose to hoard as much wood as possible. After all, the work of collecting wood every day is much easier than other work. And Wen Ning also spent 2 hours every morning to collect wood from the nearby grove, and then came back to dig his own cellar. The rotating earthen steps went down little by little, about the height of a floor. After Wen Ning dug to a suitable depth, he used this as the center and dug a hole horizontally. Finally, he dug out a space of about 5 square meters, which was smaller than the warehouse above. If the entire space was emptied, the warehouse would inevitably collapse. My ability is limited, and so is my time. Wen Ning used a torch to explore the surroundings. The bottom was a little damp, and the torch flickered due to the lack of air circulation. The damp and cold weather was much lower than the temperature outside the shelter now, which was very suitable for storing fresh fruits and vegetables to extend their shelf life. Under the weak light of the fire, Wen Ning transported the last bit of soil out. Fortunately, the backpack can carry a lot of soil, otherwise, the work of moving soil would be exhausting. Wen Ning came out of the warehouse with a dusty face. His body was covered with mud, and even his hair was inevitably stained with mud. Wen Ning was a little disgusted with himself. He hadn't taken a shower for a week. He used web wipes every day, and when he was a little extravagant, he would use 2 or 3. Since Wen Ning insisted on using wet wipes to wipe his hair every day, and then wrapped it with cloth and tied it into a low ponytail, his hair was not particularly oily. But he had been underground for the past 2 days, and he was so tired that he didn't clean himself up so carefully. Looking at the water he had collected in the past few days, Wen Ning decided to be extravagant. Let's wash my hair. Otherwise, I really can't sleep. I can still insist on using wet wipes to take a shower, but my hair is really not good. So, at noon, Wen Ning boiled a pot of water, then took out a wooden basin, put the water into her backpack, took a pack of disposable shampoo she had traded, and walked out of the shelter. The wooden comb was made by herself using a crafting table. Wen Ning took off the headscarf covered with mud and let her hair down. Her hair has always been a little below her shoulders. She has no bangs, so if necessary, she can put it all into a hood or helmet, which will not affect her vision and movement. She usually wears a bun and looks neat and tidy. Wen Ning put the wooden basin on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, lowered her head, and put her hair into the hot water. The warm feeling wrapped around her scalp, a feeling that she had not felt for a long time. The hot water moistened her hair from the roots to the ends, and Wen Ning did not dare to move casually. If the water splashed out, it would be a big loss. Keeping this posture, Wen Ning quickly tore open the disposable shampoo. The fragrance of gardenia came, so intimate, Wen Ning poured it all on his scalp and rubbed it quickly. He could hardly rub out any bubbles, and Wen Ning felt like crying. But the condition was just that. It was not that he could not buy shampoo to wash his hair for the second time, but that Wen Ning was reluctant to give up the water resources he collected bit by bit. The survival system talked about the snow disaster, but it did not say that the water after the snow melted was clean. Wen Ning had taken a task before, which was to protect a biologist. He had to go to a plague area to collect samples, but in order to conceal the fact of the plague, the local government burned all the people and animals infected with the plague, along with the things they touched. The fire burned for several days, and black smoke filled the sky. Everyone thought that the evidence had disappeared completely. But on the second day after Wen Ning and others arrived, it rained heavily in the area. The researchers sampled rainwater as usual, and found a large amount of plague virus in the rainwater. Because of this, the team quickly announced the news. The local area avoided falling into a new round of plague. So Wen Ning would not easily consume his stored water resources if he was sure that the snow water from the snowstorm was clean. After washing his hair with this little water, Wen Ning also washed his headscarf and clothes that he had worn for several days. After wringing it out, he hung it back indoors. Hang it by the campfire to dry. If I can't go out in a few days, I build a fireplace here. Although the campfire is convenient, the ash is too big, and the whole room is gray. Wen Ning, who was drying his hair, watched the sun gradually fall, and enjoyed the last tranquility of the mild season. Then he walked into the kitchen and thought about what to eat tonight. On the eve of the disaster season, you have to eat enough. Who knows what you will face tomorrow morning? Wen Ning finally decided to make a stew, tomato beef brisket stewed with potatoes. The main dishes are beef and steak. He took out a chopping board made of wood, and the steak was as soft as a piece of tofu in front of the fine iron dagger. Cut the beef brisket into large pieces, and set aside with the steak. Then he took out 2 potatoes, and cut them into large pieces for later use. Use chopsticks to insert the butt of a tomato, put it on the campfire to roast, and then you can easily remove the skin of the tomato. The removed skin is not wasted, and Wen Ning eats it without disgust. After preparing simple seasonings, Wen Ning started cooking. Put the beef and brisket into the pot with clear water, and stew it first. Wen Ning squatted aside, and carefully skimmed off the floating foam, then fished it out, and kept the soup. Without rock sugar, there is no sugar coloring. Add the tomato cubes, and stir fry until the juice comes out. Crush the tomatoes with a spatula, add light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and dark soy sauce, and stir fry until they are well seasoned. Pour half of the water into the steak broth. Add the steak and beef brisket, bring to a boil, then turn to low heat, and add the potato cubes. Add salt and simmer for about 10 minutes. Add a small amount of pepper to taste before serving. Finally, you have a pot of rich and delicious tomato beef brisket stewed with potatoes. Wen Ning took out the unfinished black bread and opened the lid of the pot. The sweet fragrance was overflowing. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning's saliva was about to flow out. Delicious. Wen Ning can cook, but he rarely has time to cook after work. Even though he came to the Wasteland, he had been running around collecting supplies for the past few days, and he had to make do with it casually every day. Today, it took me 2 hours to make this dish for the first time. Although there was no sole chopped green onion before serving, Wen Ning was still very satisfied. He couldn't wait to pick up a piece of beef brisket and put it in his mouth. It was soft and chewy. This is really the most perfect meal in the Wasteland world. Even if I can't pass the first trial mission, at least I won't starve to death. With the soup, the taste of the bread in my hand has been improved by more than one level. Wen Ning didn't stop until his stomach was full. Looking at the remaining soup, he thought it couldn't be wasted. So, Trading Channel. Auction information of anonymous players. 300 milliliters of steak soup that has been boiled for an hour in exchange for supplies. Bid directly under this message. Limited to 1 hour. Chapter 26. Regional Channel. Someone is auctioning off soup stock. The kind that takes an hour to cook. In previous auctions, Wen Ning had said a very short time, but this time it took an hour. So many people in the world know that Wen Ning also saw the discussion of the survivors in the Regional Channel. Regional Channel. Inhumane. It's okay not to share when humanity is in danger, but you actually insult people in this way. Regional Channel. To be honest, I haven't had a hot bite of food for a week. Regional Channel. Does anyone have instant noodles? This soup must taste great when used for instant noodles. The chat channel had a heated discussion about Wen Ning's bowl of noodle soup. While Wen Ning was cleaning up the leftover dishes, he was looking at the bids on the trading platform. Envy, slander, and prayers. A screen isolated everyone, and the true thoughts deep in their hearts were infinitely magnified and fermented. Eagerly seeking a breakthrough, Wen Ning watched all this silently, and did not speak. The destruction of the blue planet, and the civilization and technology on the system's trial planet, have all been reduced to zero. Human society has returned to a barter society. In her eyes, a bowl of soup is a show-off, and a show-off in the eyes of others. But Wen Ning's idea is really just to exchange some supplies. She can't finish this soup, and it may not taste good tomorrow. Moreover, the soup with seasoning cannot be used to quench thirst. Besides, after a week of hard survival, there are always people who want to supplement some nutrition, right? The bids under the auction link say it all. Wen Ning will not sympathize with these people. Who knows who? An hour passed quickly, and the sky had completely darkened. Wen Ning finally chose the one with the highest bid. It was a ski suit with a constant temperature thermal underwear inside. It also came with a helmet, gloves and goggles. It was a deal that hit Wen Ning's heart. The other party should also be a big shot, and he might not know how to cook. After all, the pictures taken by the system were still very tempting. The temperature dropped significantly at night, and Wen Ning put on a set of constant temperature thermal clothes, and then put on a big cotton-padded jacket from northeast China. The room with the thermal stone installed could not feel cold. But I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Wen Ning always felt that the boundless cold was quietly spreading. Wen Ning stared at the glass window, calculating the time when the disaster would come. If it was calculated according to the early morning, there would be about 3.5 hours. Wen Ning could not feel the cold here, but the other survivors were different. The survivors clearly felt the cold, and the hairs on their bodies stood up one by one. All the doors and windows were shut, but the cold still couldn't be blocked. They quickly gathered around the bonfire, and added a few pieces of wood to prolong the bonfire. They huddled together to reduce the loss of body temperature. Some people even slept on the ground next to the bonfire, not intending to leave the warm range of the bonfire. Regional Channel. Oh my god. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Regional Channel. Who said that you won't freeze to death with a bonfire? I feel that the firepower is not enough. The survivors found that when they faced the bonfire, their backs were cold, and when they turned their backs, their chests were frozen. Regional Channel. Isn't the disaster coming yet? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Do you have a blanket? Go to the previous post. The players who had underestimated the intensity of the snowstorm found that they couldn't bear it, and began to shout in the channel to link up. Regional Channel. It's snowing. It's snowing. It's already snowing. Wen Ning had been staring at the glass window. Under the light of the fire, Wen Ning saw a small snowflake floating on the window, and it was melted by the warmth in the house in an instant. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. System announcement. To all players, the first trial has entered the countdown of 3 hours. Theme of this disaster trial. Extreme cold, snowflakes falling one by one. Duration, 3 days. System prompt. After this disaster, the novice period will officially end, and the system will open a new stage function, so stay tuned. It started the trial countdown when Ning left the campfire and went to the window. The yard was bare, leaving only a few large plastic buckets and basins that Wen Ning had placed. The planting field had been moved into the warehouse by her, and the water extraction device had been removed. The containers and wooden barrels were placed together. In addition to the containers obtained from the trade, Wen-Ning also made 99 20-liter wooden barrels and placed them neatly in the yard. The cabbage had been harvested, and Wen-Ning brought out a lot of vegetables from the ruins, which could not be eaten in a short time. The planting field was temporarily idle. Outside the courtyard wall, the sky was dark and unclear, but it was brighter than the usual night. Large flakes of snow fell continuously. Gradually, the snowflakes merged together into snowballs. In just a dozen minutes, the yard was covered with a palm-thick layer of snow. There was not much snow on Wen-Ning's roof. The bonfire and the thermal insulation stones added to the wall melted the snowflakes before they even got close. Water drops dripped down the eaves, looking quite clean. Wen-Ning could not see any impurities. But Wen-Ning remembered the system's reminder that it was best not to leave the shelter at night, so she just looked at the snow and did not want to collect it immediately. We will know tomorrow whether it is drinkable or not, so there is no rush. The survivors in the channel will not be so honest. Many of them can only drink a little water every day to survive. Now seeing the snow outside, not only do they not feel cold, but they are excited to open the shelter and rush out. Welcome the gift of nature. Wen-Ning sat back in front of the bonfire. She planned to stay up late tonight until the trial disaster came. It was not that she was worried that her shelter was not strong enough, but Wen-Ning wanted to wait and see if the system would give any prompts when the disaster came. Wen-Ning, who was a little bored waiting, took out a guava, wiped it with a tissue and took a bite. The pink flesh was more vivid under the light of the campfire, and the juice was sufficient, and the sweetness burst in the mouth. Wen-Ning squinted comfortably and opened the regional channel. First, he paid attention to the number of people in the regional channel. 7,219. Wen-Ning was stunned. How could 200 people drop in an instant? This number has no fixed meaning and is still dropping. Wen-Ning frowned and looked at the chat history of the channel. Just now, regional channel, brothers go. This is nature sending us water. Regional channel, this snow is edible. There is no peculiar smell. After it melts, the system prompts that it is clean. Regional channel, don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. Important things must be said 3 times. Regional channel, don't go out. I just opened the door out of curiosity and reached out to catch some snowflakes. It was just a little cold at first, but after 5 seconds, my hand was numb. I was so scared that I quickly pulled it back. The system prompts that I have 3rd-degree frostbite. Regional channel, does anyone have antifreeze medicine? The system prompts that if I don't treat it in time, I will. Amputation. Regional channel, oh my god. Those 2 brothers in front. Regional channel, didn't you see that the avatar has turned gray? Everyone, don't go out. Regional channel, I won't go out, but what can I do? The roof of my shelter is about to collapse. Is there any kind person who can give me some wood? Regional channel, a large amount of supplies in exchange for warm items. Cotton padded clothes, warm clothes are preferred. Regional channel, woo woo woo, is there any kind person who can give me some clothes? This is why the number of people has dropped so much. Wen-Ning frowned and browsed quickly, filtering out those meaningless complaints. He used the death note to record while reading. The snow is clean. You can't go out at night. Whether you can go out during the day is still to be tested. Frostbite is very dangerous. If you don't treat it in time, you may have to amputate. After recording all this, Wen-Ning took a deep breath. The snowstorm has not officially started yet. The situation is already so serious. At the current speed of snowfall, Wen-Ning feels that his shelter may also be submerged. Wen-Ning stood quietly by the window of the shelter, watching the heavy snow outside the window. The grassland could no longer be seen in its original appearance, and only a few sturdy trees were left in the grove. The yard was also buried to half its height. Until the early morning, Wen-Ning heard the voice of the system as he wished. System prompt. The world's first trial mission, Extreme Cold, has officially arrived. Chapter 27. Disaster. Coming, Wen-Ning waited nervously for a few minutes. But he never received a prompt from the survival system. Instead, a rumbling sound came from outside the shelter. Wen-Ning just looked out when a huge snowball hit the window with a thud. Then, crackling sounds came from all directions, constantly hitting Wen-Ning's shelter. Luckily, his windows were made of reinforced glass after synthesis. It resisted the attack of the snowball. Hearing the noise outside the house, Wen-Ning also took out the thick quilt. It sounds like a blizzard. Regional channel, is everyone asleep? The snow is heavy. I never thought I would see snowflakes as big as fists in my lifetime. Regional channel, no, The snowflakes here are only the size of thumbs. There is a little wind. Although it is crackling, it should be able to hold up. Regional channel, what? I will just throw big snowballs here. Regional channel, Jean-Loup 5832. The severity of this snowstorm varies according to the different solidity values of everyone's shelter. Regional channel, Old Jean, you are very knowledgeable. I looked around, and it is really like this. Regional channel, what? Tailor-made trial tasks? Then our shelter should not be trampled, right? Regional channel, it is recommended to sleep with both eyes alternately when sleeping. Don't sleep too hard and not know if the house collapses. Regional channel, no matter, the pillars of my house are all made of stone. I'm going to sleep. So the trial missions are divided among different people. Then, is mine the strongest one? As if in response to her, a large ball of snow hit the glass window again. Wen Ning slept restlessly all night. Whenever there was a noise, she would wake up. At daybreak, the noise outside became quieter. The snowstorm must have stopped. Wen Ning jumped up. Looking out the window, oh, I couldn't see anything. The window was covered with white snow, and the view was completely blocked. Visually, I couldn't see anything. It was blocked. Wen Ning put on her constant temperature warm clothes, a wool sweater, a close-fitting rattan armor, a large waterproof ski suit, and finally a military green cotton coat. She wore 3 layers of gloves and socks. And a mask. Only her eyes were exposed. Just kidding, someone got 3rd-degree frostbite after being exposed for only a few seconds last night. Wen Ning didn't dare to joke with her life. After she was fully armed, she walked to the door and tried to open the door of the shelter. The strong wind last night has stopped, but there are still large flakes of snow in the sky. As soon as the door was opened, the snow outside poured in. Wen Ning quickly took 2 steps back to escape. This snow is so thick. Wen Ning was stunned. The cold air came, and the air he exhaled through the mask was instantly frozen. The white snow piled up to a height of at least 2 or 3 meters. Wanting to go out is simply wishful thinking. Wen Ning stood at the entrance for 5 minutes, and found that he did not have any reaction of losing consciousness, so he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 2 or 3 meters high snow wall in front of him. Wen Ning tried to collect snow with a backpack. Tip: the backpack will automatically convert the snow collected into water resources. So convenient? How much is that one portion? Wen Ning tried to collect it, and with a thought, the snow in front of him disappeared by about 1 cubic meter in volume. At the same time, the backpack issued a prompt. Get 500 milliliters snow water, drinkable, *1, the exchange rate is not high, but it is not bad, the amount of a bottle of mineral water. However, water does not have a fixed shape. It is a small layer in the backpack. When collecting the second piece, the water obtained is directly stored together with the previous one. The snow in the yard is enough for Wen Ning to collect a lot of water resources. Wen Ning smiled, the mask could only cover half of her face, but in just a moment, she felt very cold. Every time she took a breath, her chest hurt. And the white snow made people's heads swell, and their eyes dizzy. Put on the ski goggles to block the light, Wen Ning insisted on continuing to collect. Get 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable, *1. Get 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable, *1. Get 500 milliliters of snow water, drinkable, *1. Hiss. It's so cold. This temperature must be at least 70 or 80 degrees below zero. This is too targeted. There are tiny icicles on Wen Ning's eyelashes, and the tip of his nose is painful from the cold. The physiological runny nose has frozen before it can flow out. The chest is even more painful, as if liquid nitrogen is directly poured into it. In order to ensure the cleanliness of the snow water, Wen Ning gave up the layer of snow close to the ground. So there will be about 50 centimeters of snow on the ground after collecting it. It just reaches Wen Ning's knees. Wen Ning only put on warm pants and waterproof ski pants. After thinking about it, he put on a one-piece long rain boots before he dared to step in. It was very inconvenient to move in the snow, but Wen Ning gritted his teeth and persisted. He cleared the snow in the yard, at least to see what was outside the yard. It took Wen Ning 10 minutes to walk from the entrance of the shelter to the gate of the yard, a short distance of 10 meters. The backpack was already full of snow water. He suddenly opened the gate of the yard. Wen Ning looked at the grassland in the distance. There was no other color except white. The hills, grasslands, and woods, the horizon in the distance was not clear at all, and the sky was very low, as if it was close at hand. Hiss! Wen Ning felt the biting cold coming from his toes, and the heat of his entire calf seemed to be quickly sucked away. The perception of his toes was losing bit by bit. Feeling the heat of his body quickly disappearing, Wen Ning's heart was instantly alarmed. Without caring about the scene outside the yard, Wen Ning struggled to pull out his legs stuck in the snow, turned around and moved towards his shelter with difficulty. It's careless. Someone got third-degree frostbite last night. Wen Ning's face was serious. He had just counted the backpacks, so he didn't collect the dirty parts on the ground. Now he cleared a path. Rushing into the shelter, Wen Ning closed the door with his last bit of strength. Exhausted, he leaned against the door and panted. Without much rest, Wen Ning stood up. He took off his clothes one by one, and the non-waterproof military coat outside was already half wet. Fortunately, the shelter used thermal stones, and Wen Ning felt that the heat he lost was slowly recovering. Taking off the extra wet coat, Wen Ning turned out the blanket, wrapped himself like a dumpling and nestled next to the fire. Huh? Fortunately, otherwise. It's not okay to go out in this temperature. If I stay any longer, my toes will probably freeze off. Wen Ning didn't want to wear Cinderella's crystal shoes, so he shook his head and gave up the idea of going out today. Rubbing his hands together, he took out another portion of basil and threw it into the pot to boil water. Basil is also a herb brought out from the ruins, which has the effect of curing colds and high fever. It took a long time for Wen Ning to recover from the rapid hypothermia. TSK, the dirty water I just collected polluted the clean water. When Wen Ning was walking back just now, he collected 1.5 grids of clean water, and now half of the grid is polluted. Wen Ning combined a wooden barrel and poured the dirty water into it, leaving only the clean water. A backpack with 1 grid has 49.5 liters of clean snow water, which is exactly the capacity of 2 wooden barrels. Fortunately, Wen Ning has a strong physique and is still vigilant, so he spent a short time in the snow. And he was fully armed. Wen Ning looked at the scene outside. After experiencing the danger just now, he decided to give up the idea of going out to explore. First, collect the snow water in the yard. If you go out for 5 minutes, you have to come back to restore the temperature. Ordinary people cannot survive for a long time outside under such conditions. In the ice and snow, people's 5 senses are easily frozen, and their vision and hearing will be greatly limited. The worst case scenario is that you can only stay in the shelter for the next 3 days, and think of ways to collect more snow water. After Wen Ning recovered, he poured himself a bowl of perilla soup and drank it while watching the chat channel. In the regional channel, the number of survivors dropped by hundreds again. It seems that many people impulsively went out this morning. Because the regional channel was wailing at this time. Regional channel, damn! I was just collecting snow water, and my fingers froze off. Now that they are warm, they are bleeding. Help! Regional channel, are we really going to be wiped out? God wants us to die. Regional channel, stop talking. One of my friends was just chatting, and the next second his avatar turned gray. Regional channel, Mom, I want to go home. Regional channel, please put some frostbite medicine on the shelves. Anything is fine. I will buy it at a high price. The situation is really not optimistic. People who died of freezing disappeared directly, and no one could hear what they experienced. But frostbite is different. Wen Ning looked at the channel. The survivors who chose to go out in the morning had their fingers and toes frozen off at the least, and they were directly turned into ice sculptures at the worst. Although the situation this morning was not as fast as last night's hypothermia and frostbite, it did not last much longer. As long as you go out, it is easy to lose your life in minutes. This snowstorm is really a natural disaster. Chapter 28. Chungdinkuan 7777, Boss, are you here? I made a few iron ingots. Do you need them? If not, I will put them on the shelf. Wen Ning was drinking perilla and peeping at the screen, collecting the information about the survivors going out today. When Chungdinkuan's message came, Wen Ning opened it and was happy. This is really someone sending a pillow when you are sleepy. Private chat channel. How is your injury? Chungdinkuan 7777. Thanks to your medicine, it has healed and does not affect normal activities. Now the temperature is low due to the snowstorm, but I am not inflamed. Private chat channel. I need some more iron ingots. What supplies do you need? Chungdinkuan did not hesitate to talk to Wen Ning and spoke directly. Chungdinkuan 7777. The synthesis efficiency of my furnace is 3 units of iron blocks to synthesize 1 unit of iron ingot. Boss, just give me the iron or directly. When Chungdinkuan was injured, he said that he would help Wen Ning synthesize iron ingots for free in the future. Now he only plans to collect raw materials. Wen Ning nodded, and the other party did not ask her for survival supplies again, let alone medicine. Wen Ning was quite tactful, and opened the private trading channel. You initiate the transaction. Private chat channel. I won't be polite with you this time, and you can give me a normal discount next time. Chung Dingquan grinned and accepted the 12 units of iron blocks that Wen Ning traded. He understood that the boss was willing to be his trading partner. He would give priority to him in the future if there were any needs. Just like this time, someone had actually started to list iron ingots on the trading platform, and the boss was not unable to pay the price, but he still chose himself, which was a kind of affirmation. Wen Ning on this side actually had no such idea at all. She had just been warming herself by the fire, waiting for her toes to recover, and had never opened the trading channel. Just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding. Anyway, the iron ingots on the trading channel must be much more expensive than the price Chung Dingquan gave. Workbench, workbench. With the iron ingots, of course the first thing to do is to build a workbench. Wen Ning quickly opened the manufacturing panel. Workbench. Wood 100/6789, stone 100/689, plastic 10/34, iron ingot 10/10, electronic components May 5th. Do you want to build a workbench? Yes. As soon as the resounding voice fell, a black iron-shaped table appeared in Wen Ning's backpack after 2 seconds of reading. Wen Ning looked around and placed the workbench under the window, not far from the campfire. After selecting the location, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a low-key, but seemingly sturdy table appeared in front of Wen Ning. There was a place for the drawings on it, as well as small tools such as rulers, scissors and hammers. Wen Ning tried it, but couldn't take it down. It looked like a decoration. However, the moment the workbench was put down, Wen Ning received a system prompt in his mind. A workbench is detected in the player's shelter. The manufacturing interface will automatically start to upgrade. Please wait. The manufacturing interface has been upgraded. When the player is in the shelter, he can manufacture items unlocked by the workbench. More items have been unlocked. Wen Ning was a little surprised, and quickly opened the manufacturing interface in his mind. This time he found the difference. The wooden and stone interfaces have added many small tools to improve the quality of life. Take the simple axe and hoe for example. After upgrading Wen Ning's manufacturing interface, iron farm tools and various tools were unlocked. The weapon section also unlocked basic swords, spears, swords and axes. In addition, the system also prompts that owning a workbench can unlock more drawings. This means that certain specific drawings must be used on a workbench to produce finished products. It's a pity that this workbench is a one-time drawing, and only one can be made. Otherwise, Wen Ning made 2 and then combined them, which should have unexpected results. However, owning a workbench has already monopolized most of the items, and Wen Ning is very satisfied. Turning down, Wen Ning frowned. Energy core? Wen Ning was a little confused by the whole page of colorful fragments. Clicking on the snowflake-shaped crystal at the top, Wen Ning carefully read the instructions. Ice energy core, fragment ice 5-0. Tip: the ice and snow energy core can provide ice energy, which can keep the temperature of a room with an area of no more than 20 square meters at 0 degrees at all times, and can be used in a stacked manner. Duration 180 days, magic refrigerator. The first thing Wen Ning thought of was his cellar. If his cellar could get this energy core, wouldn't it be able to store materials with a short shelf life? Read on. The electric core provides electricity, and the fire core provides heat. It's easy to understand that all cores require 5 corresponding fragments to synthesize. Of course, a workbench is also required for synthesis. The core not only has a direct method of use, but can also be used with different equipment. And the time for each core to consume energy varies depending on its purpose. 180 days is already quite long. With this harvest, Wen Ning was eager to know how to obtain the energy core fragments, but he did not find it after searching through the contents behind the entire workbench. It seems that this part of the content needs to be explored by herself. It may be a treasure chest explosion. Wen Ning guessed for a while, but there was no clue. He could only record the information first and study it later. Wen Ning went out to the yard for more than 10 minutes in the morning and harvested a backpack grid of snow water. Wen Ning flipped through it and found a kind of red wine barrel used for brewing in the workbench that can be used to store water. The capacity of this kind of wooden barrel is 200 L, and it can be synthesized by yourself, and the materials are not expensive. Wen Ning decided to make more and put them in the yard or cellar. Even if she can't go out these few days, she has to find a way to store more water. Wen Ning found the wine barrel on the manufacturing interface and clicked to manufacture. Red wine barrel, wood 20/6689, plastic 1/24. Tip: it comes with a bracket and water outlet. If it is replaced with hardwood, its service life will be extended. Wen Ning replaced the wood with hardwood and made 24 of them in one go. Then he opened the synthesis system. Hardwood wine barrels *4 detected. Do you want to synthesize? After synthesis, the capacity of each wine barrel will reach 500 L. Very good, 2 barrels are synthesized into one and a 100 L capacity is given. It's worth it. Wen Ning synthesized 3 times and synthesized 24 hardwood wine barrels into 12 large hardwood wine barrels. Congratulations on triggering the synthesis critical hit *2 and obtained special red wine barrels *4. They have been put into the backpack. Please check them. Synthesis critical hit, 2 critical hits in 6 times? This probability is much higher than when synthesizing stones. Wen Ning quickly opened his backpack and found the 4 special red wine barrels. Special wine barrel. The ingenious work of skilled craftsmen has turned ordinary wine barrels into an amazing automatic filtering device. It can purify water containing impurities and protect your health. Chapter 29. Then isn't there a way to deal with the dirty water that was just collected? Suddenly, the bucket of muddy water on the ground was pleasing to the eye. Wen Ning placed a wine barrel with a filter in the kitchen, and then put all the water resources he had stored before into it. Then he waited for a while, turned on the faucet, and took a glass of water. Pure water. This is a glass of filtered pure water, drinkable. Very good, whether it is snow water or groundwater, it is all filtered after entering, and what flows out is pure water. Wen Ning looked at the wine barrel that occupied a corner of the kitchen. It doesn't look very big, but it can hold half a ton of water. It really fits the saying, "You are very capable." Now it's good. Not only is the drinking water problem solved, but more importantly, she can finally take a bath. Wen Ning put out another filter wine barrel and put the dirty water in it. After her toes recovered, Wen Ning put on warm clothes and ski clothes, and wrapped her feet with a pair of felt. Wen Ning didn't know how to make clothes with the wolf skin she had beaten before, so she could only wrap it around her body, and tie it up with a broken thin linen rope. After wrapping herself up like a bear, Wen Ning went out again. This time her target was not the outside of the yard, but the snow in the yard. Because she had a wine barrel that could filter, Wen Ning simply didn't distinguish whether it was dirty or not, and collected it all. With a capacity of 1000 L, she had to collect it twice with an empty backpack. All the snow was packed in one backpack grid. The ground in the yard was exposed, which greatly facilitated her movement. In this way, her feet would not sink into the snow, and she could stay outside the door for a longer time. For example, this time, she persisted in the yard for 20 minutes before she felt her feet gradually losing feeling. The road after the snow was cleared was easy to walk on, so Wen Ning went back to the shelter. She poured water into the wooden wine barrel, and when her body warmed up, she went out again in the same way. After going back and forth several times, she finally cleared the snow in the yard before the sun went down. Wen Ning went to the cellar with a torch and placed all the extra buckets in the cellar. On one wall, Wen Ning's 500 L wine barrels were neatly placed. There was also one in Wen Ning's bathroom. In other words, Wen Ning's current water reserve in the shelter can reach 4 tons, and as long as she wants, she can make more wooden wine barrels for water storage. However, Wen Ning collected water all day today, and only filled 8 wine barrels. I hope the weather will be better tomorrow, Wen Ning thought before going to bed. This afternoon, she had actually discovered that the temperature of the snowstorm seemed to be slowly rising. This was proven by the fact that she could stay outside the shelter for longer and longer periods of time. The World Channel and the Regional Channel were also talking about what happened today. Today, more than 100 people were missing in the area where Wen Ning was. However, many people were injured, especially those with frostbite. Regional Channel, damn, my toes are frozen purple, and I only collected less than 100 L of snow water. Regional Channel, the person above, purple toes are nothing, my little finger was frozen off, and now I dare not warm myself by the fire. It will bleed when the temperature rises, and I can't stop it at all. Regional Channel, you are all so brave. I decided not to go out for the next 3 days. I stocked up on food and water, but I didn't stock up on cotton clothes and quilts at all. I can only sleep on the floor next to the campfire at night. Regional Channel, haha, if you don't collect more water resources during the snowstorm, I wonder what you will do after the disaster season. Regional Channel, is the person above stupid? After the snowstorm, there will always be a process of snow melting. Wouldn't it be safer to collect water at that time? Regional Channel, when the snow melts, there will be ponds everywhere, and there is still a lack of water. Regional Channel, that's right, stupid, whoever goes to die at this time will be a fool. Regional Channel, you can think of it, do you think the game can think of it? Anyway, whoever is stupid will know it by then. Regional Channel, there's really no need to argue about this. Didn't you notice that the temperature rose quite a bit in the afternoon? Regional channel, really? I go see if I can collect some water tomorrow. Regional channel, what can the system update bring? After the novice period, we should be able to form a team, right? The messages were updated very quickly, but Wen Ning still saw the one about forming a team at a glance. Team up. Wen Ning carefully considered the safety factor of this method. Although she had good relationships with colleagues before coming here, and she rarely worked alone in her job. But here, Wen Ning had no desire to team up. In this week, she made her shelter livable. If someone came here now without knowing good and evil, and without knowing the purpose, Wen Ning dared to guarantee that the other party would definitely try to steal her supplies. The regional channel has begun to introduce themselves. Those who claim to be experts in wilderness survival, and those who are special forces are all sought after by survivors. Wen Ning does not want to be in the limelight, she just wants to develop her shelter well. For her, this kind of life is more like a pastoral life after retirement. If it is always a mild season, there will be enough resources for survival. It is simply the retirement life that Wen Ning dreams of. Wen Ning does not want to team up, and she wants to keep a low profile. However, this world will never sympathize with the weak, and the weak will only be torn to pieces by the strong and the greedy. Therefore, if she wants to live a quiet life, Wen Ning must make her shelter as strong as a copper wall. Let others dare to watch from a distance and dare not offend. In this alien world, good and evil, life and death are all in a thought. Extreme survival will make humans gradually put away their humanity and turn into beasts. Thinking of this, Wen Ning suddenly felt that her stone shelter was in danger. Thinking of a facility that has not been completed in the cellar, Wen Ning decided to see the situation tomorrow. If she can't go out tomorrow, then she will finish the cellar work. However, Wen Ning's idea was dispelled the next day. Because Wen Ning just got up the next day, she felt that the temperature had warmed up a lot today. While eating breakfast, Wen Ning glanced at the chat channel and found that many people had gone out. Regional channel, I can really go out today. The snow at the door has melted a lot. Yesterday it was above my roof, but today it only reaches my thighs. Regional channel, haha, today is a great day to collect water resources. I said that the person who insisted on going out yesterday was a sand coin. Regional channel, so it should be warmer tomorrow. I'd better go tomorrow. I only have one coat, or someone can give me a cotton jacket. Wen Ning took a look and ate another piece of meat. Regional channel, damn! What did I see? There is a group of snow leopards 300 meters away from my house. Fuck, they are rushing over. Regional channel, what? Snow leopards? Go upstairs. Regional channel, I have it here too. A group of snow-white lizards. Each one is at least 1.5 meters tall. Red eyes, so scary. Regional channel, I have it here too, several pure white bears. Regional channel, it's a monster. A mutant beast. A game monster. For a moment, the entire chat channel exploded. Chapter 30. Goodfellow, collective monster hunting? Wen Ning didn't think these beasts were accidental. After a moment of surprise, Wen Ning immediately stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth. With some guesses in mind, Wen Ning quickly tied up his hair. After fully armed, he went out with a spear and a dagger. The gloomy sky was still snowing, and it was even getting heavier. There was no wind, and the grassland outside the shelter was quiet. Wen Ning stepped on the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and then simply put all the snow blocking the road into his backpack. The speed of travel was not slow, and it was even more handy without the obstruction of snow. Wen Ning looked around vigilantly. With ski goggles, the white snowfield did not confuse Wen Ning. You know, there are many survivors who go out rashly, get cold and lose their way due to snow blindness. They panic and don't have time to calm down and check the coordinates, and they have become ice sculptures. Wen Ning paid attention to his physical condition while looking for wild beasts. According to the information in the chat channel, wild beasts will refresh near the shelter. Wen Ning found the traces of wild beasts after walking 500 meters. Carefully squatting, Wen Ning observed a group of wild beasts about 300 meters away from her. This should not be called wild beasts, because this group of animals looks different from the animals on Blue Star. And the group that Wen Ning faced was not of a single type. They were all snow-white and had red eyes. They gathered together, quietly, and did not conflict with each other. The range of activities was limited to one place, sometimes scattered, but always restricted to a certain range. Although Wen Ning played few games, he knew that this was a bit like the fixed refresh points in the game. I just don't know how strong they are. Wen Ning opened the monster encyclopedia, but found that the monster encyclopedia did not respond to these monsters. Could it be that these monsters have exceeded the scope recorded in the primary monster manual? Wen Ning thought it was very likely. Now Wen Ning has two choices. One is that the opponent did not find her, and she can sneak away quietly. She will not lose anything, but she will not gain anything either. The other is to fight. Wen Ning thought about the guess in his mind, pondered for a few seconds, and finally decided to fight. Just kidding, in Wen Ning's eyes, all of them are supplies. Okay, after careful counting, there are a total of 8 mutant beasts in front of Wen Ning, 3 of which look like lizards, so they are called lizard beasts. There are also 2 mutant wolves, and then a mutant deer beast. There are also 2 that look like sheep. After observing, Wen Ning doesn't know if her actions will cause all the mutant beasts to attack. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning made a detour and turned to the direction closest to the mutant wolf. He bent down and crawled forward bit by bit. While collecting the snow in front of him, he moved forward lightly. Hunting time. It was not only Wen Ning's ability that was tested, but also her patience. Fortunately, the temperature was really warm today, otherwise, with Wen Ning's slow movements, the mutant beast might have frozen to death in the snow before it could kill him. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, until it was within Wen Ning's effective range. Wen Ning saw the right moment, and let the dagger fly out of his hand, like a mutant wolf. Poochie! Quick! Accurate! Fierce! The dagger pierced directly into the right eye of a mutant wolf. Wen Ning followed closely behind, thrusting the spear in his hand forward and accurately stabbing it from the side of the mutant wolf's neck. Ah! The first mutant wolf fell to the ground and died immediately, while the other mutant beasts around him did not attack Wen Ning at the first moment, but ran away like birds and beasts. Except for another mutant wolf. It bared its fangs and pounced on Wen Ning with red eyes. Wen Ning had already pulled out the dagger and spear very quickly, dodged the mutant wolf's pounce and bite, and seized the opportunity to stab the mutant wolf's side with the dagger. The mutant wolf screamed and fell to the ground. The dagger almost cut off half of its body, and it had no ability to move when it landed. Wen Ning took 2 steps forward to deal with it. When he turned around, the mutant beasts that had just run away finally returned to attack. After dealing with the 2 mutant wolves that Wen Ning thought were the most threatening, Wen Ning moved. He nimbly dodged the attacks of the mutant beasts. He soon harvested the life of a mutant beast. The long spear in his hand, if he didn't use it, it would be fine. If he used it, it would be bloody when he pulled it back. The whole battlefield was one-sided, and Wen Ning seemed to be the mutant beast incarnation harvesting killers. After the mutant beasts fell to the ground and died, their bodies disappeared directly. Only a ball of light representing supplies was left on the spot, and occasionally there was an ice treasure chest. 10 minutes later, Wen Ning dodged the last sheep's charge attack with ease, rushed out with a long spear, and then drew it back with blood. Are all the attacks of these monsters formatted? For example, after the lizard beast rushed over, it would only use its 2 claws to wave and attack Wen Ning twice, and then resume the state of sprinting, change position, stretch out its claws, and grab twice. Sheep and deer were even easier to deal with. Charge, aim, charge, and charge. The aim was so poor that Wen Ning dodged it easily. This is really a game. After figuring it out, Wen Ning sighed and walked to the front of the spoils. He collected the supplies on the ground. Congratulations on getting the treasure chest ice *3. Congratulations on getting venison *1, 1 kilogram. Congratulations on getting wolf meat *2, 1 kilogram. Congratulations on getting mutton *1, 1 kilogram. Congratulations on getting lamb chops *1. Congratulations on getting animal tendons *4. Congratulations on getting animal hides *3. Wen Ning quickly glanced at the harvest and found that there were actually 3 treasure chests. The drop rate is not low. Muttering, Wen Ning did not intend to avoid the shelter. The body temperature was normal, but the previous battle made him slightly hot. Since Jing knew the characteristics of the mutant beast, Wen Ning wanted to take a closer look. What if there were more mutant beasts? To others, a group of mutant beasts might be dangerous, but to Wen Ning, the mutant beasts with formatted behavior at this time were here to deliver express to her. The treasure chest would not take up too many grids if it was not opened in the backpack, so Wen Ning looked at the space in the backpack. After packing up the dagger and spear, Wen Ning continued to move forward. As expected, less than 500 meters later, Wen Ning found another group of mutant beasts. This time, they were all mutant sheep, about 10 in total. It took Wen Ning some time to deal with them. He was hit by the mutant sheep twice on the way, and his chest hurt a little. This made Wen Ning more vigilant in the next action. Wen Ning would not provoke a group of mutant beasts she had never seen before. She specifically looked for mutant sheep, deer, and lizards. One reason was that she had already understood their attack routines, and another reason was that the meat of these mutant beasts did not take up extra backpack grids. As the sun gradually approached noon, Wen Ning returned to the shelter with a backpack full of supplies. Chapter 31. Wen Ning returned to the shelter, closed the door, and began to count the harvest of the morning. What a great harvest! Wen Ning's harvest was not cheap, as follows: 5 venison, each portion weighs 1 kilogram, wolf meat *2. Mutton *8. Lizard meat *2. Mutton chops *4. Beast tendons *8. Beast hides *9. The drop rate was not very high, because Wen Ning subsequently killed a group of deer, sheep, and lizards. And because of the increase in the number of beasts, the amount of meat dropped by a single beast was much less. Wen Ning tried to bypass the wolf packs he encountered. And Wen Ning found that the hatred value of these mutant beasts was at most 500 meters, so it was easy to pull away. Wen Ning put all the meat in a wooden box and stored it in the cellar. Beast hides and tendons that would not deteriorate were directly thrown into the warehouse. Then put the collected snow water into the wine barrel. As the number of things increased, Wen Ning wondered when he could make some shelves to store them in different categories. After clearing out enough of his backpack, Wen Ning set his sights on the last treasure chest. Treasure chest ice *16. Do you want to start treasure chest ice? Open! Congratulations on getting ice fragments *10. Congratulations on getting nutritious black soil *2. Congratulations on getting a wooden comb *1. Congratulations on getting magpie nest coffee *1. Congratulations on getting Kangshishi braised lamb noodles *1. Congratulations on getting backpack expansion coupons *2. Congratulations on getting leek seeds *1. Congratulations on getting hot dew mineral water *1. The treasure chest automatically decomposes. Congratulations on getting ice bricks *32. 16 treasure chests. The things that came out were varied, but the quantity was not impressive. However, Wen Ning noticed that 10 fragments were open from 16 treasure chests, which was equivalent to being able to synthesize 2 ice energy cores. This drop rate is very good. Others, mineral water and instant noodles, are all in a whole box. Wen Ning put them in the warehouse. Now there is no need to worry about water resources. Wen Ning put some daily necessities in the bedroom. Then he looked at the nutrient soil. Nutritional black soil can increase the fertility of the planting field and slightly increase the quality of crops. Wait until the snowstorm is over before planting again. Now Wen Ning is still worried that the vegetables he brought out from the ruins will not be eaten up. Backpack expansion voucher. Temporarily unusable. Cannot be used? Wen Ning originally thought that this expansion voucher was to increase the backpack grid, but it prompted her that it could not be used. Does it have to wait until the system is updated before it can be used? If it can't be used, it can only be put aside temporarily. After the treasure chest was opened, nothing was left, but 32 ice bricks were given. Wen Ning took out a piece, which was about half a square meter thick. I don't know what it is used for. However, Wen Ning found that as long as it is not opened, it will not melt even if it is placed on the campfire. This is good. Wen Ning doesn't have to worry about it melting and having to put it in his backpack. The last part is the ice fragment. You must use the workbench to synthesize the fragments, and you can't even carry them with you. Wen Ning opened the workbench interface and found the ice energy core. Ice energy core. Ice fragments 5 out of 10. Click to synthesize. Congratulations on getting ice energy core *2. Wen Ning's mind moved, and a snowflake-shaped crystal clear energy core appeared in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and after holding it for a long time, the constant chill made Wen Ning a little uncomfortable. Wen Ning put away the blue ice energy core. 2 pieces, enough to cover the entire cellar. In this way, the temperature of the cellar was guaranteed, and the only thing left to do was to solve the problem of lighting. Wen Ning thought, what will the next disaster be, and whether he could bring her some light fragments. However, this idea was quickly dispelled by Wen Ning, not to mention that the disaster will be randomly refreshed after the novice period. Even if he could really bring fragments, it would not be so easy. This was the first disaster, and it was already so difficult during the novice period. Wen Ning did not waste time, and came to the cellar. The ventilation problem was not solved yet, and the torch burned for only a while before it went out. Fortunately, Wen Ning had the help of the system, and he could control the ice energy core directly in his mind. Confirm to place the energy core *2 in this cellar? Note, after the energy core is placed, the countdown for use will automatically start, which is irreversible. When the countdown ends, the energy core will automatically disappear. Placement successful. The temperature of the cellar is reduced to 0 degrees, and the countdown is 180 days. Hiss, the temperature dropped immediately. The damp ground and walls were instantly covered with frost, and the entire cellar was like the cold storage in Wen Ning's memory. The ground was frozen, and the land was in a plate-like shape. The temperature outside was originally low, but the cellar was not that low. Now with the energy core, the temperature dropped instantly. In this way, even if fresh vegetables are put in, they will not rot. Wen Ning turned and walked out of the cellar. She decided to see if there was a way to solve the ventilation problem at night, and then solve the shelf problem. Put some wooden boxes on it, so that they can be stored in categories. As for the afternoon, Wen Ning will of course continue to go out to kill monsters. The snowstorm has been over for a day and a half, and people can't go out on the first day of freezing. The next day, they started to kill monsters. Wen Ning had a feeling that there would be unexpected changes on the third day, which was tomorrow. It was very likely that the game was waiting for them with a big move. Now time was a resource, and Wen Ning was unwilling to waste it. So at noon, Wen Ning cooked a pack of instant noodles, had a simple lunch, and went out. Continued to kill monsters, and pick up treasure chests. Compared with Wen Ning's harvesting mode, other people in the regional channel were much more uncomfortable. Regional channel, what should I do? I just went out, and encountered a group of monsters. They followed me all the way, and are now attacking my shelter. The integrity of my shelter has dropped to 40. Regional channel, woo woo woo, these monsters are poisonous. I was bitten and my arm began to rot. Regional channel, damn. Thank you brother, I almost got bitten just now, and I thought it was no big deal to get bitten. Regional channel, you may be afraid, but you should be brave. These monsters are easy to deal with, just like in the game, and they look cuter than in the game. Regional channel, indeed, the behavior patterns of these monsters are fixed, and the hatred distance is only 50 meters. Brother, I suggest that if you can't beat them, run away, pull the monsters away, and then go back, otherwise your shelter will collapse, and you will not survive. Regional channel, everyone. I just killed a few monsters, and dropped 2 treasure chests. Does anyone know what this fragment is for? Regional channel, buy fragments at a high price, sincere, bring the price privately. Regional channel, how high is the price? I fought all day, and only killed 10 monsters, and exploded 3 fragments. Regional channel, brother is awesome. Can you give me a fragment? I can sing a lowly voice. Regional channel, you. Regional channel, you. After a brief panic, most of the survivors took up weapons to resist. The stronger ones, like Wen Ning, took the initiative to attack and fight the monsters refreshed by the snowstorm. Of course, there are still some survivors who stay in their shelters and dare not go out. Some of them didn't have thick clothes, some didn't have weapons. Some of them wanted to go out after the snowstorm, when the weather warmed up. Some of them just gave up and were afraid of death. Under natural disasters, no one can have privileges, it's all choices. The number of people in the channel kept decreasing, and the disaster did not show mercy because of the insignificance of human beings. Wen Ning fought until it was almost dark and returned to the shelter on time. As soon as he entered the house, before he had time to take off his soaked clothes, the private message channel started flashing. Linley 8989, boss, are you there? The other party initiated a transaction. Chapter 32. Trade right away. What's wrong with Linley? Wen Ning took a look and saw that Linley gave him a wide variety of supplies, including a stone axe. This doesn't look like a trade, but more like entrusting his life? Wen Ning pondered for a moment, frowned and rejected Linley's supplies. No merit, no reward, where is the free lunch in the world? As soon as Wen Ning clicked to reject, Linley sent a private message. Linley 8989, boss, please accept my things. I was bitten by a mutant beast, and I'm going to die anyway. Mutated beast? Wen Ning remembered what he saw in the channel in the afternoon. If bitten by a mutant beast, the limbs will rot, and then the person will have a fever, and the toxins will flow into the heart through the blood, and the person will die. So in the afternoon, Wen Ning's fighting was not as relaxed as in the morning. The harvest was not as rich as in the morning. Linley was bitten. Wen Ning frowned. Linley was the first person Wen Ning met in the Wasteland, and he took the initiative to trade the information about the ruins to him. Otherwise, with his social phobia and his inability to find trouble, he would have to wait until the third day to find out the clue about the ruins. Ruins. Oh, I seem to have brought out a detoxifying herb from the ruins. Wen Ning flipped through the records. Found it. Tripterigium wolfortii. Tripterigium wolfortii. Perennial upright herb, up to 1 meter in height. Use, medicinal. Effect, clears heat and promotes diuresis, can detoxify. Use, Can be decocted or taken fresh, mashed for external application, or mashed and juiced for drinking. I just don't know if this medicine can detoxify mutant beasts. Private chat channel. I have medicine here, it's very expensive, do you want it? Lindley looked at the word medicine on the private chat channel with his eyes wide open, so much so that he ignored the very expensive behind it. He was so disheartened that he was waiting to die, but before he could get excited, Wen Ning sent him a message. Private chat channel. But I haven't used this medicine, so I don't know if it works. Lindley swallowed his saliva and replied hurriedly. Lindley 8989. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, whatever supplies you want, I can give you whatever I have. Lindley's bitten hand trembled unconsciously, joking. How much money can be considered expensive to buy a life? Lindley really didn't expect Wen Ning to have medicine. After being bitten, he dealt with the remaining mutant beasts in a panic and fled back to the shelter. Then he started to refresh the trading market. For 2 hours, there was not a single entry about medicine. Finally, Lindley was desperate. He looked at the shelter he built and laughed at himself. As a dying man, Lindley's only regret was that he had not used 3 stone axes he had exchanged from Wen Ning. What a loss. And now Wen Ning's words undoubtedly gave him hope. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw. Wen Ning was not polite and took out a portion of medicinal materials. Private chat channel. How many fragments or unopened treasure chests do you have? Lindley 8989. There are 3 fragments and 5 unopened treasure chests. Private chat channel. Okay, that's all. The other party initiated a transaction. Lindley put all the materials Wen Ning mentioned on the platform without hesitation, and got a portion of medicinal materials. Without being able to see the information of the medicinal materials, Wen Ning sent the instructions for use. Lindley had no doubts, and used them directly according to the instructions Wen Ning said. There was no need for Wen Ning to lie to him. If it was for his materials, he could have just clicked a confirmation when he took the initiative to trade. Why go to all that trouble, and take out precious herbs to save him? Lindley was crushing the herbs Wen Ning gave him while crying, and his excitement could not be calmed down. Wen Ning, on the other hand, was chewing on the barbecue, while waiting for the feedback from Lindley, the guinea pig. The meat in his mouth was no longer fragrant. He waited for about 5 minutes. Lindley 8989. Boss. It's amazing. The poison in my arm stopped spreading immediately, and the wound is healing. Lindley 8989. Boss, you saved my life. I will go out to get the treasure chest tomorrow, and I will give it to you when I get it back. Wen Ning waited for the desired result and curled his lips. Private chat channel. No, take good care of your injuries, and don't go out easily tomorrow. Lindley 8989. Okay. Wen Ning wiped his mouth and closed the private chat channel. Since this medicine is really useful, I brought out 100 copies this time. I must make good use of them. Wen Ning sorted out the harvest from the afternoon. Of course, there were all kinds of meat, animal tendons, and animal skins. Wen Ning opened 14 ice treasure chests himself, plus Lindley's 5, a total of 19. He opened them all in one go. Congratulations on getting ice fragments *12. Congratulations on getting Wahi mineral water *2. Congratulations on getting turkey noodles *1. Congratulations on getting a lighter *1. Congratulations on getting a flip-top trash can *1. Congratulations on getting a facial cleanser *1. Congratulations on getting a disposable plastic glove *1. Congratulations on getting tofu cat litter *1. Congratulations on getting a tomato seed *1. Congratulations on getting a men's hiking shoe *1. Congratulations on getting a men's boxer briefs *1. Congratulations on getting a Jia wet tissue with a scent of flowers *1. The treasure chest automatically decomposes. Congratulations on getting an ice brick *38. What the hell is this? One backpack expansion voucher is fine, but what about men's hiking shoes and men's boxer shorts? And tofu cat litter? Wen Ning's eyes twitched twice. This treasure chest is getting more and more outrageous. The fragments plus the 3 obtained from the trade with Lindley, a total of 15. It can be synthesized into 3 cores. Put it aside for now, and it will be in time to synthesize it when you need it. Wen Ning did not forget that there was only synthesis, but no decomposition on the workbench, which means that the synthesis of fragments into cores can only be done in one direction. First, put 2 boxes of mineral water and a box of turkey noodles into the warehouse. The trash can be placed in the bathroom, and there is toilet paper. Although Wen Ning did not go to the bathroom, he made a wooden shelf and placed a wash basin. It is more convenient to wash. After simply sorting and putting things away, Wen Ning washed and went into the kitchen. I just ate a piece of meat to fill my stomach, and I was not full at all. Wen Ning, who has achieved water freedom, is no longer as timid as before when using water. Taking out the instant noodles he had opened earlier, Wen Ning discarded the seasoning packet, added some meat and vegetables he liked, and made a bowl of light vegetable noodles. He would not try the turkey noodles for the time being. He did not know what would happen tomorrow. It would be troublesome if he got an upset stomach. After eating the noodles, Wen Ning took out an apricot and ate it. He took out 5 portions of medicinal herbs, and found a basin to mix them in and mash them. Then he took out the disposable plastic gloves he had just opened. Disposable plastic gloves. Beer barbecue crayfish, you can't live without them. 100 at a time, I guarantee you can eat enough. This explanation is quite appropriate. Wen Ning opened the package, took out one, put it on, reached into the basin, and grabbed a handful of mashed 3 white herbs. Tie it with your backhand. Repeated many times until the last bit of medicinal juice was divided and tied by Wen Ning. 5 portions of medicinal materials were successfully divided into 15 portions by Wen Ning. Wen Ning then put the medicinal materials on the shelf with satisfaction. At this point in time, the chat channel was officially busy. Wen Ning grasped the timing very well. The trading channel at this time. Auction information of anonymous sellers. Homemade antidote, determined as true by the system, in exchange for fragmented ice or unopened treasure chest ice. Leave a message. The highest bidder wins. Personally tested and effective. Chapter 33. World Channel. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. World Channel. What happened? World Channel. Medicine, medicine, medicine. Checkmate. There is medicine in the trading channel. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone rushed to the trading channel. Wen Ning's private messages also exploded instantly. There were all kinds of offers for food and water. Wen Ning curled his lips and looked at these private messages. Everyone knew that killing monsters would drop all kinds of meat, and opening treasure chests would open food and water. The price of food and water has never been so cheap. And since everyone can afford so much food and water, there must be a lot of boxes to open. Of course, there will be a lot of fragments in hand. There are not many people who make serious offers in the private message channel, and most of them want to find out where Wen Ning got his medicine. Threatening, tempting, begging. Wen Ning ignored them all, and blocked them all directly. These people reluctantly turned to the trading channel and bid honestly. Regional channel. Report. This person is definitely problematic. If he is not cheating, cut off my head. Regional channel. Please have mercy on me. I got level 3 frostbite on the first day, and was bitten by a mutant beast on the second day. Now I am really dying. Give me this medicine. Saving my life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Regional channel. Mom, it hurts, medicine. Regional channel. This anonymous boss has posted a total of 15 antidotes. I see that people are rushing to buy them. But has anyone really used them? They are not fake, right? Regional channel. Did you see the identification piece upstairs? The system is authentic. Regional channel. I was bitten a little bit, and I cut off the rotten meat directly. I shouldn't need this medicine. Let's just watch the fun. Regional channel. The person upstairs is really a wolf. There is still one day tomorrow. I opened 5 treasure chests today, but only got 2 fragments. I really can't figure out what these fragments are used for. Regional channel. Teacher, I know this question. A few days ago, I got a workbench blueprint in the secret realm, and today I grabbed the materials and made it. Regional channel. This fragment needs to be synthesized on a workbench. 5 pieces are synthesized into an energy core. The use of energy cores, hee. Regional channel. I hate people who only talk halfway, for example. Regional channel. Buy fragment treasure chests at high prices. All kinds of materials are exchanged for fragment treasure chests. If you are interested, please privately chat. Regional channel. I have a treasure chest. I want an antidote. Do you have one? Regional channel. Buy fragment treasure chests at high prices. All kinds of materials, except antidote, are exchanged for fragment treasure chests. If you are interested, please privately chat. Wen Ning just felt funny when looking at the regional channel. Tonight will be the peak of trading since the Wasteland. She raised the price of fragments to a level that ordinary people cannot afford by herself. Although it is not possible to form a team now. But it does not mean that survivors cannot form a group. Sun Ling is the leader of a survivor alliance. He relied on his flexible mouth and good luck to attract several survivors to form a group. Usually, it is done through private chat. In order to show unity, everyone in this group added each other as friends. Usually, Everyone's information is open and open. But everyone in the Wasteland world has ulterior motives, and the superficial unity cannot last long. This small group of 6 people has become several small groups. It is quite like the style of 4 people, and 8 groups of Blue Star College students. Sun Ling saw the information about Wen Ning's purchase of fragments in the trading market. His intuition told him that fragments are very important. He immediately asked the people in the small team to collect the fragments on the world and regional channels. But unfortunately, there were injured members in the team who were waiting for medicine to save their lives. Of course, he hoped that everyone could take out the fragments in their hands and buy the potion to save their lives. Sun Ling disagreed, thinking that this would make them lose their leading advantage in the Wasteland world. Now, the group was directly split into 2 parts. Sun Ling went all out and took away the supplies that everyone usually stored with him. He blocked everyone. The rest of the people could only think that they were unlucky, waiting to die and cursing. Wen Ning naturally didn't know about these bloody events, and even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. She only consumed 1% of the stock of the medicine that others were rushing to buy. After observing the various channels for a while, Wen Ning saw that the time was almost up, so he went directly to the trading channel and chose the highest bid. Congratulations on getting 12 pieces of ice and 4 pieces of ice in the treasure chest. Congratulations on getting 7 pieces of ice and 6 pieces of ice in the treasure chest. Congratulations on getting 10 pieces of ice and 5 pieces of ice in the treasure chest. In total, Wen Ning got 120 pieces of ice and 66 pieces of ice in the treasure chest. Wen Ning was quite satisfied with this result. First, the amount of her medicine was small, and the effect description was not accurate. Many people were waiting to see her medicine. In addition, those who needed medicine were all seriously injured survivors. It was a paradox that a seriously injured person could still use so many pieces of ice and treasure chests. Presumably, these people had also spent a lot of supplies to save their lives. As time went by, Wen Ning looked at the pieces and treasure chests in his backpack. Decided to open the treasure chest. Wen Ning went directly to the warehouse and put all the fragments into a special wooden box. Each fragment was only half the size of a palm, and the wooden box was half full. After clearing all the space in the backpack, Wen Ning was looking forward to what he could get. Do you want to open the treasure chest ice *66? Open! Congratulations on getting ice fragments *28. Congratulations on getting backpack expansion coupons *4. Congratulations on getting Arctic Women's Pure Cotton Sports Bra *1. Congratulations on getting Glass Elegant Ruby Cream *2. Congratulations on getting Hard to Hard Tissue *3. Congratulations on getting Women's Wool Sweater *4. Congratulations on getting Egg Noodles *2. Congratulations on getting Pork and Cabbage Stuffed Quick Frozen Dumplings *2. Congratulations on getting Strawberry Bear co-branded backpack *1. Congratulations on getting the Refined Iron Dagger Blueprint *1. Congratulations on getting the Military Shovel Design Blueprint *1. Congratulations on getting the Shelter Blank Blueprint *3. The treasure chest automatically decomposes. Congratulations on getting Ice Bricks *132. The clanging sound continued for a long time, and a mess of supplies appeared on the floor in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning's expression gradually changed from expectation at the beginning to expressionless, then hard to describe, and finally surprise. Wen Ning picked up 3 identical pieces of parchment on the ground. Blank blueprint of the shelter. This is the shelter modifier. With it, you can theoretically modify your shelter, which can be a facility or an entire shelter. Tip: only 1 blank blueprint of the shelter can be used at a time and cannot be reused. After the design is completed, the blueprint realization system will automatically calculate the materials required for the modification and provide players with reference. The power of the system! Wen Ning exclaimed. With this design, she can completely solve the lighting problem of the cellar on the blueprint. It can also open up several hidden underground passages for escape or hiding. Chapter 34. The 3rd day of the Wasteland disaster season. There were less than 24 hours left until the end of the first disaster. Wen Ning slept until he woke up naturally as usual. It would be nice to have a time system. I always have a vague idea of time every time I wake up. While complaining about Wen Ning, he quickly prepared breakfast. Dumplings. Although dumplings are eaten only on the winter solstice, it is just right for the occasion, as it is snowing heavily outside. Take out a bag of quick frozen dumplings, put them in the pot after the water boils, and serve them steaming hot. Wen Ning was not afraid of getting burned and ate one by one, and soon he had 10 dumplings in his stomach. Burp. Pork and cabbage filling. Wen Ning was very satisfied. After dinner, Wen Ning came to the window and observed the heavy snow today. As soon as he raised his eyes, Wen Ning found something wrong. This snow was not as white as the previous 2 days, and it seemed that a layer of black stuff was attached to the surface. Wen Ning became alert instantly. The plague and heavy snow in her previous life left a deep impression on her, and Wen Ning opened the chat channel almost immediately. Regional channel. There is a big problem with today's snow. I just ate 2 bites without noticing, and now my throat hurts. Regional channel. I drank a sip of the collected snow water, but didn't pay attention to the prompt, and now I have difficulty breathing. Regional channel. I just went out for a minute, didn't eat snow or drink water, and when I came back, the back of my hand started to itch, and my face, it's almost broken. Regional channel. Oh my god, people are freezing to death on the first day, there were mutant beasts yesterday, and today I can't even drink water, are they going to make humans extinct? Wen Ning's eyes flickered, and when he saw this message, he looked at the number of people in the regional channel. 6628. Almost half of the survivors in the area of 10,000 people have disappeared. It's only the novice period now, Wen Ning quickly calculated in his mind. The population of the entire blue planet is more than 70 billion. Excluding the elderly and children, who the system said would not participate, there are about 53 billion left. Now nearly 40% have died. The remaining blue planet survivors are less than 32 billion. Besides, where did the elderly and children go? Wen Ning has pessimistically believed that these people have been deprived of their game qualifications because they have no game ability and no longer exist. From this point of view, more than half of the population of the entire blue planet has died. Regional channel. Ha ha ha. This is an experiment that aliens are doing on us. Everyone must die. Everyone must die. There was a wailing in the channel, and some people could not bear the pressure and were talking nonsense. Wen Ning's eyes sank, and the snow was still falling outside. The surface of the pure white world was covered by an unknown black substance. From a distance, it looked as lifeless as a thick fog. All the survivors were shrouded in despair, unable to get rid of it, unable to escape. The disaster of the novice period has reached such a terrifying level. When the novice period is over, everyone's heart is covered with despair, and those with poor psychological endurance have committed suicide out of despair. All kinds of comments were rampant on the world channel and the regional channel. Wen Ning exited the chat channel with a gloomy face. Smart people would choose to stay away from the depressed environment. Stay calm and not be affected. But Wen Ning's heart was also stained with a trace of irritability. She knew that this was like a major event. During the period before the disaster, the mood is always the most likely to fluctuate. Just like the night before dawn, it seems calm on the surface, but in fact it is turbulent. Wen Ning took out the shelter design drawings from the warehouse last night and forced himself to calm down. Before he opened it, a ding-dong sounded in his mind. System announcement. All players, please note that the mutant beasts will arrive at the shelter in 10 hours, and will attack your shelter for 4 hours. The number of mutant beasts, and the intensity of the attack will be matched according to the shelter score of the survivors. System announcement. The end of this mutant beast tide means the end of the first disaster. The game will usher in the first update at that time. The system announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row before it stopped. The channel immediately exploded. Regional channel. Fuck. 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 Say it 3 times for important things. I give up this broken game. Regional channel. Instead of complaining, it is better to think about how to survive this disaster. Regional channel. This is the end of mankind. Let's enjoy the last 10 hours. Regional channel. I'm just asking, if my shelter is in tatters, will there be no mutant attacks? Regional channel. But even if there are no mutant attacks, you will freeze to death in the middle of the night. Regional channel. So this question has no solution. Physics doesn't exist. Wen Ning didn't pay much attention to the comments on the channel, but took her own blank blueprint of the shelter and went into deep thought. Her current shelter score is already very high, and there will definitely be a fierce battle tonight. Instead of thinking about how to take shortcuts, it is better to think of ways to make her own shelter into an iron wall. Her shelter has a yard, and there is nothing else in the yard. The wall of the yard is also 2 or 3 meters high. According to the action pattern of the mutant beasts encountered yesterday, they do not have the ability to jump. But Wen Ning thinks that things will not be so simple. These mutant beasts can attack the wall even if they cannot get in. The stone wall can be easily scratched. So the success rate of dealing with these mutant beasts on the wall is not high. And this heavy snow. I don't know if the heavy snow will stop at night. Even if it stops, the snow on the ground cannot be removed. This black substance does not seem to be fatal now, but infection will definitely affect Wen Ning's combat effectiveness. Then the best way is to build a canopy, cover the entire shelter. This is not a small project. Wen Ning tried to draw one on the blank blueprint of the shelter. The system recognized it automatically, awning, with 2000/5879, thin wood material, cannot be automatically retracted, can be manually dismantled, and dismantling will lose some raw materials. These materials are acceptable. Wen Ning changed the bottom support column to iron material, and the material changed again. 10 iron ingots are needed. Wen Ning thought of Chengdingquan. Private chat channel. Are you there? Chengdingquan 7777. Yes. Big brother, do you need help? Private chat channel. How long will it take for you to refine 100 iron ingots for me? Chengdingquan 7777. 4 hours. The other party initiated a transaction. Wen Ning directly traded 350 iron blocks and some food and water. Private chat channel. See if the reward is suitable. If not, just tell me. Chengdingquan 7777. Enough. Boss, wait, I will start burning right now. Wen Ning did not reply. The problem of the skylight was solved, and she started to study the yard again. Wen Ning's idea was to turn the whole yard into a maze. Steel maze. Chapter 35. Wen Ning gradually immersed himself in writing and drawing. The flames of the bonfire flickered, and the shelter was a rare warm place. Outside the window, the wind and snow mixed with black matter were raging, and soon covered the woods and grasslands. The sky was very depressing, and the black clouds were surging, silently looking lower and lower. After putting down the last stroke, Wen Ning picked up the blank blueprint of the shelter. Shelter courtyard wall. Iron wall 24-0. It's done. Wen Ning designed a U-shaped courtyard wall. After the mutant beasts on the outermost side rushed in, they would be blocked by the courtyard wall. Wen Ning only left a hole to accommodate these mutant beasts to pass through, and in addition, he left a few dead ends. This way, the mutant beasts can be diverted. Many places are designed with hinged doors, which can only enter but not exit. The passage becomes narrower and narrower as you go in, until the end, it is so narrow that only one mutant beast can pass through. Wen Ning's inspiration came from a game he played before crossing over, called Defend the Carrot. Chengdingquan 7777. Boss, I'm done. The other party initiated a transaction. Private chat channel. Thank you. Prepare for the beast tide well, and tell me if you need any supplies. Chengdingquan 7777. Boss, don't worry, my shelter score is very low, and I mainly rely on this mine, so I should be able to cope with it. Wen Ning only mentioned it briefly, and ignored the other party if he didn't need help. Congratulations on getting 120 iron ingots, this guy. Sighing slightly, Wen Ning knew what Chengdingquan was thinking. I can only wait until the beast tide is over before giving some supplies. With less than 6 hours before the beast tide hits, the flying snow outside the window is gradually increasing. Wen Ning started to build the canopy. Only after the canopy was built did he dare to go out to build the courtyard wall, because the black matter dropped too much. Ordinary canopies only need 1,000 units of wood, but for safety, Wen Ning directly replaced them all with hardwood boards. So, Wen Ning opened the synthesis system again. Do you want to synthesize wood *4? Congratulations on getting hardwood *2. Congratulations on getting hardwood *2. Congratulations on getting hardwood *2. Ding! Trigger synthesis critical hit. Congratulations on getting the sturdy attribute. Hint: the solid attribute, as the name suggests, the facilities built with this wood will increase the solidity value of the shelter. After 2 hours of synthesis, Wen Ning finally harvested hardwood *1000. Among them, there are 234 pieces of hardwood with solid attributes. The synthesis took nearly an hour, and Wen Ning immediately started to build. Fortunately, it was a game, so the construction was much easier. It would be much easier if we could build it directly in the system. However, Wen Ning knew that this was wishful thinking. After all, this was still a survival game. It took another hour to build the canopy. The wide canopy covered the entire shelter, including the yard. It completely blocked the wind and snow outside. The pillars made of fine iron ingots were extremely strong, as thick as Wen Ning's calves. The key corners on the mutant beast path planned by Wen Ning would not affect the construction of the courtyard wall. It was just that the light was a little dim, but Wen Ning had a lot of unused torches in his warehouse, so he would light them when the time came. Wen Ning cleaned up the snow in the yard, after putting it in the backpack and throwing it out of the shelter. When she returned to the shelter, Wen Ning realized how powerful this snow was. On the rain boots she was wearing, The originally smooth rubber surface was now covered with large and small corrosion holes. Although it did not penetrate into the inside, it looked shocking. If it corroded her skin. Wen Ning's expression became solemn. This snow was unbearable. Throwing away the whole pair of rain boots, Wen Ning was rich enough to be so extravagant. Many survivors did not have a pair of rain boots, and could only wrap themselves with plastic sheets. After changing into new shoes, Wen Ning returned to the campfire and began to synthesize the remaining iron ingots into refined iron ingots. Congratulations on obtaining refined iron ingots *50. 10 units of refined iron ingots have been used up in building the sky curtain just now. Now Wen Ning has only 50 units of refined iron ingots at her disposal. It only takes 2 units to build a refined iron wall. Wen Ning had enough refined iron ingots. It was just that this time, there was not a single critical hit. Wen Ning had already noticed that it was more difficult to get a critical hit with high-level materials, so she didn't feel anything when she didn't get one. System announcement: there are still 5 hours before the beast tide arrives. The short broadcast also sounded 3 times, and Wen Ning's men moved faster. Although there were blueprints to guide him, it was the first time for Wen Ning to build a maze-like courtyard wall. It's easy to talk about it on paper, but it's different when it comes to actual operation. Especially, the courtyard wall designed by Wen Ning has both a blocking function and a diversion and misleading function. The opening and closing direction of the hinge door, the turning position, and the only exit, etc. Wen Ning could only explore it bit by bit. After 3 full hours, Wen Ning finally put down the last piece of the wall. The design drawings of the shelter have been completed, and the blueprint will automatically disappear. Wen Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and took off his gloves. His palms were wet. Building a house is not easy. System announcement: there are still 2 hours before the beast tide comes. System announcement: there are still 2 hours before the beast tide comes. System announcement: there are still 2 hours before the beast tide comes. The system announced for the 3rd time, and time is getting more and more urgent, and the sound hits everyone's heart. Wen Ning rolled his eyes. The beast tide hasn't come yet, and the timid ones will be scared to death by this system announcement. Wen Ning focused on the shelter, and the information of the shelter popped up. Shelter: a solid fortress equipped with a powerful defense system, but to be honest, there are too many blind spots in the view, so it is recommended to install monitoring. Completeness: 100. Strongness: 530. Aesthetics: 80. Facilities: 20. Strongness increased from 280 to 530. Although there is no comprehensive score, it can be known that this shelter is definitely a powerful one among the shelters. Wen Ning nodded with satisfaction. With the strength value almost doubled, the scale of the beast tide she will face tonight can be imagined, but the harvest will also double. It was already dark, and Wen Ning took out the torches left over from the last hunting of mutant cattle from the warehouse. While installing and lighting them, he carefully checked his courtyard wall. Every route was tested by Wen Ning, and every hinge door, Wen Ning had to deduce its direction in his mind. After confirming that it was correct, another hour passed. Wen Ning took out some bread and ate it. Now the wall and the canopy have been built. The weapons include a spear and a fine iron dagger, which can be regarded as a guarantee for close combat and melee. The only defense is a set of rattan wood armor. The damage rate is 20%. Wen Ning pondered, now I still lack a defensive shield. It would be great if I could have another long-range weapon. Bow or crossbow. Wen Ning can use both. Wen Ning opened the trading channel. This time is definitely the best time for all the talents to collect supplies. Chapter 36. Although Wen Ning has practiced martial arts since childhood, he is not as good as Popeye. Even if he wears armor, he is still immortal. And these mutant beasts, none of them feel pain, nor do they know how to retreat. It's like they are programmed, and they want to destroy all living things or shelters in front of them. Therefore, if Wen Ning wants to withstand the collision attacks of these mutant beasts, it will be very difficult. The preparation of the skylight and the courtyard wall took a lot of time, and the time left for Wen Ning to arm himself was not enough. Wen Ning can only try his luck in the trading system now. See if there are any suitable weapons and armor. It's okay if there are no good ones. Wen Ning also has a synthesis system, and he can buy them and upgrade them himself. Entering the trading channel, Wen Ning selects long-range weapons in the screening area. Most of the information on the channel has been filtered out, and there are still a dozen left. The trading information of a person with a potato chip avatar has the word crossbow in it. Wen Ning clicks in. One-handed crossbow, ordinary, for 10 pieces of ice fragments. Leave a message. One-handed operation, you can get 10 matching crossbow arrows. Wen Ning clicked on the picture and frowned. The crossbow arrows looked rough, Could they be made by hand? Although being able to make crossbow arrows is a great thing, it doesn't quite meet Wen Ning's expectations. Scrolling down, Wen Ning found that most of the weapons sold by people were very rough, and they looked like they were idle and useless. What bows and arrows, handmade bows and arrows, they looked like they were made of bamboo wood at random, and they didn't even have any attack power. Are they just putting it up to cheat people? Just when Wen Ning was feeling a little discouraged, the next transaction information refreshed in the trading market made her eyes light up. Cross compound crossbow, excellent, for energy core ice *2. Message, the power is abnormal. It is produced by the ruins. Don't ask me why I sell it. I still have one. Add an energy core, and get a crossbow arrow blueprint. Message, excellent weapon. I can't afford it. I can only hiss. Message, brother, I have privately chatted with you. I don't have an energy core. I am willing to give more fragments. Comment, I have an energy core, but only one. How about you give me 5 fragments, and I will help you combine them. I have a workbench. Wen Ning was very tempted. The crossbow is the king of modern cold weapons. A close combat shot is almost certain to kill. Even if it doesn't kill, it can instantly make the enemy lose its ability to move. The key point is that it does not produce noise and sparks, and will not expose its position when used for sneak attacks. And modern military-grade crossbows are equipped with corresponding sights. Infrared aiming, even at night, can be seen clearly. None of these counts. Just because this weapon is of excellent quality, Wen Ning will take it. Seeing that there are many people bidding below, Wen Ning does not bargain. If he hesitates, it will be snatched away by others. It is better to act than to think. Wen Ning immediately synthesized 3 energy cores, and submitted the transaction. A flash of white light appeared in the backpack. Wen Ning thought about it, and a crossbow weighing about 5 kilograms appeared in his hand. Cross compound crossbow, excellent, a very powerful crossbow arrow, which can be installed with a core. Install a core? Wen Ning suddenly realized. She was really lucky. She guessed that the owner of this crossbow should have 2 crossbows, as he said. But he definitely doesn't have a workbench, so he was anxious when he saw that the sophisticated crossbow couldn't exert its maximum power. Energy cores are in short supply in the entire channel. I don't have one, but Wen Ning has a box of this thing. This is how Wen Ning got a bargain. Without further delay, Wen Ning immediately installed an energy core. Almost instantly, a thin layer of frost lingered around the crossbow in his hand, and it was chilling. It felt cool in the hand, but it was tolerable. The information of the crossbow also changed accordingly. Cross compound crossbow, excellent, a powerful crossbow with an ice energy core installed. Tip, after installing the core, the critical hit probability increases by 30%. The critical hit damage can form an ice zone around the attacking unit, delaying the action for 3 seconds. Usage time of ice energy core, 180 days, oh my god. Is this a weapon of excellent quality? Compared with excellent weapons, it is a huge difference. Just take the fact that excellent weapons can be equipped with cores, which is far better than excellent weapons. The spear is no longer attractive, right? Wen Ning was a little dumbfounded, but reacted quickly. Take out the crossbow blueprint in the backpack to study. Crossbow. Iron ingot 1/0 with 30/1478. I need iron ingots again. It is obviously too late to find Chengdingquan at this time. Wen Ning waved his hand and cleared out the trading market directly. Congratulations on obtaining 20 iron ingots. 1 unit of iron ingot can produce 30 crossbow arrows. Wen Ning prepared materials for 600 crossbow arrows, and made them all in one go. Most of the backpack was filled with crossbows. The sense of security came instantly. There was still armor left. The armor in the market was uneven, but they were all made of wood or bamboo, and there was no iron at all. Wen Ning had to buy 4 sets of ordinary hardwood armor, and synthesize 2 sets of rattan armor by himself. He found some animal skins in the warehouse. Wen Ning didn't care about the materials, and directly cut the animal skins according to the needs. Protected the back of his hands, wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, ankles, and other key places. Animal skins are soft but tough, and are good protective materials. The only pity is that Wen Ning is not very good at sewing clothes. Tie them with stronger animal tendons, and then put on waterproof ski clothes on the outside. Wear a helmet and a mask. He was fully armed with only a pair of eyes left outside. The backpack was filled with torches, crossbows, and some pure water. Then he took his weapons, and climbed onto the roof of the shelter. The roof of Wen Ning's shelter is also made of stone, and it is shaped like a slope. It was added because the matchbox was not beautiful. Now it has become a platform for Wen Ning to fight. The canopy is high, so even if Wen Ning jumps here, He will not hit his head. Wen Ning found a good foothold. Her position is just on the top of the entrance, and it is also the last opening of the wall route in Wen Ning's yard. When the mutant beasts arrived here, they had been divided into one by one, and Wen Ning could harvest them here. After the mutant beasts died, they would turn into a ball of light of supplies on the ground. The light balls were suspended, and multiple halos could be superimposed, so they would not pile up and block the way. As long as Wen Ning did not collect these light balls, they would always exist. Moreover, Wen Ning's position was facing the outer perimeter of the yard, and she could see the direction where the mutant beasts were rushing in. There were some plum blossom-shaped footholds on the iron wall for Wen Ning to step on. In this way, she could walk over the entire yard and balance the attacks from various places. Flexible movement. In order to ensure that she would not fall, Wen Ning installed a rope on the canopy. The height she fell down was exactly the height she could reach with a full-strength jump. In case the mutant beasts could also climb the rope, she would cut the rope. By the time Wen Ning had arranged everything, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. The snow outside stopped silently. Wen Ning was fully armed, and her dark eyes stared at the boundless night. Her breathing slowed down unconsciously. The whole person seemed to merge with the quiet night and turned into the most patient hunter. System announcement. Countdown to the beast tide in 10 minutes. System announcement. Countdown to the beast tide in 5 minutes. System announcement. Countdown to the beast tide in 59 seconds. 7 days of mild season. 3 days of disaster season. The novice period is over, and the beast tide is coming. This is the climax of the first round of trial tasks. Wen Ning's breathing is so light that nothing can be seen in the dark night. At a certain moment, the hair on his head stood up, and Wen Ning's expression was stern. Here it comes. Chapter 37. In the dark night, Wen Ning could hear every subtle movement clearly. The sense of oppression was getting closer and closer, but there was nothing in front of him. Wen Ning suppressed the panic in his heart. Master said that the unknown enemy is not as scary as imagined, but what is scary is the fear of showing one's cowardice. So Wen Ning waited patiently until a certain moment, a pair of red eyes lit up in the darkness, staring straight at Wen Ning's face. His breath stagnated. A chill rose from his back and rushed straight to his head. Then, 1 pair, 2 pairs, countless mutant beasts appeared in Wen Ning's sight, and their blood-red pupils were full of seductiveness. The hair was still the white color of the day before, but the surface of the body seemed to be covered with a layer of black fluid. It looked sticky and disgusting, as if it was splashed with black paint. You can tell at a glance that this mucus cannot be touched. A group of mutant wolves led the way, with strange light in their red eyes, and bears, lions, leopards, and other beasts gradually appeared behind them. These mutant beasts, unlike their usual solitary behavior, huddled together. They stepped on the snow in front of Wen Ning's door, anxiously waiting for an attack. Wen Ning could no longer count how many mutant beasts there were within his sight. The sky was completely dark, and with the help of a torch, Wen Ning could barely see behind many mutant beasts. In a faint circle of light, mutant beasts appeared one by one out of thin air. As time went by, more and more mutant beasts appeared around the shelter. Low roars gradually came, and heavy breathing showed that the mutant beasts were impatient. I don't know why, these mutant beasts were digging the ground anxiously, but they just didn't rush up. Could it be that the torches in the shelter had a deterrent effect on these mutant beasts? Wen Ning did not dare to let down his guard. At this moment, the system announcement sounded. System announcement. According to your shelter score, this beast tide will have a total of 3 rounds, and the attack duration is 4 hours. If the shelter solidity value drops to 0 or all mutant beasts are cleared, the beast tide will end early. This mutant beast tide will be included in the ranking, and survival supplies will be distributed uniformly after the system is updated. The first round of beast tide is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. You are quite martial. There is also a countdown. Roar. The roar of the leader was like turning on some kind of switch. Instantly, all the mutant beasts became agitated and rushed towards Wen Ning's shelter. Dozens of mutant beasts, with huge bodies, rushed straight to the wall of Wen Ning's shelter. Wen Ning moved quickly. Although these mutant beasts were terrifying, their jumping ability was indeed a bit poor. He crashed into Wen Ning's courtyard wall, and jumped several times, but failed to climb up the wall. He could only run around anxiously below. Humph! Wen Ning went directly to the outermost layer, and took out the cross-compound crossbow. He held the crossbow with both hands, without the need for a scope, loaded, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air was very small, and it shot directly into the mutant beasts. Ah! A miserable voice sounded, and the piercing wolf howl sounded, and Wen Ning was relieved. The wolf closest to Wen Ning was directly pierced by the crossbow in the mouth, and the crossbow arrow penetrated its head, and then penetrated from the back of the neck, and pierced directly into the body of the sheep behind it. For a while, screams were heard everywhere. The mutant wolf died on the spot, and its body flew backwards due to the huge impact, bringing down a large number of mutant beasts. This is the powerful power of the crossbow. Wen Ning's face was gloomy, and he kept pulling out another crossbow arrow. The unwilling mutant wolf turned into two balls of light before it even touched the corner of Wen Ning's clothes. He had no time to care about the spoils of war, because another mutant wolf had already stepped on the mutant sheep under its feet and climbed over the wall. He rushed forward with the spear in his hand and directly stabbed the mutant wolf that stepped on other mutant beasts and rushed over the wall to death. He pulled out a crossbow arrow and loaded it in 2 seconds. The crossbow is worthy of being the king of cold weapons for single-soldier combat, and it is very convenient to load. Wen Ning almost completed the operation with one hand. He didn't even consider aiming. At such a close distance, he could just shoot at the place where the beast's hide was densest. Wen Ning's men exerted their strength to swing the crossbow up, and then lifted the crossbow level by inertia. He pulled the trigger at the right time. The next second, there were 2 or 3 screams. 1 arrow, 3 shots. This is the true power of the close-range crossbow, an inch shorter, an inch stronger. Its penetration is inversely proportional to its range. At such a close distance, there is no need to aim. Just shoot into the middle of the herd, and you will definitely hit it. On the other side, Wen Ning's spear did not stop. He shot it neatly, and pulled it back with sticky blood. In the darkness, there were more injured mutants than dead. The whimpering did not stop. There was even a faint, frightened sound. Wen Ning frowned, looking at the mutant beast in front of him that was a little afraid to move forward, and speculation rose in his heart. This mutant beast has thoughts? This is bad. Wen Ning looked at the frightened mutant deer and mutant sheep in front of him, and a strong sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Although there are many mutant beasts, if they are still as thoughtless and have only a single attack mode as yesterday, Wen Ning can still use traps to delay and dodge, and it is not difficult to kill them. But now the situation is much more complicated than expected. Animals have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, and they will be afraid. But animals also have the wisdom to hunt together and work together. Seeing that all the animals in front are herbivores, it is clear that the wolf pack that suffered at the hands of Wen Ning just now has retreated to the second line, driving the mutant sheep and other animals in front to consume Wen Ning's physical strength and ammunition. He adjusts the formation by howling in the back, watching with eager eyes, waiting for an opportunity to move. We can't drag it on like this. With a slight chill in his heart, Wen Ning raised the crossbow in his hand. This time, the target is not the sheep in front of him. Instead, he passed the sheep and aimed at the wolf pack watching the battle in the back. There are about 7 or 8 wolves, as well as a leopard and several lions. The blind bear had already died from Wen Ning's several long spears. These waiting players were waiting for the right moment to rush forward and tear Wen Ning into pieces. Wen Ning's arrow came fast, and the wolves gathered together had no time to dodge, and were pierced by the crossbow arrow on the spot. A wha! Triggered critical hit. Wen Ning's face was happy, and he immediately looked up. A mutant wolf died on the spot, and the mutant beasts within 5 meters around him were all injured by the critical hit. As he flew out, a lot of frost condensed around his body, and his movement slowed down a lot. Wen Ning seized the opportunity, wound up, aimed, and shot. A lion fell to the ground. The mutant beast affected by the critical hit recovered and immediately moved quickly, growling to warn the mutant beasts around him to be careful of Wen Ning's crossbow arrows. But the injured mutant beasts still moved a lot slower. Wen Ning immediately changed his tactics. He put his mind back and focused on dealing with the mutant beasts under his feet. They huddled together, but because they couldn't climb up Wen Ning's wall, they could only keep ramming into it. The stone wall under Wen Ning's feet gradually showed signs of loosening. This forced Wen Ning to speed up to deal with the mutant beasts under his feet. In the intervals, he looked for the right opportunity to shoot crossbow arrows into the wolves that were looking for opportunities on the periphery. Back and forth, more and more mutant beasts died in Wen Ning's hands. The wolves on the periphery gradually couldn't sit still. They dispersed, although Wen Ning's crossbow arrows had a low hit rate. But the critical hit rate was high, 30% critical hit. With a little luck, 1 critical hit in 3 arrows. Each critical hit would cause impact damage to the mutant beasts within a range of 5 meters. Then Wen Ning could always seize the opportunity to shoot arrows to kill a mutant beast. After a few times, most of the wolves were wiped out by Wen Ning, and the rest were also injured. The mutant leopard said, "Don't come again. You shook my brain evenly." Chapter 38. Hoo. Heavy breathing sounded, and Wen Ning shook his numb arms. He turned his eyes, and put the heavy crossbow into his backpack. The strong smell of blood entered his nose, and Wen Ning didn't even dare to breathe deeply. The chest was cold due to long-term breathing of cold air. Wen Ning felt his throat dry, but he didn't dare to take out water to drink. The mutant sheep were lying under his feet. Compared with killing them, Wen Ning found that it was easier to break their legs and save effort. Because it is easy to pierce with a long spear with barbs, but it is difficult to pull it out. If you are not careful, you can easily drag yourself down the wall. The only ones left at the scene who are still capable of fighting are a leopard, 2 lions, and 5 wolves on the periphery. The mutant wolf, as the brainpower, saw the crossbow in Wen Ning's hand disappear out of thin air, and scratched its claws anxiously. This unknown made it a little uneasy. The low panting and crouching bodies all indicated that they were ready to charge. Wen Ning knew that these mutant beasts were ready to act collectively. Sure enough, the next second, the remaining mutant beasts moved at the same time. Wen Ning did not delay, and a crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand, which was already loaded. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow flew out of his hand at a high speed towards the mutant lion that soared in front of Wen Ning. The sound of the crossbow arrow shooting into flesh and blood sounded dozens of meters away, triggered critical hit. Wen Ning retracted the crossbow arrow in the next second, and pulled out the dagger with his right hand. It was not appropriate to use the crossbow arrow at close range, and indiscriminate critical hits would hurt oneself. For these mutant beasts, a distance of more than 10 meters can be reached in a breath. Since all the mutant beasts were heading towards Wen Ning, this critical hit exploded directly with the mutant lion's head as the center, frozen the surrounding 5 meters away. The mutant beasts that were close were restricted in their movements in the air and fell straight to the ground. Puff! The sound of sharp iron entering the flesh was heard. The 3-second time difference was enough for Wen Ning to kill 2 mutant beasts. Come on! A mutant wolf was stabbed on the dagger in Wen Ning's right hand, and it was struggling violently. Wen Ning did not throw it away, but turned around and pressed the mutant wolf down and stepped on it. The dagger was pulled out and stabbed in again mercilessly the next second. The blade drilled into the flesh, making a creaking sound. Then, Wen Ning cut off the mutant wolf's head. He used a spear to pick it up and threw it in front of a one-eyed mutant wolf. That's right, this mutant wolf is the king of the entire beast group. Even the mutant lions, mutant bears, and leopards are acting under its command. Wen Ning's actions are a blatant provocation. Using a cruel killing method, the corpses on the ground disappeared. But the bloody smell in the air reminded that the battle had just passed for more than half an hour. The remaining wolves beside him all wanted to retreat, but the leader held his head high, and the wolf howl resounded through the sky. They had no way out. The sharp roar seemed to be an ultimatum, and all the mutant beasts swarmed again. Climbing over the wall, they had a final decisive battle with Wen Ning. Without caring about how to react, the spear in her hand had already slipped out of her hand, and the wall under her feet was her last line of defense. Behind her was her refuge. One by one, the mutant beasts were shot down by her, and they rolled on the ground and rushed up the wall. But the battle on the wall was in Wen Ning's favor after all. With the cooperation of the spear and dagger, these mutant beasts could not get close to Wen Ning. The last mutant wolf screamed and fell off the wall, and its body turned into white light and disappeared. Wen Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no rest. There were still more than a dozen mutant beasts, who were howling and unable to move under the wall. Wen Ning jumped off the wall and numbly dealt with these mutant beasts. Congratulations, you have withstood the first round of mutant beast attacks. The current shelter integrity is 98, and the solidity value is 525. The next round of mutant beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. After picking up the spoils and boxes first, Wen Ning took off his mask and drank a whole bottle of water. The first round of mutant beasts was dealt with relatively easily. Basically, no mutant beasts got close to Wen Ning, and he was not injured except for being tired. Wen Ning walked around and only picked up a box. Congratulations on getting the treasure chest ice *17, only 17? This first wave of beasts is at least 50 or more. The system's drop rate is as unpredictable as ever. Wen Ning complained a few words and returned to the shelter. The next batch is coming soon, and there is no time to think. Wen Ning has to check his equipment immediately. During the activity, some parts of the animal's skin were loose, so Wen Ning took them off and tied them up again. Drank enough water to replenish water, and ate a piece of bread to fill his stomach. Finally, he took a mask and put it on again. Just as he stood on the roof, there was a slight movement above his head. It's snowing again. I don't know what the other survivors are like. Wen Ning had just started thinking, and hadn't opened the chat channel to take a look. A new pair of red eyes appeared 50 meters away. It started again, Wen Ning came to the top of the outer iron wall and stood still. He stared at the mutant beasts surrounding him from the outside. The number was obviously much more than last time. Looking around, there were dense red eyes. This time, without waiting for the system to notify him, Wen Ning took the initiative. As the crossbow arrows burst out, dozens of torches flew out at the same time. The scene was immediately in chaos, and the second battle began with Wen Ning's old 6 actions. Sharp roars, bloody mouths on the top of the wall, and the screams of various beasts resounded through the sky. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and soon a layer of snow covered Wen Ning's sky. The pure white was permeated with a strange black, and then splashed with blood, which could not cover up the tragic battle below. Bite, dodge, shoot, kill. Wen Ning always maintained her fighting power in this group fight. Due to the maze formation of Wen Ning's yard, the mutant beasts could not reach her shelter, so their hatred was always firmly drawn to Wen Ning. Wen Ning took advantage of the terrain and fought a guerrilla war with the mutant beasts. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is tired, I harass. If it doesn't work, I will drag the mutant beasts around in circles and kill them when they are alone. Anyway, even if the mutant beasts climbed over the wall, they couldn't stand steadily. Before they could get close to Wen Ning, they fell into the dead end set by Wen Ning. The space was too small, and there was no way to run up, and it was even more difficult to climb over the wall, and Wen Ning, relying on his strange body skills, kept wandering among the mutant beasts, harvesting the lives of one after another. The crossbow in his hand never stopped firing, basically one shot every 10 seconds. The last mutant beast rushed to the top of the wall, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Wen Ning's neck. Wen Ning just turned his back and dealt with the mutant beast in front of him. He didn't even turn his head when he heard the sound, and the long spear was past his ear and pierced directly into the mutant beast's head. Ah! As Wen Ning turned around, the mutant beast pierced by the long spear was pressed hard against the wall. With a sharp movement, the dagger in Wen Ning's hand pierced into the side of the mutant beast's neck. The mutant beast died unwillingly. Congratulations, you have withstood the second round of attacks by the mutant beasts. The current completeness of the shelter is 80, and the solidity value is 489. The next round of mutant beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. Chapter 39. The armor on his body was completely damaged in this battle. The armor suddenly disappeared just now, and Wen Ning had basically no time to change it. He was bitten on the arm by the mutant beast that rushed up. Fortunately, the animal's skin padding inside was strong, and it was not bitten. Wen Ning's mask was almost soaked, and the mask stained with mutant blood was close to his cheek. There was already an itchy feeling. Wen Ning returned to the shelter and took out a piece of 3 white grass to chew and eat. The next batch was coming soon, and there was not much time for Wen Ning to rest. The light-colored protective suit was stained with a lot of mutant blood, dark red with black. It looked poisonous. Taking a deep breath, the bloody smell around rushed into Wen Ning's nose. Occupying her entire chest, Wen Ning almost vomited. Although she looked a little tired, Wen Ning's eyes were firm. The will to fight surged. She had already figured it out. The mutant beasts were spawning from 2 locations in front and behind the shelter, and then they were flanking the shelter near her from the left and right. No matter the order, they would eventually gather in front of Wen Ning. It seemed that her priority was higher than the shelter behind her. However, Wen Ning guessed that this was because the courtyard wall was far away from the shelter. Wen Ning ignored the piles of spoils outside, and instead made a lot of bonfires and torches. Using the 10 minutes of the gap, the mutant beasts in the front and back were surrounded. A large circle with a diameter of 5 meters was formed. The bonfires and torches were all lit, and a lot of wood was added. Almost all the wood left by Wen Ning was consumed. This was also a way for Wen Ning to delay the pace of the mutant beasts. When the second round of torches was thrown, the mutant beasts' fleeing figures did not escape Wen Ning's eyes. Especially some mutant beasts that were not very aggressive. The only damage these beasts could cause to the shelter was to hit them. Although they could not hurt Wen Ning on the wall, they would become stepping stones for other mutant beasts if they were piled up together. The torches burned for a full 4 hours, and the wood added by Wen Ning made the flames rise higher. Even if they could not cause obvious substantial damage to the mutant beasts, they could also have a psychological impact on them. With wisdom, the mutant beast's combat power has indeed increased a lot, but correspondingly, they also have weaknesses and have restored their nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. After doing all this, Wen Ning turned around and jumped onto the wall. One side of the stone wall in front of him had been demolished, and the fine iron wall under his feet was still strong. It was estimated that there were still 2 minutes left. Wen Ning opened the trading channel and started to sweep. Iron ingots, 100 units directly. Wood, unlimited collection. The crossbow arrows were all used up in the last round. It is undeniable that the crossbow is very effective against mutant beasts. The attack has strong penetration, often with 2 or 3 shots. At close range and crowded with mutant beasts, there is no need to aim at all, just pull the trigger without thinking. When a critical hit is triggered, the attack range is considerable, directly freezing a large area. The impact damage can also take away a lot of mutant beasts at once. It can also weaken other mutant beasts around. When Ning survived the second round without injury, and the crossbow played an important role, the backpack was filled with crossbow arrows again, and when Ning's sense of security deepened a lot. Fortunately, the materials in the shelter can be used directly for trading, without having to be put into the backpack. Fortunately, the manufacturing interface has a fast reading time, which can provide crossbows continuously. Roar! Just when I was ready, the mutant beast's long roar to the sky sounded, the back straightened instantly, and the cold and terrifying breath rushed over. The deep red pupils stared at Wen Ning on the courtyard wall fiercely, and the front paws kept digging the ground. The saliva flowing from the corners of the mouth corroded the surrounding grass. This batch of mutant beasts is not only large in number, but also looks much more dangerous. Wen Ning stared directly at the pairs of dark beast eyes, without changing his expression. Raised the crossbow, and shot at the pairs of eyes flashing in the dark. The mutant beast that came out first saw Wen Ning's action, jumped sideways flexibly, and avoided Wen Ning's attack. The mutant beast that came out later was miserable. As soon as I came out, there was a 1-meter-high flame in front of me, and the raging fire kept burning my skin. The sound of breaking through the air in the darkness was barely audible. The mutant beast in front of me jumped away suddenly, and the alarm bells instinctively rang, but it was too late. The mutant beast that had just refreshed had its head pierced by a cold arrow before it even saw the enemy. Boom! The coldness exploded from the center, mixed with the red and white brain matter of the mutant beast, freezing the surrounding area. Many mutant beasts were directly overturned on the spot and fell heavily to the ground, accepting the ice ridges while enduring the erosion of the fire. Then in a very short time, the sound of breaking through the air sounded again. The beast was panicked and dodged without purpose. Before I could react to what happened, several companions fell beside me. Unfortunately, the mutant beasts were bound by the system rules, and could not attack autonomously before they were refreshed. Wen Ning seized this time difference, and killed the mutant beasts by surprise. When the system notification finally sounded, Wen Ning had already killed dozens of mutant beasts. Roar! The third battle officially began. The mutant beast in front rushed directly through the fire circle, and rushed to the wall where Wen Ning was. Most of the mutant beasts behind him were blocked by the fire circle, and dared not move forward. The plan worked. Before Wen Ning could relax his vigilance, the mutant beast in the front was already close at hand. Wen Ning backhanded the crossbow into the mutant beast's bloody mouth. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Puff! The crossbow arrow penetrated the back of the mutant's head, and after penetrating, it continued to move towards the next one's body. At the same time, other mutants howled and rushed up. Wen Ning was concentrating on dealing with the mutants that were swarming in. From the beginning, it could kill them with a rush, to one blow that could only seriously injure them, and finally, he could only muster the strength to knock the mutants off the wall. Stamina was constantly draining away. The mutants in the first 2 rounds were obviously not as difficult to deal with as the third round. The first wall under Wen Ning's feet collapsed after 10 minutes. She was forced to retreat to the top of the second wall to defend. Your shelter integrity is reduced to 75. Your shelter strength is reduced to 465. The second wall was also broken after about half an hour, and Wen Ning could only defend under the strong offensive. It was difficult to dodge the attacks of the mutants and kill them again. The wall under his feet loosened and shook again. Wen Ning barely managed to stabilize his body, and used the force of the spear to shoot down the mutant beast that rushed up, and did a neat backflip to avoid the bloody mouth next to his hand. He landed steadily on the plum blossom pile of the fine iron wall behind him. It should be over soon. The last wall behind me is already. As he went on, Wen Ning was exhausted physically and mentally, but his nerves were forcibly tense. He would never retreat easily until the last moment. Just when Wen Ning felt that the mutant beast in front of him had endless attacks, and it was far from the end. The mutant beast that rushed to the top of the wall suddenly disappeared. The system announcement also sounded at the right time. System announcement. Congratulations to the players for successfully surviving the first disaster season. System announcement. The system will automatically update in half an hour, and all game panel functions will be closed. System announcement. This update will last for 8 hours. Please stay tuned for the updated content. Chapter 40. The system announcement disappeared after repeating 3 times. Wen Ning collapsed in the corner, panting without any image. He didn't notice it when fighting just now, but now that he relaxed, he suddenly realized that his arms were so heavy. It was difficult to move his fingers, and breathing was so painful in his throat and chest. The only evidence of the battle just experienced was the destroyed shelter, the broken courtyard wall, and the light balls on the ground. The blood on the ground disappeared completely. Most of the injuries on Wen Ning's body were internal injuries caused by the collision, and there were no obvious external wounds. Wen Ning took out the 3 white grass and black lotus and chewed them together. This herbal decoction is the best, but Wen Ning doesn't have the conditions, so he can only chew it raw, hoping it will be useful. Wen Ning did not forget that the system said that it would update in half an hour. That means that he only has less than half an hour left to clean up the battlefield. Thinking of this, Wen Ning stood up despite his exhausted body. He began to clean up the battlefield. Although he was cleaning up the battlefield, Wen Ning's remaining energy was not enough to do anything else. The only thing he could do was pick up the spoils on the ground. Congratulations on getting wolf meat, containing toxins, *4. Congratulations on getting animal skins, *15. Congratulations on getting mutton, containing toxins, *2. Congratulations on getting animal tendons, *2. Congratulations on getting treasure chest ice, *3. In the pile of light balls, Wen Ning only picked up these things with the remaining backpack grid. Wen Ning looked at the record and frowned. Meat is poisonous? Can this still be eaten? Wen Ning took out a piece of mutton and looked at it. The bright red meat was bleeding dark red blood, and the whole piece of meat was filled with an indescribable stench. You? Wen Ning retched physiologically. This meat is definitely not edible. Throw it away. Wen Ning threw the meat out of the yard, and then picked up other useful things. Beast skins, beast tendons, beast teeth, and beast horns. Of course, the most important thing is the treasure chest. Wen Ning moved quickly, and after 20 minutes, he had picked up all the light balls. Congratulations on getting beast skins, *58. Congratulations on getting beast tendons, *24. Congratulations on getting beast teeth, *30. Congratulations on getting beast horns, *15. Congratulations on getting treasure chest ice, *158. Except for the poisonous meat, these are all the supplies Wen Ning got in 2 rounds. Oh, and there are thousands of crossbow arrows picked up, in addition to the supplies from the first round. Wen Ning got 173 treasure chests in the beast hide, and the other supplies were what the beasts could use. Outside the yard, a pile of spoiled and poisonous meat piled up into a small hill. In the black snow, Wen Ning threw a few more ice bricks in. The snowstorm was over, and the temperature would likely rise in the middle of the night. When the snow melted, it would not be able to cover the stench. If Wen Ning had not just experienced a fierce battle, he would not have enough physical strength now. If the game had not warned Wen Ning not to go too far away from the shelter, Wen Ning would not have left the poisonous meat piled up at the door. This was the only way for the time being. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wen Ning stumbled into the house, and closed the doors and windows. He did not even want to light a bonfire. He took off his burdens, and fell on the bed with a thud. At this time, there were about 10 minutes left before the system update. After the high-intensity battle, Wen Ning was exhausted to the extreme, but his spirit was very excited. It has been more than a year since the last battle was so exciting. Master, I have neglected my martial arts training recently. I can't hold on for 4 hours. Mumbling to the darkness with self-mockery, Wen Ning took advantage of the last moment to open the chat channel. 5,480. Before the beast type came, Wen Ning noticed the number of people, which was 6636. In this case, more than 1,000 people died in 4 hours. Only half of the survivors were left in the entire channel. The death rate is not small. Regional channel. Damn! How come all the meat I worked so hard to get is poisonous? Regional channel. I can tolerate the poisonous meat upstairs, but why is the collected snow water also poisonous and smelly? Is it pumped up from the sewer? Regional channel. Those who said they would collect snow water when the snow melts are idiots, right? Ha ha! Regional channel. In 4 hours, at least 50 mutant beasts attacked me. Half of my shelter collapsed. Regional channel. Didn't you guys do any work during the preparation time? I built a wall around the shelter, but when the beasts came, the mutants only attacked me, and didn't even notice my shelter. Regional channel. Buying a lot of treasure chests. Various materials in exchange for treasure chest fragments. If interested, please chat privately. Regional channel. Treasure chest? My shelter is half wood and half straw. Only 20 mutants attacked me tonight, and a total of 8 treasure chests were dropped. Regional channel. The upstairs is so lucky. I came tonight with 3 waves of mutants, and I hid in the shelter to kill them, and in the end, they couldn't squeeze in. Regional channel. I've run out of wood, and I can't make a bonfire tomorrow. What should I do? Regional channel. Team up. I'm an expert in wilderness survival. Team up tomorrow. Limited places. First come first served. Regional channel. Can I? My shelter has collapsed. Can I live in your house? The channel is full of various messages, but it seems that those who survived have some survival skills. Like when Ning, many people reinforced their shelters and built walls. When Ning went to the trading market again and found that the trade of food and water increased again. Yes, the temperature was horrible on the first day of the snowstorm, and there was very little time to collect water. On the second day, when Ning collected a lot of snow water while killing monsters, but not everyone had the ability and energy like Wen Ning. So there was still a shortage of water on the second day. The third day, which was today, the mutant beasts were poisonous, and the snow written in the sky was also poisonous. Even the snow in the past few days was polluted, and there was no source of water at all. And the little water in the treasure chest was simply a drop in the bucket. Before the beast tide came, Wen Ning spent a lot of the materials brought out from the ruins to exchange for wood and iron ingots. In addition to medicine, Wen Ning spent almost 1/3 of those fruits and vegetables. Others naturally spent a lot of materials to protect themselves. After all, no one had experienced the beast tide and didn't know its power. If you don't use these supplies, you won't be able to enjoy them even if you have them. Basically, 1 hour after the beast tide began, the stones, wood and iron ingots on the market were sold out like crazy. As basic supplies, wood and stone were sold at 10 times the normal price. Because many survivors have difficulty fighting mutant beasts, let alone the ability to fight mutant beasts. The mutant beasts they faced on the second day only had a single attack method, and they could still kill them by moving and taking advantage of the gaps between the mutant beasts' attacks. But tonight, everyone faced mutant beasts with intelligent thoughts. The difficulty of the battle increased greatly, and many survivors dared to hide in their own shelters and kept repairing and reinforcing the shelters. They spent these 4 hours by consuming supplies. The chat channel was constantly refreshed, and Wen Ning fell asleep unknowingly. Chapter 41. The first day after the novice period. It was drizzling outside the window, washing away the damage caused by the fierce battle last night. The snow disappeared overnight, along with the smelly mutant beast meat. On the soft and warm bed, the young woman gradually opened her eyes and looked around for a long time. Wen Ning rolled over and looked out the window. Blue sky, white clouds, green grassland. The disaster is over. He suddenly fell on the bed and couldn't help but smile. It's finally over. The mild season is coming. Humming a little tune that he couldn't understand, Wen Ning got out of bed. First, he went to the bathroom to wash his face. His cheeks were still itchy, but there was no skin breakage, which was a blessing in disguise. No disfigurement. Most of the internal injuries caused by the battle yesterday disappeared. Wen Ning took out the 3 white grass used for detoxification, mashed it into juice, and applied it on his face with a wet towel. It was very comfortable and cool. Sitting quietly at the door, as if he had sensed something, the system went online with a ding, ding. The Wasteland trial officially opens. The first trial has ended. The cumulative number of deaths of survivors worldwide has exceeded 35% of the total number of people participating in the game as of today. The novice period has ended, and the survival watch has a new time system. The Wasteland time is 24 hours. Today is January 1st of the Wasteland calendar. The disaster period has ended, the mild season has arrived, and the duration of the mild season is random. Random success. The duration of this mild season is 5 days. The next disaster will be announced in 2 days. Next, the official trial manual will be distributed. The newly opened function will be described in detail in the manual. Please check it out, survivors. The system announcement sounded 3 times in a row. Wen Ning looked at the survival dial on his wrist, which was flashing green at this time. Official version? The novice period is the castrated version? Wen Ning used his mind to open the system. A new icon appeared after to be continued on the panel, with the word survival manual on it. Wen Ning clicked on it, and found that the original novice period rules were on the first page. After turning the page, the new official version of the rules appeared. Trial survival rules. 1. The novice trial has ended. The maps where the survivors are located will be merged. The coordinates are unique. Currently, only the maps in the same area are merged. Be careful when going there. The regional maps have been merged, which means that 10,000 people are on one map. 2. The official version of the ranking list is open. The icon can be quickly set to the system desktop, and players can also open it directly with their minds. The competitive relationship is open, but I don't know if this ranking list is divided into regions. 3. Survival points are open. Survival points can be obtained through survival behavior. The ranking list may be based on this as a reference standard. 4. The live broadcast function is open. The top 10 people in each list of the ranking list can choose to start live broadcast. The length and popularity of the live broadcast can obtain certain survival points. 5. The backpack system is replaced with storage space, and survivors can expand it with survival points or props. Space? It doesn't seem to be very big? Then I can't get stuck in the grid? 6. The chat system is updated, and the speech limit of the world channel is lifted. You can speak once for every 5 survival points paid. 7. The trading market is updated, and the free rules of the trading market are modified. You need to pay a handling fee to put goods on the shelves. The handling fee fluctuates according to the weight of the items. This will prevent the bug of the trading market. First, the backpack storage rules are changed, and then the plastic cloth is used to wrap the supplies, which also occupies space instead of grids. Then the trading market listing function was changed, and some players' wishes to use high prices to get supplies on the market were also dashed. 8. The private message system was updated. Before adding friends, strangers can make 5 points for each comment. After becoming friends, you can chat freely. Is this forcing social interaction? The system wants players to stick together. 7. The regional channel was updated. After each trial mission, the area with less than 10,000 people will be automatically merged to 10,000 people. Wen Ning couldn't understand this. According to the system's explanation, there should be only one Wasteland planet, but it seems to be virtual. Then the merged players were cut to the same position in the new area together with the maps they explored. 8. The system also launched some hidden functions. Please explore. 9. Survivors, please continue to work hard. In the next stage, the system will open more functions, so stay tuned. The content of the survival system stops here. This short page has a huge impact on the entire player group. World channel. Damn it. One line costs 5 points, and I only have 200 in total. World channel. This is the real doomsday. Just a joke. Survival games actually require Krypton gold. World channel. Krypton gold. I have money. This damn game won't let me charge. World channel. I have to pay a handling fee for the things on my trading shelf. A 5 kilograms item costs me 3 points. I won't sell it, and it costs 1 point to take it off the shelf? Why don't you go and grab it? World channel. Krypton gold. I have money, but this damn game won't let me charge it. World channel. I have to pay a handling fee for the things on my trading shelf. A 5 kilograms item costs me 3 points. I won't sell it, and it costs 1 point to take it off the shelf? Why don't you go and grab it? World channel. Team up, and concentrate on doing great things. World channel. Axe gang assemble. World channel. The team up last night privately chatted with me, and Warner Maisie, who was clamoring some time ago. Do you dare to report your coordinates? Grandpa can deal with you immediately. World channel. The regional maps have been merged, and everyone is anonymous. Ha ha ha, are you afraid of being seen by people in the same area? World channel. Fuck. 1 cubic meter of storage space costs 80 points. I can't afford it at all, my meat is going to rot. World channel. Okay, I know you have a lot of meat, give me some, my space is still empty, and I won't charge you rent. World channel. I opened a box and got a backpack expansion voucher, 3 of which can open 1 cubic meter of storage space. World channel. Is there a team? Is there a team? Is there a team? If not, I will ask again later. World channel. What's the point of teaming? You can't move, and you can't open a team channel. There are no rules at all. Are you cheating on others? World channel. What is live streaming? Am I stripping in the wasteland? World channel. Look at the leaderboard, there are so many stars. The world channel is obviously much more lively than before when it was 1 post a day. The limit of 1 post a day has been lifted, and people can't find your area in anonymous mode. These people said that 5 points were expensive, but they were very active in posting messages. On the contrary, the regional channel was quiet, and there was no message for a long time. Wen Ning sat on the bed, looking at the updated content one by one with a gloomy face. This update undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the game by a large margin. Points are required for speaking and trading, and without survival points, it is impossible to move forward. Half of the updated content is related to points. Although the system does not use survival points as a trading currency, Wenning thinks that the system has this trend. Wenning exited the survival manual and looked at the desktop. New content appeared on the desktop. Under the mild season icon, the survival days disappeared and turned into a calendar. Wasteland calendar January 1st, mild season, sunny, 8/16, then in front of, to be continued, there were an additional, live broadcast, and ranking icons. Wenning first clicked into rankings. Rankings have been opened. It has been detected that you are on the list. Do you want to turn on anonymous mode? Of course. Wenning confirmed anonymity without hesitation. Rankings are based on regions. After the rankings are opened, there are two more options. One is building score, and the other is disaster score. Wenning clicked on each to view. Building score ranking 1, 800 points. 2, 338 points. 3, Hogbell, 321 points. 4, Lena, 267 points. 5, 189 points. Congratulations on getting the first place in the building ranking. Extra bonus survival points of 100 have been issued. First, Wenning was a little surprised that her building was ranked first. But she understood it after a while, because she had a golden finger. Be more confident, and you will get first place next time. 100 survival points. So good, all this is inseparable from her own synthesis system. Wenning adjusted her mentality, and looked at the second ranking with expectation. Disaster score ranking 1, 678 points. 2, 245 points. 3, 212 points. 4, Hogbell, 191 points. 5, 178 points. Congratulations on getting the first place in the disaster score list, and the extra bonus of 100 survival points has been issued, double first place. 200 survival points were in her pocket. Wenning happily exited, and then found her own survival points in the corner of the survival dial. 939. Just after the novice period, her survival score reached nearly 1,000 points. This is simply a huge sum of money. Wenning smiled happily. This bell is really bold. He is on both lists, and is not anonymous. Wenning could only sigh that she didn't understand it. She didn't understand it at all. And the system gave her more surprises than that. After Wenning spent 80 points to open up 1 cubic meter of storage space, detected that you have 6 backpack expansion coupons. Do you want to use them? Use. Use successfully. Your storage space has expanded to 4 cubic meters. Initially, it was 1 cubic meter, and 80 points open 1 cubic meter. Now 6 backpack expansion coupons have increased it by 2 cubic meters. This is great. Wenning tried to upgrade the backpack again. Adding a backpack asterisk 1 cubic meter will cost 160 survival points. Are you sure? Cancel. It seems that the backpack expansion coupon did not take up the opportunity of survival points. As mentioned on the World Channel, the survival points for opening a backpack are doubled. Since he could exchange the treasure chest for the backpack expansion coupon, Wenning was unwilling to use his survival points to buy it. After all, he still had more than 170 treasure chests to open. I'm rich. Wenning seemed to see the backpack expansion coupon waving at him. Chapter 42. Do you want to open the treasure chest ice asterisk 173? Open. Open successfully, the player's backpack is full, and the extra items have overflowed. In an instant, Wenning was surrounded by all kinds of things. At the same time, the sound of reports rang out. Congratulations on obtaining ice fragments asterisk 73, weight 7300 g. Congratulations on obtaining Joyoung black bean milk asterisk 2, weight 1 kilogram. Congratulations on obtaining Ibao mineral water asterisk 10, weight 120 kilograms. Congratulations on obtaining Nongfu Sanquan mineral water asterisk 10, weight 120 kilograms. Congratulations on obtaining Nongfu Sanquan mineral water 5L asterisk 4 barrels whole box asterisk 4, 80 kilograms. There are 5 or 6 varieties of mineral water alone, including Kianswishan, Relu, and Waxixi. Basically filled half of Wenning's storage space. Put it directly into a corner of the warehouse, and Wenning continued to sort it out. There were boxes of food such as purple rice toast, Oreo sandwich biscuits, rye bread, black bread, white grass-flavored hand-torn bread, old lady's cake, Dale Yuan French orange soft bread, etc. Although not as heavy as mineral water, it was large in volume. Wenning also emptied it. In addition, there were all kinds of men's clothing. That's right, men's clothing. Wenning picked up a pair of beach shorts that could fit 2 of himself, and his eyes twitched. Does the system have a problem with my gender recognition? System, don't wrongly accuse me. I don't, it's not me. After picking and choosing, Wen Ning kept the ones he could wear. Fortunately, these clothes were all brand new. There was nothing he could do about the remaining ones, so Wen Ning planned to sell them on the trading market. Selling anonymously is the best solution. Otherwise, it will expose your gender. Wen Ning clicked on the transaction channel and chose to put it on the shelf. Detected that you will put on the shelf men's riveted top *1, the weight exceeds 1 kilogram, and a handling fee of 1 point will be charged. Are you sure? What? Just a piece of torn clothes, you want me to get 1 point? Wen Ning cancelled it back. Why don't you go and grab it? This non-mainstream clothes may not be sold. Wen Ning held her pocket tightly. If she wanted to let her 1 point go to waste, she would rather use these clothes as footrests. After finding an empty wooden box to put it in, Wen Ning solved the problem of clothes. There are also some sundries, such as rice cookers, breakfast machines, and a TV with a big head. This thing, the blue planet has been extinct for decades, right? Holding this machine that easily reveals his age, Wen Ning can neither throw it away nor keep it. Forget it, what if there is still electricity? There are some blueprints. Wind scoops, sickles, bows and arrows, ceramics, and even plows, water wheels, windmills, ox carts, millstones, looms. A large stack of blueprints fell into Wen Ning's hands. They were weightless, and did not take up space in the backpack. The rule of storage space is that things with zero weight do not take up space in the backpack by default. Wen Ning flipped through it for a long time, and found that the blueprints in it were all kinds of strange. Agriculture and industry are the main ones. Weapons and armor are also there, but the number is extremely rare. The usual treasure chests can also open corresponding weapons and armor, but the treasure chests in the disaster season are mainly daily necessities. In addition to a stack of blueprints, Wen Ning also took a stack of backpack expansion coupons. Backpack expansion coupons *17. Every time 3 coupons are used, the backpack space increases by 1 cubic meter. Use 15 coupons. Used successfully, backpack space increased to 8 cubic meters. Wen Ning did not plan to count the seeds one by one. Anyway, if he wanted something, he could just recite it in his mind. If there was something, it would appear in his backpack or warehouse. He spent most of the day sorting out the unpacked supplies. Wen Ning still remembered that he had not taken out all the relics. The ventilation project in the cellar was not completed. There was also the repair work of the shelter. The outer wall was damaged, but fortunately the shelter itself was intact. Wen Ning decided to repair the wall first. Now that we have iron ingots and workbenches, the era of stone tools is over. The Wasteland survival is about to usher in a new beginning. On the first day, let's start with the replacement of tools. Manufacturing interface, iron axe, iron ingot *1/21, wood *2/145. Hint, the iron axe has an extremely sharp blade. It is indispensable for cutting mountains and building bridges. Only 145 wood? I don't know if the grove has been refreshed. In this disaster season, Wen Ning used up all his wood by building the skylight, bonfires, and torches. After making 2 iron axes, Wen Ning synthesized them. Iron axe *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining an excellent fine iron axe *1. Ding, triggering a synthesis critical hit. Your fine iron axe gains the skill knockback. Critical hit. Wen Ning quickly took out the fine iron axe to check. Fine iron axe, excellent. Although it is only an excellent iron axe, its enterprising spirit allows it to break through the level limit and obtain rare functional attributes. Knockback. When used as a weapon, there is a 50% chance of generating a critical knockback effect on the enemy. But it's just an axe. What kind of critical knockback effect do you want? Wen Ning was a bit amused. It really came true. A barber who can't drive a good car is not a good cook. Although its skills are completely unrelated to its main job, Wen Ning will not dislike it. As an iron axe, its durability is much higher than that of a stone axe, and it does not need to achieve twice the result with half the effort, so its efficiency is also very high. Holding the heavy fine iron axe, Wen Ning went out. Outside the door, the snow accumulated under the 3-day snowstorm has disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. Only Wen Ning's dilapidated yard proved the disaster that happened here. Those players who did not collect water resources during the snowstorm are probably in big trouble. Now it seems that the snowstorm is the most friendly on the second day. The temperature is not so low as to be terrifying, and the mutant beasts are also easy to deal with. Wen Ning entered the grove and chopped down the entire forest, which took half the usual time. The harvest increased by about 30%. There are 65 units of wood in total, and 34 units of stones were picked up by the way. After taking it back, Wen Ning directly synthesized the stones in the warehouse together. For ordinary stones detected, do you want to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations on getting 2 hard stones. Ding! Your synthesis times have reached 800, and the synthesis system will be upgraded for the 3rd time. Synthesis system is being upgraded, please wait. Upgrade direction is being randomly selected. Random success. The upgrade direction of this synthesis system is not a single synthesis. Synthesis system upgrade successful. Wen Ning stood there stupidly. How can he upgrade the system by repairing a yard by himself? Chapter 43. Non-single synthesis? System, can you speak human language? After the synthesis system is upgraded, the host can synthesize different types of items. The synthesis result is uncontrollable. It is recommended not to try it easily. Different items? Isn't this the manufacturing system? Wood plus stone becomes a stone axe? For specific function details, please explore by yourself. Explore it. Deaths are not a worry, and a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, the survival system has just been updated, and Wen Ning still has a lot of knowledge points to digest. Let's finish the courtyard wall first. Grunting, Wen Ning then synthesized a large number of hard stones in the yard. Fortunately, the original function of the synthesis system was not affected. Otherwise, if the stones were combined to form a stone pier, she would lose a lot. The next step is to repair the courtyard wall. Shelter, unnamed a damaged shelter. Believe me, if it is not repaired, it will not be able to withstand the next disaster. Completeness 70. Strongness 350. Aesthetics 30. Facilities 60. Because the main body of the shelter was not damaged, the completeness only dropped by 30 points. The strength value dropped a lot because Wen Ning removed the wooden canopy and the iron maze wall. Walk to the damaged wall. Focus on the damaged wall to display the materials needed to repair the wall. Wen Ning's courtyard wall collapsed a little more than half. Except for the 2 walls at the connection that need to be repaired, the rest of the wall can only be rebuilt. Wen Ning has enough materials. Should we build a solid wall *7? After all the walls were built, Wen Ning took a look and found that the solidity value had reached 420, and the aesthetics level had returned to 65. After all, this yard was too desolate, with yellow mud and plastic garbage everywhere. Wen Ning came to the underground distiller she had built during the mild season, where most of the plastic garbage came from. The big pit had been destroyed by the snowstorm. She had taken back the container when the snowstorm came. The loss was not great, and compared to the water resources it brought, it was nothing at all. It was just that the broken plastic sheet looked a bit regrettable. Wen Ning had originally planned to collect some more water on the first day of the disaster. But the heavy snow covered the distiller, and when it was dug out, the plastic sheet had been crushed. After cleaning up the garbage in the yard and restoring the shelter to its new state, Wen Ning returned to the house with peace of mind. The problem of the cellar had not been solved for a long time, and keeping her own vegetables and fruits fresh had become a big problem. Take out a new shelter design drawing and try to draw. The cellar is underground, and ventilation and lighting are either through pipes or through openings. The open structure does not meet the requirements of the hidden warehouse that Wen Ning wants, and the iron ingots required for the pipes are not few. Especially now that the disaster season has just ended, the survivors who survived have more or less treasure chests and supplies. Many of them are exchanged for solid materials such as iron ingots. After this battle, everyone knows the importance of a good shelter, not to mention that a ranking list has been released. The higher the solidity value of the shelter, the greater the possibility of being on the list. It is not ruled out that some infrastructure giants will create some shocking buildings, just like the block world that Wen Ning played before. Therefore, among the basic materials, the prices of water and food remain strong, and the prices of stones and iron ingots are high. Wen Ning thought about it, and decided to make a periscope structure, and install the pipe directly on the top of the cellar. With the shortest distance, save materials. The key is the problem of ventilation. Lighting can also be provided by torches. Wen Ning has tested that this torch will not affect the low temperature in the cellar. For the ventilation problem, vents can be designed. In order to conceal, the vents cannot be too large and must have the function of being closed at any time. In this way, Wen Ning had the idea of installing light-transmitting glass on the top of the pipe and making some small apertures on the glass to ensure air circulation. Just do it. In the design drawing, Wen Ning opened a hole at the top of the cellar, and then installed a pipe with a diameter of 10 centimeters. At the end of the pipe, Glass was drawn and a small hole was added. The system cannot identify the structure that the manufacturing system cannot manufacture. Why can't it recognize it? System, can you draw it for me to guess? Such a simple and easy to understand ventilation and lighting system. Such an obvious hint. You don't understand? Wen Ning helplessly held his forehead. There is no drawing of the periscope structure in the manufacturing system. What should I do? The manufacturing system can only manufacture an iron pipe. Is it difficult to synthesize it with a piece of glass? Wait, non-single synthesis? Isn't it what she thought? Try it. Wen Ning first used the manufacturing system to manufacture a 10 centimeters diameter pipe. Then he took out a piece of glass. Do you want to synthesize glass and iron pipe? Yes. Synthesis successful. Sure enough, Wen Ning had an iron pipe with glass on one end. The rest was easy. With the rough materials, the shelter design drawings could solve Wen Ning's drilling problem. A hole appeared on the ground above the cellar, and the iron pipe was installed and fitted tightly. The glass on the top of the remaining pipe was densely packed with tiny holes. There was no problem with air circulation. Wen Ning went down to the cellar to check. The cellar always maintained a temperature of about -1 degree C because of the energy core. Faint light was projected in along the pipe. It was the light in Wen Ning's shelter. Wen Ning lit the torch. The surrounding environment gradually became clear, and the torch burned steadily. He nodded with satisfaction. For the time being, Wen Ning could only do this. System announcement: players in the top 10 of the rankings. Please note that the first Force Live broadcast of Wasteland Tour will start in 10 minutes. Oh no! I almost forgot about the Force Live broadcast. Wen Ning immediately remembered that although her name was anonymous on the ranking list, the area was not anonymous. The game update mentioned that the player's map has been integrated according to the area, and the coordinates are unique. Although the live broadcast will not reveal the specific coordinates, the surrounding environment can definitely be seen, and someone with a keen eye may find her based on these details. Returning back to the living room, Wen Ning clicked on Live Broadcast. The interface is very simple, with only two options: Start Live Broadcast and Live Broadcast Settings. In the Live Broadcast settings, you can set the first person or third person. You can also blur the characters. Wen Ning changed the perspective to the third person and chose to blur the characters. After the selection was completed, the Force Live broadcast had not started yet, but someone on the World Channel had already shared the live broadcast room on the ranking list. Wen Ning found this inconspicuous passage and went in. A large number of names of live broadcast rooms came into view, and the arrangement method was also very rough, just according to the popularity of the live broadcast room. Preview. Master Zhang accurately predicts the next natural disaster. Ranking 3, live broadcast of building a shelter. First broadcast, take you to witness the birth of the universe's first shelter. Chat for a while. Free supplies will be given away in the live broadcast room later. Global live broadcast of wilderness survival. Live broadcaster teaching online, no tuition. Lone Wolf Wilderness Survival Manual. Area A Sheep Village Shelter, welcome every sheep with destiny. On the two rankings, only 20 people at most can have the right to broadcast live without overlapping. Wen Ning didn't expect that these people would be so high profile. Chapter 44. Clicking into the most popular live broadcast room, the content in front of you changes instantly. The holographic simulation technology of the game is very advanced, making people feel as if they are in the scene. On the first day of the mild season, the place where the other party is located is not as sunny as Wen Ning's place. It is foggy, as if it is about to rain. The camera zooms in. Outside a stone shelter at the foot of the mountain, a strong man wearing wooden armor is arranging a rainwater collector. Various utensils are lined up in a row, placed irregularly. Wen Ning looked at it. Some of them seemed to be made by this person. At the same time, a revolver was inadvertently revealed from the back of the strong man's waist. The entire screen was full of bullets. 666, 666, 6666. Pistol hot weapon. The anchor is really rich. The anchor is so professional. Did you really make that ceramic jar yourself? The man stood up, and did not mention the revolver that everyone was interested in. Instead, he smiled and pointed to the sky. He introduced himself in a torrent of words. Welcome to my live broadcast room. My shelter currently covers an area of 60 square meters, and it can be expanded on either side. Behind the shelter is a mountain with abundant resources, and there is also a mineral vein in the mountain. My profession before crossing was an outdoor survival expert, proficient in all kinds of outdoor survival knowledge. I know professional knowledge such as hiking, camping, picnics, rock climbing, meteorology, navigation, survival, and rescue, and I have relevant professional certificates. For example, now, everyone must be very curious about what I am doing. According to my observation, the current weather will definitely rain in half an hour. Those who don't believe it can wait and see with me. Click the upper right corner to follow. Don't get lost. My name is John Holland, currently ranked 7th in the shelter rating list. This man looks extremely strong and eloquent. With rich resources, his equipment is not bad. The shelter behind him shows his wealth. Wen Ning noticed that there were some food exposed in the closed door behind him, and bacon was hanging on the beam. Zhang Han? Could it be the Zhang Han who taught how to collect water in the regional channel before? Wen Ning took a look and then exited, looking at other anchors one by one. Those who can rank in the top 10 are all outstanding in survival ability. For now, Wen Ning has not seen anyone with a bad living environment around them. Everyone seems to be taking the same route. Build high walls and store up food. During the live broadcast, everyone is showing off their own shelters. The live broadcast room has become a stage for everyone to show off their muscles and form gangs. After a quick browse, Wen Ning's live broadcast room was forced to open. Although Wen Ning is very low-key, as the double-top list, naturally many people are paying attention to him. At once, a large number of viewers flooded into Wen Ning's live broadcast room. Wen Ning looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room in the upper right corner, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Why can't I see the host's face? It's okay for the top list to be anonymous, but why is it mosaicked? Network administrator. There's something wrong with the machine. Why doesn't the host speak? You're not just letting us watch this bonfire? System reminder, the host must not be negative about the live broadcast, otherwise he will be disqualified from entering the ranking next time. Wen Ning stood up suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dog system, not a human being, right? Her original plan was to sit and endure these 10 minutes. In order to prevent others from seeing her gender, Wen Ning deliberately wore clothes one size larger, and wore height-increasing insoles to make herself look taller. Now the dog system does not allow her to enter the rankings, which is equivalent to deducting her survival points. Who can tolerate this? It has always been me, Wen Ning, who fleeces others. Wen Ning stood up suddenly, and this scene was seen by other players, who exclaimed, "It's moving! The number 1 on the list is back. Damn! I was scared. It's moving. Where are you going? Why don't you say anything?" Just kidding. Before the voice changer equipped by the system is in place, Wen Ning believes that she has the right and the need to remain silent. But what is live streaming? You can't move around a lot, for fear of being exposed, and you can't talk, for fear of being exposed, and you can't reveal your position, for fear of being exposed. Wen Ning thought hard about how to waste time without being considered as waste time by the system. So the audience in the live broadcast room watched the number 1 on the list turn around and walk into a room with a slightly weird posture. Fuck, just turning around, I saw at least 3 rooms. Fuck, what is that? Is it a bathroom? The area of this shelter is at least 100 square meters, which is bigger than my house in real life. In the picture, Wen Ning stood at the door of the kitchen. In the midst of distress, an idea suddenly flashed. Since I can't just sit there, I might as well cook a meal. In this small corner of the kitchen, I won't reveal any information that can be deduced, and I can also show off. She's not bragging. Among the players now, there are very few who can afford vegetables and staple foods. Wen Ning admired her own cleverness. She just didn't believe that someone could guess her location based on her pots and pans. Are you going to cook? It's time for dinner. I'm eating the small bread I got from the treasure chest. The host is awesome. All the pots and pans are available. What's that? A salt shaker. And chicken essence. Soy sauce. Woo woo woo. I've been eating bread for several days. When can I have a hot meal? Am I the only one who noticed the big wooden barrel next to the host? The water flowing out is so clear. Oh my god, you even have to wash the pot? This is too rich. Please give me the water for washing the pot. I don't mind. Please give me the link to the wooden barrel. It looks very useful. The capacity must be quite large. And that kitchen knife. I got a fruit knife when I opened the box. It's so blunt that I can't stand it when cutting meat. Wen Ning hasn't started cooking yet, but the audience in the live broadcast room are already crying with envy of her kitchen facilities. Until Wen Ning waved his hand, a handful of green peppers and a piece of lean meat with a little fat appeared on the chopping board in front of him. Green peppers. Green peppers. Green peppers fried with meat. Oh my god! What is the background of the anchor? He actually got vegetables. Wen Ning ignored the barrage and quickly cut the meat into shreds. He cut off the fat part and put it aside for later use. The green peppers were also cut into shreds. It's a pity that there is no ginger, garlic, cooking wine. Wen Ning turned around and took out a handful of chicken feathers and noodles with a little regret. Let's eat noodles with green peppers and fried meat tonight. Woo woo woo, although, green peppers and fried meat need to be served with rice to have soul. My mother made it. I can eat 3 bowls in a row. Stop talking, my mouth is watering. Wen Ning methodically put the green pepper into the empty pot, stir-fried it for half a minute, and served it. Then put in the fat, fried out the fat, and then put the shredded meat in. The camera was fixed on the pot from above Wen Ning's head. The audience's hearts were excited as the color of the shredded meat in the pot changed. It seemed as if they had already smelled the fragrance in the pot. After the lean meat changed color, Wen Ning poured in the green pepper. After stir-frying, simply season it, and it can be served. The lean meat looked very tempting, a little tender and chewy. Clearly no starch was added, but Wen Ning thought it might be the characteristics of the mutant meat itself. After frying the meat, Wen Ning used the oil in the pot and directly added water. It took 5 minutes to make a bowl of vegetarian noodles and served it. After taking the bowl and chopsticks and sitting at the dining table, Wen Ning took a moment to pay attention to the number of people in the live broadcast room. In just 8 or 9 minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached tens of millions. The number is still growing rapidly. The popularity of the live broadcast room directly rushed to the first place and left the second place far behind. The barrage in the live broadcast room was so fast that Wen Ning couldn't see what others had entered. The subtitles were almost left with residual images. This anchor is capable. He eats his own food. There is even a dining table. He is so rich. I am tired of saying the word envy. Low-key display of wealth is the most terrifying. Don't forget, this is the first place in the ranking list. The barbecue in your mouth suddenly doesn't smell good? Wen Ning didn't expect that just wanting to waste time on the live broadcast, he actually attracted another wave of attention invisibly. Everyone racked their brains to find clues and try to find a little information. However, because the information Wen Ning revealed was pitifully small, the people in the live broadcast room could only guess and imagine her shelter. They even quarreled directly in the barrage. But Wen Ning never meant to speak out despite their quarrel. After watching for a while, I suddenly realized that the System Force 10 minutes had expired, so I closed the live broadcast without hesitation. Chapter 45. The live broadcast room came to an abrupt end. The audience who were discussing fiercely were kicked out of the live broadcast room before they could react. The wonderful expressions on their faces froze. The next second, they rushed into the chat channel. The discussion about Wen Ning in each channel reached its peak. Especially the regional channel where Wen Ning was. Regional channel. Why is the live broadcast room interrupted? Boss, don't eat alone. Let me watch while eating. Regional channel. Stop talking, the bread in my hand is hard to swallow. Regional channel. Boss is in this area, right? I was in another channel before. Report the coordinates. I will follow you. Regional channel. That's right. I don't eat much. A bowl of plain noodles for a meal is enough. Regional channel. Boss will definitely recruit team members, and they can't escape in the group. Regional channel. The top boss is awesome, but I don't know if he will start broadcasting again. It's a pity. If there is a general location, maybe we can still find him. Regional channel. This is the most defensive anchor I have ever seen. It is really unnecessary. In the face of disaster, we should unite as one. Regional channel. The above person is right. I think he does not deserve the first place. Everyone should pay attention to Zhongshan, who is on the 7th place. He is predicting the next disaster. Regional channel. You are right. He must have taken some evil path and cannot stand the light. Pay attention to Zhongshan, and you will not get lost. Zhongshan will be the next one on the list. Regional channel. I am the only one who pays attention to the boss. After he has finished broadcasting, he must be eating delicious vegetarian noodles with green pepper and shredded pork at this time. Wen Ning was of course eating and reading the news on the regional channel. Wen Ning saw all the envy, jealousy, and hatred in the group. Now is not a good time to form a group. The survivors have just experienced a natural disaster. If they are in a hurry to form a group, they are probably after the supplies of others. Wen Ning will not join in the fun. Unless it is absolutely necessary, she should stick to the lone wolf route and make a fortune quietly. Other anchors on the list are working hard to attract attention, but Wen Ning is quietly filling her stomach in the shelter. The sound of Wen Ning eating noodles can be heard from time to time in the shelter. After a bowl of plain noodles is eaten, Wen Ning burps with satisfaction. It's time to consider planting rice. I miss white rice very much after eating too much noodles, but there is something more important to do now. That is the defense project of the shelter. Once this live broadcast appears today, there will definitely be some detail monsters who can find out some clues from Wen-Ning's live broadcast room. So the safety issue is urgent. The popularity that Wen-Ning attracted by cooking was quickly snatched away by other anchors, which was exactly what she expected. On the first day of the mild season after the disaster, many people wasted their time watching other people's live broadcasts. Wen-Ning spent an afternoon digging 10 large traps around the shelter. He also bought large animal traps on the trading channel. They were placed one by one at locations about 200 meters around the shelter. They were not far apart and extremely hidden. The traps in the woods were camouflaged with dead wood and leaves. For the traps on the grassland, Wen-Ning carefully lifted up the grass first. After making the traps, he covered them with a thin layer of grass. Finally, she marked the coordinates of these traps on the map provided by the system, marking them as dangerous. The fog in this area also completely dissipated. In this way, even if she couldn't remember the location of the trap, the system would automatically warn her. After completing the task, Wen-Ning returned to the shelter, took the tools, and went down to the cellar. The tunnel project that had been talked about for so long was about to start. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wen-Ning's shelter is more suitable for protecting against wild beasts, but it is not good enough for survivors who can use tools. In 2 hours, Wen-Ning dug a tunnel of about 20 meters from the cellar. Wen-Ning initially estimated that it would take about 2 days to dig the tunnel. He would dig another day tomorrow, and do the support and reinforcement work inside the day after tomorrow. Wen-Ning's idea was to dig a tunnel of about 500 meters in length, extending all the way to the woods, and then camouflage it at the exit. When Wen-Ning came out of the cellar with a dusty face, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wasteland calendar January 1st, mild season, 2000 hours. Temperature season, night is coming. Please do not step out of your shelter easily. It seems that 8 o'clock is a dividing line. In the Wasteland world, Wen-Ning had observed before that when night falls, the sky will be dark within 10 minutes, and the same is true for daytime. The sky will be completely bright within 10 minutes. Now it seems that 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is what the system considers daytime. 887 Work and rest. After a simple wash, Wen-Ning took a box of milk and some bread for dinner. While chewing, he recorded on the death notebook. The doors at both ends of the cellar need to be replaced with iron ones, and there is also a tunnel exit. The shelves in the cellar have not been installed yet, and the supplies in the ruins are about to expire. Planting rice. From now on, be careful of other survivors when you go out, and clean up your footprints if you go far. Take defensive measures as soon as possible. Stone ones are not very safe. After recording most of the work that needed to be done, Wen-Ning opened the private chat channel. Private chat channel. How many iron ingots do you have? Chengdingkun, boss, there are still 50 units. Private chat channel. Make an offer, take them all. Wen-Ning obtained 50 units of iron ingots from the transaction, and synthesized them all into fine iron ingots. The next step is to start from the door, and build the entire shelter into a steel fortress step by step. Wen-Ning first installed a pull-type fine iron door at the entrance of the cellar, and then laid a carpet made of animal skins for camouflage. Then he put all the supplies brought out of the ruins into the cellar. Fresh strawberries, big and sweet strawberries, 999 strawberries from Blue Star Dondung, sweet and delicious, with 60 days left in the shelf life, 2 months. As soon as the supplies were released, Wen-Ning noticed the change in information, and looked at other supplies, and found that all fruits, vegetables and herbs had a shelf life of 2 months. Wen-Ning looked at the entire shelf of herbs, thought about it, and put it into the storage space. Looking again, the shelf life of the herbs in the backpack disappeared, and the herbs only took up less than 1/10 of Wen-Ning's storage space. Let's put it in the backpack for the time being, so it's convenient to use and can extend the shelf life. The original backpack restricted the types, but now there is no such restriction, but the upper limit of the volume is limited. Wen-Ning put most of the fruits and vegetables in the cellar into the backpack, leaving about 1/3 of the space for flexible use. Wait until the cellar is used up before taking it out. In this way, the system bug was successfully blocked again. Looking at so many supplies, Wen-Ning felt that he was definitely a fat sheep in the eyes of others, and a big fat sheep, but now it seems that he does not have enough ability to protect these supplies. As far as Wen-Ning's combat power is concerned, she may not even blink an eye when facing dozens of mutant beasts. The most feared thing in this world is not beasts, but people with beastly desires. After doing all this, Wen-Ning lay on the bed. On a dark and windy night, killing and robbing, it's a mess. On the grassland, there is actually a group of survivors moving quickly. Brother Lou, it's too dark. Let's find a shelter in the future. Oh my God, these eyes are staring at me, following me like a shadow. The man called Brother Lou held a torch burning with blue flames and shook his bangs in front of him with a fierce look on his face. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly, or I kick you out. Lou Bo was surrounded by 5 ragged, skinny men. They huddled tightly within the range of the torch Lou Bo was holding, carefully staring at the road ahead. They didn't dare to move an inch away from Lou Bo, who was holding the torch. Chapter 46. Lou Bo clenched the blue torch in his hand. The blue flame allowed them to walk in the dark, and this ability was obtained by Lou Bo by chance in the ruins. He brought back an epic magic weapon from the ruins. It can make the torch emit blue flames to dispel those invisible ghosts. At first, Lou Bo only thought that this thing was a fire, which could be used to filter ordinary flames to dispel the strange things around the shelter. When the disaster came, Lou Bo lit a circle of such torches around the shelter, which actually had a significant deterrent effect on the mutant beasts. He was shocked to see all this with his weapon in hand. Lou Bo also thought about whether to sell it on the shelf, but the system did not allow the sale of lit torches. Lou Bo felt that he had obtained the hidden opportunity of this world, and his ambition was ready to move. As soon as the game was updated, he contacted his good friends. 4 of the 6 friends joined Lou Bo's team under his brainwashing. There are 2 more. Naturally, they said goodbye to this world. Unfortunately, there was no material drop after killing people, and there was nothing good on the 2 ignorant people. The 5 people reached an agreement and formed a plunderer team. Store food instead of guns, my home is a granary. Store guns instead of food, everywhere is a granary. Several people set out from the shelter and headed towards the place where the coordinates were reported on the regional channel. At the same time, they shouted on the regional channel to form a team and induce others to report the coordinates. In one day, Lou Bo led the team and really found the shelter of an unlucky guy. When they found it, they were ecstatic. The shelter of this unlucky guy was actually made of wood, and there was a small fence surrounded by wood. It was like picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. However, the fence could not stop the invasion of several people. After crossing the fence, Lou Bo walked around the house and found a hole behind the shelter. Several people sneaked in quietly, found the supplies of the unlucky guy, and divided them up. Lou Bo took the lion's share, and the others dared not say anything because of his strength. After a full meal, several people hid in the warehouse of the unlucky guy. When the master came back after collecting supplies, he was pressed to the ground by 4 players as soon as he stepped into his own warehouse. Lou Bo stepped forward, suppressed him by force, cut his finger, and blood dripped on some parchment. The next moment, Zhao Wu on the ground was horrified to find that his game panel could not be opened, and he could not disobey Lou Bo's orders. Only then did he react that he had become Lou Bo's slave, and despair instantly enveloped his heart. He could not resist, nor could he seek death. Zhao Wu was completely reduced to being the object of several people's orders. Along the way, Lou Bo instructed Zhao Wu to do anything dangerous, including being a bait, etc. The few people who cooperated with Lou Bo saw that they really found someone else's shelter, and Lou Bo could recruit players, so they flattered Lou Bo even more. Was such a good thing to plunder other people's supplies, who would be willing to work hard to mine and chop trees? Lou Bo embezzled all of Zhao Wu's supplies, and finally disliked Zhao Wu's shelter for not being strong enough. He took Zhao Wu away from the shelter directly, and when he left, he burned the shelter to ashes. In this way, several people embarked on a journey of wandering and robbery. Wasteland calendar January 2nd, 8 o'clock, mild season, sunny. It was another sunny day, and when Ning got up early. While washing up, he thought about today's work. The game was just updated yesterday, and many people haven't reacted yet. Today is already the 2nd day. Tomorrow will announce the next disaster. Today, many people should take out the materials harvested from the snowstorm for exchange. When Ning ate milk bread while browsing the trading market. The most important and scarce materials are of course iron ingots. However, the price of iron ingots is high, much higher than Chengdingquan. When Ning thought about it, and decided to buy it from Chengdingquan. The handling fee required for private chat transactions is half of the direct transaction in the trading market. When Ning currently has 903 survival points. When Ning continued to browse, and suddenly saw something that interested him. Basic greenhouse designed for 10 pieces or any vegetable 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms of vegetables. When Ning didn't expect that the purchasing power of vegetables is so high now. Could it be the butterfly effect of her live broadcast yesterday? Greenhouse. Does it mean that we can plant even in this snowstorm? When Ning first clicked on the details of the product to check, basic greenhouse design, As the name suggests, it is just a greenhouse, which can accommodate 12 square meters of planting fields, increase the growth rate of planting fields by 10%, and can resist harsh environments to a certain extent. Comment: it's great, you still have to buy soil after you have a greenhouse, and you still have to buy seeds after you have soil, and you still have to buy water after you have seeds. Comment: players who are shopping should pay attention, this thing needs a workbench. No wonder no one wants it. The workbench alone discourages 90% of the survivors. I don't know who compiled this data, and the furnace blueprint is also in the hands of a small number of 10% of players. But when Ning felt that her 2 kilograms of potatoes were worth it. It may not be very useful to others, or even a bit useless, but she has a synthesis system. Golden Finger, now it's time to test whether you are rough or not. When Ning studied this blueprint, and instantly, one of the blueprints in the workbench column was lit up. When Ning checked it out, and found that the materials needed were very simple: primary planting greenhouse, wood 5/525, plastic 3/15, when Ning directly changed the material to hardwood and chose to make it. After the reading bar ended, a miniature light ball of a planting greenhouse appeared in Wen Ning's backpack. Wen Ning found that the durability of the wooden planting greenhouse was a bit low, and it didn't look strong at all. Wen Ning made 2 planting greenhouses and put them into the synthesis column together. Primary planting greenhouse *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Yes. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining primary planting greenhouse *1. The name has not changed, but the durability of the greenhouse has increased several times. Primary planting greenhouse. Exquisite craftsmanship. Hardwood frame allows the greenhouse to stand firm in harsh environments. The area and growth bonus have not changed, but Wen Ning is already very satisfied. She placed the greenhouse in a corner of the yard as soon as she went out, with the door facing the main door of the shelter, which made it more convenient for her to enter and exit. Moved out the primary planting field, which is scarce in the entire wasteland. Anyway, Wen Ning has not seen the second one yet. Perhaps this is also the reason why the greenhouse is low-priced, and there is no field. I remember that nutritious black soil was open last time. Nutritional black soil *2, acting on the planting field, it can increase the fertility of the planting field and increase the growth rate by 10%. 1 is 10%, and Wen Ning increased it to 30% after synthesizing the 2 pieces. If the greenhouse is added, it can be increased to 40%. Under normal circumstances, in the primary planting field, the germination period of seeds is 8 hours, the growth period is 60 hours, and the maturity period is 48 hours. After maturity, it can be kept in the planting field for 3 days, and the crops will wither automatically if not harvested. A greenhouse can accommodate 12 planting fields, and 9 can be placed considering the passage. That is, 4 on each side, and 1 in the middle of the end. After sowing the rice seeds, Wen Ning covered them with black nutrient soil. Sure enough, the state of the seeds in the planting field changed immediately. Rice seeds, germination period, 4 hours, 47 minutes, and 59 seconds, growth accelerated. Chapter 47. After finishing the greenhouse, Wen Ning started digging the tunnel without stopping. The temperature in the tunnel was a bit cold because it was connected to the cellar, but for ventilation, Wen Ning had to work in a military coat. The tunnel was designed to be 1 meter wide and 1.7 meters high. Wen Ning's net height was 1.65 meters, and the 1.7 meter tunnel was just enough for her to stand and pass through. For efficiency, Wen Ning combined a shovel and dug without stopping. It was not until the afternoon that Wen Ning looked at the system map, determined his position, and chose to dig diagonally upwards. With the last shovel, the setting sun shone in, and this 500-meter-long tunnel was finally opened. Wen Ning, who was covered in dust, came out of the tunnel and found himself in the grove. In front of him was a pile of weeds, which visually covered the exit of the tunnel. Wasteland calendar January 2nd, mild season, sunny, 1933. It will be dark in less than half an hour. Wen Ning ignored his fatigue and hurriedly camouflaged the tunnel exit, put up steel pillars, and then installed a fine iron door. There was still a design drawing of the shelter left, and Wen Ning planned to seal the entire tunnel with granite tonight. He returned to the shelter on time and walked into the bathroom. He simply washed himself with a basin of water, changed into pajamas, and put on the rattan armor again. Now that the map has been integrated, it is no longer the lone wolf mode of the novice period. Wen Ning dared not let his guard down, and even kept his weapon at hand when he slept. The crossbow was strung and placed in his backpack to ensure that he could counterattack as soon as possible when in danger. For some reason, Ning's sudden sense of crisis has been lingering since the game update. Dinner was barbecue and steamed buns. Ning fried a side dish and mixed it with the barbecue to make a simple version of Rugiamo. After closing the door, Ning sat by the campfire and enjoyed it. Let's turn the campfire into a fireplace tomorrow when we have time. Although the campfire is quite convenient, Ning always feels that it is not very beautiful, and there is a lot of dust. Above his head is the bacon that Ning smoked. On the second day of the snowstorm, Ning harvested nearly a ton of various meats, plus 800 kilograms of mutant beef in the mild season, which is really a wealthy family. Ning took a look and found that there were only a few anchors left on the list who were broadcasting live, and the popularity was not as high as yesterday. This is normal. After all, this is in the Wasteland, and the current situation is more important than the live broadcast room. The current difficulties are also more cruel than what is shown in the camera. After a glance, Ning switched to the new regional channel. Ning's area is still a 66 area, and the number of people in the area has reached 10,000 on the first day. Now there are only 9,300 people left. Ning paused as he put the steamed bun into his mouth and frowned unconsciously. This is not the first day of the Wasteland. How come so many people have been lost all of a sudden? Regional channel. Coordinates 2346-0986. Yen Country Regional Shelter is waiting for everyone to join. We will not abandon any Yen Country citizen. Regional channel. The above is obviously fake. Don't be anonymous if you have the ability. Regional channel. Don't believe the above, and don't expose your coordinates. Today, a friend of mine told me that he was going to meet an online friend, but his avatar was gray in the afternoon. Regional channel. Dare to meet in person in the Wasteland. Aren't you afraid that the other party is a real dinosaur? Regional channel. I was watching a live broadcast in the shelter today, and suddenly I heard footsteps passing by. Fortunately, my shelter was underground and was not discovered. Regional channel. So many people have been lost today, it must have been discovered or the coordinates were exposed. Everyone hurry up to upgrade the shelter. Regional channel. As 66 District Chuwei with 2333, I am Chuli, a major in the Western Military Region of Yen Country. I solemnly declare that Yen Country. There is no official shelter in this area. Please don't believe it. Regional channel. Major. Does Yen Country have a real shelter? Where is it? Regional channel. Chuli 2333, as 66 District. The official shelter is under construction. The coordinates of the division are confidential. Please hold on, survive, and be cautious. Regional channel. The above looks reliable. After all, the map has just been integrated. How could it be built on the first day? That liar, you should pay attention, your whole family will not have a good death. Regional channel. I now seriously suspect that these big liars, who dare not use their real names, come from Ria, who has a good life. Don't believe it. Regional channel. Damn Yen people. Chuli, right? You hide well, don't let us find you. Regional channel. Look. Look. Furious exposed. Regional channel. Official, remember this coordinate, call me when attacking. Regional channel. Cunning Yen people. 2346-0986. Ning pondered, opened the system map, and found this coordinate. 108,000 meters away from him. In the middle was a large fog that Ning had not unlocked. The two coordinates were placed on the left and right of the map. When the map was reduced to the extent that it could contain the two coordinates, the place where Ning was directly as small as a grain of rice. The fog that had dispersed around him gathered again, and a large area was reduced to the point where it could not be seen clearly. The same regional map is so big? Ning looked at the regional channel, and everyone's location was still strange. In other words, in the same map, all terrains are included. Grasslands, deserts, wastelands, mountains, swamps, mining areas, and so on. Logically speaking, on such a large map, people should not be able to walk far in a day. Unless these people are close to each other. Perhaps, the distribution of survivors is not even. Ning sounded the alarm in his heart. It seems that some people have died in the fight with their own kind. And there has been a situation of grouping. But is the official really official? Although the names of the players are real, except for those well-known leaders, Ning knows nothing about these majors. At present, no national leaders have spoken on the World Channel. But many people should believe it. After all, everyone wants to be protected by the country. Now in this huge shelter, there are no other members except herself. Except for the traps outside and the escape tunnel, Ning has no warning or counterattack methods. With his brain working rapidly, Ning began to carefully calculate his existing supplies and facilities. That's right. Pet egg. She still has a pet egg. Slapping his forehead, Wen-Ning finally remembered the egg that he had used as a reserve food. After putting the last bite of meat into his mouth, Wen-Ning rushed into the warehouse and took out the egg from the wooden box in the corner. I have been alone for too long. Maybe it would be better if there were more living things around me. Under the light of the torch, the surface of the pet egg flickered with flowing light, and the complex patterns were smooth and mysterious. I am willing to spend 10 years of my single life in exchange for you being a beast. Wen-Ning suddenly became metaphysical and blew away the ash on the pet egg. After thinking about it, he wiped the pet egg clean with a new towel. Muttering something, he took out his fine iron dagger. After disinfecting it in the flame, he rolled up his sleeves and cut a small cut on his arm. Don't ask why it's not on the finger. I still have to do physical work tomorrow, and a finger injury will have too much impact. The fine iron dagger was very sharp. Although Wen-Ning had controlled the force, blood still gushed out in an instant. Fortunately, the pain was not very obvious. Wen-Ning placed his arm across the pet egg. A few drops of blood dripped onto the pet egg. As soon as the blood touched the pet egg, it flowed along the intricate patterns on the eggshell, and the pet egg instantly emitted a white light. The light was bright, and Wen-Ning retracted his hand and blocked it in front of his eyes. The crisp sound of the eggshell breaking sounded, and Wen-Ning's face was happy. The system announcement in his mind also sounded. The pet egg was hatched successfully. Congratulations on getting the pet, Crystal White Tiger. Congratulations to the player for getting the first pet. The pet illustration has been opened. Please check it. Chapter 48. The white light faded away, and Wen-Ning's vision returned to normal. Ah! Wen-Ning had just heard the system's introduction, but he didn't hear the name clearly, but he heard the word tiger. Before he could be happy, he was dumbfounded by the white creature in front of him. Although tigers belong to the cat family, this creature in front of him, which is only the size of an adult ragdoll cat, is the legendary king of beasts. Ah! Little thing, it's quite fierce. Wen-Ning looked at the little tiger grinning on the ground and laughed. Forgive her for being unkind, this baby voice is not majestic at all. However, after sucking her blood, he is still fierce to her. What's the reason? System BUG? Note that the pets hatched by the player are advanced pets. Such pets have their own personalities at birth. If the player cannot tame such pets, it is possible to be killed. It means, if you don't please him, I won't take the blame. Taming? This really touched Wen-Ning's blind spot in knowledge. As expected, the system is always making trouble, so it is impossible for players to have an easy time. Wen-Ning looked at the ferocious little beast in front of her, and curled her lips. Taming is too boring. For her, there is only one way to suppress it by force. This is the only truth. The wound on the arm has stopped, and Wen-Ning slowly put down his sleeves. With a stern look in his eyes, the little white tiger on the ground just felt a hint of danger, and was picked up by Wen-Ning. The back of Fate's neck was pinched by someone, and the little white tiger was stunned for a moment, and then began to struggle. Ah! Wen-Ning did not show mercy. This thing looked very smart. The thin lips parted slightly, and the words that came out were colder than the cold air in the cellar. Either obey or die. The little white tiger felt the oppression from Wen-Ning, and it was as heavy as the king of its own tribe. For a moment, it forgot to struggle, and a trace of confusion was revealed in its eyes. Wen-Ning chuckled with satisfaction, as if laughing at the little white tiger's fear. Ah! You are playing tricks on me. I am very valuable. The little white tiger came back to its senses after being surprised, and cried again. Wen-Ning strangely understood the little white tiger's mind, perhaps because this little thing was born by drinking her blood. Does this mean don't obey? Ah! I am the descendant of the king of all beasts, who should I obey? Well, I hope you will always have such a strong backbone. Wen-Ning pinched the throat of the little white tiger's fate, stood up and walked into the warehouse of the shelter, opened the iron door of the cellar, and swung it neatly. Pa! The echo came from the bottom of the cellar, and the little white tiger fell flat on its face, screaming. Wen-Ning closed the cellar door expressionlessly. He clapped his hands, and returned to the campfire with a relaxed look. Good boy, you can't rebel, reflect on yourself. Ignoring the faint animal calls from the cellar, Wen-Ning clicked on the pet encyclopedia icon on the system panel. The system just notified me that the pet encyclopedia has been unlocked. Pet encyclopedia. This encyclopedia contains all the pet types in the entire Wasteland. Pets in the Wasteland world are divided into 5 levels: ordinary, rare, precious, top quality, and legendary. Pets of precious and above levels can be upgraded, up to level 5, and there is a chance of mutation each time they are upgraded. After the pet is born, It will enter the owner selection period, which is generally 3 hours. During this period, if the player does not obtain the pet's submission, the system can choose to take the pet back. If you insist on adopting it, you may be killed. There is no upper limit to the number of pets a player can adopt, but if the pet's hunger value is too low, its loyalty will drop. The first page briefly introduces the rules of World Pets. Wen Ning flipped over, and the second page was the information of his pet. Pet information: Crystal White Tiger, Master Selection Period. Pet level, Top Quality. Pet hunger, unlocked. Pet loyalty, unlocked. Pet experience, unlocked. Pet skills, unlocked. That's it? I'm not allowed to see it if it's not tamed. Wen Ning curled his lips and closed the pet encyclopedia. He listened carefully and heard a heart-wrenching roar from the seller, which was a bit pitiful and a bit funny. Top quality. You can't find it by chance. If it can be tamed, that would be the best. If not, just take the encyclopedia back. You can't keep a time bomb. Wen Ning listened to the high-pitched roar and didn't take it seriously. He even had the time to take out the last design drawing of the shelter. Tonight, he still had to complete the passage of the seller. Wen Ning didn't have that much free time to waste on a milk beast. This beast, if it cannot be tamed and cannot grow up quickly to fight, is meaningless to her. It is best to use fine iron pillars as support in the tunnel to ensure its stability. There are still a lot of things left that Wen Ning dismantled during the snowstorm. The key is the wall. Wen Ning originally wanted to use iron walls directly, but after calculating, the materials are not enough. Chung Dingquan's iron ingot reserves are not enough. Even if there are enough, Wen Ning can't eat them. The price of iron ingots in the trading market is ridiculously high. Chung Dingquan must have made a lot of money from this opportunity. Wen Ning didn't think there was anything wrong. Although Chung Dingquan had always sold it to her at a price of gratitude, Wen Ning didn't think such a favor could last long. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Solid granite is enough. Wen Ning specially tested the hardness of the granite wall and found it to be very reliable. So Wen Ning installed fine iron pillars on the tunnel, and then sealed the walls on the left and right of the ceiling with 10 centimeters thick granite. It was a seamless connection. In this way, the height of the tunnel was reduced by 10 centimeters, and the width was reduced by 20 centimeters. It was more than enough for passing through, and Wen Ning found when designing that due to the existence of the tunnel, the 550-meter radius of the shelter was completely planned into the scope of Wen Ning's shelter on the map. In other words, Wen Ning could leave the shelter within 500 meters at night. This news made it difficult for Wen Ning not to be excited, although she had always been curious about what was outside the shelter. But Wen Ning never thought of stepping out of the shelter. The master said, "Don't do stupid things, you won't die." Now that she has this scope description, maybe one day she can really go out and see what kind of monsters are there. Pick up the last shelter blueprint on the table, and Wen Ning chose to use it. After calculating the materials in advance, Wen Ning's design can be said to be fully utilized. After using it, the shelter will display the location to be built in the form of a holographic game. Wen Ning only needs to put the required materials in the appropriate location according to the 3D drawing. The rest of the things can be left to the omnipotent system. Wen Ning got up and walked to the door of the cellar. After listening for a while, there was only a small whimpering sound under the cellar. Wasteland calendar January 2nd, mild season, 2200 hours. It has been an hour and a half since he was thrown in. Little guy, you can't scream anymore? Wen Ning slowly opened the cellar door and looked at the little white tiger curled up in the crack of the door, as expected. The light gray pattern on its body was undulating. Seeing that the door was finally opened, the little white tiger raised its head with difficulty and looked at Wen Ning. "Ah, you have no heart, such a lovely king of beasts." Wen Ning laughed playfully, bent down, and took the little white tiger into his arms. "Ah! Ah!" The little white tiger, who had just gathered a little strength to fight back, suddenly had a piece of beef stuffed into his mouth, and was stunned in Wen Ning's arms. "Keep calling when you are full." Wen Ning didn't even look at it, and just carried it down to the basement. Chapter 49. The little white tiger was stunned for a while, and the smell of meat in his mouth went crazy into his nose. "Awooh! A good man should not fight with a woman, and a good beast should not go against meat. Besides, this woman is a little fierce, but she has no other bad intentions." Just barely, the little white tiger was carried into the cellar by Wen Ning, and a chill came over him. The familiar feeling made the little white tiger shudder all over, and the meat in his mouth almost fell out. Wen Ning stretched out his hand seemingly unintentionally, pressed it on the little white tiger's head, rubbed it casually, and comforted it. "Woo! After all, it is a cat, and it always has some arrogance." At this moment, Wen Ning's unintentional action seemed to gently touch the little white tiger's heart. Wen Ning lowered his eyes, and saw that the meat in the little white tiger's mouth had gone down, and stretched out his hand to scratch its chin. The little white tiger squinted comfortably, its claws quietly blossomed, and its signature snoring almost overflowed from its mouth. Seeing this, Wen Ning took out another piece of raw meat, and stuffed it into the little white tiger's mouth. Ding! The white tiger has successfully chosen its master, and its current loyalty is 100. Got it. The white ball in his arms was still a little shy, but his mouth was still honest, and ate it with relish. Wen Ning pursed his lips and smiled, and his cold temperament melted a little. In his mind, he clicked on the pet illustration, and the pet information changed significantly. Pet information: white tiger juvenile. Pet level: top quality. Pet hunger: 70. Pet loyalty: 100. Pet experience: 10 out of 2000. Pet skills: none. The hunger is still decreasing. Overall, this little white tiger has reduced its hunger by 20 points, with a 100g piece of meat. So it takes a pound of meat to be full. This is just the infancy, and the appetite will definitely grow exponentially in the future. And this experience, according to this progress, it needs to eat 40 meals to upgrade. I don't know if it eats 3 meals a day. Wen Ning suddenly felt a little conflicted. She hoped that the little white tiger would upgrade earlier, but she didn't want it to eat too much. Ah! You want the horse to run, but don't let the horse eat grass. Wen Ning rubbed the little white tiger's head a little violently. The final word. You will be called Cub Cub in the future. Ah! Listen to this name that a human can come up with. This tiger is the king of beasts. Or Tai Dan, choose one of the two. Wen Ning, who is good at naming, was questioned and was very unhappy. Ah! Threat. This is a naked threat. No way, I have the final say here. Ah. Then call it Cub Cub. Good boy. Little white tiger. Oh no, Cub Cub gnawed the meat that Wen Ning threw again in frustration. Wen Ning had already reached the end of the tunnel, and placed the materials in the specified position according to the system prompts. With the help of the system, Wen Ning only needed one hand to complete the task. Simple and crude. Placing all the way back, Wen Ning returned to the warehouse of the shelter at nearly 11 o'clock. The tunnel construction is completed. The system notification sounded at the right time, and Wen Ning opened the movable door of the cellar again, and the stairs down to the cellar, as well as the walls and floors inside the cellar, were all wrapped in granite. The fine iron pillars were hidden inside, and there was no sense of disobedience at all. Ah! The cub didn't know what happened, and stared at the place where he had just been in shock with a pair of tiger eyes. How come it changed so much in a moment? Calm down, haven't you seen the world? Ah! Who said that? I have seen the world. Yeah. Wen Ning said perfunctorily, and after confirming that the cellar and the tunnel were completely wrapped up, he returned to the shelter. The cub seemed to have an automatic cleaning function. There was no dust on it even when it was rolling around in the cellar just now. It's really easy. It's a sensible and good pet. The cub was thrown into the soft quilt and turned over, with its soft and tender paws open upwards. Suddenly, it turned over and looked towards the bathroom with its head propped up. Ah! Just now, it seemed that someone looked at me with praise. Wen Ning in the bathroom noticed the movement and was satisfied. It's quite smart. After washing up, it was almost 12 o'clock. Wen Ning laid down in the bed, and the cub came out shyly and curled up on Wen Ning's pillow. A dreamless night. Ah! For the first time, Wen Ning was not awakened by the sunlight outside the window. He was alert for a moment, opened his eyes suddenly, and instantly captured the cub beside him with a cold and murderous look. Woo! Ah! This tiger didn't mean it. This tiger was a little hungry. Just a little bit. Next time, before 8 o'clock, you can bear it even if you are hungry. The murderous intention was restrained, and Wen Ning got out of bed expressionlessly. He went into the bathroom to wash up before coming out. The cub on the bed jumped to the floor and rushed to the campfire in a blink of an eye, staring straight at Wen Ning's bacon. His front paws were eager to try, and his eyes were shining with desire. Noticing Wen Ning coming out, he quickly changed to a pitiful expression. Here. Wen Ning directly took out a piece of meat from the space and threw it to the cub, not caring whether it could catch it or not. Fortunately, the cub did not embarrass the tiger and jumped up steadily to catch it. It was completely different from the weak tiger that needed Wen Ning to hold him last night. Wen Ning glanced at the cub, who was eating voraciously, and said coldly, "Don't think about the bacon, your teeth will break." The discovered cub blinked guiltily and pretended to be stupid. When Wen Ning came out with a bowl of plain noodles, it was just 8 o'clock. Wasteland calendar January 3rd, 8 o'clock, mild season, sunny. System announcement, disaster season preview. Disaster season preview. This disaster season will come in 3 days. System announcement, this disaster theme is foggy, and the disaster will last for 48 hours. System announcement, the ranking list will be updated after the disaster season. Please work hard and climb to the top. The system announcement was repeated 3 times before it disappeared. Wen Ning stared at the plain noodles for a while, with thousands of guesses flashing through her mind. When she came to her senses, ZZ had already finished chewing a piece of meat, and was squatting in front of her, looking up at her intently. After throwing another piece of meat, Wen Ning ate the noodles as usual. But in her mind, the chat panel had already been opened. Regional channel, fog? What kind of natural disaster is this? Regional channel, manually tag Master Zhang, your prediction is inaccurate. Regional channel, John Liu, S666 District. I can only say that the rules of this world are too different from those of Blue Star. Enter my live broadcast room, and I will teach you how to fight against smog. Smog? Wen Ning frowned. Does he think that this natural disaster is smog? Regional channel, what is there to fight against smog? Isn't it just that there are more PM 2.5 particles? Regional channel, I think everyone is just nervous. I speak up. The last disaster killed nearly 40% of the survivors. I think this disaster is definitely a welfare disaster, in order to make us better transition to the Wasteland world. Regional channel, although, what you said makes sense. Regional channel, I think, no matter what, it's always right to store food and build more advanced shelters. Regional channel, yes, everyone, don't forget that there are wanderers and looters everywhere outside. Maybe man-made disasters are more terrifying than natural disasters. Chapter 50. To some extent, man-made disasters are more terrifying than natural disasters. It took Wen Ning 10 minutes to finish breakfast with the tiger and the man. He first checked the rice in the greenhouse and watered it. When he came out, he found that the baby was following him closely. Go out and explore by yourself, and come back in 2 hours. Oh! I go by myself? I'm still a child. Wen Ning was unmoved and took out a bunch of materials to fiddle with. A man has to grow up by himself. Oh! I think what you said makes sense. The baby tried to go out of the yard, stretched his neck and sniffed, and ran away happily the next second. Wen Ning didn't even raise his head, fiddling with the things in his hand. He didn't worry about the baby's safety at all. In Wen Ning's view, the white tiger is just a pet, and the first thing is to protect her, and the safety of the shelter. Before she and Baihu develop more emotional ties, Wen Ning will take the fastest training method to accelerate Baihu's growth. To be honest, given Baihu's current state, Wen Ning is very worried whether it can withstand the test of the disaster in 3 days. Opening the trading channel, Wen Ning quickly put some things on the shelves. Peach *1 successfully put on the shelves, spending 1 survival point. Potato *1 successfully put on the shelves, spending 1 survival point. After a series of operations, Wen Ning's points dropped to 880. Less than 10 minutes after putting it on the shelves, Wen Ning received a successful transaction message. Transaction successful. Get hand bow *6. Transaction successful. Get bamboo bow *6. Transaction successful. Get fishing line *1. Transaction successful. Get nail *1. Transaction successful. Get cat bell scarf *1. A bunch of messy things appeared in front of Wen Ning. Hand crossbow *4 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining short-range crossbow *2. Bamboo bow *4 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining bamboo composite bow *2. There are not enough crossbows and bows. Wen Ning looked at the synthesized weapons in front of him with some regret. Let's install these first. That's right, Wen Ning wants to set traps in the yard of the shelter. The scope of the shelter in the Wasteland game is based on the shelter itself, and reasonable facilities are auxiliary. Like Wen Ning's shelter as the main body, the tunnel is auxiliary, and both can be counted as the scope of the shelter. However, facilities, like tunnels, cannot exceed 800 meters at most. The door of the shelter is automatically closed, and only the owner can open it freely. Others can only enter by destroying it. But this does not include the courtyard gate. For example, if someone is interested in Wen Ning's fence, they can climb a ladder and enter directly without going through the gate of the courtyard. So Wen Ning set up traps in the courtyard. The biggest function is to warn. Not to warn the other party, but to warn himself. You must react to the invasion as soon as possible, and then launch a counterattack. When Wen Ning was young, he learned a lot from his master. When he grew up, he became a bodyguard and never picked and chose his work. Wen Ning has been to jungles, countryside, poor mountains, and bad waters. He also knows a little bit about things like installing traps. It is completely enough to use it in his own small courtyard. In this way, even if he is not there when others invade, he can delay the progress of the other party to the greatest extent, and if he is lucky, he can seriously injure the other party. Wen Ning picked up the tools on the ground, as well as 4 synthetic crossbows. They were concealedly installed on the 4 corners of the courtyard wall, connected to each other by fishing lines. As the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. As long as someone climbs over the wall and touches the fishing line close to the top of the courtyard wall, the crossbows around will be triggered at the same time. Enemies on all 4 sides will be attacked instantly. Of course, this attack can only be used once. The key point is that the attack of the crossbow will trigger the alarm set by Wen Ning. The transparent fishing line is tied to the bow at one end, and the cat bell at the other end, extending into the shelter. As long as the mechanism is triggered, the bell in the house will ring, serving as an alarm. In addition, Wen Ning also installed binding traps in various corners of the yard. Once someone triggers it, the rope of special material will instantly bind his feet. Of course, the indispensable one is the trap. Wen Ning has spent a lot of money on this. There are more than 30 traps of various sizes in the whole yard, leaving no chance for exploitation. After making all the traps, Wen Ning replaced all the gates with fine iron gates made by himself. In this way, if the enemy attacks, attacking the gate will be the worst option, and the best option is, of course, to climb over the wall. Then, the sense of crisis is much less now. Wen Ning looked at these traps that had not been disguised, thinking that he would go to the grassland to dig some turf and bring it back, and decorate the bare yard by the way. Dig 4 evergreen trees in the 4 corners, and the traps will be hidden in the branches, which looks very natural. That's it. I'm back. All outsiders, get out of the way. The gate of the yard opened automatically, and Wen Ning turned around after hearing the noise. As far as he could see, the cub ran in proudly and heroically. Wen Ning was sharp-eyed, and saw the snow-white animal in the cub's mouth at a glance. It turned out to be a hare. It was almost half the size of a tiger, so it was no wonder that the white tiger held its head high. Unlike the clean white tiger, the hare was also white, but it was covered in mud. It looked like it had been crawling in the mud. The little white tiger's eyes were full of pride, and it strode to Wen Ning's front, swung around twice, and made sure that Wen Ning's attention was on it. Then it lowered its head, and put the hare on the ground. As soon as the hare landed, it kicked its legs and ran out. Another snow-white figure moved even faster, blocking the hare's way like a phantom. The tiger's mouth opened wide, and bit the hare's neck accurately. The next second, your pet killed a hare, gaining 40 pet experience. Wen Ning was really surprised. She only gained 10 experience points by feeding a piece of meat, but 40 by eating a hare? 40 for a small hare, 80 for a big hare? Ah! This tiger is so powerful. Spitting out a mouthful of rabbit hair, the white tiger's eyes were even more proud. But the next second, the hare corpse on the ground disappeared and turned into a ball of light. The cub curiously scratched it, and Wen Ning walked forward to pick it up. Congratulations on getting the hare hind leg *1. Ah! That was my trophy. Spit it out. Wen Ning picked up the protesting cub on the ground and left the yard. He took a look at the cub's hunger, and took out the rabbit leg he had just obtained from his backpack. Ah! Don't try to take my meat. There's my saliva on it. Where did you catch the rabbit? Ah! It's over there, in the north. I ran for 20 minutes to find it. There are so many wild rabbits there. So many. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, and a plan came to his mind. This piece of meat is confiscated. Ah? Why? Otherwise, you give me back the meat you ate yesterday. The confused cub looked cute in a contrasting way, and Wen Ning reached out and rubbed him without hesitation. A tiger like you who eats so much will be despised if you are thrown out to wander around. So from today on, you have to earn your own food. As a man, you can't just live off others, right? Ah. That seems to be the truth, but it always feels a little wrong. You are responsible for biting the rabbits, and I will pick up the meat for you from behind. Agree? Ah. This tiger is biting the rabbits. You can't bully this tiger for not knowing how to count. Wen Ning almost couldn't hold back. Kid, if you don't tell me, how do I know you don't know how to count? However, Wen Ning seemed to have seen a lot of experience waving at him. Chapter 51. Bang! The young man was knocked to the ground by the men who broke into the house, his face pale. Before he could react and raise his head, he was hit by a club and fainted. "Boss!" He fainted. He was paralyzed. He had been squatting for a day. "I thought this bastard would not go out." Lu Bo looked at the unconscious young man on the ground, and a gloomy smile flashed across his face. He looked around the structure of the shelter, and waved his hand casually. "Hang him up." "Okay. This shelter is so big, there must be a lot of supplies." "It's it, ha ha. Follow Boss Lu, and you will have meat to eat." Several lackeys smiled flatteringly, and Zhao Wu had an ugly expression. He couldn't bear to watch the young man being hung upside down by several people. "Zhao Wu, go to the warehouse to collect supplies." Lu Bo's voice came, and Zhao Wu turned numbly and walked towards the warehouse of this shelter. No matter what his expression was, no matter how much he resisted in his heart, his body seemed to no longer belong to him, and he would only mechanically obey Lu Bo's orders. The lackey who tied the man heard it, and pursed his lips in a place where Lu Bo couldn't see, and his eyes were no longer flattering, and even a little vicious, but it was fleeting. Lu Bo narrowed his eyes, and the two lackeys had already brought chairs and water from the shelter, and respectfully presented them to Lu Bo. Zhao Wu filled his backpack, and the remaining supplies could only be carried to Lu Bo with his hands. The three lackeys who tied up the man looked at Zhao Wu's actions, greedy, but did not dare to make any moves. Several people were not controlled by Lu Bo, but they did not dare to disobey Lu Bo's wishes. Lu Bo's equipment was good, and they couldn't beat him even if they added up. The most important thing was that Lu Bo had a blue flame torch that could walk in the dark. If they annoyed Lu Bo, they could only walk at the edge of the torch range at night. That feeling, once you tasted it, you don't want to try it again. Lu Bo looked at the supplies Zhao Wu brought out with satisfaction, flipped left and right, and knew that Zhao Wu had packed up the valuable ones. He waved his hand generously. "These supplies, brothers, share them." "Thank you, Brother Lu." "Thank you, boss. I said that following the boss is the right thing to do." Lu Bo tilted his head, lifted the side bangs that blocked his vision, and looked back at the person who was hung upside down. "This shelter is good, let's stay here for the time being, and torture the supplies out of this grandson at night. Tomorrow, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, you two go out to explore and find out if there are any shelters nearby." The two people who were named nodded repeatedly, with smiles on their faces. Lu Bo was in a good mood as he watched the people's timid expressions, and he reminded them casually, "Come back early, if you come back late, this night." The people who were dividing the supplies paused, and their bodies began to tremble faintly. "The blue sky, ah. Take it, your pet successfully killed a hare, and you get 40 pet experience." Wen Ning smiled, and used the torch and branches in his hands to attack the rabbit. He pushed it into a rabbit hole. After a while, there was a rustling sound from the ground. In a hole not far away, the hare that couldn't stand the smoke and fire just jumped out, and was instantly bitten off the neck by the tiger cub. He turned into a ball of light in anger. "Ah! I already have 10 pieces of meat." Wen Ning walked over calmly, and picked up the ball of light. "Congratulations on getting the wild hind leg *1. This kid has a white skin, but his face is really black. I have killed nearly 30 wild rabbits, and only 10 balls of light have dropped. All the balls of light are actually the hind legs of the wild rabbit." Wen Ning once thought that the wild rabbit only dropped the hind legs. "I even killed one secretly, but not only did I get the rabbit leg, but also a wooden box. You only have 9 pieces of meat." "Ah? I don't believe it. Do you not know how to count?" Wen Ning squatted down, laid out the meat that the kid had killed, and counted it seriously. "Look, I count for you. 1, 2, 2, 3, 8, 9, any questions?" "Ah. I've said that I can't count." "Then remember my meat, you're better at math than me." "Okay." Looking at the cub running out again, Wen Ning felt much more relaxed. With such a little thing, it seems that the boring life is a little more interesting. While the cub was chasing the rabbit, Wen Ning went into the grove next to him, and picked 4 evergreen trees about 2.5 meters high and dug them into his backpack. A lot of turf had just been collected, and the backpack was almost full. Your pet successfully killed a wild rabbit, and gained 40 pet experience. Ding! The pet experience is full, and your pet will automatically upgrade. The upgrade takes 30 minutes. It's done! Wen Ning was very happy at this moment. "Ah! I'm tired and want to sleep." The cub staggered over and rushed into Wen Ning's arms, and fell asleep the next second. Wen Ning looked down and saw a countdown hanging above the cub's head. Upgrading, countdown 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wen Ning turned back to the shelter. Putting the cub on the bed, he went out. For evergreen trees were planted one by one, and the position of the treetops just hid the positions of the 4 mechanisms. Wen Ning combed the branches and leaves to ensure that they would not block the firing of the crossbow. Then he began to carefully lay the turf. When the time comes, you have to take the cub for a walk, so that you don't step on it. Wen Ning drew crosses on the coordinates of all the traps, and for a while, the system map was full of red crosses around the shelter. Just when the turf was half laid, the system prompt sounded. Your pet has been successfully upgraded and will wake up soon. Alright? Wen Ning quickly wiped his hands and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the house, a big white ball jumped up in front of him. My goodness, how did you get so big? The cub's body was a whole circle bigger. If I had to compare it, it was about the same size as a little husky. Standing on the ground, it was about the height of Wen Ning's knees. At this time, it was anxiously pulling at Wen Ning's trouser legs, quite enthusiastic. Ah! Give me meat. This tiger will starve to death in another second. Give it, give it, give it. Wen Ning directly took out a piece of meat weighing 1 pound and threw it over. While the cub was wolfing down, Wen Ning had time to take a good look at its attributes. Pet information: White Crystal Tiger, level 1. Pet level, top quality. Pet hunger, 90. Pet loyalty, 100. Pet experience, 20/5000. Pet skills, level 1 basic skills. Bite. The powerful teeth are enough to penetrate excellent armor. Level 1 random skill, crisis warning. Crisis warning. This skill is divided into active and passive. The active skill is to detect dangerous situations within a radius of 1 kilometer, with the device as the center. The number of times it can be used per day is 3. Crisis warning. The passive skill is to automatically detect dangerous situations within a radius of 1 kilometer, with the device as the center, and issue a warning. The number of times it can be used per day is 1. Tip: the active and passive crisis warnings cannot be superimposed. Only one state can be triggered per day, and it will be reset to 0 the next day. Chapter 52. This skill sounds very powerful. Wen Ning's murmur reached ZZ's ears. He thought Wen Ning said that his skills were not very good. Hu Zi, who was eager to prove himself, set his eyes on the bacon in front of the campfire. Hu Shua took 2 steps back and flew to the roof with a tiger pounce. Wen Ning only saw a big white mouse flash by. He looked carefully and saw that Hu Zi, who landed on the ground, was biting something in his mouth. Looking again, wasn't this the bacon that he had worked so hard to smoke? Explain? Ah? What to explain? This tiger is so powerful that he needs to explain. Wen Ning's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes to the sky. Explain why you suddenly had a seizure. The aroma of the meat in his mouth overflowed, and Hu Zi's mouth drooled. Wen Ning, suddenly I don't want this piece of meat very much. Forget it, eat it. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of chewing and swallowing came to my ears. 3 seconds later. Ah. No more, I haven't tasted the meat of this tiger yet. TSK, how do you use your random skills? Ah. You said to use it and I used it. This is a talent. Talent? Yes. As the king of beasts, tigers have always been solitary and will never allow others to invade their territory. The perception of crisis is engraved in the blood. Looking at Wen Ning thinking, the cub thought he was stumped and rolled his eyes. Ah. This tiger reluctantly explains to you. Usually this tiger's skills are the default passive, and there can be 1 warning per day, but... Ah. If you actively ask me to explore the surroundings, the passive state will be cancelled. Wen Ning understood now. It's just a monitoring. 1 kilometer, can you see that far? Wen Ning was skeptical. Ah. I told you it's a talent. Do you understand talent? I don't understand. I don't have talent. Wen Ning turned and walked out of the shelter, and the cub behind him followed closely. Come here and remember the location of these traps, and the fishing line on the wall. Don't touch it, understand? Ah. Okay. Wen Ning didn't ask where the cub learned English from, and squatted down to continue working. The cub jumped and made trouble, and Wen Ning glanced at it 2 or 3 times, but didn't see it restrain. Thinking about it, he brought up the old account again. You just ate my dinner, so you don't have dinner tonight. Ah? Protest is invalid. The aggrieved Hu Zi instantly felt that the woman in front of him was not cute, and lowered his head, and went back to the house. Wen Ning took this time to quickly arrange the remaining grass, and finally stood up and looked at the whole yard that was brand new, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, very good, very natural. Wasteland calendar January 3rd, 1930, sunny, the end of a pleasant day. It's time for dinner again. Wen Ning took out a piece of fresh meat from the cellar to replace the piece that Zizi had gnawed. He gave a warning glance at Hu Zi, who was drooling beside him. If this piece of meat is missing, you see? Woo woo. It's over. Her math is better than mine. I can't hide it from her. Woo woo my meat. Wen Ning really did what he said. He didn't prepare dinner for Zizi, even though his hunger level was 50. The system said that if the hunger level is too high, loyalty will drop. But Wen Ning thought that rules should be established, and they should be established as early as possible. This tiger is growing too fast. Maybe he will become a normal adult tiger after another level up. It will not be so easy to establish rules at that time. The aggrieved tiger looked at Wen Ning eagerly, as he finished his dinner, washed up, and went to bed. He hesitated in the corner for a long time, and finally snuggled up to Wen Ning. Although this woman deducted my dinner, this was my fault first. If I don't make mistakes in the future, I will definitely have meat to eat. One person and one tiger were silent all night. The next morning, Wen Ning got up and fed the hungry cub the first thing he did. He roasted a rabbit leg himself, which attracted the cub's disapproving eyes. Wen Ning only looked up at the meat on the top of his head, which was different in color from the others, and the cub immediately lowered his head guiltily. Today's task is very simple, collecting supplies and training the cub's combat ability. Wen Ning saw the baby killing a rabbit yesterday and found that there is still a big difference between the system pets and the pets raised on Blue Star. The baby is naturally lively and active. During the battle, he will unconsciously bring tactics, as if it is his nature. This may be the talent mentioned by Hu Zi. Although his IQ is not so good, after good training, his combat awareness can still be cultivated. In addition, Wen Ning will watch Zhang Han's live broadcast when he is free. He has made many guesses about this disaster. Wen Ning has kept the desirable points and listed the relevant material lists in a targeted manner, refreshing them on the trading platform. Taking Hu Zi out, Wen Ning decided to go to the other side of the grove, which is the side where he was born. After coming over there on the first day, they never went back to explore again. On the vast grassland, two survivors were walking together, wearing torn beginner clothes. There were also clothes that were stolen from who knows where, with messy styles, and they were all loosely put on their bodies. The two walked while looking up and looking around. Brotherly, we have been walking for almost a whole morning, and we haven't found the shelter that Brother Lu wants. There will be no dinner when we go back. Did you eat enough yesterday? The man called Brotherly sighed sadly. Wang Lang pinched his shriveled stomach and silently tightened his belt. Li Wen also understood. The two walked for a while in silence. Wang Lang suddenly stuttered. Brotherly, why don't we not go back if we find a shelter? Li Wen slapped Wang Lang on the back with such force that Wang Lang almost knelt forward. Idiot! If you want to die, don't take me with you. Can we find a shelter like this? If not, night falls, and without Lu Bo's torch, we will all die. Even if we find a shelter, can you beat them? Have you forgotten what happened to those two people? Wang Lang suddenly came back to his senses, and a picture of those two people being cruelly tortured to death by Lu Bo appeared in his mind. I'm just too hungry. Brotherly, I was wrong. Li Wen's face was gloomy, and his sinister look made Wang Lang a little scared. Let's go quickly, it's already 12 o'clock, and we have to go back if we can't find a shelter. Wang Lang nodded repeatedly, looking around despite the intense hunger. He now only hoped that a shelter would appear soon, so that he could go back and report the news. If Lu Bo was happy, he would definitely reward him with some food. Brotherly, is this grassland coming to an end? There seems to be a forest ahead. Wang Lang looked at the shelter at the junction of the forest ahead and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Brotherly, look. Shelter. Such a big shelter. At the end of the grassland, where it borders the forest, a huge shelter appeared in front of the two. Wang Lang swallowed his saliva, shocked beyond words. My goodness, this shelter is more than enough for 10 people. Such a big yard, and there are 4 trees. The people inside must be not easy to mess with. Wang Lang retracted his greedy eyes, and looked at Li Wen behind him hesitantly. Brotherly, this shelter, we are afraid. Li Wen's eyes flickered, and he turned around and said to Wang Lang. What are you afraid of? You can't do it. There is Brother Lu and Brother Lu's slaves. Brother Lu has such good equipment, do you need to worry about it? Chapter 53. Wang and Li quickly wrote down the coordinates and turned around to go back the way they came. Along the way, their steps became much lighter. Wang Lang was so excited that he forgot about hunger and hummed a little tune. This is the largest shelter they have seen in the past few days. Brotherly, hurry up. Li Wen looked at the excited Wang Lang in front of him and felt a little relaxed. However, thinking of the shelter he had just seen, greed and calculation surged in his eyes, and a malicious smile hung on his face. On the other side, Wen Ning, who entered the secret realm with his cub, did not realize that his shelter was being targeted. Time went back to 9 o'clock in the morning. A man and a tiger saw this fog when they passed through the woods. Ruins. Wen Ning reacted instantly. However, looking at the fog that could not be dispersed, Wen Ning remembered the warning of the next disaster. Fog field. The fog won't be so thick then, right? Ah? What is this? It's a place where dangers and opportunities coexist. Be careful when you go in. You lose your life in there. Ah! If I don't show my power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Then let's go! The first time is the second time, when Ning reached out and took the cub from the ground into his arms. His spear appeared beside him. When Ning held the cub in one hand and the spear in the other, he stepped in with a solemn face. Player discovers the ruins. Tip: there is no time limit for exploring the ruins. Players can freely choose the exit time. Death in the ruins will be considered as game death. It is detected that the player is carrying a pet. Note that the pet will fall into a dormant state when it dies in the ruins. Special props can revive it. If the pet is not revived within 7 days, it will be considered completely dead. If the player dies, the pet will die together. It is detected that the player has entered the ruins. The Liantian channel is closed, the trading channel is closed, the map has been switched, and the exit of the ruins has been marked. The upper limit of the backpack in the ruins is open to infinity. When Ning was still thinking about the content about pets that had just been prompted. The cub in his arms waited for the fog around him to dissipate, and then he couldn't wait to jump out of Wen Ning's arms. Instead of running around, he sniffed around cautiously. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, but still reminded him, take care of your life, I don't have any special props. The baby turned around and tilted his head to look at Wen Ning, and Wen Ning put his fist to his lips. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. He thought to himself that if something went wrong, it's not impossible to look for this prop. Ah! This tiger knows his own limitations. Don't worry. The short period of jokes made Wen Ning calm down a lot. Turning over the ruins map switched by the system, Wen Ning found that this time the ruins were much larger than the last limited time ruins. There were 3 exits alone. One on the top and bottom of the map, and one in the middle. Other than that, all other places were covered by thick fog. Wen Ning's current location was about 100 meters next to the upper exit. In other words, anyone who came into this ruins had to explore at least the straight line distance from the birth point to the exit. Wen Ning was cautious and chose to go to the exit above first. Then he explored around the exit. The ruins this time were not as beautiful as the last time. Looking around, there were dead trees everywhere, with black and rough skin, cracked and revealing the trunk inside. The soil was an unhealthy black color, and it was obviously not the same type as the black nutrient soil that Wen Ning had opened. The tip of his nose smelled damp and muddy, like silt. The white cub was out of place in this environment, like a peacock falling into a flock of chickens. However, it jumped lightly and avoided all the ponds, swamps, and other obstacles on its route. Wen Ning held his spear in his hand, with a fine iron dagger on his right waist, and a crossbow in his backpack. Ready to go. Wen Ning picked up thousands of crossbows used during the disaster, and piled them in the warehouse after the disaster. When he went out, he took 100 crossbows with him for self-defense. As he walked, Wen Ning found something wrong. This forest seemed to have no end. On the map, the fog would disperse where Wen Ning walked, and the terrain after the fog dispersed looked like a swamp to Wen Ning, black. In reality, Wen Ning's line of sight was about 30 meters. The low visibility was terrifying. The leaves along the way were wrong. Not to mention that Wen Ning didn't see a tree with leaves. The trees had all kinds of strange shapes and exaggerated and crazy branches. It looked like a witch's forest in a fairy tale book. Some tree trunks had gray-black scorch marks and traces of knife and axe chopping. Some trees were cut in half, while others had deep cuts on their trunks. They arrived at the exit smoothly. It was the same as the limited-time ruins, with a yellowish-brown disc-shaped pattern. It was like a formation. As long as you enter and think about exiting, you will be back to the wasteland in 3 seconds. Okay, remember, if I say retreat later, this is the retreat destination. The cub nodded fiercely. Inside the ruins, it seemed to be deliberately controlling itself from making any sound. The small furry face was full of solemnity. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the cub was a little more reliable. He retracted his gaze and made a simple exploration of the surroundings. Let's explore around this exit. Be careful not to touch anything you shouldn't touch. Does this tiger look stupid? Those trees look weird. Let's go! The man and the tiger began to slowly explore the surroundings. Wen Ning chose a place in the opposite direction from when he came. He went 50 meters deep, and a different color appeared in front of Wen Ning. Under a dead tree less than 10 meters away, a small grass with a blue glow appeared. Zizi also found it, and ran over excitedly. Wen Ning took a look and found that this grass was a bit strange. There were so many places where it didn't grow, but it chose to grow under the roots of the dead tree. However, Wen Ning was still very interested in the things in the ruins, and went straight forward. As he approached, the thick fog in front of him moved forward and dissipated, and several blue lights appeared in Wen Ning's sight. It seems that this area should be full of this grass. Woo woo. Zizi didn't dare to howl out loud, so he could only woo quietly. Wait a minute, don't be impulsive. Calming down the kid's restless heart, Wen Ning squatted down and looked at the grass. He confirmed that it was very close to the tree. It was obviously impossible to dig the grass out without touching the trees. Looking up, all the blue grasses within sight grew under the dead wood. Wen Ning tried to focus on the grass, but unexpectedly, some information emerged. Fly killer grass, excellent, a one-time burning item. Adding it to a torch will cause the flame to emit mosquito-killing smoke, killing and dispersing flying insects within a radius of 5 meters. The effect is 8 hours. Chapter 54. Ah! This tiger thinks this is a good thing. Wen Ning certainly knows that this is a good thing, but often the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. The mist in the distance is looming, and if you look closely, you can see a faint blue light deep in the dead woods. It seems that this forest is rich in this fly killer. Since I'm here, there's no reason to go back empty-handed. Wen Ning took out a hoe from his backpack and found the right angle. Prepare to dig out the fly killer in front of him. Before doing it, Wen Ning glanced at the cub next to him. Instructed, "You are responsible for vigilance." The originally jumpy cub immediately restrained his careless look. He raised his head and looked around, moving his nose from time to time and sniffing the air. The reliable look made Wen Ning feel uneasy. He glanced around and raised his hand to raise the hoe. Bang! With a fierce swing, the root of the dead tree in front of Wen Ning was directly broken in half. There was no way, the fly killer was completely blocked by the tree roots. Gurgle gurgle. A strange sound came from the bottom of the dead tree roots. A foul stench came from where the tree roots were cut. Wen Ning's face froze, and he stopped moving immediately. The crossbow in his backpack was ready. Zizi also found something wrong. He stared fiercely at the dark mud under the tree roots, and his 4 claws kept digging the mud on the ground. Looked very irritable. There is something, Wen Ning was sure. He held his breath and waited. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes. As if it was Wen Ning's illusion, the surroundings were quiet, except for the stench from the tree roots. But Wen Ning did not dare to let down his guard. Zizi was focused, and this hunting talent would definitely not be a problem. Why didn't this thing take action? Could it be that this thing, unable to beat the cub, was afraid of Wen Ning and Zizi's strength? Wen Ning thought so, but his eyes were fixed on the fly-killing grass that was about to be dug out of the ground. As if to verify a certain guess, Wen Ning switched to a hoe without hesitation, raised it above his head and swung it down. Gulyulu. Wen Ning did not stop, and directly hooked out the fly-killing grass with a force. Ah! A sudden change occurred. Just as Wen Ning dug out the fly-killing grass, a black thing flew out with it. It landed in front of Wen Ning and Zi with a snap. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Wen Ning's mind. Found muddy salamander, the monster illustration has been updated. Salamander? Wen Ning carefully identified the reptile on the ground. The foul-smelling mud rotted all over its body, and it was impossible to tell its family. Monster name, muddy salamander. Type, swamp creature. Mutated salamanders live in the mud, steal nutrients from the surrounding trees, and are famous for their unique stench. Danger factor, 60. Drops, smelly sludge. Using it to hit people can have unexpected effects. Weakness, thin skin. Hint, some muddy salamanders will spit snot bubbles. Believe me, you definitely don't want to be hit. Long-range attack? Wen Ning had just finished reading, when he felt a strong sense of crisis in front of him. Get out of the way! Looking up, it was indeed a muddy salamander that spit out a snot bubble, shooting straight at Wen Ning. Wen Ning took the time to remind the stunned cub on the ground, and dodged the bubble attack sideways. The salamander on the ground immediately attacked Wen Ning. On the muddy ground, it was as smooth as a snake, and it reached Wen Ning's feet in 2 seconds. The spear was useless at close range, so Wen Ning reached back to pull out the fine iron dagger. His face was calm, calculating the speed of the salamander, and there was still 3 seconds of gap. The monster illustration just reminded Wen Ning that the skin of the salamander was thin. Therefore, a sharp weapon was the best weapon to kill the salamander. While Wen Ning was reaching back, the salamander approached quickly, but it was fast, and a white figure was even faster. Wen Ning only felt a gust of wind blowing from the side, and the white ball appeared in front of him. The tiger claws swung up and fell, swish. She! With a scream, the salamander in front of Wen Ning turned over and lay in a pool of blood. Blood mixed with mud flowed out, and the injured salamander rolled on the ground, making a chirping scream. And Wen Ning only felt that the stench in the air became stronger, and waved the air in front of him calmly. Wen Ning watched as Zizi rushed forward fiercely, and slapped the salamander to death. As the salamander died, the system prompt finally came. Your pet successfully killed a muddy salamander *1, and gained 100 pet experience. Wen Ning gave a thumbs up to show his approval. Zizi shook his head proudly. Ah! You just hide behind this tiger. The feeling of being protected was quite novel, and Wen Ning nodded in disbelief. These experiences were more worthwhile for Hu Zi. After the muddy salamander died, the fly-killing grass was no longer an obstacle, and Wen Ning picked up the fly-killing grass smoothly. The next thing was much simpler. All fears came from the unknown. After finding out the dangers hidden behind the fly-killing grass, Wen Ning began to kill people everywhere with Hu Zi. Go forward and head towards the next fly-killing grass. Fly killer, excellent, a one-time burning item. Adding it to a torch will cause the flame to emit mosquito-killing smoke, killing and dispersing flying insects within a 5-meter radius for 4 hours. Excellent has half the effect of fine, and the muddy salamander it triggers is also much weaker than the previous one. The moment it jumped out, the cub soared into the air, and sent it away with one claw. Unlike the previous one, the cub had to finish it off. Your pet successfully killed one muddy salamander, and gained 50 pet experience. Even the experience is only half, which is not good. In the next few hours, the man and the tiger explored the nearby deadwood forest. All the fly-killer plants they encountered were collected without any surprise. Wen Ning also had a guess about the marks on these dead woods. It seems that this relic has been visited by more than just us. These knife marks may have been left by these people. I just wonder if it is possible for 2 or more people to enter a ruin at the same time in different places. I kept the question in my heart. Wen Ning counted his gains. I got 20 fine-grade fly-killing plants, 15 excellent-grade fly-killing plants, and 8 balls of foul-smelling mud. A total of 2,650 experience points were added to the cub, and there was less than half of the experience bar left to upgrade. Seeing that the cub was a little listless, Wen Ning decided to go back. Good job. I give you a snack when I get back. Ah? Ah. Can I order some food? I want to eat that black meat. It smells good. No. Smoothly exited. Wasteland calendar January 4th, mild season, 1600 hours, sunny. Sure enough, it was still 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were no surprises. I carried the cub, who was crying and tired, back to the shelter. Wen Ning took a luxurious bath, although he was very careful not to get too much mud on him. But there is always a lingering stench on my body. It would be terrible if the fog of the next disaster also stinks. No, it's better to stock up on gas masks so that I can use them next time I enter this ruins. Wen Ning opened the death note and wrote solemnly, gas mask. After taking a shower, Wen Ning made dinner and generously gave the cub a 2 kilograms piece of meat. She sighed that the cub's appetite was 3 times that of the original after the upgrade, and she could eat 4 pounds of meat in 1 meal at most. She really eats a lot. What will happen if she upgrades to level 5 in the future? As time gradually approached 8 o'clock, there were only the sounds of 2 people wolfing down food in the shelter, which was unusually harmonious. The tiger cub was concentrating on gnawing the meat, and suddenly raised his head. He threw away the meat in his mouth, and growled towards the east of the shelter. What? Someone was shocked. Wen Ning's back instantly tightened. Pet passive skill triggered. A player is detected approaching quickly 1 kilometer east of the shelter, and the estimated arrival time is 15 minutes later. Chapter 55. After the system prompt, Wen Ning calmed down. How many people? Thinking of the group of scum from Ria that was recently exposed in the regional channel, Wen Ning's pupil shrank slightly. Woo. 6. 6. This is definitely a small team. With a frown, Wen Ning's face darkened, feeling a little tricky. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, in an extreme disaster, everyone is in danger, and there will always be people who take extreme measures. The rule of law has collapsed, and it is normal to go crazy for resources. Quickly thinking of countermeasures in his mind, he waved his hand. Come here, kid. Wen Ning picked up the kid and whispered the arrangements. The kid stared with big eyes, and his tiger face was very serious. I'm quite curious, how did these people get out at night? 15 minutes is not long, but not short. When Wen Ning arranged everything, the sky gradually became dark. This was the prelude to darkness, and the light outside the room disappeared inch by inch. Wen Ning also heard a few heavy gasps. He picked up the tiger cub and decisively went down to the cellar. Before he knew the opponent's strength, Wen Ning would not show up to fight head-on. His shelter was a solid stone cage, and its strength had been tested during the snowstorm. If you want to find a weakness to attack, I'm sorry, the shelter has no dead angles and no weaknesses. So if you want to dig, it will probably take at least until tomorrow morning. Wen Ning's tactics were also simple and crude, that is, to take the opponent by surprise and use guerrilla warfare. Consumption was the main method, and head-on confrontation would be carried out when you were sure. So the longer the delay, the better for Wen Ning. She had the tiger cub and the crossbow in her hand. There were also the newly acquired weapons in her backpack that had not been used. Under the cover of night, 6 figures sneaked under the wall of Wen Ning's shelter. Lu Bo looked at the shelter with greedy eyes. If he saw it right, there was a huge greenhouse in the yard. Hey, this is pretty good, Li Wen, you deserve a credit. Wang Lang excitedly reminded in a low voice. Brother Lu, Boss Lu, and me, Brother Li, and I found it together. Lu Bo waved his hand impatiently. I know, such a big shelter can't be without your supplies. The remaining lackeys cursed in a low voice. We brothers have been sleeping in the open air, and this grandson is so lucky that he has such a big shelter to enjoy the good life. Keep your voice down, be careful not to be discovered. Fuck. What are you afraid of with so many people? If there are people here, they would have come out to do it long ago. It's just good luck. Wait, Grandpa will come to the community to send warmth. The greed of several lackeys was fully revealed, and they almost drooled when they saw the stone of the courtyard wall. How much supplies would be needed to be so generous? You guys, each take a torch and look for the weakness of this yard. Damn, this wall is at least 2 meters high. Lu Bo was generous for once, and actually gave everyone a blue torch. Li Wen took it and turned around and pouted, saying that he was a stingy guy. He had a torch, but he let them surround him when he came. The remaining lackeys had no other thoughts, but just happily took it. Lu Bo gave them out one by one, and did not forget to remind them, you have to return this torch to me after you use it. Yes, Boss Lu. The lackey smiled, took out his weapon from his backpack, and began to spread out and surround the yard. Fuck. Boss, this door is actually made of iron. Lu Bo frowned. This shelter is too stable. Just now he tried it. The wall is at least several dozen centimeters thick, and can't be dug through. Now even the door is made of iron. It is enough to show that the people inside are rich. After thinking for a while, Lu Bo shook his side bangs, and kicked the wall fiercely. Climb over the wall. Come here to build a ladder. Boss Lu, why don't we knock on the door and ask him to give us some supplies? It's not easy for everyone. A survivor who saw the iron door was terrified and wanted to back out. Lu Bo's face was fierce, but before he could speak, Li Wen on the side interrupted. Haha, Zhang Tian, you didn't even blink when you abused that survivor in the last shelter. Why are you backing down now? Although Zhang Tian was afraid, he was more concerned about his reputation. When Li Wen provoked him, his face immediately turned ugly. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Lu Bo's distrustful eyes. He immediately expressed his position. Boss Lu. Who is afraid? Come on, make a human ladder, I'd be the first to go in. He took out his machete, the blade was shining, and there was still blood on it. It seemed that many people died under his knife. Lu Bo's face eased, and he asked 2 lackeys to cushion him. Zhang Tian had some kung fu skills, and he stepped on the shoulders of the people below in 2 steps. He poked his head from the wall, and carefully observed the situation inside. Boss Lu. The shelter is lit. When the people below heard this, they immediately burst into laughter. The lights were on, so the people inside must have known they were coming. He knew but didn't dare to say anything. He turned out to be a coward. It's really a waste. This coward might have been trembling in there. The coward inside. If you know what's good for you, open the door of the shelter. Grandpa can be gentler later. Otherwise, Grandpa has 100 ways to make you regret coming to this world. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tian listened to the crazy laughter of the people behind him, and the sense of crisis in his heart gradually disappeared. The window of the shelter was shining, but the people inside didn't move at all. Coward, it's really a waste of such a good shelter. With luck but no strength, you could only become someone else's lamb. In this case, don't blame them for being cruel. The lamb has only one fate, and that is to be torn to pieces by wolves. Zhang Tian was very calm, and he supported himself on the wall with both hands and planned to climb in. Puff. Schwa. Ah. The time was very short, about 3 seconds, just when Zhang Tian leaned in against the wall. The fishing line on the wall was pulled, and the leaves around moved together, and then Lu Bo and others under the wall only heard Zhang Tian's short scream, and then he fell into the courtyard wall and died. Zhang Tian. Boss Lu. There is a trap. There is a trap on the wall. The panicked lackey squatted reflexively. Fuck Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. There was no sound inside the courtyard wall, and Zhang Tian did not respond. Everyone present knew that Zhang Tian was dead. Lu Bo's face was even more fierce. This was the first time he had failed after being out for so long. This time, one person was directly killed, and the rest of the people gradually backed off. Wen Ning, who was walking in the tunnel, knew what happened in the yard under Hu Zi's real-time sensing. There is another hidden point in the passive skill, which is the skill time. It can last for 1 hour. During this time, Hu Zi is equivalent to a mobile surveillance. Well done, there are 5 left. After thinking for a while, Wen Ning opened the live broadcast panel in his mind. After adjusting the mosaic, he chose to start broadcasting without any title. After the last live broadcast, many people set up Wen Ning as a follower. At this time, Wen Ning started the live broadcast without any warning, and a large number of viewers instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. Chapter 56. Wen Ning took a deep breath and opened the door of the tunnel. It was pitch black outside. Wen Ning waited motionlessly, and the live broadcast began. The reason why Wen Ning chose to live broadcast was that the pre-swing of this live broadcast would start to zoom in according to the perspective Wen Ning chose. Last time, Wen Ning chose to start the live broadcast from inside the shelter, but this time, Wen Ning chose to start from above the main entrance of the shelter. So after the live broadcast started, the live broadcast camera would be fixed at the position he chose for about 10 seconds. It was convenient for Wen Ning to confirm the approximate position of these people. He mosaicked himself and the tiger cub to cover his face. There was another reason for Wen Ning to start the live broadcast, that is, to warn. In a street interview on Blue Star, the interviewee said bluntly that if one day Yin Country and Rial went to war, he would be listed in the family tree if he rushed to the front. So for the players of Yin Country, it is everyone's responsibility and obligation to be able to kill the invaders of Rial. The people of Rial are so restless that they still want to trick the survivors to die under such conditions. Wen Ning had thought it through. If it was the Rial people, this battle would be to enforce justice. If it was one of his own people, it would be to clean up the mess. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning opened his eyes. The picture gradually became clear. The unknown technology of the system allowed the night scene to be clearly seen without affecting the audience's viewing experience. Just as I was preparing to eat, I found that the first place boss had actually started broadcasting. 1/3 of the people in Zhang Han's live broadcast room next door had run away. What happened? Why is it so dark? Look! Is this the shelter of the first place boss? It's so big. And there's greenery. Fuck. This greenhouse was indeed bought by the boss. Didn't you see? There are people outside the shelter of the first place boss. There's more than one. Are these people not besieging the shelter of the first place boss? Wen Ning frowned and looked at the 10-second surveillance footage. He was more perceptive than the audience in the live broadcast room. Wen Ning saw the configuration of several people on the other side at a glance. They were Yin people, surrounding the wall of the shelter with ferocious faces. 5 men, 4 of them were holding their heads and looking around, and one was standing, looking at his own wall angrily. The fantasy in his heart was broken, but Wen Ning did not let them go. I will not offend others if they do not offend me, but if they do offend me, I will kill them. Wen Ning observed carefully, not missing any details. Each of them also held a torch in his hand, emitting a strange blue flame. Is this torch the reason why they dare to go out at night? Wen Ning murmured, "Oh shit! The number 1 is a woman. Fuck, I just realized how these people went out at night. Didn't you hear what the goddess said? Blue torch. I just felt it was weird." The upstairs called the goddess too quickly. The screen flipped, and Wen Ning saw the last person's body at the last second, falling upside down in his yard, and triggered several traps. Only then did he realize that his voice had been exposed. Why did the screen change? It was pitch black. The goddess is not going out to fight, right? Ha ha, I know why she broadcast live. She wants help. Little girl, mosaics are useless. You might as well show your face and tell me your coordinates. If you look good, Grandpa will come to avenge you tomorrow. Wrinkling her eyebrows slightly, Wen Ning turned off the barrage. The 10 seconds she wanted had passed. If the system hadn't forced each live broadcast to be 10 minutes, she would have quit long ago. These people are still living too well, too happy, begging for life and losing their brains. The live broadcast began with Wen Ning's perspective, hanging behind Wen Ning's head, broadcasting Wen Ning's movements and the scene in front of him. Oh my god, she seems to be ready to go out. Isn't this just suicide? Everything within 500 meters is mine. Wen Ning muttered to himself as he walked out of the tunnel. At the same time, a white ball rushed out from Wen Ning's feet. The baby was covered with mosaics and executed Wen Ning's plan. It seemed that it was not disturbed by the things outside the shelter, and it jumped and ran in the woods with great vigor. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, the dark environment gave her great pressure. She seemed to be in an endless deep sea, and the overwhelming sense of oppression came from all directions. The chill was right in front of her, and Wen Ning seemed to see a huge whale in front of her, slowly opening its huge mouth of the abyss. Wen Ning stood in the middle of this huge mouth, suspended, unable to move. She could only be swallowed up silently by this huge mouth bit by bit in despair. The helplessness of not being able to escape overwhelmed Wen Ning, and she felt her own insignificance. Suddenly coming to her senses, Wen Ning retracted her steps and turned to walk towards her own shelter. It was close, just a little bit. Wen Ning's steps were just at the edge of the 500-meter shelter specified by the system. He couldn't help but look back, but there was nothing. But the mental pressure was real. Wen Ning turned around, silently chanted the meditation mantra in his heart, and finally calmed down. Then the corners of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. So that's how it was. The audience in the live broadcast room, watching Wen Ning walk out, thought that the number one on the list was going to commit suicide live. As a result, the whole live broadcast room was silent the next second. The screen was only a black hole, and there was a warm and thin back, but in an instant, this silent fear seemed to pass through the screen to everyone. This feeling is so suffocating. How did she do it? I was almost suffocating just now. Have you ever heard of a thing called deep-sea giant phobia? It's that feeling. My heart is suffocating. Fuck, what a good image. I just felt like I was in the deep sea, and a big mouth suddenly appeared below. In just a moment, she retracted her steps and everything was fine. What on earth is going on? Stop talking, look. The anchor will be at the shelter soon. Under the courtyard wall. Lu Bo, with a ferocious face, is directing the rest of the people to continue to build a human ladder. He has just observed carefully, and has discovered Wen Ning's tricks, which are just small mechanisms, and the key is to catch them by surprise. The most important thing is that these tricks can only be used once. If you have the ability, you can rely on these tricks to drag us to death. After seeing clearly, Lu Bo is more certain that the people inside have no ability, otherwise why would they be so cautious? Boss Lu. Zhang Tian is dead. There is a trap next to him. Wang Lang on the wall trembled and looked out, then quickly retracted. He grabbed the stone on the wall and accidentally touched the fishing line. He immediately shouted in surprise, Boss Lu. You are right. There is really a fishing line. That's all the tricks. You take 2 wooden boards, throw them down, and trigger the trap. Wang Lang was no longer afraid when he heard it, and directly took out the wooden boards from his backpack. Little bastard, when Grandpa attacks, I will definitely skin you alive. Wen Ning walked to the edge of the woods, found a bush and squatted to observe. When he found that Wang Lang on the wall was about to destroy the trap, he thought in his heart, Bastard, it's your turn. As soon as he thought of it, a white ball jumped out from the corner and jumped onto the wall in 2 seconds. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Bang! Ah! My foot! My hand! Wang Lang felt a sudden push on his back, and he fell down. He fell into 2 traps, and his right hand and right foot were caught at the same time. He heard the sound of bones breaking, and Wang Lang was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He turned his body and saw Zhang Tian, who fell headfirst to the ground. He stared at Wang Lang with his eyes wide open, and his head was torn into pieces by the trap. He stared at Wang Lang blankly. Chapter 57. Ah! Wang Lang broke out in a cold sweat, not caring about the pain on his body, and desperately crawled to the corner of the wall. The shrill screams frightened the people outside. Lu Bo couldn't stand up. He had lost 1/3 of his combat power before he even entered. This made his authority greatly challenged. Lu Bo and his slave Zhao Wu, Li Wen with a calm face, and another thin boy wearing glasses were left outside. Fuck. There are so many tricks, right? Zhao Wu, follow me. No matter what Zhao Wu's expression was, He climbed up the ladder without hesitation. Lu Bo had a calm expression and threw more than a dozen wooden boards down without even looking at the yard. The crackling sound of landing sounded, mixed with the sound of the trap being triggered, and Lu Bo shook his bangs. He jumped down first, followed by Zhao Wu. As a slave, his body followed Lu Bo uncontrollably, and even at the critical moment, he would block the knife for him in front. Isn't it coming in now? Li Wen, just leave one of you outside. Boss Lu. Help. Help. Wang Lang was almost fainted from the pain, and he forced himself to ask Lu Bo for help. Lu Bo didn't even look at him, but instead, he was annoyed and directly cut Wang Lang's neck with a knife. He stepped on the wooden board in Wen Ning's yard, and walked into the shelter with a curse. Through the window, he saw meat hanging in Wen Ning's shelter. All kinds of furniture are available. The greedy light in his eyes was bright. Outside the courtyard wall, Wen Ning hid in the bushes, his eyes were cold, and he stared at the last two players who had not entered the yard. The crossbow in his hand was raised silently, aimed at the two people who were building a human ladder, calculated the time, and gently pulled the trigger. Swoosh! Li Wen, who was sitting on the wall, felt a dangerous chill behind him. He rolled inward subconsciously while sitting on the wall. He avoided the crossbow arrow shot by Wen Ning. But Wen Ning's target was not Li Wen on the wall from the beginning, but the stepping stone Xianzai below. Plop! The crossbow arrow pierced through the side of Xianzai's neck, and pierced deeply into the courtyard wall. Xianzai fell down without even a scream. Now, don't even think about running away. Only then did Wen Ning walk out of the bushes leisurely, and the cub also walked out of the corner, and one man and one tiger walked towards the shelter. As for the three people who climbed into the shelter, now they really fell into Wen Ning's hunting trap. Wen Ning's actions just now were shown to the audience in the live broadcast room without a single detail. Fuck, I'm shocked. The anchor's crossbow arrow can hit the target from 100 steps away. Closer, closer. Can anyone see clearly? What kind of crossbow is this? The arrow has pierced the wall. What's that white thing? Why is it blurred? Am I the only one who thinks it's scary? This is clearly a demon who kills without blinking an eye. That's right, we should unite in the face of disaster. These people must have no ill intentions. Even if it's for supplies, what's wrong with you sharing a little? The person above, I go to your house next time to give you warmth. I hope you can be as generous as you say. To be honest, there are only 3 people left on the opposite side who can fight. She just relied on sneak attacks. I don't think she has a chance of winning in a head-on battle. I suggest the person above say this sentence after hitting the target from 100 meters away. TSK, she only shot 1 arrow. There should be a limit to mindless bragging. I'm leaving it at that. She won't survive tonight. The live broadcast room was arguing fiercely, but Wen Ning in reality was not affected at all. Fighting requires full concentration. When the opponent still has a little power to fight back, you can't take it lightly. Ah! The guy I just kicked in is dead. Yeah. Ah! They saw my meat. Wen Ning smiled and stretched out his hand to push open the gate of the courtyard wall. It doesn't matter, I killed him. After falling off the wall, Li Wen rolled and crawled to Lu Bo's side. Now he was really a little panicked. When he saw this shelter at the beginning, Li Wen inevitably made a small calculation. In his mind, the 6 of them could not possibly beat the opponent. And his plan was also very simple, that is, to wait for Lu Bo to fight with the opponent and stab Lu Bo in the back, and the fisherman would benefit from the snipe and the clam fighting. And he was the one who benefited. After following Lu Bo for so long, Li Wen had already noticed the beads on Lu Bo's body. Li Wen secretly saw him when he was making torches. Put the beads in the torch and burn it, the flame will turn blue, then put out the torch, and the next torch you light will be a blue flame. Li Wen has coveted Lu Bo's beads for a long time, but has never had the chance. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, Li Wen has lost the confidence to get it. Because this shelter is too strong, this is the first time that half of the people died before they even attacked, and even saw the owner of the shelter. Li Wen is now in deep regret. There are always people outside of people, and there are always heavens outside of heaven. As Wen Ning pushed open the gate of the courtyard, under the live camera, Wen Ning's shelter was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Oh my god, it's 120 square meters with a huge yard. Is this the strength of the #1 shelter? I'm shivering in my 30 square meter wooden house. The solid stone walls and the precise wall surface reveal something extraordinary. If you look closely, you will find that it is different from ordinary stone walls. This is not the key point. The key point is that Wen Ning's shelter has a stone roof, not to mention the iron gate that stands there with a chill. The door is engraved with exquisite patterns, which gives a sense of security at first glance. The heavy creaking sound of the iron gate startled the three people in the yard. They turned around and saw Wen Ning walking in. Woman. Seeing a thin woman like Wen Ning in this situation made Lu Bo and Li Wen feel cold on their backs. You? Lu Bo looked at Wen Ning's cold and pale face in disbelief. His cold face seemed not to be a living person. Swoosh. Puff. Zhao Wu looked up at Lu Bo in disbelief. He was grabbing his collar. His chest was pierced by the crossbow arrow, and blood was gushing out. It took about 3 seconds. Zhao Wu was completely dead. And Lu Bo, after reacting, quickly threw Zhao Wu's body away. And Li Wen, who was standing by, was already stunned with fear. When Ning took back the crossbow, took out his spear and rushed forward, Li Wen realized it later, and thought of dodging to the side. Wen Ning's primary target was not him, but Lu Bo, who used Zhao Wu, who had just fallen, as a shield. Chapter 58. Lu Bo's pupils shrank slightly. It was the first time that someone attacked him head-on in such a long time, since the end of the world. And the opponent was obviously not the type of dying resistance. From Wen Ning's eyes, he clearly saw the woman's disdain for him. And this was a kind of disdain from the strong to the weak. In an instant, his back felt cold. Lu Bo was sure that this woman was coming for his life. Although he was wearing sophisticated armor, Lu Bo still felt a great threat. He subconsciously stretched out the weapon in his hand to resist Wen Ning's attack. However, from Lu Bo's perspective, the woman in front of him approached quickly like a ghost, and the spear went straight to his face. Lu Bo was very confident in his armor, and was about to withstand Wen Ning's attack. Then he stretched out his hand to drag the spear, and the woman on the opposite side was equivalent to losing her weapon. In this way, it was Lu Bo's turn to counterattack. But at the moment, when Lu Bo grabbed Wen Ning's spear, Wen Ning's figure disappeared strangely. Then Lu Bo felt a sharp pain in his ankles. Ah! A scream sounded, and Lu Bo looked down subconsciously. The tendons of his heels were cut by the dagger held by Wen Ning. The body lost support and fell to the ground suddenly, in a dog-eating shit posture. Li Wen. What are you doing? Lu Bo looked at the frightened Li Wenmu with bloodshot eyes. Why don't you hurry up? Can you deal with this woman with 2 against 1? Lu Bo thought Wen Ning had some special props, but he didn't expect that Wen Ning's casual dagger would break his defense. After dealing with Lu Bo, Wen Ning turned around with a bloody dagger and looked at the stunned Li Wen. Li Wen pointed the knife at her with a trembling hand, and the fear in his eyes was nowhere to be escaped. Wen Ning did not speak, and his emotionless eyes were cold. Li Wen even felt that the person opposite was looking at a dead person. Gulp. Li Wen swallowed his saliva, and his eyes gradually became fierce. It seemed that the other party would not let him go easily. This woman is a killer. They messed with the wrong person. Li Wen glanced behind Wen Ning. Just now, the woman opened the door and walked in. Now the door was open. His mind turned, and his eyes were sinister. Li Wen deliberately shouted, I will fight you. Ah! Wen Ning stood still, and stretched out his hand, to grab the wrist of Li Wen, who rushed over with a machete. His head was slightly tilted, and the blade brushed past his cheek a few millimeters away. Then he bent his arm back with all his strength, and Li Wen felt a piercing pain in his arm. His whole arm was like cotton in Wen Ning's hand, and it was bent 180 degrees. The severe pain made Li Wen lose his mind, and screamed with his mouth open. His hand was actually broken by this woman. Wen Ning frowned, looking at Li Wen's resentful eyes because his plan failed, full of murderous intent. You may not know that I hate people pointing knives at me the most. Li Wen's resentful eyes locked on Wen Ning, but the next second, he widened his eyes in horror. Then, his pupils instantly dilated and dispersed. Lu Bo on the ground in the distance was frightened and froze directly. Warm blood gushed out from Li Wen's neck, splashing Lu Bo's face. The smell of blood was everywhere. Cough. Li Wen's body shook violently, and a lot of blood gushed out of his mouth. The scene was too bloody, and the timid viewers in the live broadcast room covered their eyes, and manually mosaicked it. Devil. This woman. She is a murderer. Can anyone really attack a living person? I suspect that this is not the first time. Fuck. This is a compatriot. Executioner. Won't the authorities come out to manage it? The one lying on the ground, tell me the coordinates. What are you standing there for? Why doesn't Lu Bo want to report the coordinates? But the system keeps prompting. It is detected that you are in an environment where the chat channel cannot be opened. Why not? It was possible at Zhao Wu's house before. Is it because he took Zhao Wu as a slave? Lu Bo was completely panicked now. Blood was flowing down his face, and his eyes were scarlet. He noticed from the corner of his eyes that the female killer was approaching with a dagger. Lu Bo was so scared that his hands and feet were weak, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. Wen Ning's hands were covered in blood. Behind him was Li Wen, whose carotid artery was cut by a dagger. His head tilted to one side, his pupils staring straight at Lu Bo's direction. This dagger is really sharp. Wen Ning muttered to himself, "Fuck. Is this still a human? That person's neck was cut in half. Is it a problem of sharpness? Fuck. So handsome. I declare that from today on I am a die-hard fan of the goddess. Please link the dagger. My 3 views are shattered. There are still fans of such a person. She is a murderer. The above person should talk about reason. If you were at the scene, you might have been beaten hundreds of times by these invaders. That's right, this is a wasteland. The legal system has collapsed long ago. The invaders are beasts. Is there a problem with self-defense?" The barrage was noisy, but Wen Ning didn't care what others thought. In primitive society, the strong prey on the weak. What did she do wrong, however? Considering that the audience in the live broadcast room had a weak psychological tolerance, Wen Ning decided to turn off the live broadcast, because the next scene might be more bloody and shocking. After turning off the live broadcast, Wen Ning played with his dagger. He looked at the last remaining Lu Bo with interest. Wen Ning's hands were stained with blood, but there was no trace of blood on his body. He looked like a demon who stepped out of hell, which was terrifying. Lu Bo's heart was in his throat. He was definitely going to die today, but how he died depended on how patient Wen Ning was. Hu Zi smelled the blood in the air, and saw the murderous feeling on Wen Ning for the first time. He impatiently planed the wooden board in front of him, and looked at Wen Ning with a little strangeness. Just now, Wen Ning told it to stand far away, and not to join the battlefield. Now it seems that Wen Ning is afraid that it lacks combat experience, and might be captured as a tiger hostage. It's in the way. You, don't come over here. I really don't want to do anything to you. Look, my brothers are all dead. I've never killed anyone. Puff. Ah. The dagger fell, and Lu Bo's right arm disappeared. The cut end was neatly cut. Bang. The broken arm fell right between the two of them. Wen Ning picked up the dagger and turned it over. There was a sharp spike in the palm of his hand. You've never killed anyone. The tone was sarcastic, and Lu Bo, who was sweating in pain, felt a little embarrassed. The dagger approached and lifted Lu Bo's chin. Wen Ning got straight to the point. Have you heard of Lingqi? Lu Bo was stunned, and then he heard Wen Ning continue to talk. It was a torture method used on Blue Star hundreds of years ago, specifically for beasts like you. I heard that it can cut up to 3,600 times. My knife is only this sharp. I guess it's more than enough to cut 1,000 times. Lu Bo was so horrified that he almost fainted. This woman was definitely not kidding. Next, let's do a subtraction. How many times it will be subtracted depends on your value. Wen Ning asked the first question. You can't open the chat channel? Chapter 59. She knows. The more Lu Bo looked at the woman in front of him, the more terrifying she felt. How could she know that he couldn't open the chat channel? In fact, Wen Ning had deliberately observed the live broadcast barrage and chat channel during the battle. Although someone in the live broadcast room kept asking about coordinates, no one had revealed anything on the world channel or the regional channel. From this, Wen Ning guessed that he couldn't open the chat channel. Because forgetting to open, it was too stupid. Yes. My system prompted me. The current environment cannot be opened. The guess in his heart was verified, and Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief without a sound. The master said that no matter what the situation, you must first ensure your own safety. If Lu Bo really forgot to open it, then she would kill him immediately. Then study running away. She was not sure that she could fight against the people in the entire area. But the reason why she left Lu Bo alone was simpler. Because she wanted the supplies on Lu Bo's body. The blue torch was distributed by Lu Bo. The good things were naturally on Lu Bo's body. Very good, I reduced your cut by 1, and there are 999 cuts left. Lady, please forgive me, I really have no ill intentions. Lu Bo's quibbling was not sincere at all. Wen Ning's cutting every night behavior made him want to cry, but had no tears. The arm was cut off at the shoulder, and the blood flowed without stopping. Lu Bo felt that if he continued like this, he would soon die of excessive blood loss. Or you can just throw me out, I can't survive in this wild, please spare me, don't let this beast dirty your land. Wen Ning ignored him. He was still so smooth-talking even when he was about to die. Shwa shwa. Ah! I was wrong. Help! Wen Ning's eyes did not waver when he cut off Lu Bo's 2 ears. This was just a warning. There are 997 knives left. How did you get the blue torch? His tone was like saying that the moonlight tonight was nice. But it sounded like a death curse to Lu Bo's ears. I. Think about it and tell me. Lu Bo was completely desperate. Seeing Wen Ning's dagger approaching again, he quickly raised his left hand. A blue bead appeared in the blood. That's it. This bead can make a blue torch. Lu Bo did not explain the function of the blue torch. First, he could not say much because of the severe pain. Second, Wen Ning had already mentioned the key words, and did not need him to explain it all. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows, and reached out to take it. Lu Bo was in his current state. There was nothing he could do. However, Wen Ning did not relax his vigilance. After receiving the bead, he put it away without showing much interest. Lu Bo lowered his head, and a flash of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He was a little confused. Why would Wen Ning not be interested in this bead? There were still weapons in his backpack. As long as Wen Ning concentrated on checking the properties of this bead, he could attack her when she was not prepared, and it was very likely that he would be able to kill her. But Wen Ning did not play by the rules at all. After collecting the beads, he only said in a calm voice, "Well, there are still 996. You really? I'm crying. Such a valuable bead is worth a knife in your hands." Lu Bo was already powerless to resist. He thought that he might as well bleed to death. It's so frustrating. Next question. Who is the one who blocked the knife for you? Wen Ning was not bragging. At such a close distance, if the person in front hadn't taken the initiative to block the knife, she would not have missed this attack. Then the man's pupils trembled with fear before he died, indicating that this behavior was not voluntary. Then there is an explanation. Lu Bo used unconventional means to control him. Lu Bo's pupils trembled. Is this woman sure she doesn't have a cheat? Xiao Wu died after fighting her at most. There were so many little brothers around, but she just saw that the relationship between Xiao Wu and him was not normal. Could it be that she also had a slave scroll in her hand? Lu Bo smiled bitterly. He is my slave. I control him with a slave scroll. As he said that, he took out the last remaining slave scroll contract. Handed it to Wen Ning. Wen Ning was shocked in his heart. There was such a thing in this world. On the surface, of course, he remained calm and even took it and threw it into the backpack without even looking at it. Lu Bo was even more certain that Wen Ning must have the scroll. These days, he had endured the greed of a group of younger brothers, but he did not turn them into slaves because he did not have many slave scrolls in his hand. He chose Xiao Wu to give the remaining few people a warning. Besides, these people did not have much supplies, so there was no need to waste them. 995. Master. Boss. Lady. Please spare me. Otherwise, you can turn me into your slave. You see, when it is dangerous, whether the slave is willing or not, he will block the knife for you. Wen Ning looked at Lu Bo, as if he was mentally retarded. Look at you, you are disabled now, but you still want to be my slave. Do I have to serve you when the time comes? You scheming dog man, are you worthy? Wen Ning almost laughed out of anger. How could this man with non-mainstream side bangs say such shameless words? The knife just now doesn't count. Now it's 996. Lu Bo was stunned on the spot. He was disabled because of this woman. Okay, a dying man's words are good. How could she be so unreasonable? Wen Ning asked the important question, and now he was annoyed looking at Lu Bo's face. It was almost time. Frowning, he said, now you take out the supplies. If I like them, I will give you a discount. Lu Bo trembled and began to take out. He didn't dare to keep any of them, for fear that Wen Ning would get impatient and start. 990, 888, 887, 886. TSK, you're not good at robbing. What's the use of this pile of junk? Lu Bo had no strength left, his lips began to turn white, and faintly purple. He was covered with sticky blood, and he explained. My supplies are all. Okay, then there are still 886 knives. I hurry up and try to let you survive these 886 knives. Wen Ning stepped forward with a kind-looking look, and the fine iron dagger in his hand shone in the firelight. Don't. You, please. Swish. Wen Ning coldly cut his neck with a knife. The rest of Lu Bo's words were stuck in his throat, and the moment he fell, he heard Wen Ning's last words. In the next life, be a good person. Lu Bo, lying in a pool of blood, didn't even have the strength to struggle, and could only weakly wait for his life to pass away. The system detects that you have 1% of your life left. The system detects that your vital signs have disappeared. The game is over, and all traces of you on the blue star will be erased. Thank you for your efforts. Goodbye. After wiping Lu Bo's neck cleanly, Wen Ning stood up and looked at the bodies lying in the yard. Chapter 60. Do I have to deal with the bodies myself? Wen Ning looked at the 6 bodies in the yard, and there was no sign of them disappearing. Ah! It's over. The battle? Well, you were great today, go home. Wen Ning praised Tiger Cub generously. Although she was suspicious of Tiger Cub for being in the way in the end, Tiger Cub's performance in the battle was remarkable. Orders must be obeyed. This is the most basic quality of a soldier. Sometimes restraint is more difficult than indulgence. Tiger Cub can control his warlike mentality, and Wen Ning will be able to trust him with his back in the future. As for these bodies, Wen Ning threw them out of the yard one by one. If they didn't disappear tomorrow, he would dig a pit and bury them. Of course, Wen Ning picked up all the armor and weapons they wore, and the scattered blue torches. Except for Lu Bo's fine-grade soft armor, Wen Ning was ready to sell all the others. A mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. It is also very good to replace the basic materials. It is impossible to say that there is no fluctuation in my heart when fighting with the same kind for the first time. But Wen Ning said that he adapted well, cold and ruthless. After returning to the shelter and washing the blood on his body, Wen Ning lay on the bed. With a thought, 2 things appeared in his hand. A parchment roll and a blue bead. Wen Ning focused on the blue bead. Evil repelling bead, epic permanent item, the deep blue color gives it a special function. The torch after lighting can dispel the darkness within a 50-meter range of itself, reducing the effect by 80%, and the burning time of the torch is halved. This bead can dispel darkness? Wen Ning understood that it could dispel the things that frighten people in the darkness. Then he took out a torch he had picked up. Evil repelling torch. 1 hour and 48 minutes left to burn. With it, you will be able to explore the poetry and distance in the dark. What kind of shit luck did Lu Bo have? She had never seen these props before. This was also related to the environment she was in. Although the grassland where Wen Ning was located had a small forest attached, the supplies in it were extremely scarce, and she had never seen any or. There were no other animals on the grassland except for the grassland rabbits that Huzi saw. Even if Wen Ning was lucky and could get a box, the basic supplies were really scarce. It would be nice if we could move someday, Wen Ning thought. Then he looked at the parchment roll. Slave contract. A one-time contract item. After signing, the owner will become the slave. The game panel will be locked except for the backpack function. The slave has consciousness and has no right to act independently. The method of termination is the death of either party to the contract. The slave shelter will become the master's subordinate shelter. If the slave dies, the shelter will not disappear. Wen Ning frowned and looked at the prop. Can control one's thoughts, but not one's behavior? Isn't this watching oneself do something against one's will? No wonder the man stood in front of Lu Bo in horror at that time. It also has the function of controlling other people's shelters. Good man, if there are 100 of these, wouldn't she have shelters all over the world? After looking at these 2 props, Wen Ning was not very interested in other things. Some food and daily necessities were put in the warehouse. For the rest, just put them on the trading market. Wasteland January 4th, 2223, late night. Tomorrow is the 5th day, the last day of the mild season. The trading market is quite active at this time, and everyone is rushing to exchange supplies at this time, otherwise the prices will be different when the disaster begins. The heavy smell of blood in the yard still lingers on the tip of his nose, disturbing Wen Ning's heart for a long time. There are too many people shouting on the World Channel. Wen Ning opened it, and took a look before closing it. Silently recited the meditation mantra several times. She is like a lone wolf in the wilderness, not sociable, and not intending to integrate with others. This kind of loneliness and abuse will only be overwhelming in the future, like a tide. The tiger cub also felt that Wen Ning was uneasy, and silently ate the remaining half of the meat and nestled on the side of Wen Ning's neck. World Channel. There is no one in charge of the official refuge of Yin country. Today's number 1 is obviously trying to divide our country. World Channel. I watched the live broadcast. To be honest, although her methods were a bit cruel, her position was not wrong. I will not offend others if they do not offend me. World Channel. You are still worrying about this, not worrying about the disasters of the day after tomorrow? World Channel. It is because of people like the number 1 that the number of people on our blue star will decrease. World Channel. Does the saint above have a lot of points? I am almost penniless. You are so kind, why don't you give me some? A world channel with 5 points is like this, and the free regional channel is even more hyped. Especially the regional channel where Wen Ning is located has an official spokesperson. Many saints and saints have manually tagged this major, hoping that the official can come forward to sanction Wen Ning. Among these insults, More people were asking about the coordinates of Ning's shelter, and how much supplies she had captured in this battle. However, this major never showed up. Ning took advantage of the last time before going to bed to browse the trading market. Whether in the Wasteland or the Blue Planet, shopping is the only way to relieve a bad mood. Bye. It was late at night, and the survivors fell asleep one after another. In a corner of the Wasteland world, more than a dozen shelters were scattered together. It formed a place similar to a small village or a small base. This place is a bit like the bottom of a basin. A huge lake is just to the east of the shelter group, and there is a bamboo forest to the west. In the huge shelter in the middle, a group of people sat upright around a long table. A square-faced man sat at the head of the table. The participants on both sides held their own opinions and argued fiercely. The recorder on the side watched this scene anxiously, with a notebook in his hand filled with dense writing. The square-faced man stood up, and everyone at the table stopped talking at the same time. No need to argue, there's nothing wrong with that girl. Chief. Don't call me Chief. Here, we are all the same. We are all players and survivors. Although the Yen Country Refuge Base has been established, everyone is fighting the disaster voluntarily. Don't always think about sanctioning anyone. In troubled times, heroes will rise up, and only those with strong fists will have the right to speak. Do you still represent justice? You are the material of the greedy girl. I don't even want to talk about you. At least until now, we haven't made it to the list. Even if we take a step back, can you find her? The whole room was silent, and the square-faced man took a deep breath. The most urgent task is to find a way to survive the next natural disaster as soon as possible. Try to help more survivors get through the difficulties. Dismiss. At this command, half of the people in the meeting room left indignantly, and some people looked at the square-faced man worriedly. Xiao Zhang, you continue to pay attention to this girl, but don't act rashly. Yes. The night deepened, and everything was silent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ning lay on the bed and raised his head. Is it raining? 10 minutes later, the rain began to fall. It's really raining. Regional channel. It's raining. Regional channel. Oh my god, there's water. Finally, there's water. Regional channel. It's raining at night. It's obvious that they don't want us to collect it. Regional channel. Ha ha. It's me. I've already reserved a rainwater collection port in the shelter. The first rain in the Wasteland world was a roaring one. Ning listened carefully, and there was also the sound of thunder. The bedroom has a warm stone that automatically adjusts the temperature. Even if it rains, it doesn't feel cold at all. Boom! A huge thunder rang through the sky, and the rain curtain suddenly became thick and majestic. Regional channel. Help! My shelter is flooded. Regional channel. Me too. It's almost flooded to the bed. What should I do? Regional channel. This upstairs is just right. I live in the lake pavilion from now on. In the dark night, the bloody smell in the yard was gradually washed away by the rain, and the sound of rain was the only noise in the dark night. Ning fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 61. Wasteland Calendar, January 5th, 8 o'clock, rain. Last night, many survivors were caught off guard by the sudden rain. The drainage work of the shelter was not in place, which led to the joyous arrival of the rain at the beginning, but then suffered. Not to mention scooping water in the middle of the night, some survivor shelters were directly flooded. The survivors who were lucky enough not to die fled the shelter early in the morning and found another way out. Ning got up early and looked at the regional channel, 8600. After experiencing a disaster, the number of deaths in the mild season is even smaller. Ning guessed that most of these people died at the hands of their own kind. After all, the desire of survivors nowadays to commit suicide has been greatly reduced. The rain outside showed no sign of stopping. Ning didn't have much to do today. He had to tidy up the yard, collect the refreshed wooden stones, and bury people. It took half an hour to make a delicious breakfast. After feeding the tiger cubs, Ning took out 2 raincoats. This is one of the supplies seized yesterday. 2 breathable raincoats detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. The synthesized raincoat feels much thicker. This is a split top and rain pants combination, which is more convenient for movement. Breathable and moisture-proof raincoat. The inner layer of the fabric is coated with a layer of windproof and moisture-permeable coating through a special process. Each square inch contains 1 billion micropores, which can allow gas molecules to pass through in one direction, but water molecules cannot pass through. In short, you have a multifunctional raincoat that is waterproof, fog-proof, and anti-toxic. Anti-fog? Is it an illusion? Ning always feels that the system is reminding him of something. Listen to others' advice and eat a full meal. Ning decided to quickly arrange a gas mask, just in case. After picking and choosing, Ning put a batch of items on the shelf. Seller. Trading item. Machete. Excellent, it is a good knife that can cut watermelons. Required item. Gas mask. Remarks, none. Seller. Trading item. Fresh apple *2. Required item. Gas mask. Remarks, none. Seller. Trading item. Master Kang's old soup pickled cabbage lamb noodles *1. Required item. Gas mask. Remarks, none. Seller. Trading item. Fuji wood armor. Excellent Fuji wood armor with a defense of 30. Special craftsmanship enables it to withstand stronger attacks. Required item. Gas mask. Remarks, none. Spend 30 points in one go. The rest is to wait for a destined person. Maybe everyone guessed that the thick fog was not simple, and no one was selling gas masks, so Ning didn't rely on this method alone. She was going to go out to see if there were any mutant beasts, and see if she could find a few boxes. Where to go? Zizi followed Ning closely, preparing to go out. But Ning looked at the heavy rain outside, and decided to let Zizi stay to look after the house. Don't go, wait for me to come back. Ning opened the door, and looked back at Zizi. A piece of meat is missing. You know? Huzi immediately drooped his head, and responded listlessly. Ning went out wearing a raincoat. In the yard, the greenhouse was safe and sound. The fierce battle yesterday did not damage it. Ning took a quick look and left it alone. She would wait until she came back to harvest the rice when it was ripe. Now she had to rearrange the traps in the yard first. After picking up the wooden planks that Lu Bo and others had used to destroy the traps, Ning wanted to rearrange the traps only to find that the rain was too heavy. The yard was full of ponds, deep and shallow. The soil was so wet that it was like rotten mud, and there was no way to hide the traps. The grass was all turned up, scattered here and there. Ning had to move out all her containers, big and small. It would be a waste not to collect some rainwater in such a heavy rain. Her big red wine barrel was still about half full. After placing the container to collect rainwater, Ning left the yard. As expected, several bodies were still there, and they were glowing bluish-white under the impact of the rain. The broken limbs and body parts were randomly piled together. Ning wrapped several people in plastic sheets and put them into her backpack. Then he took his axe and shovel and went into the woods. He started digging a hole. Burying a body on a rainy day, Ning felt like a perverted murderer in a horror movie. But what's wrong with this game? Don't they deal with the bodies of dead players? Doesn't that mean the bodies of the players who died before are still in this world? The soil in the woods is much softer than that on the grassland. Ning spent more than half an hour digging a 2-meter deep hole. He threw the body and the plastic sheet into the hole, and then filled it back with soil. After filling it, he didn't forget to pat it tightly with a shovel. After finishing, Ning took out his axe and started the road to wealth on the last day of the mild season. If anyone says that the grassland is rich in resources, Ning will definitely get angry with him. Apart from this small forest, what else does she have? She can't even pick up 2 stones. Most of the resources brought out from the ruins were exchanged. Life was tight, and now there is a tiger that can eat. The rain was so heavy that Ning's hair on her forehead was basically soaked. 2 hours later, Ning had cut down all the trees. At the other end of the forest, a small stream was formed under the scouring of rain, and the water was flowing continuously. The backpack space was limited, so Ning synthesized 2 red wine barrels and returned to the shelter after filling them up. This rain came suddenly, bringing a lot of fresh water to many survivors who had no water reserves. The water resources that were originally high in the trading market have now become cabbage prices. On the way back, Ning received 3 successful transaction messages. They were her rattan wood armor, machete, and 3 gas masks brought by fresh apples. These 3 gas masks should have been opened from the box. They are exactly the same in size, shape, and even color. Ning curled her lips slightly. Now, she is not afraid even if there is something in the thick fog. Looking at the huge amount of survival points she still has, Ning decided to buy some more things, such as iron. Although she already has a stone shelter, the difference between this time and the last time is that the integration of the map brings more opportunities for grouping. In addition, Ning saw that people like Lu Bo make a living by robbing other people's shelters. There are all kinds of strange props in his hands. Ning felt that if he wanted to have a place on the next disaster ranking list, he had to upgrade the shelter to iron as soon as possible. In addition, This defense gave Wen Ning a new idea for the design of the shelter. It is said that wealth should not be exposed. If Wen Ning wants to go the lone wolf route to the end, the concealment and defense of the shelter have to be improved. So after Wen Ning returned to the shelter, he began to trade supplies crazily. There was only one object for trading, and that was iron ingots. Chung Dingquan contributed nearly 500 units of iron ingots to her. Another 500 were purchased on the trading platform. At this point, Wen Ning had consumed most of her vegetables and fruits, leaving 50 of each. She only had 400 survival points left. As night fell, Wen Ning made all the iron ingots she had collected into walls and ceilings. Even the foundation was replaced. The cellar and tunnel were not replaced. Considering the concealment of the cellar itself, Wen Ning temporarily put the renovation on hold. On the 5th night of the mild season, Wen Ning had an ordinary life. In the early morning, Huzi suddenly became agitated. Wen Ning calmed it down and quietly waited for the system announcement. System prompt. The second global disaster, Wuyi, has officially arrived. This disaster will last 48 hours. Chapter 62. Wasteland Calendar January 6th, 8 o'clock, Disaster Season. System announcement. The first round of airdrops in the disaster season have been randomly dropped near the shelter. Wen Ning paused while making breakfast and looked out the window. When he just got up, the rain had stopped, and Wen Ning was planning to go out after dinner to collect rainwater and store it in a red wine barrel. But now, less than half an hour has passed. It was foggy outside, and he couldn't even see the gate of his own shelter. Drop airdrops? For some reason, Wen Ning felt that the system would not be so kind. However, according to the previous round of natural disasters, even if the disaster was harmful to the human body at the beginning, the damage would not be great. So, Wen Ning decided to pick up this airdrop. Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Wen Ning made some plain noodles and brought them out to eat breakfast with Huzi. Huzi currently lacks more than 2,000 experience points before he can upgrade. It needs to eat about 10 kilograms of meat for 3 meals a day. So, Wen Ning's several tons of meat are probably not enough for it to grow to adulthood. The man and the tiger ate quietly, as if they were not interested in the treasure chest that the system reminded them of. Regional channel. Ha ha ha. I said this was a welfare disaster. Did you hear me? Airdrop. Regional channel. Is this airdrop based on the number of people or the shelter? There are several players in our shelter now. Regional channel. You won't let us kill each other, right? Regional channel. Do you really dare to go out? I always feel that things are too simple. Regional channel. What are you afraid of? Zhang Dashan is broadcasting live. Let's see how he does it. When Wen Ning saw this, he immediately clicked on Zhang Han's live broadcast room. Now more than 10 live broadcast rooms on the list are all broadcasting today's natural disaster. And the most popular one is Zhang Han, who likes to predict natural disasters. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Han is preparing to go out. In Zhang Han's camera, there is not only him, but also another man and woman. Hello everyone. I am Zhang Han. Welcome to my live broadcast room. The man and woman in front of me are the new members of my team, and we are now preparing to go out to pick up airdrops. This natural disaster is just as I predicted. There will be heavy fog after the rain. Combined with the nature of Wasteland games, there may be something in this fog, so we will wear masks and gas masks when we go out. Barrage. Jongshan 666, 6666, I want to know how to join your team. Barrage. This fog looks normal except that it is a little thick. Conspiracy theory, right? Barrage. Get out of here, you bastard. You go? Zhang Han automatically filters out bad comments and only replies to key ones. Zhang Han. The team is not accepting new members at the moment. After this disaster, we can help each other if we are destined to. Barrage. Zhongshan is so generous. The barrage was full of generous comments, and Zhang Han was not vague either, preparing with neat movements. He and 2 team members put on masks and a gas mask before going out. The camera was fixed behind the 3 people. When they first went out, they could still see their figures clearly. After walking about 50 meters, their figures gradually faded under the live camera. There was only about 5 meters between them, and it was difficult to distinguish each other's figures. Don't be too far away from each other. Be careful of mutant beasts in the fog. Zhang Han holds a crossbow, and the revolver on his waist is the one that the audience in the live broadcast room often sees. Barrage. To be honest, the gun is better. The crossbow is shot out without enough time to reload the bullet. Barrage. Have you ever thought that there may be no bullets in his gun? Zhang Han took the time to look at the barrage, and his mouth twitched slightly. It must be said that these players' eyes are really vicious. There is indeed only one bullet in his gun. He does not intend to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. In addition, the threat of firearms is more terrifying to the same kind. The man and woman in front are a couple, and they are people Zhang Han met at the beginning of the Wasteland. When they were in the Blue Star, they were members of the real CS Club. They have rich field combat experience and good physical strength. After coming to Zhang Han, they built a wooden shelter in 2 days. The three of them formed a survival team with Zhang Han as the leader. Zhang Han took out some supplies and intelligence and naturally became the captain. Zhang Han's purpose was also very simple. He wanted to continue to be on the list. There is nothing wrong with mutual benefit. Brother Han, how about we look for it separately? The young man Shinfeng said. The fog looked nothing special, just a little thicker, without any special color or strange smell. But Shinfeng felt a little unusual. His idea was to find the airdrop as soon as possible and then return to the shelter. Zhang Han also felt that the efficiency of the three of them together was too low, so he nodded and agreed to this method. But he added a sentence. Bring the airdrop back and open it together. The man and woman looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The three of them separated from the front of the shelter. Zhang Han chose a direction to walk out. Just after taking 2 steps, he habitually opened the system panel and took a look. The next second. Shinfeng. Lin Na. Come back. He turned around quickly, and there was no trace of the two behind him. Zhang Han's face was visibly panicked, and cold sweat dripped down. He turned his head to look at the live camera, and his terrified eyes made everyone shudder. Bullet scream. Damn! What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Shigui has a ghost? Bullet scream. There are indeed dirty things in the thick fog. Everyone, don't go out. Bullet scream. I'm so anxious. Are you still alive? What happened? Tell me. Zhang Han finally reacted and swallowed hard. Then he said, Everyone, the coordinates on my system panel are gone. The coordinates are gone. Zhang Han was shocked beyond words. The coordinates disappeared silently, and the system didn't even have any prompts. The visibility of the dense fog kept shrinking, and it was already 1 or 2 meters. He was very scared now, and he might not be able to find the shelter, because now the surroundings were all white. There was no way to tell the direction. After hearing this, the barrage was silent for a while, and then countless barrages began to roll like a tide. Some sympathized with Zhang Han, and some were afraid that they were lucky not to go out. Most of them asked Zhang Han to return the same way. Zhang Han woke up as if from a dream, wiped a cold sweat, and began to recall how he got out of the door. We turned right, and walked straight for about 80 meters. Bullet screen. Anchor, visibility is less than 2 meters now. No mistakes can be made, otherwise you may miss your shelter. Bullet screen. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between life and death, but my shelter is clearly within my sight, but I can't see it. Bullet screen. I have a lot of plant fibers here, and I have twisted a few hemp ropes, and put them on the shelf. If you need them, please private message me, and I can buy them directly. The child doesn't have many survival points. Bullet screen. Hemp rope? Hemp rope. Brother, leave me one. Wen Ning immediately thought of tying a hemp rope around herself when going out, so as to prevent getting lost. She still has some in the warehouse, so she will try it later. And Zhang Han in the camera also started his journey home. The fog in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and it was so white that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He was like a blind man, groping for the road with his head down. All he needed was a guide stick. At the same time, the live broadcast room was filled with comments. Comment, Anchor, be careful. There are mutants in this thick fog. Comment, it's true. I just watched the live broadcast of Fierce Wind Country. The anchor got lost and was yelling fuck. In the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out. He screamed and died. Black shadow, mutants, thick fog, coordinates disappeared. This disaster seemed to be much more serious than people understood. Wen Ning thought for a while, and the plan in his mind gradually took shape. Zhang Han was still groping, and the people in the live broadcast room were worried. Wen Ning exited the live broadcast room and took a look at the regional channel. Number of people, 8256. The disaster season had just started for half an hour, and more than 300 people had died. Chapter 63. The number of people in the regional channel drops by 1 every 10 seconds. These people are probably impulsive and went out to pick up airdrops, then got lost and were killed by mutant beasts. Regional channel. Everyone, don't go out. I just tied myself up with a rope and went out, but my rope broke after walking 50 meters. Regional channel. I groped back along the same path, but I almost missed my shelter. Fortunately, I didn't walk far. Regional channel. It's said that pie in the sky doesn't fall. The guy upstairs, how did your rope break? Regional channel. It seems that something bit it off, and the gap is not neat, but I didn't run into it on the way back. I'm so lucky. Regional channel. So far, has anyone successfully picked up airdrops? Regional channel. This natural disaster is the system tempting us to go out to pick up airdrops, and then get lost and be harvested by mutant beasts. Regional channel. Then why don't we just stay at home? Will it be that simple? Wen-Ning doesn't believe it. This first airdrop must be the easiest to get. Given the current situation, it will only get harder and harder. Wen-Ning was reluctant to give up this airdrop. But how to get out? If only there was a GPS. Wen-Ning, who was lost in thought, did not notice Hu Zi standing beside him. His eyes were shining as he looked in a direction in the thick fog. He turned around the door twice and looked back to see Wen-Ning in a daze. Ah! There are good things. Let's go pick them up. Huh? Ah! I saw it all. It's right over there. See it? You can see through it? What do you mean? Hu Zi didn't understand what Wen-Ning was talking about, and tilted his head to look up at her. Wen-Ning's eyes flashed with a guess that Hu Zi's talent for seeking benefits and avoiding harm was at work again. It's very dangerous outside. You can't come back if you go out. Wen-Ning changed the way Hu Zi explained it to understand. Hu Zi didn't know if he understood it, but Hu Zi glanced at the pure white fog outside and turned his head, as if he suddenly realized something. Ah? Are you blind? I can see. I take you back. Ah! I be your guide tiger today. It seems impossible to refute. In this case, Wen-Ning decided to go out and meet the mutant beasts inside. However, Wen-Ning never forgot the theme of this disaster. Even Zhang Han wore a gas mask, so Wen-Ning naturally couldn't make such a low-level mistake. Give the Wasteland world the greatest respect, although no one has said that the fog is poisonous on the world channel so far. After putting on the raincoat he had synthesized, Wen-Ning took out 3 gas masks. He wanted to put them on the tiger cub, but he slapped them away with his paw in disdain. Ouch! Ugly rejection. This tiger is immune to all poisons. Okay, you are the big brother now. You have the final say. Wen-Ning synthesized the remaining 2 directly. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a self-circulating gas mask *1. Self-circulating gas mask. Excellent craftsmanship. It has magical abilities. It can not only filter poison gas, but also generate oxygen by itself, and energy. It only needs a bottle of mineral water. Good guy, the gas mask is so inappropriate. But Wen-Ning likes this function very much, which means that she won't feel suffocated after wearing it. After some research, she found that a bottle of mineral water was enough for the gas mask to work for 8 hours. After happily putting it on, she followed Hu Zi out of the door. As Wen-Ning was cautious, she did not dare to relax with Hu Zi leading the way. The rope was tied, and then every step was marked on the ground. Hu Zi led the way in front, shaking his head, and Wen-Ning followed carefully. The visibility in the thick fog was less than 50 meters, and Wen-Ning was basically close to Hu Zi. It had just rained last night, and the ground was wet, and I don't know when, there were many messy footprints on the ground. Wen-Ning wore a gas mask, a raincoat, and soft armor inside, so it was inevitable that she was a little clumsy when moving. Hu Zi walked 2 steps, and stopped to wait for her. He didn't show any impatience, but turned his back to Wen-Ning in a guarding posture. Although Wen-Ning couldn't see where it was at all, Hu Zi kept calling attentively to show Wen-Ning the way. The small howl gave Wen-Ning a great sense of security. Baby, use your active skill. Ah. No need, I remind you when I see it, and the fog won't disperse even if you use it now. Surprised that Hu Zi saw through his thoughts, Wen-Ning frowned as he looked at the coordinates disappearing on the system panel. Only the coordinates disappeared, and all other functions were normal. Wen-Ning glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the visibility of the thick fog had dropped to less than 10 centimeters. Wen-Ning was basically a blind man walking in it. Bending down and taking Hu Zi into his arms, Hu Zi lazily pointed the way to Wen-Ning, like a living compass. You are not a wall hanger created by the system, are you? Wen-Ning knew deeply that this was a Wasteland game, so it was normal to have only a few wall hangers in the game. Just like her, she had a wall hanger, although she had not used it recently. Ah! This tiger is the best. The best. The tiger cub emphasized his blood unconvincedly. Yes, yes, the best. How far is the airdrop? Ah. 10 steps with the right hand. Although the tiger cub did not know what the airdrop Wen Ning was talking about, this box was the best thing on this grassland, so it should be correct. So close? Wen Ning hurriedly walked 10 steps to the right, and there was a white mist in front of him. If he hadn't kicked something by accident, Wen Ning would not have seen the airdrop even in front of him. Found it. Wen Ning squatted down, put the cub on the airdrop box, and then got closer to observe. This box is not big, but it is very exquisite. The texture under his hand is like some kind of gorgeous decoration. Wen Ning is now like a blind man touching an elephant. In the words of the World Channel, it was at least a diamond-level treasure chest. Good stuff. It's safe to get it into your own bowl as soon as possible. Wen Ning put the box into her backpack with a thought. Baby, let's go back. Plop. After a neat backflip, Wen Ning's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent, but despite Wen Ning's efforts to focus, there was still nothing in front of him. Ouch. There's something dirty. It's so ugly and black. Where is it? Wen Ning couldn't see where Huzi was, but she could hear the sound and the wind that had just flown past her cheek. She could feel it. Wen Ning was standing there, not daring to act rashly. He could not figure out the opponent's plan, but Huzi was very important. Without it, he might not be able to go back at all. Cub, come to me. Ah! It ran away and disappeared in an instant. A furry ball approached his feet. Wen Ning picked up Huzi and put him on his shoulder. Then let's go. Before he finished speaking, a huge sense of crisis came from behind him. Wen Ning rolled forward reflexively and avoided the attack. Huzi on his shoulder fought back immediately. For a while, Wen Ning could only hear the sound of the two beasts fighting. It seemed that Huzi had the upper hand. The opponent gradually lost his strength and actually abandoned Huzi and turned to attack Wen Ning. Ah! Get out of the way! The murderous intent came towards him, but Wen Ning did not dodge this time. He moved his ears slightly, put his right hand back, raised his head, and brushed against the mutant beast that pounced on him. Poochie! The dagger that suddenly appeared in his right hand accurately pierced the neck of the mutant beast above his head, and he turned around and pressed it to the ground. Wen Ning took out his spear with his other hand and directly pushed it down. The strength of his subordinate's struggle instantly increased to the extreme, and then quickly dissipated and disappeared. You successfully killed a fog-wild mutant leopard. Do you want to pick up the spoils? Because it can't be seen, the system thoughtfully reminded Wen Ning. Wen Ning still had warm blood on his hands, but he couldn't refuse the supplies. Congratulations on getting mutant beast meat *5, 10 kilograms per portion. Congratulations on getting treasure chest fog *1. Chapter 64. World Channel. I found an airdrop. Ha ha ha, there really is something good. Ah. World Channel. What good stuff. Where's the person upstairs? World Channel. Didn't you see that the name is grayed out? Have a safe journey. World Channel. What? There are mutants next to the airdrop? World Channel. I knew the system wouldn't be so kind. Fuck. Just as Wen Ning was walking back, people on the World Channel announced that they had found an airdrop. However, no one has announced what was in the airdrop yet. It is estimated that there is no chance to open it. Wen Ning's journey back to the shelter was peaceful, and he didn't encounter any more mutants. Wen Ning thought he was lucky. In fact, the tiger cub took Wen Ning on a detour, away from the attack range of the mutants in the thick fog. Of course, there was no other reason. Among these mutants, there were several that it couldn't beat. He must not lose face in front of this woman. So Huzi simply played to his strengths, and took Wen Ning back to the shelter. Well, you don't need to bring a rope next time you go out. Wen Ning put the rope back into the warehouse after entering the door. Huhu brand GPS is very reliable, and can defend an attack. Why didn't we encounter mutant beasts again after we came back? Aw? I don't know, maybe they were scared away by my pressure. Zizi raised his head seriously, and Wen Ning half believed and half doubted. Combined with Huzi's usual arrogant personality, he guessed a lot. He didn't expose Huzi, after all, he would have to rely on Brother Hu's ability to guide the way next time he went out. Ah! Look at the good stuff. Well, since the people in the World Channel are hiding it, and don't say what it is, then we will open it ourselves. Wen Ning laid out 2 boxes, one large and one small. Only then did she see the airdrop treasure chest clearly. It was exquisite and unique, with complex patterns carved on the cyan shell. It looked like some kind of symbolic totem. The other treasure chest was simpler, a stone box, and it looked exactly the same as the pure white snow disaster treasure chest last time. It was just a light blue color. Wen Ning roughly guessed what would pop out of it. Based on the ice in the treasure chest, it should be some food and water, and then there would be special fragments. Open this one first, which is less surprising. successfully opened the treasure chest missed. Congratulations on getting the hot dew mineral water *4. Congratulations on getting the fragment electricity *1 fragment. Electricity? Wen Ning had been thinking about the issue of energy when building the shelter. After all, the shelter would only get bigger in the future. We couldn't rely entirely on torches for lighting, right? Sure enough, this time there was fragment electricity. Workbench. Wen Ning immediately turned to the page of the workbench energy core. With fragmented electricity, the corresponding energy core was lit up. The light blue snowflake-shaped energy core, lightning energy core, fragmented electricity 5/1. Hint, power supply. Although there had been speculations, Wen Ning was still shocked. You know, it took thousands of years for the ancestors on Blue Star to cross over from primitive society to the electricity age. Wen Ning knew too well the importance of electricity to the Wasteland world. A lot of thoughts instantly popped up in her mind. These two simple and crude words contained too much information. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Wen Ning now wanted to go out and fight the mutant beasts outside for another 800 rounds. But reason overcame impulse, and Wen Ning carefully collected the fragment. Then he looked at another treasure chest. This is an airdrop. The amount must be more than the disaster treasure chest. Under the attention of everyone, Wen Ning opened the airdrop treasure chest. A flash of white light passed, and the system prompt sounded at the right time. Successfully opened the airdrop. Congratulations on obtaining the Safe House Core *1. The Safe House Core can store the shelter completely in it, and then place it out. Note that a Safe House Core can only be used once. That means I have a chance to move. Wen Ning was immediately excited after seeing the properties clearly, and he didn't even complain that the airdrop only exploded one item. This Safe House Core is too practical for Wen Ning. Next time I encounter someone demolishing my house, I will run away if I can't beat them. Oh! Run away? Don't worry, I will take you with me. After calming down the restless Hu Zi, Wen Ning took a look at Zhang Han's live broadcast. It was already 11 a.m., and Zhang Han still hadn't returned to his shelter. Knowing that he hadn't walked far, Zhang Han now lay on the ground and groped his way bit by bit. He didn't dare miss a single detail. The visibility outside was basically zero due to the thick fog, but everyone in the live broadcast room could see Zhang Han's clear outline due to the system's superpowers. Regional channel. Zhang Shen is still crawling on the ground. How are his two teammates? Don't worry, Zhang Han wanted to report that he was safe, and by the way, he opened the private chat channel of his two teammates in his mind, and his face froze instantly. Because Shen Feng's avatar was dark. Lin Na was still there, but Zhang Han was pessimistic. He couldn't tell the direction in the vast white fog. Clearly a blind man. If there hadn't been bullet comments in the live broadcast room, Zhang Han would have collapsed long ago. Bullet comments. Judging from this, the teammates are probably G. Zhang Han smiled bitterly, and didn't refute. He was lucky that he didn't encounter any attacks from mutant beasts along the way. It was just a big mental blow. Bullet comments. Why does Zhang Shen's face look a little strange to me? Bullet comments. It's probably because he was blind for a long time in the fog, which is very torturous, but he was powerless and didn't dare to walk around. Bullet comments. This is the conspiracy of the system. Even if we won't be attacked by mutant beasts, we can't find the way back. When night falls, there is only one way to go. The cold sweat on Zhang Han's face kept falling down. The dead end in the bullet comments deeply stimulated his nerves, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. Before he crossed over, he was just an outdoor blogger with a few thousand fans, and the number of views of his popular science videos had never exceeded 3 digits. When he arrived in the Wasteland, he was lucky enough to gain attention through his own abilities, which made him think that he could run rampant in the Wasteland. But reality taught him a hard lesson. After struggling and groping forward a few steps, Zhang Han suddenly tilted his head. His eyes lost focus and stared at a certain place, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly. He touched the place in front of him that he had a strong premonition. Really? Zhang Han was overjoyed and stood up quickly. The audience in the live broadcast room also became excited. Bullet screen. Wow! 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 Zhang Shen is indeed a man who knows feng shui. Bullet screen. Damn, you are the first person I have ever seen who can find his way back after getting lost. Zhang Han didn't care to look at the bullet screen. Like a desperate person who had been dry for a long time and found rain, he groped the outer wall. After finding the door, he fell in suddenly. It is my refuge. Lying on the doorstep, Zhang Han smiled, tears in the corners of his eyes, a little crazy. He wanted to roar. I, Hu Han-san, am finally back. After calming down for a long time, Zhang Han raised his face and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Today's adventure is very exciting. I am Zhang Han. Bring you the most accurate natural disaster prediction. See you next time." Chapter 65. Wasteland Calendar, January 6th, 1400 hours, Disaster Season. System announcement: the second round of airdrops in the disaster season has been randomly placed near the shelter. 6 hours later, 3 hours after Zhang Han found his shelter, the second round of airdrops was dropped. After Wen Ning was ready, he carried Hu Zi out of the door. "Ah! Are you really going?" The monsters outside had become much stronger. In the last round, only a few Hu Zi couldn't beat them. Now Hu Zi saw that all the mutants could fight him on equal terms. Strength has increased? Could this thick fog be the source of power for these mutants? After thinking for a while, Wen Ning determined the battle strategy. Hide if you can, fight if you can't, run if you can't. Ah! That's what Ben Hu is best at. One man and one tiger dressed neatly, and went out again. And at this time, the World Channel, there's really nothing to pick up in this airdrop. I got a pet egg, and after dripping blood to hatch it, it turned out to be a pig. World Channel, pet? I got a safe house core, which seems very useful. World Channel, ha ha ha, I got a backpack expansion voucher. The storage space has doubled. World Channel, did everyone pick up the airdrop? More than a dozen people in our shelter are now lost and can't go back. Just now, 4 people have died. World Channel, and this airdrop, we only got 1 in 3 shelters. World Channel, upstairs, could it be that you only found 1? World Channel, this airdrop, I am not lucky enough to enjoy the second one. The fog is too thick. I am now face to face with the mutant beast. I may not be able to see it. World Channel, everyone, don't go. I just took 3 steps out of the door, and a mutant beast rushed in front of me. I hurried back to the shelter. The point is, the mutant beast will not attack people in the shelter. This fog looks harmless, but the system first uses airdrops to lure survivors out, and then quietly erases the coordinates. There are still all kinds of things in the airdrops now, but they are all rare in normal times. So the survivors who didn't get the airdrops in the first round. The second round began to move. But no one knew that the mutant beasts in the thick fog had increased their strength several times. To get the second round of airdrops, you need not only luck, but also strength. In a shelter group in the wilderness, Li Weigua, who has a square face, looked at the action team in front of him. Su Luo, you lead the team this time, and you must get this airdrop back. The man in camouflage mountaineering clothes stood straight with a firm look in his eyes. Behind him were 5 young men wearing the same mountaineering clothes, each of them outstanding. Before crossing, Su Luo was the captain of the Special Forces action team. After crossing, he and one of his team members were fortunately assigned to the same area. After confirming that the leader was in this area, the two actively contacted each other, and found the main force the day after the first disaster. The remaining 4 team members also came from the top forces of the former Blue Star. During the first round of airdrops, Li Weigua also sent this team out to explore. Su Luo led the team to search the area within 1 kilometer of the nearby range, brought back 1 airdrop, and killed a lot of mutant beasts. Obtained many disaster treasure chests. The system is really a dog, using such an opportunity to split the survivors who were holding together. This second round, Su Luo still led the team. When going out, the inspector tied a fishing line at the heel of Su Luo. As Su Luo walked, the fishing line at the heel would move close to the ground, so that it would not be bitten off by the mutant beast. And this roll of fishing line is 1,000 meters long, enough for Su Luo and others to explore far away. Su Luo saluted Li Weigua, and the group of people walked out of the door one by one, holding each other's backs. They plunged into the thick fog and disappeared almost instantly. This thick fog had condensed like a substance. The color of the fog also turned milky white, which was too unusual. The team walked carefully step by step. The team members had all experienced cruel elimination training and were strong. They were like sharp blades in the army. Su Luo's eyes were white. Except for the land under his feet, there were only his comrades under his palms. The breathing of several people was clearly audible. After walking less than 500 meters, the team member in front kicked something under his feet. Bang! Su Luo's vigilant back was straightened. Although he couldn't see, he subconsciously looked at the location where the sound came from. The team member at the front slowly squatted down. His fingers touched the box first, and then shouted in surprise. "Captain Su! Found it!" Su Luo's expression eased a little, but he immediately became serious again. Prepare for battle. The data collected from the World Channel shows that there is a high probability that there will be mutant beasts next to the airdrop. Although Su Luo did not feel threatened at all. But in the last round, the mutant beasts were refreshed after he picked up the airdrop treasure box. If it weren't for the good cooperation of several people, they would be injured at best, and at worst. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially now that they are in the state of 6 blind men. Pick up. The team members behind him formed a battle formation back to back, and Su Luo picked up the box. The team members who were alert to the surrounding environment waited for a full 10 seconds, and there was no threat from all around. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Captain Su, it seems that there is no mutant beast guarding this box. How about we? The team members were ready to fight, and the warmongers in their hearts were at work. This trip was too smooth, and it would be too unfulfilling to go back like this. However, the calm Su Luo did not agree to his request. As a commander, the first task was this box. Even if the mutant beast was to be killed, it had to wait until the mission was completed. Send the box back first. Su Luo ordered in a calm voice. The team members could not see his expression, but no one dared to disobey. The standard for joining this team is to withstand 3 moves from Su Luo's men. So the few people present had experienced Su Luo's terrifying strength. Yes! After agreeing in unison, the team returned along the original route, and Su returned to the shelter. On the other side. Death! The mutant animals under Wen Ning kept struggling in vain, and finally died unwillingly. Under Hu Zi's precise guidance, and Wen Ning's keen perception, the two of them captured the mutant beasts guarding the airdrop. When a person's vision is obstructed, their sense of smell and hearing will be more sensitive. Just like now, although Wen Ning wore a gas mask, the strong smell of blood still stimulated her nasal cavity violently. You don't need to look to know that she must be covered in blood. Wen Ning felt a burning pain on her back. She was slapped several times during the battle just now. She was almost bitten, but fortunately Hu Zi held on at the critical moment. This box is really hard to take, Hu Zi, you were just hit and flew out. Who said that? It was a sneak attack. This tiger didn't react at all, the mutant beast didn't explode the box, and the system didn't prompt Wen Ning's kill information. From beginning to end, she didn't even know what the other party looked like. Wen Ning was still frightened, picked up the box and decided to go back quickly. The strength of this mutant beast has increased exponentially, and there seems to be something more in this thick fog. Wen Ning has heard it several times. A subtle sound, like a flying insect or something. Although it is inconspicuous, it gives Wen Ning a bad feeling. We should hurry back to the shelter. Maybe these mutant beasts that have absorbed the fog will eventually attack the shelter. Chapter 66. In the thick fog, Wen Ning moved swiftly with the cub in her arms. Wen Ning couldn't see the thick fog outside the gas mask, but she still felt something was wrong. For example, her raincoat seemed to be soaked with water, and her steps became much heavier. There was a slight feeling of water stains on the grass. But it didn't seem to be raining, but the air became humid. With a self-circulating gas mask, Wen Ning simply gave up the idea of breathing outside air. Directly choose one-way ventilation. Wen Ning moved carefully, while watching the chat channel. Unlike the live broadcast room, the chat channel is more like a real-time broadcast station. Because most of the anchors are now trapped in the fog. There are only a few lone wolf players left on the leaderboard. Zhang Han is one of them, but he has never gone out again after experiencing the first blow. The live broadcast room was also suspended. What Wen Ning didn't know was that Zhang Han gave up the idea of going out after seeing another companion Lin Na die. He wants to be famous, but he wants to be famous while alive. World Channel, has the fog become moist? My clothes are soaked. World Channel, you went out without a raincoat? And you didn't wear a mask? World Channel, wow, there are people who are not afraid of death and don't wear masks. I never took off my gas mask even in the shelter. World Channel, isn't it just that the fog is a little thicker? Why do I have to wear a gas mask? Fog is wet, right? World Channel, it's not a matter of moisture. Do you smell a strange smell? Strange smell? Wen Ning couldn't smell it, but there was still one in his arms that was not protected. Child, do you smell anything? It smells bad. After all, the child and Wen Ning are not of the same species, and Wen Ning didn't understand what he explained. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this smell didn't exist before, and it is very likely that it appeared in the second round. Then hurried back. Wen Ning carefully closed the chat channel and paid full attention to the surrounding environment. Try to avoid the mutant beast. I'm injured, and the battle is not good for us. Hu Zi said that this was very much in line with the tiger's wishes. Although Hu Zi was very careful, the man and the tiger still ran into a mutant beast not far from the shelter. Ah woo! There is something. Hu Zi made a warning sound in his throat, and Wen Ning immediately raised his vigilance. Ah! The good news is that there is only one mutant beast here. The bad news is that this mutant beast is very powerful. It looks messy. Hu Zi used the word a mess to describe it, from his perspective. This mutant beast was a disgrace to the beast world. First, its two eyes were one big and one small, and one eyeball was protruding and turned outward. It had a pair of long and sharp horns on its head. The fangs in its mouth looked like they came from cats, and its 4 hooves were all different, not uniform at all. It felt like it was made up of several different animals. It looked like a hodgepodge. The mutant beast on the opposite side had obviously discovered Wen Ning's trail, and it lay on its front paws, lowered its body, and was ready to attack. Hu Zi's warning was much more serious than the previous ones. Wen Ning's vision was blocked, but the strong malice and murderous aura coming from about 70 meters to the right could not be ignored. Danger! There was still a wound on his back from the mutant beast. Wen Ning felt that his chest would hurt when he took a deep breath. If he hadn't worn soft armor, he might have suffered serious internal injuries. It stinks. The kid couldn't help but complain. Stinky? Wen Ning hesitated for a while. If she was in a battle, she could judge the opponent's position by the smell of the opponent, which might increase her chances of winning. After all, Hu Zi's reminder was delayed. Wen Ning was slapped a few times just now because of the information gap. Thinking of this, Wen Ning didn't care about what was in the thick fog. He reached out and turned a knob next to the gas mask. The gas mask instantly switched to ventilation mode. At the same time, a strong stench came from the air. It was the strongest in the right front. Wen Ning couldn't help but frown, and the mutant beast opposite had obviously lost patience. It flapped its claws twice and rushed straight over. Wen Ning knew that a fierce battle was inevitable, and this time he might pay the price of his life. In a moment, the stench approached Wen Ning's face, and the spear in Wen Ning's hand suddenly appeared, and instantly pierced into the shoulder of the mutant beast in front of him. This sneak attack caught the mutant beast off guard, and because of its huge size, its weight and inertia were proportional. Wen Ning's spear was unstoppable. It penetrated deeply halfway. Roar! The angry howl sounded, and the air was filled with a new stench of decay. Wen Ning quickly retreated, and Hu Zi reminded her if there were any obstacles on the ground behind her. At the same time, he rushed out at a very fast speed and dealt with the mutant beast. Ah! You can use active skills, but the time is very short. Wen Ning paused while taking out the crossbow arrow. Active skills? Then use it. Pet active skills have been activated. 2/3 times remaining today, the system prompt sounded, and the map in Wen Ning's mind opened automatically. At the same time, Wen Ning was surprised to find 2 symbols on the map. One big and one small. Even the outlines of their bodies were drawn in proportion. Wen Ning was of course very clear about Hu Zi's figure, but she was surprised by this mutant beast. How could it be so big? This size is at least 5 or 6 times that of her own, and it really looks messy. What the hell is this? After complaining, Wen Ning decisively raised the crossbow arrow and began to aim. Hu Zi reminded her that the time was very short. Wen Ning saw the countdown in the upper right corner of the map, 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, without considering the hit rate, Wen Ning can shoot 10 arrows at most. But it does not include the aiming time. Without wasting any time, Wen Ning had already shot the first arrow in a flash. Swoosh! The sound of the arrow breaking through the air was very small. Although Hu Zi could not beat the beast in front of him, the opponent's agility was obviously not as good as his, so Hu Zi harassed it more than confronted it. Puff! The mutant beast was hit by Wen Ning's arrow at the joint of its front legs, and it suddenly pounced forward, and Hu Zi seized the opportunity to slap the mutant beast on the forehead with his tiger claws. The mutant beast fell to the ground smoothly, and it was dizzy for a long time, and did not get up. Perhaps it was still wondering how these 2 ant-like creatures could seriously injure it. Wen Ning seized the opportunity to reload the crossbow at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! 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 3 arrows hit the mutant beast's body, but the mutant beast seemed to be unaware of the pain and did not scream. Instead, the angry roar in its throat was obvious. It rolled twice in anger and stood up. Hu Zi continued to maneuver, giving Wen Ning a chance to attack. Wen Ning found an opportunity to shoot the last arrow, and it was exhausted in 30 seconds. Ouch! Puff! The cub screamed, and Wen Ning felt the sound of claws slapping, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground beside him. Cub! Chapter 67. The next second, the stench of decay approached. Wen Ning almost reflexively slid to his knees, and dodged the mutant's bloody mouth. He deduced the direction where the tiger had just landed in his mind, and Wen Ning moved his body to pick up the tiger cub on the ground before the mutant turned around. Cub? The cub in his arms moved, but did not respond. The warmth flowed to Wen Ning's hand, and the cub was seriously injured. The mutant on the opposite side made a provocative sound, as if mocking Wen Ning's incompetence. Do you still have the strength to use skills? Wen Ning's eyes flashed with murderous intent, looking at the invisible enemy in front of him in the thick fog. He took out a stone treasure box from his backpack, and put the tiger cub in it to prevent accidental injury. Then the last weapon in Wen Ning's hand was the dagger. The cub panted rapidly, but did not form a sentence. It seemed to stop Wen Ning's action. Wen Ning patted its head soothingly. He whispered softly, "Activate your skills, wait for me to take you home." Huzi opened his eyes with difficulty, only to see Wen Ning's resolute back. He lowered his head helplessly, blaming himself for being too weak. He actually needed her to protect him. Pet's active skill is activated 1/3 of the remaining times today. It seems that there is only one person who can walk out of this fog today. Wen Ning stepped back and rushed towards the mutant beast in front of him. With murderous intent in his eyes, he quickly moved in front of the mutant beast. Although the size difference between the two sides was large, Wen Ning kept turning and moving in the limited 30 seconds. He moved quickly, dodging more than attacking, and constantly testing the weaknesses of the mutant beast. The 30 seconds passed quickly, and the moment he disappeared from view, Wen Ning climbed onto the back of the mutant beast. He grabbed the long spear stuck on the right shoulder of the mutant beast with one hand, and attacked frantically with the fine iron dagger in the other hand. There was only a white mist in front of him, but he stabbed the soft abdomen of the mutant beast accurately. The soft side of the mutant beast was attacked fiercely by Wen Ning, and blood was pouring out. The whole body was shaking like a mad bull. Wen Ning only relied on one hand to hold the long spear, and his body was tilted from side to side. Soon, he couldn't take care of attacking, and could only barely stabilize his body. If he fell down at this time, he would most likely fall under the iron hoof of the mutant beast. Cub! Come again! Pet active skill is activated, and the remaining times today are 0/3. Wen Ning chose to activate the skill when he couldn't hold on any longer, and then quickly let go and pulled the distance between him and the mutant beast. He was inevitably injured, and his cheek was slapped hard. Wen Ning felt that half of his face was swollen. The raincoat on her arm was torn and bleeding. 30 seconds was like a halftime break for Wen Ning. She distanced herself from the mutant beast, and used the gaps between evasions to recover her strength. When the 30 seconds were over, she did not retreat, but instead rushed forward to meet the mutant beast. In the end, after using all her tricks, Wen Ning did not dodge. She stood up when the mutant beast hit her and dodged when it bit her, but she just thrust out and pulled back the dagger in her hand. In the eyes of the weak Huzi, the scene did not look like a fight between humans at all, but more like a fight between two beasts. Wen Ning struggled to stand up. The mutant beast opposite her had at least hundreds of punctures on its body, and she was a little powerless at this time. With messy steps, he stumbled towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning was full of rotten smell, and his feet were unstable. He stood there blankly, as if he was not aware of the attack of the mutant beast in front of him. Huzi in the stone box struggled to stand up, whimpering softly. But he could only watch the mutant beast and Wen Ning collide. Bang! After the collision, Wen Ning's figure disappeared. Huzi called out anxiously, but his hind legs were powerless, and he couldn't stand up at all, nor could he reach the edge of the stone box. Congratulations on successfully killing the disaster boss, the fog-stitched monster. Congratulations on getting the treasure chest boss *1. Congratulations on getting the treasure chest fog *100. Congratulations on getting the special antidote potion *1. Congratulations on getting the physical enhancement potion *1. System announcement. Global announcement. Player successfully killed the disaster boss, and the disaster points will be increased by 100. System announcement. Global announcement. Player has obtained physical potion. The game will be updated after this disaster. Wen Ning, who was lying on the ground, did not hear the two consecutive system announcements, but they set off the entire world channel. Damn! Which immortal friend with great magical powers actually defeated the boss? World channel. It's really outrageous, this disaster has a boss? World channel. This must be a team. It must be my Fuso team. World channel. Can you have some shame? This must be the warrior of our great thief country. World channel is funny. The first on the list seems to be from our Yin country. By the way, she is still a girl. World channel. You don't mean to say that she single-handedly challenged the disaster boss? Ha ha, I laughed to death. I have never stopped such funny jokes in my life. In the wilderness, in the thick fog, the body on Wen Ning disappeared, and she suddenly recovered her breath. The 1,000-pound weight almost crushed her to death. In the last second of the battle, when the mutant rushed over, Wen Ning laid down and directly used the fine iron dagger to pry open the mutant's belly. A lot of internal organs fell out instantly, and hit Wen Ning's body. The consumption of the mutant beast in the early stage also took effect at this time. Wen Ning originally thought that the mutant beast might fall directly on her body, but it would not die directly. Then she could rely on the self-circulation function of the gas mask to support herself, and then destroy the mutant beast's center from the inside and kill it. But such a plan is likely to cause her to be crushed and fractured all over her body. Fortunately, God may not want her to die, and the mutant beast actually died directly. And she was crushed for about 3 seconds, and the body on her body disappeared. Boy, are you so mean to me that you actually brought it to the boss? Wen Ning laughed at himself, his chest ached, and he probably had a few broken ribs. He stood up with difficulty, and fumbled to pick up all the things into his backpack. Wen Ning first checked the antidote prompted by the system. Special antidote. Antidote for boss level. The saliva, fur, blood, and claws of the disaster boss are all highly toxic. After being poisoned, it only takes half an hour to leave this beautiful world. The key is that this world is not beautiful either. Wen Ning was still in the mood to complain, and he raised his head and drank the antidote. Afterwards, he realized that if he met a disaster boss, he must kill it, otherwise he would be injured and survive even if he escaped. But there was a problem. Is the drop rate of this antidote 100%? Wen Ning felt much better after drinking the antidote, but the external injuries could not be cured by the potion, so she could only bear it for the time being. Cub, speak up. I don't know where you are. MMM. Behind you. The injured beast commanded the injured mother, and finally reunited. Wen Ning bent down with difficulty, carefully took the cub into her arms, and then put away the stone box. This is the real Wasteland apocalypse. I will be injured, in pain, and die. Wen Ning limped towards the path pointed by the cub, with blood flowing from the hideous wound on her shoulder, and she stroked the wet fur of the tiger. But what are you afraid of? I said I would take you home. Chapter 68. Wasteland Calendar, January 6, 1645. Disaster season. The miserable mother and cub finally returned to the shelter. The poison in Wen Ning's body was cured, but he didn't know if his bones and ribs were broken. He only knew that he felt pain when breathing. And his right leg and calf were definitely broken. The hideous wound on his left shoulder was bleeding profusely, but the wound was not deep, and did not hurt the deep fascia and bones. After taking the detoxification potion, the black and purple wound turned red. While the blood had not coagulated, Wen Ning quickly took off his clothes that were basically soaked in blood. Since his feet could not move, he used a dagger to cut open his trouser legs. Rinse the stains around the wound with clean water, and try not to touch the wound. Drinking water is not sterile. If it touches the wound, it will be troublesome if it gets infected. Without alcohol, it can't be disinfected. Wen Ning turned his head in distress and looked at who was lying on the table and gasping for breath. How are you, kid? Thinking that he didn't have the energy to express himself, Wen Ning simply clicked on the pet information. Pet name, Crystal White Tiger, level 1. Pet level, top quality. Pet hunger, 60. Pet loyalty, 100. Pet experience, 3400/5000. Pet skills, omitted. Pet is injured. Please treat it as soon as possible. There is nothing on hand, and I am still a cripple. Wen Ning has never been so desperate. For the first time, I found that I was not as strong as I thought, and this wasteland was not as easy to survive as I thought. Wait a minute, I seem to have 100 treasure chests. Wen Ning, who was at a loss, suddenly remembered her loot. There were 100 treasure chests, and it would be nice to get some bandages, alcohol, and other medicines. System, open all treasure chests. Wen Ning hoped to get something related to medicine, and she had already asked for medicine on the trading channel. Successfully opened the treasure chest. Missed *100. Congratulations on getting the Milo's Lemon Chicken Feet *10 bags. Congratulations on getting the Rio Cocktail *10 bottles. Alcohol. Not a cocktail. Congratulations on getting Dobby Toilet Paper *2 boxes. Congratulations on getting the Marinated Duck *3. Congratulations on getting the 1981 Red Wine *1. Congratulations on getting the Notepad *3. Congratulations on getting the Bluetooth headset *2. Congratulations on getting the nail clippers *1. Congratulations on getting the small first aid kit *3. Wen Ning, who was at the back, didn't pay any attention at all. When she heard about the small first aid kit, she immediately took it out. First aid kit. There's help. In the Wasteland world, getting hurt is basically equivalent to death. A simple stomach upset can make a big man fall down, not to mention tetanus caused by traumatic fractures, etc. With cold sweat on his forehead, Wen-Ning opened the first aid kit with one hand, almost shaking. Luckily, there were disinfected gauze, disinfectant, waterproof patch, cotton balls, cotton pads and bandages. There was even a pair of splints for fixing fractures. There are also medicines: adrenaline, dopamine, alamine, chloramine, lobeline, dexamethasone, etc. There are many types, but limited quantities. Wen-Ning first disinfected his shoulders and calves with larger cracks. Grunting with the bandage in his mouth, Wen-Ning almost fainted from the simple disinfection. The method was also very rough and simple. Just take 100 milliliters of medical alcohol disinfectant and pour it on the wound. Don't be stingy with the dosage. If the disinfection is not thorough, it will cause infection, and the loss will outweigh the gain. There were no suture needles and surgical threads in the first aid kit. Wen-Ning could only temporarily bandage it with a bandage after disinfection, and then take out the medicinal materials in the ruins, chop them up and apply them on the surface to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. A layer of fine gauze can isolate the medicinal residue, and the medicinal juice can penetrate into it to work. Finally, it is attached with a waterproof patch. The wound on the shoulder was solved with difficulty, and the calf was left. Wen-Ning endured the pain and touched the fracture site. There were no extra fragments. The angle of the mutant beast's impact at that time should be a neat fracture. Then he recalled the steps taught by the master, stuck the leg in a fixed corner, and then exerted force suddenly. The broken ends fit together, and Wen-Ning couldn't help but scream. Cough. The veins on his forehead protruded, and the cotton cloth in his mouth was soaked with red. It took a long time to recover. Today's battle was quite rare in Wen-Ning's career. Fortunately, he still had the skill of bone setting and reduction. He fixed his calf with a splint and bandaged it. Wen-Ning held the cub in his arms. Are the bones injured? Wen-Ning asked softly while carefully touching Hu Zi. When he touched the abdomen, Hu Zi uttered a sound of obvious pain. Bear with it. Wen-Ning insisted on touching Hu Zi's ribs. Fortunately, there was no fracture. It was mainly internal injuries. Let me see if there is any medicine you can use. Wen-Ning dug out some medicinal herbs he had dug out from the ruins, picked out the ones that were suitable for the symptoms, and put them into the pot to cook. Decoction is the best effect. It was a simple action, but Wen-Ning paused 2 or 3 times. After the system's ding-dong sound stopped, Wen-Ning had time to check what he had obtained. The system kept records of what he had obtained. Congratulations on obtaining electricity fragments *16. Congratulations on obtaining chicken cans *2. Congratulations on obtaining tin or *10. Congratulations on obtaining fiberglass *10. Congratulations on obtaining woolen cloth *10. Congratulations on obtaining an empty box *100. Successfully opened the treasure chest boss. Congratulations on obtaining a physical enhancement potion *1. Congratulations on obtaining a personal refining furnace blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining a pet healing potion *2. Congratulations on obtaining a serrated blade *1. Pet healing potion. Wen-Ning didn't even care about the pain and took out the potion directly. Baby, drink the medicine. The baby was lifted up by Wen-Ning and drank a potion directly. Wen-Ning realized that he should read the introduction first. A thumb-sized test tube appeared in Wen-Ning's palm. Pet healing potion. Universal potion, all-purpose potion, all-in-one. According to Wen-Ning's understanding, the simpler the explanation, the more effective the medicine is. Sure enough, just 3 minutes after Hu Zi drank the potion, he had the strength to stand up from Wen-Ning's arms. Ah! This tiger is no longer in pain. This effect is so powerful, Wen-Ning's entire worldview was shocked. It turns out that this all-in-one potion really means what it says. Ah! This tiger still has no strength, probably because he is hungry. The injured Hu Zi sticks to Wen-Ning more than usual, and does not leave Wen-Ning's side even after throwing the meat. Hu Zi is fine, Wen-Ning is relieved. Then he began to check the supplies that were opened. This boss treasure chest looked very valuable, and the things that were opened were things that Wen-Ning had never heard of. Physique Enhancement Potion. You have a chance to get it by defeating the disaster bosses in each area during the disaster. Drinking it will improve the physical fitness of humans. Congratulations! Getting the physical fitness potion means that the game is about to enter the second stage. Qing works hard to improve his strength, build a solid shelter, and face more cruel disasters. Is there only one boss in each area? It shouldn't be. This boss appeared silently, and even Huzi didn't notice it. Wen Ning thought that it might be randomly refreshed. And this physical fitness potion can really improve the physical fitness of humans? This doesn't sound like a good thing, because there is only one reason for the game to change the physical fitness of humans. That is, humans themselves cannot cope with the next disaster. I seem to have two potions. With a thought, another physical fitness potion also appeared in Wen Ning's hand. Wen Ning now has a reflexive action for things that come in pairs, that is, synthesis. Physique potion *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Hint. The result of this synthesis is uncontrollable. Synthesize. Wen Ning did not ignore the update problem mentioned by the game. This potion may be the key to solving the problem. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion *1. Advanced Physical Enhancement Potion. This potion has been processed with a special process, and has the function of self-healing. After drinking it, the body will automatically and slowly heal wounds or diseases, and it also has the function of eliminating fatigue. Pillow, timely rain, win the lottery. Wen Ning's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the attribute. Isn't this attribute what she needs right now? And this attribute is permanent. The system is awesome. Wen Ning cheered in her heart. The calmness on the surface was about to break. Her chest was shaking, and Wen Ning was breathing frantically. It was painful. Gudong gudong. Wen Ning raised his head and drank 2 gulps, waiting for the magical effect to take effect. Chapter 69. You have successfully used the Advanced Physical Potion. Your physical condition has been slightly improved. The specific value will be announced after the game panel is updated. Please continue to work hard to survive. A warm current flowed into Wen Ning's body along the path of the potion. The next second, Wen Ning felt his whole body warm. The wound that had stopped bleeding due to the application of the medicine was actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hideous wound turned into a crooked scar within 30 seconds. After another minute, the wound on the calf was only a faint scar. At the same time, Wen Ning felt the pain subside. His left hand could not move just now, but now it can be slowly raised. It was even more obvious on the chest, and his breathing became much lighter. Until 5 minutes later, Wen Ning stood up and shook his arms. The slight pain did not affect his movements. He took 2 steps with his right leg, and the pain was not obvious. Oh my god, the effect of this physical potion is so significant. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the whole thing was mysterious. But there are so many bizarre things in this wasteland, and Wen Ning quickly adapted to it. With a thought, a new weapon appeared in his hand. Sawtooth Blade, a weapon designed based on the prototype of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It can cut wood and saw monsters. You deserve it. Sawtooth Blade, durability 200, attack 100. Tip. The new weapon provides 24 hours of battery life. After the usage time is reset, new electricity is required. Use electricity? Then, energy core? Wen Ning got a total of 17 energy cores when he opened the box, and now he spent 5 to synthesize an electric energy core. The energy core is ice blue, with purple current flowing inside. It matches the red serrated blade very well. However, Wen Ning looked around for a long time, but couldn't find the location to install the energy core. After thinking for a while, he tried to use the synthesis system to synthesize the two. Detected 1 electric energy core and 1 serrated blade. Do you want to continue synthesizing? Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the electric serrated blade, triggering skill. Thunder. Electric serrated blade. The perfect combination of the electric energy core and the serrated blade directly improves the energy endurance of the serrated blade. The current remaining usage time, 9,999 days. Thunder. It is an active skill. After it is activated, it will cause click damage to enemies within the range. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 minutes. A red light flashed in Wen Ning's hand, and the new electric serrated blade appeared in his hand. There are 2 buttons on the long handle. One is the activation button, and the other is the skill button. The operation is simple. When the on button is turned on, the sawtooth blade will roll back and forth at high speed, which has the function of cutting. The skill button is used to release the skill. The amazing thing is that this sawtooth blade is made of metal, and is very heavy, but it does not cause electric shock when it is turned on. What surprised Wen Ning even more was that this electric energy core directly provided the sawtooth blade with nearly 10,000 days of battery life. You should know that this battery life is only for combat time. When it is not in use, you can turn off the power, and the sawtooth will not rotate and discharge. So this battery life is equivalent to permanent. Then, there is this triggered skill, which is actually a ranged skill, and it is active. The knockback skill of Wen Ning's crossbow is passive, with only a 30% chance of triggering. The difference is obvious from this comparison. If Wen Ning hadn't been injured, he would have gone out to try this serrated blade. After putting the weapon away, Wen Ning checked the new blueprint. Personal refining furnace. As the name suggests, a furnace that is more advanced than a furnace, and can perform secondary processing on the items produced by the furnace. Secondary processing? Then she has to buy the things made by the furnace first, and then she can perform secondary processing. But it's okay, buying raw materials is definitely much cheaper than finished products. These are all the things that the boss treasure chest exploded, and the disaster treasure chest also exploded some rare materials. Tin ore and woolen cloth, as well as fiberglass. Wen Ning put them all away first, and will study them when he has time. After fighting for a day, his stomach is almost full. Seeing that it was almost dark outside, Wen Ning decided to solve dinner first. Conserving your energy is the most important thing, because it's still uncertain what will happen at night in the disaster season. I've just recovered from a serious injury, so I have to eat some food to replenish my energy. Wen Ning took Uzi, who never left his side, into the kitchen. The thick fog outside the wasteland still hasn't dissipated, and it's getting more and more substantial. Many survivors are desperately rushing to the shelter. Some of them accidentally lost their way, ran around, and finally died in the mouth of the mutant beast. A certain area. Li Weiguo looked at the shaking fishing line in the tractor's hand with a heavy face. Everyone present looked unhappy. The shaking amplitude of the fishing line was so large, which could only mean one thing. The Su Luo team encountered the mutant beast. Judging from the time when the fishing line shook, the mutant beast was not easy to deal with. Many people on the World Channel also said that the strength of the mutant beast in this round has increased by more than double. These 6 people are the elite force of the Yin country base. In the last round, they successfully took back the first disaster treasure chest, and the fragments they opened made Li Weiguo ecstatic. Some of them have already opened electronic equipment. If they can solve the problem of electricity, it will undoubtedly be a big step forward in the exploration of the wasteland. So in the second round, Li Weiguo gave an order to bring back the second box. But now, Li Weiguo can only pray that the Su Luo team can return safely. The mission is not important. The fishing line in the tractor's hand suddenly stopped moving. Everyone held their breath and waited, staring at the still fishing line. The stillness of the fishing line proved that the battle of the Su Luo team was over, but it was also possible that the team was defeated and killed. It was also possible that the fishing line was broken and the team lost the direction to guide home. Li Weiguo clenched his hands and even forgot to breathe. The adjutant next to him seemed to suddenly remember something, and suddenly opened the chat channel and found the friend list. He was stunned and looked up, wanting to say something but stopping himself. At this moment, heavy breathing and voices came from the thick fog in front. "Hold on, we will be there soon." "Chief." 4 figures appeared in the field of vision, looking very embarrassed. Chapter 70. Commander, the mission was successfully completed. Su Luo fainted after saying this with difficulty. Su Luo. Health team. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Li Weiguo didn't care about taking the treasure chest of supplies sent by the team members, and hurriedly followed the medical team to send the 4 wounded to the temporary treatment room. Why are there only 4? They are all so seriously injured. The adjutant behind him came forward and whispered, "Commander, there are 2 more." The adjutant was surprised when he saw that the avatars of 2 team members in the friend list were gray. Li Weiguo's face was full of grief, and the team members who came back. One had a broken arm, and one had a broken leg. Su Luo was also covered with wounds. The wounds on the bodies of several people were blue-black, and they also exuded an unpleasant stench. At first glance, they were poisoned. The medical staff were helpless, and Li Weiguo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. What should we do? Hurry up and buy the antidote at a high price. Chief. Su Luo. You're awake. There was a scar across Su Luo's cheek, probably scratched by a claw. Box. Li Weiguo then remembered the boxes that the others had brought back. A large pile of dozens of them. The team members who were less injured just now put out all the boxes and piled them at the door. Li Weiguo saw a small box with a unique retro style at a glance. It was about the same size as the airdrop, but it felt different. Combining the fierce battle of the team, Li Weiguo suddenly thought of the boss box on the system announcement. He quickly chose to open it, successfully opened the boss treasure box. Congratulations on getting the physical enhancement potion *1. Congratulations on getting the weapon parts *2. Congratulations on getting the Special Antidote Potion *4. Special Antidote Potion, antidote for boss level. The saliva, fur, blood, and claws of the disaster boss are all highly toxic. After being poisoned, it only takes half an hour to leave this beautiful world. Highly toxic. Adjutant. Quick, give this potion to Su Luo and the others to drink. Yes. 2 minutes later, a magical scene happened to the wounded. The symptoms of poisoning disappeared, and the wound became bright red again. Except for the 2 wounded with broken limbs, one of whom was unconscious. Su Luo and another team member were able to sit up. Li Weigui asked, "What happened to you?" "Ahem. Disaster boss, we encountered the disaster boss." Su Luo looked ugly, obviously not wanting to recall this battle. Although this was a battle he could not see. But it did not affect the horror and bloodiness of the battle at all. The scars on his face were slowly healing, and the process of growing flesh was accompanied by itching. Su Luo endured the discomfort, and continued to tell the story. "We met 3 mutant beasts on the way back, and we killed one of them. Xiao Wu was injured, and the remaining 2 mutant beasts were also angered by us. When we were fighting with it, the disaster boss refreshed near us. We didn't notice it at all until we attracted the hatred of the disaster boss, and were attacked. In order to successfully kill the mutant beast, a Lin and Lao Gu stepped forward as bait, and finally..." Su Luo's voice was a little choked. "In one mission, 2 team members died, 2 were injured, and 2 were disabled. The steel-like warriors, who were used to life and death, couldn't help but wet their eyes. At the last moment, I shot the boss and exploded a boss treasure chest and 50 treasure chest mists." Li Weigui's face was heavy, and he couldn't say a word for a long time, and his eyes were wet, staring at the injured team member on the bed for a long time. "Have a good rest." Then he walked out silently without saying a word. He told the medical staff to take good care of him. The back figure staggered, as if he was full of despair for this world. As night fell, Wen Ning sipped the pork rib soup she cooked, and added white radish to it. It was sweet and delicious. Most of the injuries on her body healed, but the pain sequelae still existed. Wen Ning was not a god, and she was a little uncomfortable with the wound healing too quickly. Just when the man and the tiger were getting along harmoniously, a lot of shocking news broke out in the World Channel. World Channel. "Oh my god. Help. My companion is crazy. He wants to eat me." World Channel. "Famine won't lead to cannibalism, right? Diary of a Madman in the Wilderness?" World Channel. "Parasitism. It's parasitism. Long tentacles came out of his mouth. All of them are sharp teeth, and another person has been entangled by him. Help." World Channel. "Players who go out today. Everyone, check if you have parasites on your body. Damn, I can't post pictures, it's so disgusting." World Channel. "Those who go out without a gas mask today, good luck." World Channel. "Parasites. Parasites. Parasites again." World Channel. "This is a biochemical crisis." World Channel. "The crowded shelter is in trouble. After the parasite eats up the host, it will use his skin to look for the next target." World Channel. "So this is the real Wu Yi." World Channel. "My last 5 points, goodbye, beautiful world." When Wen Ning saw this information, he felt uncomfortable all over his body, as if he was crawled by bugs, and he was chilled all over. Subconsciously, he began to check the place where his boss scratched him. He checked it up and down dozens of times, but he was still worried. He kept his eyes on his calves, afraid that a bug or something would suddenly come out. World Channel. "Someone is broadcasting how to kill parasites. Everyone go and watch." Strategy tutorial? Wen Ning also quickly opened the live link. In a live broadcast room titled, "Leah's Live Teaching on Eliminating Parasites, Please Pay Attention." Wen Ning saw a group of people sitting together. The anchor seemed to control the live camera, and the pictures showed a panoramic view of the entire shelter. The geographical location is in a minefield, and there are continuous shelters of different sizes squeezed together. It looks like there are at least 20 or 30. The main shelter looks very tall, and the whole material is made of stone. The windows and other edges are made of wood, while most of the other crooked shelters are made of wood. Only 1 or 2 walls were replaced with stone. The host of the live broadcast room seemed to consciously show his strength. The camera zoomed in. In the center of the main shelter, there was a huge bonfire. The survivors gathered in groups of different sizes, and listened to the speech of the man in the middle. At this time, the picture zoomed in and fixed, and the man's voice was clearly heard. The real-time translation function of the system allows the host to automatically translate any language into a language that the audience can understand. The host smiled and talked while showing the rich supplies of the shelter. Welcome to our first shelter base in Daria. This is the most solid shelter base in the world. We have abundant supplies and sufficient manpower. As long as you join, you can enjoy the same treatment as your family. Of course, if you want to join our shelter, you also need certain conditions. First of all, Yin people are prohibited from joining. Chapter 71. Barrage, Alpaca, dare you report the coordinates? Barrage, clown? With just your shelter, I punch one of them, understand? Barrage, you keep talking nonsense here, and don't talk about business. I've given you face, right? Do you find it interesting to criticize others? Barrage, sorry everyone, my son has embarrassed me, sorry for making fun of me. The Barrage has been madly dissing this anchor of Rhea. Rhea is secretly proud of herself. What's the point of talking nonsense? Isn't she just waiting for me to announce the parasite? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be a pity if I don't show them the strong strength of my big island empire. So this anchor has been bragging about his shelter, and never mentioned the title of the live broadcast. Originally, he was lucky enough to be at the bottom of the rankings last time, and his live broadcast was not very popular. Now, relying on the title party and the criticism of Yin country, he has been scolded to the top of the live broadcast room. A large number of viewers who don't know the truth keep pouring into the live broadcast room. After 10 minutes, he still didn't mention anything about parasites, but seemed to be determined to go all the way. The audience exclaimed, "Wow, it turns out this is a clickbait headline, bullet screen. The anchor from the White Bear country next door has started broadcasting. He is explaining how to kill parasites. Bullet screen, come on, I'm giving you face, right? Bullet screen, you're living a good life, just wait, I come to see you after the disaster season." The Yin people left Rhea's live broadcast room one after another, and in just a moment, nearly half of the people in the live broadcast room left, and the popularity dropped directly to the bottom. Many other survivors also left. Compared to Rhea's pettiness, the second-ranked White Bear country is obviously much more amiable. He was wearing a half-coat of animal skins that he had sewn himself, with half of his arm exposed directly outside. The wound on his upper arm seemed to have just stopped bleeding, and it was hideous and terrifying. But it was clean, without any traces of black or purple. Scanning the screen casually, Wen Ning saw the supply room behind the bearded anchor. About several tons of various mutant animal meats were processed and piled on the shelves. The surface of the heavy stone door was covered with frost, and it must have been insulated with an ice energy core. There were also dozens of large plastic barrels filled with water resources. It was a wealthy family at first glance. Like Rhea, all the survivors gathered around a large bonfire at night. On the other side, several survivors with abnormal complexions were isolated separately, and they were suffering from something with painful expressions. The anchor didn't waste any words and walked in directly. The camera was directly on those people. Wen Ning could see the person who was parasitized by the parasite. His face was pale and weak, his body was abnormally thin, his skin was waxy and wrinkled like dry bark. Blood vessels were bulging all over his body, and the blood supply and nutrients seemed to be all poured into one place. The camera zoomed in, and the shape of the parasite was also revealed. Wen Ning took a breath and almost vomited. At the same time, the food in the bowl became difficult to swallow. In the picture, a huge round-headed worm was pulled out of the thin back of a middle-aged man with tongs. It was at least as thick as Wen Ning's wrist, and as long as his forearm. Its body surface was mixed with body fluids and blood, and it was white and fat. Wen Ning saw several blood vessels piercing its body. It's hard to imagine how these parasites silently parasitize the human body. The bearded man next to him answered, "There are 119 people in our shelter. 80 people went out in a team today to look for airdrops. Among them, 60 people only went out in the first round, and 20 people went out in 2 rounds. According to statistics, the probability of survivors who went out in the first round being infected with parasites is very low. Only 35 people in our shelter who did not wear gas masks were infected, and the symptoms were mild, with 1 or 2 parasites. Survivors who went out in both rounds, even though they wore gas masks, were also easily infected. The detection rate in our shelter is 100%. The next thing I want to say is the key point. The final attack of parasites has no signs. But there are traces to follow. Underage parasites will wander in the shallow layer of the skin. You can determine whether you have parasites by observation. At this time, they are about the thickness of a finger. When the parasite grows to the thickness of a wrist, it is close to adulthood. It will start to eat the human body from the inside out. This is the best time to catch it, because it will gather all blood vessels to supply blood, the human body's nutritional consumption is huge at this time. Some people may have felt that their appetite has increased suddenly. At this time, after the human nature disappears, it will obviously emerge. This is also the last chance to catch it. If it is not caught at this time, the consequences, the bearded man did not continue to speak because the worm in the picture has been caught. Everyone, the parasite of this survivor has been caught. Now we need to inactivate it. The inactivation method is very simple, that is, soak it in carbonated drinks. While the anchor was talking, he directed others to throw the just caught parasite into a large bowl of Coke. The parasites that were constantly wriggling and trying to escape were seen swinging wildly, as if they were electrocuted. There were white bubbles all over their bodies, and the people at the scene covered their noses with their hands. This smell must be unpleasant. The tumbling parasites gradually lost their strength and finally floated on the surface of the cola water. At this time, the parasite has died. To prevent it from having a chance to revive, we threw it into the bonfire, and it will turn into charcoal in a while. Barrage, hoorah! Awesome. This bug is really disgusting. Barrage, I am a lone wolf. I went out of curiosity in the first round without any protection. Now I really found something wriggling on my arm. What should I do? Barrage, it's not my conspiracy theory. How did you know this information? The host saw this Barrage, smiled slightly, and showed the scar on his arm. By the way, I am the first experimental subject of our shelter. We have the top parasitology experts in White Bear Country and a top technical medical team in Blue Star. Besides, you can choose not to believe it. After all, I did not use this information to make a profit. At most, I gained a little popularity and attention. As for those who found the bug, there is no other way. You can only find a way to trap it, such as piercing it with a needle and then cutting the skin to catch it. Of course, it is best for two people to help each other. If you are alone, it is very difficult to operate. You can wait until it crawls to your feet before operating. As soon as the voice fell, the system announcement sounded. System announcement, global announcement. Player announced the secret of the disaster, which is 80% consistent with the system settings. The system judges it as true and rewards disaster points *100. System announcement, global announcement. Thank you player for your interpretation of the disaster. Disasters are ruthless, and we help each other. Please keep up the good work. Chapter 72. This system announcement caused an uproar. Barrage, damn it. Another disaster score, 100 points. I am crying. Barrage, fuck, 80%. This is not worth a word of awesome. My teammates and I are saved. Barrage, I have tried it according to the host's method and caught a parasite as long as a chopstick. This thing is the same as a roundworm. Don't be afraid. Catch it early, and the pain will be less. Barrage, and the host just said that only people without protection are prone to infection. Don't panic and don't spread desperate remarks. Barrage, that's right, we can all survive. Barrage, help each other. Barrage, awesome. I want to know what expression Rhea next door has now, ha ha ha. Barrage, the system announcement came in, can the host tell me more? I didn't hear it just now. The bearded man came back to his senses from the shock and laughed heartily. Yes, of course. Wen Ning was also slightly shocked, but not because White Bear Country got the disaster points. He was shocked that he studied the disaster and told the public about the rescue method, but the points he got were the same as the points he got from killing the disaster boss. This game system is a bit contradictory. On the one hand, it sets a very difficult disaster, as if to put all the Blue Star people to death. The map is integrated to let players fight for supplies together, but the number of airdrops is reduced to split the various forces. Now it rewards White Bear Country for its behavior, giving people hope and despair. Under the diligent explanation of the White Bear Country anchor, the barrage was harmonious, and everyone encouraged each other. Since the Wasteland, it is the first time to see the survivors so united. Life is not a spectator or a feast, but a dilemma. Is the ultimate goal of the survival game really to make the Blue Star people extinct? Wen Ning muttered to herself, suppressing the doubt in her heart. For now, it is better to improve her strength first and wait for the opportunity. She believes that the conspiracy behind this will eventually be revealed. The announcement of the White Bear Country's reward was received by the world. Although it was anonymous, the popularity of the live broadcast room was high. In addition, as soon as the people who posted the barrage promoted it on the World Channel, almost everyone rushed into the White Bear Country's live broadcast room. Big Beard was even more encouraged and explained the method again and again with great interest. On the other hand, Rhea had just lost half of its audience because of offending Yin Country, and now it lost the remaining half because of the global announcement of the White Bear Country. The few hundred people left in the live broadcast room were all mocking and scolding them. The host of Rio was so angry that he jumped up and down, and the players behind him were all depressed. They looked completely malnourished and skinny, and occasionally a big bulge could be seen somewhere on their bodies, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Ria had abundant supplies, they were required to hand in all the food and water resources for unified distribution when they entered the refuge base. If they were caught hiding or eating secretly, they would be sentenced to the death penalty of stewed goose in an iron pot. Therefore, the person in charge of the refuge base often called them reserve geese. Now the infected people were all driven aside to fend for themselves, and the survivors of Ria only saved the survivors of their own country according to the method of the White Bear Country. And the anchor of Ria shouted at the top of his lungs, saying that the White Bear Country stole their intelligence. This method was obviously discovered by them in Ria first, but they just didn't have time to say it. The host who was talking non-stop and the person who was looking down at the survivors didn't notice that behind their cameras, a person had stood up. The target was the two people. The survivor's eyes were deeply sunken, his eyeballs were protruding, and they were full of red bloodshot. His eyes were numb and lifeless, and he just stumbled towards the delicious food in front of him. The host Ria saw the strangeness behind him through the live camera. He stood up angrily, thinking that these survivors were just looking for death. Now they dared to stand up and walk in front of him. These lowly people should crawl at his feet and beg for his pitiful little sympathy. Are you alive? Ah! The host's voice suddenly stopped, and the medical staff beside him screamed in fear. He didn't even care about the wounded, and fled from this place in a hurry. The parasitized survivor suddenly opened his mouth when he walked in front of the host. Several tentacles with sharp mouthparts stretched out, and suddenly hugged the host's head with mucus. The person and the words were all wrapped up. At the same time, the host was still quite tenacious, struggling with his hands and feet, while the other people in the base had already scattered and flew away. When the forces of the Real Al-Qaeda organization began to fight back, the host had already died. For the audience watching the live broadcast room suddenly went black and disappeared. The host you were watching has died. It was a simple narration, but the audience outside the screen was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Although the White Bear Country anchor also talked about the consequences of the complete experience of this parasite, it was the first time for everyone to face such a death scene. And unlike the movie, this is a real death. This picture is more intuitive, more bloody, and there is no mosaic at all. World Channel, breaking news. A parasite outbreak occurred in a certain Ria refugee base, and the anchor died on the spot. World Channel, what? Parasite outbreak? How could it be? We have almost caught all the bugs. World Channel, this has to start with the bad things Ria did. This is racial discrimination. Only the locals are dewormed. As a result, it backfired. World Channel, ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Then the Ria refugee base, which has a good life, will be extinct. World Channel, I was lucky enough to witness the moment of the parasite outbreak. The 1-minute video made me vomit my overnight meal. But I have to say, it was well done. World Channel, perhaps the theme of this disaster should be the last Ria of the Carino? World Channel, the above is too mean, but it's hard to disagree. World Channel, assholes. You guys. One Ria base has fallen, and there's our second one. World Channel, oh so you're so anxious, are you here to queue up? World Channel, ha ha ha. I laugh so loudly, let me say a word to you Ria, you deserve it. Chapter 73. It was 2200 hours on the first day of the disaster season. According to the White Bear Country, the incubation period is only 8 hours, and even the second round of parasites will break out at 2200 hours at night at the latest. It seems that I should not be infected. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, and was sure that he was not parasitized, and his heart was relieved at once. Ah! This tiger is healed. The tiger head came in front of Wen Ning, and the tiger became much clingier after experiencing this battle. Wen Ning knew what it was thinking, and bent down and touched his head twice. He said slowly, I protect you now, and when you grow up, you have to pay it back. Then the tiger will have to protect me. Why are you being so hypocritical now? Wen Ning's unfinished words were all unspoken, and the tiger naturally understood, and turned his head unnaturally. He was rarely shy. However, Wen Ning did not laugh at him, but picked him up with one hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Shouldn't you eat less? I can't hold you anymore. Ah! This tiger is growing. A man and a tiger lean on each other in the wasteland. Wen Ning's first day in the wasteland was not small, but he also paid a price. Fortunately, he was saved in the end. In another corner of the wasteland, the wound on Su Luo's face has not stopped bleeding. The antidote can only remove the negative effects of poisoning, but cannot heal external injuries. The construction speed of Yan's official base is relatively backward. The reason is that the survivors of Yan are too scattered. In the area like Su Luo, Li Weigui is a major general, and he usually makes the decision. But not long ago, a major general came to the base. The two had different management philosophies, and could not work together. Instead, the development of the base was delayed a lot. Now the superiors asked Li Weigui to quickly unite his colleagues, and develop the base quickly. This made Li Weigui take a huge risk to get the 2 airdrop treasure chests. Now Su Luo successfully brought back the treasure chest. Although there were heavy casualties, at least the situation of the base's division was stabilized. At this moment, Li Weigui was busy checking the bodies of the entire base. There were no parasites in the bodies of Su Luo and the other 4 people, which might be related to the boss's antidote. Tonight, for the Yan country base, it was destined to be a difficult night. The devastation was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. A parasite gnawing at the survivors turned his head suddenly. Then he was shot in the head. Staggered to the ground. Quick! I hit it! Hurry up! The remaining people in the Real base fought back, and finally seriously injured all the parasites. The cola and other carbonated drinks exchanged from the trading platform were poured on the parasites in the middle, as if they were free. Various screams came one after another, human skin was pierced, and the mouth parts and tentacles struggled wildly. The scene was like a group of demons dancing wildly. An hour later, most of the supplies of the entire base were used up to suppress this riot. Damn white bear people. Commander, our base lost 80 survivors, and now there are only 35 alive. The person called the commander was furious. Originally, there were more survivors in the Real base than in the white bear country, but now. The extremely angry commander looked at the parasites in front of him struggling and squirming to escape. A vicious plan came to mind. You, go and bring a glass bottle over. Sir. This is... The survivor looked up at the commander's crazy eyes, not daring to refute, and could only turn around and run into the warehouse. After a while, 2 people came over carrying a glass bottle half a person's height. Hee, you will pay the price. You will. Wasteland calendar January 7th, 8 o'clock, disaster season. The 3rd round of airdrops in the disaster season has been dropped near the shelter. On the 2nd day of the disaster season, Wen Ning got up early. A familiar reminder sounded, and Wen Ning pouted. She couldn't go out today. This fog can no longer be called fog. Wen Ning stood in her yard, and the surface of the outer wall seemed to be covered with an invisible transparent film. Outside was a thick white fog. It looked more like white smoke, completely surrounding the shelter. If you look closely, there is even a tendency to invade inside. It looks very dangerous. Huzi, we won't go out today. Ah. Yes, you can't go out of this door. Oh. Ah. Everyone outside is the same monster we encountered yesterday. This tiger can't beat them. Yesterday's battle made Huzi understand that he shouldn't be strong in places where he shouldn't be strong, so now he generously admitted the fact that he couldn't beat them. All bosses. No, the situation of bosses everywhere is not right. Wen Ning thought, and suddenly in a moment. It should be that the mutant beast has become stronger. According to this idea, the boss inside should be so terrifying. Moreover, thick fog can enhance the ability of mutant beasts, so correspondingly, it will also enhance the ability of parasitism. So, even if wearing a gas mask, there is a high possibility that there will be more parasites today than yesterday. Before going to bed last night, Wen Ning took a special look. The regional channel lost nearly 2,000 people yesterday. It can be seen that. It seems that it is forbidden to go out today. However, there must be reckless people under heavy rewards, especially the reward Wen Ning received yesterday is known to the world. Today, there must still be a lot of people going out to challenge. However, in this disaster season, the 2-day mode is exactly the same, no change. Wen Ning doesn't believe it. She has a vague premonition that the system must be holding back a big move, so not only can't go out today, but also find a way to reinforce the shelter. Wen Ning, who has made up his mind, returned to the shelter and started to solve today's breakfast. Today is a lot of work, so let's make some rice. The greenhouse harvested a total of 10 kilograms of rice. After the harvest, Wen Ning planted the rice non-stop. There are exactly 10 portions of rice. 1 portion is 1 gene, and the system will handle the shelling and sifting by itself. So, Wen Ning got 10 gene of pure rice. Wen Ning took out one portion. She didn't eat much, so she decided to cook all the rice for 2 meals. Anyway, the backpack is heat insulating and fresh. Add water to the pot. Wen Ning washed her hands, put the rice in, and finally stretched out a finger and inserted it upside down to measure the water level. It was exactly the height of 1 finger. This method was taught by the master before. Later, Wen Ning learned that many Yin people's families use this method to measure the ratio of water to rice. The rice was put into the pot. Wen Ning took a piece of pickled bacon and cut off a piece for his own consumption. Most of the remaining half was ready to be hung back, but Hu Zi was watching eagerly, and Wen Ning couldn't bear it, so he gave it all to him. Hu Zi's appetite has increased again, and this piece of bacon is not enough, so Wen Ning threw him a piece of lamb chop to grind his teeth. Hu knew that Hu Zi would bite it and throw it into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. Wen Ning's facial features were all wrinkled. Wen Ning, hey, isn't your throat sore? Chapter 74. Hu Zi finished his breakfast in a few bites, and Wen Ning said that he could not afford to feed him. He put oil in the pan and added meat, and his stir-frying became more and more skillful. 10 minutes later, a plate of salty and fragrant potatoes and bacon came out of the pan. The texture of mutant meat is much better than ordinary meat. It can be seen that it is a self-disciplined beast. He finished his breakfast like a whirlwind. Wen Ning cleaned up the table and took out paper and pen from the warehouse. Wen Ning had never used a paper book before, but in the Wasteland, a book is a book and a pen is a pen. Who cares about the use? Because there has been no shelter design drawings recently, Wen Ning can only draw the drawings for this renovation plan by himself, and it is very likely that he will have to practice the renovation. Wen Ning plans to widen the courtyard wall and raise it to 3 meters, and build an electric grid on the top. It is not difficult to implement the heightening and widening of the courtyard wall. The difficult part is the power grid. With the electric energy core, Wen Ning had a rough plan in mind. For electric energy, the electric energy core can be used. Wen Ning's weapon uses 1 piece, and the remaining can be synthesized into 2 pieces. Wen Ning looked through her materials. Her idea was to use the fine iron ingot to make a 1 mm thick iron wire, and then make a few iron rods. Both the iron wire and the iron rod can be made on the workbench. After the iron rod is fixed on the top of the fence, the iron wire is wrapped around it, and finally the electricity is turned on. However, how this electric energy can be converted depends on whether the system can achieve it. When looking through the materials, Wen Ning first made 10 1-meter-long iron rods. Then when she wanted to make iron wire, she suddenly saw the glass fiber in the corner of the warehouse. Wen Ning took it out of curiosity. Glass fiber, advanced material, as thin as silk, as hard as steel, can be added to armor to improve defense, and can conduct electricity. Conductive. This thing actually conducts electricity. Wen Ning looked at the handful of material in his palm. It was pure white, and almost transparent, and there were almost hundreds of them in this handful. Wen Ning had heard of the glass fiber on Blue Star, but the ones on Blue Star were all made of stone, very brittle, as thin as embroidery needles, and difficult to remove after piercing the human body, and the pain would always accompany it. It seems that the glass fiber in the Wasteland has no similar functions except for the name. Wen Ning muttered to himself, and tried to pull it with his hand. It was very strong. It can be soft, hard, thin, and long. Each strand is almost transparent in the sun, and you can't see it at all if you don't look carefully. Then, can this glass fiber be used to replace iron wire? Wen Ning checked the length and found that the length of a glass fiber is just slightly longer than the length of one side of the courtyard wall. It fits just right. And with this material, Wen Ning only needs 4 iron rods. Looking at the fiberglass in his hand, Wen Ning assembled them directly in the yard and inserted the 4 iron rods into the soil. 20 fiberglass strands were tied on each side, with a spacing of 5 centimeters. The 4 sides were assembled and had a shape. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Wen Ning called up the super synthesis system and aimed it at the artificial power grid on the ground. Then put in an electric energy core, detected 1 electric energy core and 1 artificial power grid, whether to synthesize? It's possible. The system admitted that it was an electric grid. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with light, and he nodded in agreement impatiently. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a super high voltage electric grid *1. A ball of light appeared in the backpack space, and the complete electric grid was in it. Wen Ning checked the information. Super high voltage electric grid. Exquisite craftsmanship perfectly combines energy cores and rare materials, and up to 600 kV of ultra-high alternating current is always flowing in the glass fiber. It is guaranteed that those who touch it will never return. Hint: an electric core can be used for 180 days. This time is the same as the ice energy core. Wen Ning nodded with satisfaction. 180 days is enough for her to complete the construction of a more magnificent shelter. At worst, after 180 days, Wen Ning doesn't believe that she can't get more electric energy cores. After solving the electric grid, the next thing becomes very simple. Wen Ning consumed all the stones in the warehouse, and synthesized them all into solid stones. This job was extremely boring, but Wen Ning worked very hard. In her mind, there seemed to be a small progress bar, and what she was doing now was to accumulate experience. When the experience bar was full, her synthesis system would be upgraded again, but it was definitely not today. Wen Ning worked until 10 o'clock to complete the synthesis of all the stones. During this period, the synthesis system did not sound the upgrade command, and even the critical hits were rare. In the end, Wen Ning harvested a yard of hard stones and 21 thermal stones. All the stones were made into walls, and then the walls were installed without stopping. On the basis of the original, Wen Ning's outer wall was doubled in thickness, and the system automatically merged the two walls, leaving no gap in the middle. Just like the main body of Wen Ning's shelter, the solid iron sheet on the outside did not affect the internal structure, and ensured that the area inside remained unchanged, and the iron sheet wall automatically became much thinner. But its defensive function did not change at all. Wen Ning stood on the original wall, temporarily dismantled the surrounding mechanisms, and then raised the wall. The range of the fog was close at hand. Facing the fog, Huzi looked at Wen Ning on the wall with a little worry. However, Wen Ning's mentality was strong and stable, and he completed the work without changing his face. The time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wasteland calendar January 7th, 1400 hours, disaster season. The fourth round of airdrops in the disaster season have been dropped around the shelter. The system announcement sounded unexpectedly, and Wen Ning was completing the last step of the courtyard wall renovation. Install the power grid. Hearing the announcement, Wen Ning glanced at the regional channel, and the number of people dropped by 700 again. Huzi, what's the situation outside? The tiger cub playing in the yard heard Wen Ning's call, and ran to the bottom of the wall. Ah! It's even more powerful. These beasts are almost catching up with the king of our tribe. King? You're not. Ah! Of course I am. This tiger is the future. Where does your tribe live? It was the first time Wen Ning heard Huzi talk about his tribe, so he asked casually. Ah? Where? I don't know either. I just remember that there was a huge forest in my dream, where my tribe played, hunted, and resisted foreign enemies. Wen Ning frowned slightly after hearing this answer. It seemed that Huzi didn't know where he came from, but it seemed that he had inherited everything he should have inherited in his talent. If you have a chance, do you want to find your home? Wen Ning thought that it was possible that Huzi's home was in a corner of this wasteland planet. Ah? Can I? Wen Ning thought about this question seriously, and then gave a positive answer. Okay, when we move, we look for the forest you mentioned. Huzi jumped up 3 feet high and ran around happily for several laps. Wen Ning also relaxed. The hand movement reached the last step. Wen Ning confirmed the installation in his mind. Done! The super high voltage power grid has been successfully installed and has been included in the management scope of the shelter. It can be turned on and off at will. Note that this power grid is not effective for members of the shelter, including pets. This function is too considerate. Wen Ning was a little amazed. The installed power grid was simply her dream network. Due to the characteristics of fiberglass, it is almost invisible to the naked eye. The material is strong, and it is not afraid even in wind and rain. This concealment effect is amazing. After all, Wen Ning is here to kill people. If it is too obvious, others will be afraid and dare not approach. How can it work? Besides, who would climb over the wall with evil intentions? Chapter 75. Clap your hands, it's done. Wen Ning jumped down from the wall and turned on the power grid. Can you sleep well now? Looking at the devastated yard, Wen Ning felt a little tired. After the disaster season is over, we must find a time to move. After the yard was renovated, Wen Ning went to the warehouse to sort out the supplies and shelves he had harvested in the past few days. On the rainy day, there was no place to put the 2 buckets of water brought back from outside, so Wen Ning threw them directly into the warehouse. Now we have to sort them out properly. Except for the herbs that Wen Ning had not sold, there were only a dozen or so vegetables, fruits, and so on left. There were a lot of sundries, so Wen Ning specially classified them to prevent himself from finding them. The supplies seized from Lu Bo and his group were basically sold out. All of them were exchanged by Wen Ning for iron ingots, stones, and wood. The shelves in the warehouse were not enough, so Wen Ning put out 2 more shelves and put treasure chests on them for classification. The seeds were placed in a box, which was already half full. Wen Ning usually kept the seeds after eating fruits and stored them as seeds. Some skincare products were also opened, including face creams, facial cleansers, etc., which were also used on a daily basis. After all, who is not a delicate pig girl? Clothes and sundries were placed in 2 boxes. Food was basically in the backpack, so that it had a long shelf life. The ice cubes were thrown into the cellar. The cellar was always below 0 temperature. Wen Ning's dozen barrels of water were frozen. Fortunately, the quality of the wine barrels was good, and they did not crack. There were also various meats, all in the cellar. After all, this thing was heavy, and took up a lot of space. The backpack has a very peculiar property. It has both space and weight limits, so it is not allowed to exceed either of them. After sorting for an entire afternoon, I looked at the piles of various brands of mineral water and boxes of labeled sundries in the corner of the warehouse, and felt extremely satisfied. In the Wasteland, there is a strong and solid shelter, and there are enough food and water resources. It can give people a great sense of security. Sorting out supplies gives people the pleasure of hoarding like a hamster. Wen Ning was deeply involved in it, and before he knew it, it was 5 p.m. World Channel. Anyone noticed? Is the fog dispersing? Is the disaster over early? World Channel. I noticed. The fog is really dispersing, but my companions are almost eaten up. World Channel. Run upstairs. The fog will dissipate, and you can see the road. Maybe you can find other survivors for help before dark. World Channel. Already running. Everyone, the fog is really dispersing. My vision is getting clearer and clearer. Ah. Mutant Beast. As soon as this person finished speaking, his avatar turned gray. Half an hour later, the thick fog in the wasteland dissipated by about 1/3. However, at this time, the visibility is only 30 meters. It is still very dangerous, because 30 meters of visibility is only a 1-second distance for mutant beasts. Wen Ning saw the news after he sorted out the supplies, and came out to drink water. At the same time, he also found that the thick fog outside the courtyard seemed to have dissipated a lot. The World Channel was speculating whether the disaster was about to end early. Some even said they would wait until the fog clears, and then go out to grab the 3rd and 4th rounds of airdrops. Wen Ning peeked at the screen quietly, with no intention of going out. First, the danger outside that Huzi reminded her of still existed. Second, she didn't believe that the disaster would end early. The system was silent, and it must be doing something. Tonight, maybe the system will do something big. In this disaster, Wen Ning has almost figured out the nature of this system. That is, don't pick up the airdrops when he drops them, and don't go out when he disperses the fog. You are a rebel, and you won't do anything you are told to do. As time goes by, the survivors are all thinking about making a fortune before the night falls. And some people naively believe that the source of the mutant beast's power is the fog, and now that the fog has dissipated, it is very likely to become weaker. So they form teams to go out and kill monsters. World Channel. Let's go kill monsters. I'm not bragging. I couldn't beat it yesterday because I couldn't see. Today, I picked up 2 boxes. World Channel. The airdrop box is a good thing. I got a workbench blueprint. And a compound bow. I'm so excited. World Channel. Team up, team up. Come with sincerity, I'm in Area A18. World Channel. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. I don't know if it's hard to sleep, but the killing in the wasteland has never stopped. After the parasite incident that broke out last night, the survivors in a shelter were eaten up. The parasite army walked into the fog in a mighty manner, and rushed towards the nearest mutant beast. 5 or 6 parasites stretched out their long tentacles, and their mouth parts were so sharp that even the mutant beasts couldn't stop them. They were cut to death in a few strokes, and then they rushed up to share the food. After a whole day of burning, killing and looting, the mutant beasts refreshed in the wilderness could no longer satisfy their appetite. One by one, they headed for the survivors' shelter. Because the tentacles of the parasites burst out of the mouths of the parasites, they would retract when not fighting. After the human skin was broken, the head broke from the skin of the neck. The parasites are reptiles, and when fighting, they would stand up like snakes and fight with their tentacles. So the groups of parasites were covered with loose and broken human skin, crawling on the ground in a weird posture. The speed was not slow, and they never took detours. It seemed that they had GPS, which could locate the mutant beasts and human shelters. Wherever they went, there were no survivors. The time came to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. There was only 1 hour left before the night fell. The thick fog was basically completely dissipated, and the mutant beasts in the fog began to stir. As if they were injected with stimulants, they madly attacked all creatures within their sight, and even killed each other. World Channel. Ha ha ha. I just saw 2 mutants fighting each other. I went up and killed them with 2 knives. I got 2 boxes for free, and a lot of meat. World Channel. I envy the people above. I went too late and only killed 1, but I was lucky and got a box. World Channel. These mutants must be crazy. Why are they fighting each other? World Channel. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. World Channel. The brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. You deserve not to get a box. The survivors are divided into the charging faction and the waiting faction. They argued in the channel for more than half an hour. Wen-Ning was calm and didn't plan to go out. The world outside is exciting, but her life is more important. The reason why she didn't go out is very simple. Hu Zi reminded that it was difficult to find leaks outside. He felt it was very dangerous. So Wen-Ning turned a deaf ear to the comments on the World Channel, and instead focused on the environment outside the shelter. He refreshed the World Channel from time to time. The sky darkened inch by inch, and it was almost 10 minutes before dark. Pet passive skill triggered. An unknown number of Zergs are approaching quickly, and there are still 10 minutes to reach the shelter. World Channel. There are still 10 minutes before dark. It's time to go home. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! World Channel. God. This. World Channel. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I was wrong. I must be honest in my next life. The survivors appeared one after another on the World Channel, and they were disconnected as soon as they said half a sentence, and their avatars all turned gray. On Wen-Ning's side, after being frightened, he immediately opened the system map. Within the visible range of the shelter, a black thing was like a curtain, moving quickly towards the shelter. Wen-Ning keenly heard a subtle buzzing sound, like a flying insect. Ah! The mutant beast also rushed over. In a few short seconds, Wen-Ning quickly responded. First, she sealed all the windows with iron plates. Then she cleared out all the wood and stone on the trading platform. She had a hunch that tonight might be a purely defensive battle. System announcement. Global announcement. This disaster fog wilderness lasts for 4 hours, and the insect tide is coming. Chapter 76. This time, Wen-Ning knew everything without the system reminding him. The Zerg will attack the shelter for 4 hours. World Channel. It's over. My shelter still has wooden walls. World Channel. Me too. Can anyone give me some stones? They are so expensive on the trading platform. World Channel. So this is what the fog means. These Zerg form a thick fog and are coming back. World Channel. Everyone, hurry up and repair the shelter. I think the wooden walls can only last for 10 minutes at most. World Channel. Are torches useful? I'm shivering in the shelter with a torch in my hand. In the regional channel, the number of people is decreasing madly. It is estimated that the survivors, who have not returned to the shelter, have been swallowed up by the Zerg like a whirlwind. My shelter should be fine. Wen-Ning was confident. All the walls were reinforced by her own synthesis system. If even her shelter couldn't hold up. However, Wen-Ning was more worried about the wandering Zerg and mutant beasts. According to what Hu Zi had just reported, it seemed that they were also rushing over. It was time to test the results of her afternoon work. Superpower grid. The buzzing sound approached, and at the same time, the ground also made a rumbling sound. The slight vibration was accurately captured by Wen-Ning. It's coming. Sure enough, the next second, the black curtain enveloped Wen-Ning's shelter. If there was a vision, Wen-Ning could see that her shelter was full of various Zerg within a kilometer. Crawling, flying, surging towards Wen-Ning's shelter like a tide, it was bound to destroy everything in front of it with a devastating momentum. Crack! Crack! The yard was lit up with lightning, and the blue arc of light illuminated Wen-Ning's shelter. The electric grid worked. The flying insects flew at a height of 3 to 5 meters, and some of them just happened to hit Wen-Ning's electric grid and were directly roasted into charcoal. The bodies fell down, and the flying insects behind continued to rush forward. The reptiles that climbed up the wall would be electrocuted by the lowest fiberglass. But there were still many insects that flew into Wen-Ning's yard at the same time. The sound of reptiles crawling came from the door panel, and Hu Zi roared at the door panel in a low voice, but it was obvious that the pressure of the royal family had no effect on these insects. Fortunately, the greenhouse was taken back. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. Now the yard is bare, with only the trees in the 4 corners left, and it doesn't hurt to gnaw them. These insects probably want to find a place to get in. I don't know if it will eat into the shelter. Wen-Ning kept an eye on the durability of the surrounding walls, his face very solemn. Your electric grid successfully killed the mutant beast *2. The moment the system prompt sounded, Wen Ning felt heavy footsteps. The next second, a huge explosion came from the electric grid, followed by the sound of a corpse falling to the ground. Your electric grid successfully killed the mutant beast *1. Your electric grid successfully killed the parasitic beast *2. Wow, this electric grid is really powerful. The mutant beasts and parasitic beasts came a little slower, but after the Zerg arrived, they stopped fighting each other and pointed their spearheads at Wen Ning's shelter. It was as if they had received some kind of guidance. Fortunately, Wen Ning's electric grid was powerful, so she didn't need to fight directly, and the electric grid could defeat 100 people. The mutants and parasites lost all their sanity after going crazy. They only wanted to rush in and tear the delicious humans to pieces, ignoring the electric net in front of them. One by one, they rushed to die. But Wen Ning also felt that dense Zergs climbed or landed on her roof and walls. They were gnawing at her walls. 10 minutes later, Wen Ning took a look at the durability of her walls. Composite iron wall, durability value 99.9. This is what you can't chew through even if you gnaw until the end of time. My mood relaxed all of a sudden. Wen Ning leisurely opened the chat channel. World channel. Help! One side of my wooden wall was bitten in 10 minutes. I can't afford to repair it. World channel. The bugs gnawing the wall is not the most important thing. My stone wall only lost 8% of its durability in 10 minutes. But there are mutants outside, and they are hitting my shelter. World channel. Torches are useless. What can drive away these bugs? World channel. What's the point of driving them away? Can you beat the mutants? World channel. Help! Bugs are coming in. Ah! Don't bite me! Drive away bugs? Oh, right! Flyweed? How could I forget about this? Wen Ning just remembered that he still had 35 flyweeds. After he got them, he met Lu Bo's 6-man group, who were robbing him. Later, he forgot about the flyweeds. I almost missed a business opportunity. Wen Ning picked up an excellent level 1, opened his backpack and made a torch. After lighting it, he threw the flyweed in. Then he came to the door, reached out to hold the torch, and took a deep breath. He quickly opened the door a crack, just enough to throw the torch out. Pop! The torch was thrown not far from the door. According to the properties of the fly-killing grass, all flying insects within a radius of 5 meters will be dispersed and killed. The fly-killing grass has taken effect, and the effective time is 4 hours. It worked. Wen Ning was confident now, and he took Uzi into his arms, and slowly opened the door after Diamine. The ground at the door was densely packed with corpses. As soon as he opened the door, Wen Ning smelled an unpleasant odor. He quickly turned around to close the door, took out a gas mask and put it on. I didn't notice it just now when I held my breath. How could it be so smelly? The smell outside was the smell of the Zerg itself, the smell of being burned by the electric grid, the smell of mucus on the mutants and parasites, and the smell of smoke from the torch burning the fly-killing grass. In short, these smells mixed together, and almost sent Wen Ning away. Who's you? The tiger's head in his arms drooped weakly on Wen Ning's arm, and his whole body was full of resistance. Ah! Does this door have to be open today? Take it with you, or you should not go out. After putting Huzi down, Wen Ning opened the door himself. As expected, all the Zergs within a 5-meter range of the fly-killing grass were destroyed. And those who flew in, without exception, fell straight down. Wen Ning's shelter was only 5 meters high, and a fly-killing grass could be used as a barrier to completely isolate the Zerg's attack. It was indeed a good thing. Wen Ning stood in the center of the Zergs flying, but none of them could get close to her. Through the heavy cover of flying insects, a circle of electric grids output frantically, meticulously practicing the system saying that there is no return after going out. However, her own shelter was still being gnawed, and there was a dense crawling sound, which made people feel sick. But between enduring this kind of noise and making money, Wen Ning decisively chose the latter. Wen Ning returned to the shelter and began to edit the copy and put the goods on the shelves. So when everyone was trembling in the shelter, and when brushing wood and stone in the market, Wen Ning's transaction information was quietly released. Seller. Transaction information. Fly-killer grass. Excellent. 7 pieces in exchange for unit price fragment electricity *5. Message. Personally tested and effective. Please check the properties yourself. The quantity is limited. First come first served. Chapter 77. Trading items. 7 fly killers. Excellent. For 30 backpack expansion scrolls. Message. Same as above. Asterisk. Trading items. 15 fly killers. Excellent. For disaster season items, airdrop items, boss items. Message. Private chat harassment is welcome. Begging is not accepted, otherwise you will be permanently blocked. Wen Ning just used up one for testing, so there are 14 excellent ones left. She took out half to exchange for 7 energy cores, plus the one she had, that's 8. The other half was used to exchange for backpack expansion scrolls. Wen Ning had considered this, because in the afternoon she calculated her supplies, and now her storage space could not take away all the supplies. In the case of uncertainty whether the supplies in the warehouse will be considered part of the shelter at that time, Wen Ning must prepare for a rainy day. What if the supplies in the warehouse cannot be taken away when moving? Wouldn't it be a big loss? She opened more than a dozen backpack expansion scrolls from 100 boxes yesterday, but it was far from enough. The remaining 15 points, give them to the survivors to play freely. Anyway, the right to trade is in your hands. Actually, Wen Ning thought about synthesizing a solid wall to sell, but the system prompted that buildings cannot be bought and sold, only blueprints and byproducts can be bought and sold. Wen Ning himself lacked the basic materials, let alone selling them, so he had to give up. 5 minutes after Wen Ning's transaction information was posted, there was no movement, because most people who swiped the trading platform selected wood and stone. Until a thunderbolt in the World Channel, someone is selling flykiller grass. It can kill and disperse the Zerg. This person bought one, and his shelter was only 5 square meters in total. After it was ignited, the Zerg that was gnawing at his shelter immediately dissipated. He excitedly posted the attributes to the World Channel. The World Channel was completely blown up. The flykiller grass, with a clear price tag on it, was sold out in 3 minutes. Congratulations on getting 35 pieces of electricity and 210 backpack expansion coupons. World Channel, it's gone. There are still expensive ones left. I can't afford it. World Channel, can you send more? I have 6 pieces. World Channel, what's wrong with this person? Can't he send out the remaining 15 pieces? He is greedy and wants other people's good things. World Channel, no, I'm waiting to die in the shelter today, and I'd rather be bitten to death by the Zerg than by anything from him. World Channel, I've made an offer, take a look. I can't hold on any longer. Wen Ning has been evaluating since the first private message. After screening, there are fewer spam messages. Wen Ning knew that these people didn't have much time to wait. It was already 9 o'clock. If she waited an hour to choose, maybe people would not buy it. They could just use this thing to collect some wood and stones and get by. So it was unlikely that she would get something incredible. She mainly wanted to collect some rare materials in the disaster season, such as fiberglass. Wen Ning looked for a while, and found quite a few. Congratulations on obtaining high-temperature titanium alloy *10. Congratulations on obtaining weapon parts *10. Congratulations on obtaining mutant hides *10. Congratulations on obtaining household food processor blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining carbon steel *10. Congratulations on obtaining armor sewing machine blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining intermediate planting field *2. Congratulations on obtaining fragment electricity *8. There are indeed quite a few good things, and most of them are things I have never heard of. Wen Ning's eyes lit up as he looked at the materials and drawings on the table in front of him. Especially the 2 drawings, one for cooking and the other for making armor. They were exactly what Wen Ning needed right now. It was just a learning exercise. The manufacturing interface was lit up. Wen Ning checked the drawings one by one. Home cooking machine. One-time drawings. You can cook all kinds of food at home. You can enter and save the menu after manufacturing. Home cooking machine. Iron ingot 30/156, tin ingot 10/0, gold ingot 5/0, coal crystal block 3/0. For your hands. Now you can have hot meals. Although Wen Ning has never heard of these materials, the drawings are there. So how far are the materials? Wen Ning was very satisfied with this drawing, and then looked at another drawing. Armor sewing machine drawings. One-time drawings. Can make armor. Need armor drawings. Armor drawings can be reused after input. Armor sewing machine drawings. Iron ingot 30/156, tin ingot 10/0. Gold ingot 5/0, molecular film 3/0, another one-time blueprint. I accepted it with satisfaction. The next step is to survive this disaster, and then move. After reading all the blueprints, Wen Ning started to browse the chat channel again. There were still 2 hours left before the disaster ended. But Wen Ning decided to wait until the last minute to prevent any changes in the middle. Shelter, unnamed a shelter, with simple self-defense. Under the disaster, the electric sparks made it the most dazzling existence in the Wasteland world. Congratulations, you have found the right direction of development. Completeness, 99. Strongness, 780. Aesthetics, 70. Facilities 70. The shelter is under attack. Please pay attention to the strength and completeness. 2 hours later, Wen Ning's shelter is still strong, with only a little loss of completeness. The facility score has risen a lot because of the power grid. And the correct direction of development mentioned by the system has given Wen Ning a lot of inspiration. It seems that the shelter is not only not strong enough, but also needs to be both offensive and defensive, and have sufficient strike capabilities. Thinking of this, Wen Ning felt that his future development direction should be like a steel military fortress. Back to the era of backward technology, just like the military on Blue Star. Truth is everywhere within the range. In his mind, the transformation plan of the shelter gradually took shape. Time also passed quickly, and the second before the dawn arrived. Wen Ning spent materials to repair the entire shelter that was eaten away. System announcement, global announcement, this disaster fog wild has officially ended, and the game 3.0 will be launched tomorrow, so stay tuned. Chapter 78. Ding! Wasteland trial opens new features again. The second trial disaster has ended, and the cumulative death toll is 30% of the participants in this natural disaster. A total of 134 disaster bosses were killed worldwide during the disaster, and the game officially entered the second stage. The disaster period is over, the mild season is coming, and the duration of the mild season is random. Random success. The duration of this mild season is 9 days. The next disaster will be announced in 7 days. Next, the official trial manual will be distributed. The newly opened functions will be described in detail in the manual. Please check it out, survivors. After staying up all night last night, Wen Ning woke up to the system's prompt sound today. Before he opened his eyes, his mind had already opened the survival manual without stopping. The third page of content was unlocked. Wen Ning carefully checked it. 1. The ranking list will add a kill list and a popularity list, still in units of regions. 2. The types of ruins maps will increase, please explore on your own. 3. The character attribute panel is open, which can more intuitively evaluate the survival ability of each survivor. 4. The duration of the dropped items is extended to 24 hours. When the player dies, all the supplies in the current backpack will be dropped. 5. System update, the base system is open, which can accommodate multiple shelters. You can spend survival points to apply for creation. After the evaluation is successful, the corresponding survival points and materials will be deducted to successfully build. For details, see details. 6. The personal system store function is open. Players can pay a certain amount of survival points to open a store. The goods on the shelves in the store do not require additional survival points, and the store popularity is incorporated into the total popularity list. Details. 7. In order to prevent survivors from blocking the production column, it now costs a handling fee to make items, and the handling fee is survival points. 8. The regional channel has been updated. The regional map has been automatically integrated after this disaster. 9. The system has opened more hidden functions. Triggering them can speed up the game to the next stage. 10. Survivors, please continue to work hard. More functions will be opened in the next stage. I took a look at the newly opened content, but I didn't digest it completely because there was a whirring sound in my ears. The baby squatted beside Wen Ning's head well behaved, not daring to make a loud noise. But it was obvious that Wen Ning had actually woken up, and he was a little confused as to why he didn't open his eyes. The tragic situation of being taught a lesson last time is still vivid in my mind. Now if you ask him if he is touched, he definitely doesn't dare. Good morning, baby. Wen Ning stretched comfortably. She had just heard that the mild season this time lasted for 9 days. Great. As usual, he stroked the tiger's head twice. Wen Ning held the baby and looked at him for a while. Have you gained weight again? It's not enough to just gain weight without gaining experience. Ah. Grown up. This is growing up. Okay, get up. Wen Ning remembered that he opened a can of chicken, which looked like it was eaten by cats. He went to the cellar to get a piece of mutant venison, a piece of lamb chop, and 2 cans of chicken. The big basin was full of about 10 kilograms. Luckily, the cub is a boy, so it doesn't matter if he is a little rough. Wen Ning put the big porcelain basin next to the dining table and turned to wash up. A new stage has begun. Huzi, you also need to balance nutrition and grow more meat. The sound of Huzi wolfing down food came from behind him. Wen Ning opened the system messages one by one while washing up. First, the personal interface, which said that the personal panel was online. Wen Ning clicked on the avatar to read it. The originally simple interface suddenly had a lot more content. Name, Wen Ning. Constitution, 12 plus 3, average 10, Note: the initial value is 12, and the Advanced Constitution Potion permanently increases the Constitution value by 3. The Constitution Potion of the same level cannot be repeated. Stamina 100. Note: the initial value is set every day according to the status of the previous night. If the energy value is too low, you will not be able to engage in combat and other activities. Equipment: serrated blade, composite crossbow, iron soft armor. Only the top 3 attributes are displayed. Pet: crystal white tiger. Survival points: 300 plus 757. Note: 300 is the balance of the last natural disaster, and 757 is the survival points obtained during this disaster season. Backpack: 8 cubic meters. No wonder the soreness and fatigue all over my body disappeared when I just woke up this morning. Wen Ning thought it was the effect of the Advanced Constitution Potion he drank. Not only were all the injuries on his body healed, but his mental state was also much better. This 100 should be the highest value, and the corresponding state should be full of energy. I just don't know if there are corresponding potions to replenish it. It seems that the physical potion can only be used once per level, and if there is more, it can only be sold. The survival points are okay. Wen Ning deliberately left an integer before the last natural disaster, and this time, there are more than 700. The backpack is a bit small, but Wen Ning remembered that he got a lot from unpacking and selling, and he used them all. There are 210 tickets obtained from transactions, and 15 tickets saved from unpacking. Successfully used backpack expansion scroll 225. Storage space expanded to 83 cubic meters. It is already more than the volume of 3 containers. His few supplies shrank into a corner in the storage space. Now Wen Ning has more confidence in moving. After looking at the individuals, he looked at the world-related ones. The regional channel was filled with 10,000 people again, and they were now discussing new content enthusiastically. Wen Ning took a look and then exited. There was also an icon of a base on the system panel. Build a base. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to apply for it? No. The system's nature has always been not to allow you to see the properties if you don't unlock it. Wen Ning had to give up and see what others say in the world channel. There was a small red dot on the trading channel. Wen Ning, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, said that she couldn't stand it, and she knew there was a store. She clicked indecisively. Originally, it was directly about personal sales information, but now it has become 2 options: street stall and shop. So selling by yourself is just a street stall, right? If you think about it carefully, it seems to be not wrong. You have to edit the sales information one by one, and you have to shout and promote. It's just a street stall. What's the difference between this shop? Wen Ning looked through the records, which means that you can use points to buy out the trading market and obtain the right to operate permanently, so you don't have to pay the handling fee for your own shop. This is exactly what Wen Ning wants. She has spent hundreds of survival points just selling things before. Buying it out directly is definitely a good deal in the long run. Do you want to spend 800 survival points to unlock your personal shop? Unlock. Personal shop unlocked successfully. Shop name. Please name it. It's called Treasure Pavilion. Simple and crude, anyone who sees it will know that Wen Ning is selling good stuff. Named successfully. Store. Treasure Pavilion, Level 1. Shelves, 0 out of 5. Slogan, none. Do you want to disclose the store owner's information? Not publicly, but private messages will not be blocked. Changed successfully. There are 257 survival points left, which seems a bit low. However, there are still rankings that have not been counted. Wen Ning is not confident enough about this ranking because there were too many people who clung together in the last mild season. Wen Ning clicked on the rankings. Building rating ranking 1. 800 points. 2. 675 points. 3. 543 points. 4. Omitted. Congratulations on getting the first place in the shelter ranking, and the extra bonus of 100 survival points has been issued. The shelter is still the first. Wen Ning exclaimed, although he repaired the shelter before the last second to ensure the integrity and solidity of the shelter. But she is definitely not the only one who has this idea, especially some survivors who stick together. Compared with these people, her shelter is definitely not the largest, and it is hard to say how strong it is. Is it because of the power grid? Let's continue reading. Disaster score ranking 1. 897 points. 2. Omitted. 3. Omitted. Congratulations on getting the first place in the disaster score list, and the extra reward of 100 survival points has been issued. Chapter 79. First again, Wen Ning's doubts reached their peak at this moment, but he decided to read on. Personal kill list 1. S666 District. 900 points. 2. K77 District, 543 points. 3. N01 District David, 328 points. 4. Omitted. Congratulations on getting the first place in the personal kill list. An additional reward of 100 survival points has been issued. Reminder, it is detected that you have killed the first disaster boss in the disaster season, and an additional reward of 100 survival points has been issued. Popularity List 1. S03 District Ivanov, 800 points. 2. Q28 District Lena, 564 points. 3. Omitted. 4. S66 District, 367 points. 10. S66 District, 135 points. Congratulations on getting the 10th place on the popularity list, and the extra survival points of 10 have been issued. Wen Ning was completely surprised. There were 4 lists, 3 of them were the first, and the last one was the last. World Channel. Conspiracy. Naked conspiracy. How can the shelter that is the first on the list be the first? Our 50-person base can't beat it? World Channel. Calm down, refer to the third list. These lists should be calculated by individuals. Just because you have dozens of shelters crowded together, it doesn't mean that each one can be better than others. World Channel. I agree with the above. I didn't recognize you as a base before the system update. World Channel. But I will recognize it next time. Sister number 1, look at me. I am willing to join your base. Just give me a miscellaneous job, and I can be a mascot in battle. World Channel. What are you thinking? It takes 1,000 points to build a base. Can she just recruit people casually? World Channel. Not to mention the kill list. Didn't everyone see her short live broadcast last time? She is not afraid of the night. World Channel. Yes, you mentioned it and I remembered it. Why, no saint is jumping around and saying that we shouldn't kill her. World Channel. Master, are you building a base? I don't mean anything else. I just want to see how your shelter is built. World Channel. Insert an advertisement. The base is recruiting people from the entertainment industry. People with physical fitness greater than 10 come. World Channel. What is the purpose of this base? Will my shelter still have privacy after joining it? World Channel. Thank you for the invitation. I am in Q09 area and have just built a base. Let me share some knowledge. World Channel. A base can initially accommodate 10 shelters, that is, 10 members. The administrator, that is, the base leader, has the right to move shelters and collect taxes. World Channel. In simple terms, you can enter the base area and live there by paying rent. You have complete autonomy in your own shelter, but some public buildings can be used together. For example, after the contribution value of the base store is enough, you can buy the workbench blueprint. You can use it for free by spending survival points and bringing materials. World Channel. Individuals can also sell extra supplies in the system store without charging survival points. World Channel. Some fortifications can also be unlocked through contribution points. When the next disaster or zombie tide comes, we can fight the enemy together. World Channel. Having said so much, the base oasis is recruiting people. Physical fitness is above 12. Others do not disturb. If interested, private chat. World Channel. Workbench. It means that my fragments can be synthesized. Crying, this is a really good function, but my physical fitness is only 8. World Channel. But using base facilities requires points? This is too disgusting. World Channel. What's disgusting? The system has been updated. You need points to rub it yourself. I just rubbed a torch and lost 1 point. World Channel. Oh my god. In this case, my points are only enough for 800 torches. World Channel. You seem to be Versailles. I have evidence. And after this sentence, you can only rub 795 torches. As soon as this was said, the World Channel suddenly became quiet, as if everyone began to react. Now survival points are not only used for chatting and selling things, but also for many other places. The World Channel was silent for several seconds before a message was refreshed. World Channel. To be honest, what's the point of joining the base? We are in different zones and maps. How can we get there? World Channel. Since the system has removed this function, there must be a solution to this problem. World Channel. Are you really that rich? 1,000 points can be taken at any time. The topic of the World Channel gradually went off track, and Wen Ning almost understood it. After 2 rounds of elimination, the remaining survivors are all smart, at least not stupid. There are still many former game masters here, and the system mode is a bit similar to the open world sandbox game of Blue Star. And everyone accepted the game settings faster than Wen Ning imagined, At least no one asked about the physical fitness problem. That's about all the updated content. With the 410 survival points obtained from the 4 lists, Wen Ning's current survival points balance is 667. Fortunately, it's okay. Now you don't need to spend points in the trading market. These points should be enough to be used as the handling fee for manufacturing. Ah! Have you finished eating? There are still many boxes outside the yard. Yes. The boxes of mutants killed by the electric grid last night. I was so absorbed in studying the game that I forgot about it. Fortunately, it didn't refresh. Wen Ning stuffed the sandwich into his mouth in a few bites, opened the door, and ran out in a hurry. Outside the gate, at the base of the wall, rows of boxes of light floated on the ground. Although killing parasites and flying insects does not drop boxes, Wen Ning saw several boss boxes of mutants alone. Congratulations on getting a treasure chest fog *1. Congratulations on getting a disaster boss treasure chest *1. Wen Ning went around the courtyard wall and came back, and Hu Zi jumped and followed her chasing the light ball. In the end, Wen Ning got a total of 5 disaster boss treasure chests, and 45 treasure chest fogs. This electric grid is really good. Not only is it not damaged at all, but all the boxes are outside, and none of them fell into the wall. Wen Ning immediately decided that similar defense devices should be more and more. Go home and open the boxes, and then move. Oh! Are we going to the big forest? Wen Ning nodded slightly. It's time to go. Successfully open treasure chest fog *45. Successfully open disaster boss treasure chest *5. Congratulations on getting stainless steel thermos *2. Congratulations on getting tangerine peel chrysanthemum tea *1, 20 packages. Congratulations on getting shelter design drawings *3. Congratulations on getting tin or *5. Congratulations on getting fragment electricity *9. Congratulations on getting backpack expansion coupon *6. Congratulations on getting nut gift pack *2. Congratulations on getting Wow He mineral water *1. Congratulations on getting mountaineering backpack *1. Congratulations on getting equals get toothbrush *2. Congratulations on getting empty box *45. Congratulations on getting safe house core *3. Congratulations on getting pet treatment potion *6. Congratulations on getting special antidote potion *5. Congratulations on getting physical enhancement potion *3. Congratulations on getting energy recovery potion *6. Congratulations on getting PX model pistol *1. There are a lot of good things. There is also a pistol. Wen Ning picked up this hot weapon in surprise. She had been exposed to firearms when she was a bodyguard, so she knew how to use it. PX model pistol, excellent, a compact firearm with ergonomic design, with a tactical rail under the muzzle, equipped with a cold light sight, a tactical flashlight, and a laser sight, and a magazine capacity, 17/14. Wow, this pistol has a total of 31 bullets, enough for a large-scale battle. Wen Ning put the pistol away. Judging from the shooting accuracy of her crossbow, the pistol is no problem at all. Chapter 80. Moving. Wen Ning first took out a safe house core and focused on it. Safe house core, a disposable item that can be used to store the entire shelter and place it in a suitable place. We have a total of 4 safe house cores. If we don't have a place to stay at night, we must find a suitable place to place the shelter for up to 4 days. Hu Zi listened carefully, but it is unknown whether he understood it or not. After collecting the shelter, all the materials in the shelter will be sealed and cannot be taken out. That is, the materials in the warehouse and the cellar can be placed in the shelter and collected together in the safe house core, but they cannot be taken out if they are not placed. This is not okay. Wen Ning quickly ran into the cellar, took out enough meat for Hu Zi to eat, some of his own food, and a bucket of water, plus some necessities. Then he ran outside the yard and collected the shelter into the safe house core. Shelter collected successfully. In the blink of an eye, the shelter and yard, which originally covered an area of more than 200 square meters, disappeared without a trace. The original tunnel disappeared, and the ground was clean. Let's go! Wen Ning took the lead, because Hu Zi found a rabbit nest in the north last time. The north is auspicious. So she planned to go all the way north. And Ria's base shelter is in the upper right corner of the map, indicating that she is located in the south. Going up should be able to get out of this grassland. Speaking of Ria, the first disaster was finally listed on the list, and Ria gathered many people in the base on the list. Use various methods to deceive the trust of people in the same area and recruit many unlucky people. It successfully gained a lot of popularity. The popularity of that night can be seen from the big bearded man in the White Bear Country. Zhang Han, who is usually diligent, has always been in the top 2 in live broadcast popularity, but after that night, he dropped to 4th place. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he almost got lost in the fog and did not show up for the next day and night. But the popularity of Ria's live broadcast that night was absolutely unprecedented. If Ria's anchor had not died, Wen Ning would not have been able to be the last one on the list. Unfortunately, it was not as expected. Ria's anchor died, and the entire Ria was removed from all rankings. Ah! Rabbit! Huzi looked at the rabbits fleeing on the grassland with shining eyes. Well, but we have to hurry, so let them go today. Huzi drooled as he passed by the hare's nest. Wen Ning was a little amused. But the next second, he was attracted by the flying butterflies in front of him. The weather was good today, and Wen Ning wore soft armor inside, and only a single layer of clothes for mountaineering outside. The grassland in front of him was extremely vast, and the wind was not strong. The weather was always the best on the first day after each disaster season. Even if it rained, it was a drizzle, which was not cold, and provided many survivors with the opportunity to collect water resources. It was as if the previous disasters did not exist. It was really a magical land. Wen Ning looked around, and saw the wilderness, white clouds hanging low, and when the breeze blew, the surrounding things also moved with the wind. The soil was moist, and new grass sprouts emerged, attached to the surface like light green. It looked full of vitality. After walking for about half an hour, Wen Ning saw the first large animal. Found a mutated sheep in the grassland. The monster illustration has been updated. Name: mutated sheep in the grassland. Type: ordinary creature. Danger factor: 20. Drops: mutton chunks, lamb chops, wool, hides, others. Weakness: fright. Hint: walk lightly, and it will run away without hesitation after you scare it. Shoo! Wen Ning stopped Huzi, who was ready to move, and whispered to him with his head down. I sneak attack, and you finish him off, did you hear me? I can also sneak attack by crawling over. It'd be dark when you get close, let's fight quickly. If it weren't for the experience of the cub, Wen Ning wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Get ready. Huzi would definitely obey his master's orders unconditionally. Hearing Wen Ning's reminder, Huzi immediately bent down in a proper manner. Wen Ning slightly bent his body, and his palm flashed, and a crossbow appeared. He looked at the tiger next to him, and then at the mutant sheep grazing leisurely. He had no idea that he was about to face a disaster. Swish! He pulled the trigger decisively. The mutant sheep didn't notice the slight sound until it was hit by an arrow. Triggered critical hit. The mutant sheep wanted to escape as soon as it felt the pain, but was shaken in place by the shock wave of the critical hit. A pure white figure quickly passed by in the frost, and the tiger's mouth rushed straight to the mutant sheep's throat. Along with the tiger's claws and mouth, a prompt sounded in Wen Ning's ears. Your pet successfully killed a mutant sheep and gained 20 pet experience. Wen Ning walked forward and picked up several light balls that exploded. Congratulations on getting mutton *5, 10 kilograms. Congratulations on getting lamb chops *4. Congratulations on getting animal skin *1, let's go. Huzi followed behind him with his head held high. Wen Ning and Huzi cooperated well along the way, and they killed 2 cows and a bison. They harvested a lot of meat, but there was no box. Wen Ning suddenly became sad. It seemed that Huzi's face was very dark, not as white as it seemed, but the experience bar that was rising little by little was still attractive. 2 cows gave 100 experience points, and a bison gave 70 experience points. The sun was rising, and Wen Ning's stomach was rumbling before he saw the border of the grassland. He found a place, and sat on the ground with a layer of plastic cloth. Wen Ning took out Huzi's rice bowl, a white enamel bowl with red embroidery. There were rust scars on the side caused by bumps and bumps. As soon as he put 2 pieces of meat in, the system prompt sounded. The energy value dropped to 80. The energy value dropped, which matched his current state of being a little hungry. Wen Ning opened the panel to check. Energy, 80. Note, if your energy drops to 60, you will feel tired. If it drops to 40, you will feel extremely tired and unable to fight. If it drops to 20 or below, you will gradually lose your ability to move. And if your energy value reaches 0, you will be forced to sleep for 24 hours. Tip: the energy value can be slowly restored by resting and eating, or quickly restored by energy potions. So 80 means feeling hungry? Wen Ning wrote down several thresholds, and after knowing the number, he took out the sandwiches he had prepared in advance as lunch. After finishing lunch, the man and the tiger took a break, and continued to move after Wen Ning's energy value returned to 85. This energy value is really slow to recover. After eating and resting for a full 10 minutes, it only recovered 5 points. Remembering that he still has energy potions, Wen Ning took one out to check the properties. Energy potion, primary potion, can instantly restore 10 energy points, no side effects. The properties are okay. Wen Ning kept it well. The potion is limited. It is best to use it for emergencies. After walking most of the way through the grassland map, Wen Ning finally felt something different. First, the grass on the grassland became denser and denser. At first, it was only ankle high, but now it was knee high. Gradually, it was higher than the thigh and reached waist height. There were also scattered trees in the field of vision, and the vegetation gradually became richer.